It was late at night, and the entire office building was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint light flickering in one corner. The incessant clicking of a keyboard echoed in the silent space. Suddenly, a shadow swept across the floor, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. The girl, holding a cup of water, stopped in her tracks. She held her breath, looked towards the door, and asked, "Who's there? Who's outside?" There was no answer. A faint sigh brushed past and then vanished. The girl rubbed her head and exhaled sharply. Oomph. Am I working so much overtime that I'm starting to hallucinate? Back to work, back to work. She resumed typing on the keyboard. The footsteps sounded again. The shadow stirred, slowly spreading. The girl's eyes suddenly widened. Staring at the silhouette plastered on the glass door, she yelled, "Who on earth are you?" She slammed both hands on the keyboard, roaring, "Enough." She couldn't take it anymore, rushed out, yanked the door open, and said angrily, "This kind of prank could really scare someone to death, you know?" Suddenly, her pupils contracted. The hallway was empty, not a soul in sight. With a slam, she hurriedly shut the door and anxiously took out her phone to make a call. Whoosh! That shadow appeared again. Her face turned pale, and her whole body began to tremble. The call connected. The person on the other end asked in confusion, Tulu, what's wrong this late?" Tulu said, tremblingly, "Tuna, I'm still working overtime at the office, but there's this shadow and the sound of footsteps coming from the stairwell. Every time it reaches the office door, it just disappears, and it just keeps repeating. I'm so scared right now," she said, sobbing. The footsteps echoed again, and she screamed uncontrollably, "It's here. Can you hear it? It's here again." Tuna said worriedly, "Tulu, whatever is happening, you need to get out of there. Go home now." Tulu pleaded, "Tuna, can we stay on the line? I'm scared I'll let my imagination run wild if I'm alone." A moment later, a door was opened. Tula stepped into a room, closed the door, and said, "Thanks, Tuna. I'm home now." Tuna sighed in relief. "Okay, Tula, you should get some rest." Tula smiled and replied, Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out. Tula's eyes flew wide open, nearly bloodshot. She began to tremble violently, watching as strands of black hair slowly seeped through the crack under the door. Tulu felt as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Her eyes filled with terror. The door slowly creaked open, and a pair of blood-red eyes peeked through the gap. The phone fell to the ground with a thud. It's here. Tulu collapsed on the floor, clutching her head and screaming in despair. "It's here again, boohoo, why?" On the other end of the line, Tuna shouted in panic, Tulu, what's wrong with you?" Criminal case file on the serial disappearance case. Records from law enforcement body cameras. Number of missing persons, 15. Date of first incident, March 5th. Case summary. A series of disappearances has recently occurred in True City. The missing persons all share 4 common characteristics. 1. They were all alone before disappearing, including at their workplace, residential area, or home. 2. No footprints, fingerprints, hair, skin, or other evidentiary clues were found near the place of disappearance. 3. All the missing persons had called friends or family to mention mysterious footsteps. 4. No property was stolen. Static. The screen flickered, revealing a man's face. "Officer, did you know that in our construction industry, there's an unofficial term called a living human pile?" The police officer asked doubtfully, "A living human pile?" The man rubbed his chin and replied, Yes, it means the same thing. But that term is a bit taboo, so we usually call it something more euphemistic, a living pile." He seemed to be thinking, then asked, "It seems you believe in this stuff too, officer." The police officer sternly snapped, "This is just feudal superstition, a vile custom passed down from the ignorant people of the past since the time of Luban. Are you trying to say that the continuous accidents on the Thongjong Bridge are because it's missing a living human pile?" The man was stunned for a moment, then waved his hands frantically and said, No, it's not that it's missing one living human pile, but that this place is too malevolent. One living human pile is nowhere near enough. It needs at least several living human piles to suppress this river that cuts across. The Thongjong Bridge mass river plunging case. Based on forensic records, law enforcement body cameras, 212 video clips provided by traffic police to assist the investigation, bridge technical assessment report, motor vehicle technical assessment report, surveillance memory cards, autopsy reports. Number of deaths, 53. The human oil lunchbox case, also known as the home-delivered human oil lunchbox case. Number of deaths, undetermined. Number of suspected confirmed cases, undetermined. Date of first incident, undetermined. Case summary, sealed file, classified file, unsolved case. Behind these inexplicable phenomena, it's not as simple as you think. Think carefully, you're already being watched. The moon was bright and clear. It was already 11 at night, but in the residential complex, many homes still had their lights on. Fuangqin got home quite late today. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, he heard a piercing scream. Lam Jia bow. I thought you were my best friend, and now you want to be my mother? Another person replied, Dong Dong, this is last month's new credit card bill. As the saying goes, the mother's debt is paid by the child. The first girl roared angrily. If you keep talking nonsense, Tran Dong Dong, swear I'm really cutting ties with you this time. A loud banging sound erupted, as if trying to break down the door. Fuangqin sighed softly. What were these two female college students next door going crazy about in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Just as he raised his hand to open his door, a panicked voice suddenly rang out. What? The door to the next room slammed open, and a girl pressed her phone to her ear, asking urgently. Those footsteps appeared again. Has a crime been committed? Fuangqin instinctively looked over. The girl's expression was extremely serious. This is already the 16th missing person. She walked out of the hallway as she spoke. Seeing Fuangqin, she nodded in greeting. He politely returned the gesture, then secretly glanced at her, her last words echoing in his mind. A disappearance case? Suddenly, she stopped, turned her head, and said to him, It's late, don't go out. Fuangqin was stunned. What? He instinctively glanced at her a few more times. This new neighbor, it turns out, is a criminal police officer. This was their first meeting in half a month. Fuangqin's mouse clicked away. The policewoman just now didn't seem to be joking. Moreover, a lot of supernatural posts have been appearing online recently, but they get deleted immediately every time. Do ghosts really exist in this world? He rested his chin on his hand, staring thoughtfully at his laptop screen. This method of trying to hide things only made them more suspicious. He moved the mouse, scrolling through posts about all sorts of recent supernatural events. While he was browsing the website, it suddenly showed an error. A related suggestion appeared under the search bar. He clicked on it without hesitation and immediately let out a surprise, The screen was full of strange posts, talking about things like turning into a superhero, making no sense at all. What is all this bizarre stuff? Before he could take a closer look, the web page suddenly showed an error again. He exclaimed in surprise, It's been deleted again. The phone on the desk suddenly vibrated, letting out a series of notification sounds. Fuangqin immediately turned his head to look. It was a group chat message. He muttered to himself, What's up? Did the admin finally decide to post a picture of himself in drag? He quickly opened the group chat to read the messages. Cultivate to heaven and sacrifice parents. Don't sleep. Someone blew up the moon. Wife changed the Wi-Fi password again. Password is 58436. Replied to is the admin up feeding his daughter in the middle of the night again. If none of the final exam review questions are on the test, I'll send 10 icons to express my feelings. Fuangqin listlessly scrolled through. Why is everyone talking about such weird stuff today? Whatever, I'll go get some fresh air. He pulled open the curtains and was immediately stunned. In the night sky, a giant blood moon hung high, its bloody hue spreading, making his heart skip a beat. This is a blood moon. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound rang out. Fuangqin turned his head and immediately saw a faint glow flash on the bookshelf. He couldn't help but be taken aback. The book is glowing. The light flashed and then went out. In an instant, that book had turned into a nameless book. He instinctively looked out the window. Everything outside had returned to normal, and the blood moon was gone too. Fuangqin doubtfully flipped through the nameless book. Could this book, bought on sale at some bookstore just to make up the numbers, have something to do with the blood moon? After flipping for a while, he was surprised to find a piece of leather full of writing tucked inside. He cried out in astonishment. A leather scripture? The piece of leather suddenly fell. He quickly reached out to catch it, and a white light flashed. He curiously shook the leather in his hand. Oh, so this is the thing that was glowing? He took out a magnifying glass and began to study it closely. 2 hours later, Fuangqin still had nothing. He gradually began to doubt himself. Could it be true, as the girl selling medicine downstairs said, that his recent daydreaming and night sweats were due to a kidney deficiency? And now he was having hallucinations. He looked hesitantly at the Lu Wei Dihuang pills on the table. Do I really have to take medicine? Fuangqin took out a pill and swallowed it, immediately exclaiming in surprise. Why does today's Lu Wei Dihuang pill taste different from before? It's smooth and soft, melting instantly in my mouth. Suddenly, his face turned pale. His stomach began to swell, emitting a dazzling light. He screamed in panic, My kidney! A loud bang. Fuang Qin was splayed out on the ground. His stomach slowly deflated like a popped balloon, and white smoke gently drifted from his mouth. Fuang Qin gritted his teeth, squeezing his eyes shut against the intense pain. Then his eyes snapped open. He was shocked to find himself in the floating restaurant. Isn't this old Wang's restaurant from next door? Wait, why am I in a pot? He thrashed around in the boiling pot like a panicked shrimp. It hurts. It hurts so much. Suddenly, a song boomed like thunder. I want this sky to no longer cover my eyes. I want this earth to no longer bury. A ladle suddenly poked Fuang Qin, making him spit out a mouthful of water. He quickly yelled, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Old Wang, it's me. Stop. The ladle stirred him around in the pot. He screamed in despair, I'm getting cooked, I'm getting cooked. Whoa. Fuang Qin let out a loud scream and shot up in bed. The sun was already up outside the window. He sighed in relief. So was a dream. Then he cried out in discomfort. Why do I stink so much? The night sweats last night were severe. It took half a day of showering to get rid of the smell. Everything was too strange, and I suddenly fainted. Could that bottle of Luwei Dihuang pills be fake? The weather was nice today, so he decided to take a taxi out. It's better to go to the hospital for a checkup. Life is important. The taxi driver looked through the rearview mirror and comforted him. Young man, don't worry about going to the hospital. 9 out of 10 men have hemorrhoids. The other half is on the operating table, and the other half is a urologist. Men, smoking, drinking, eating spicy food, sitting for long periods. Work pressure, we all get it. Puffed. He was speechless. The driver continued enthusiastically. Young man, the head of urology at the People's Hospital, Tong Kiet, is pretty good. Fuang Qin ignored him and hesitantly took out his phone, wondering if any news outlets had reported on the blood moon from last night. His fingers swiped quickly. The things he saw last night, like Captain America and the electric mouse, were indeed nowhere to be found. He suddenly stopped at a post by a user nicknamed Master Above. Hello everyone. This is my first time learning to use the internet. I'm a bit nervous. I am Tang Sanzang, and I'm not actually dead. Transfer me 2,000 yuan, and I'll cut off a piece of my flesh and send it to you. You'll gain immortality after eating it. Don't ask me why the price is so low. There's no middleman to take a cut. Below were a few scattered, teasing comments. Blinding light. What is a monk cut? Little pillar of light. I've gotten bolder recently, even daring to click on Tang Sanzang's flesh to take a look. 7-colored immortal soup. I'm a cosmetic surgeon. Transfer 2,000 yuan directly to me. Little meatball. Raking in cash with both hands. Take 85 for every 100, 92 for large quantities. I'll take as much as you have. After reading, Fuang Qin cursed inwardly. What the hell is this about Tang Sanzang producing and consuming his own goods, with no middleman to make a profit? He continued scrolling down, then suddenly stopped. The screen displayed a breaking news story. The building of Zhu City People's Hospital has been cordoned off by armed forces, and this morning, someone saw an old Taoist priest in a robe enter. Is it haunted? Or is there? Fuang Qin skimmed through it, his heart jolting. Zhu City People's Hospital? Isn't that the place I was planning to go? Finally arriving at the hospital, he stood silently before the gate for a long time, then furtively looked around. It still looks normal here. I was imagining things. Phew! The piece of skin in his pocket suddenly lit up, emitting an invisible suction force. He stared blankly at the source of light that was constantly expanding. What's happening? This aura that makes one shudder without being cold is... Suddenly, a stream of grayish-white energy roared out from within the hospital, shot straight into the piece of skin, and vanished. He jumped up in astonishment. What the hell was that? He subconsciously looked around, only to find that no one was paying attention to him. Am I the only one who saw it? His limbs couldn't help but tremble. I'm done for. Have I been possessed by something evil? Young man, a strange male voice suddenly called out, and he turned his head. The man asked, do you need any help? Fuang Qin secretly sized him up. This person doesn't look like a normal security guard. This physique, this posture, a soldier. The man frowned and asked again in a deep voice, seeing a doctor? Fuang Qin hurriedly replied, yes, I'm looking for the head of urology, Song Jia. After hearing this, he spoke into his walkie-talkie. This is Area C. Check if there's a department head named Song Jia. Over. The other side quickly replied, affirmative. Over. At this moment, the man's tone softened, and he gestured for him to enter. Go on in. Fuang Qin hesitated before speaking. Sir, tell me, the first person who knew cow's milk was drinkable, what did he do to the cow? The soldier didn't react in time, staring at him blankly. He continued. So the question is, tell me, the first person in this world to understand the urinary system, What did he do to men? The soldier blinked blankly for a second time. Huh? Fuang Qin had a sudden realization. I've just figured out I'm not going in to see Dr. Song anymore. Goodbye. After saying that, he hurriedly ran across the street. The soldier remained blank for a third time. What the hell does urology have to do with cow's milk? Fuang Qin gave him a smug glance. The hospital really has been taken over. Walking in would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Who the hell knows what trouble the human skin scripture would cause? Good thing I'm so smart. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. Hey, who allowed you to set up a street stall without permission? Immediately after, a Taoist priest ran past, stepping on his foot. He immediately yelled, my foot. The Taoist priest turned his head and said hurriedly, sorry, young man, this is for you. Consider compensation. After speaking, he tossed 3 books to him and continued running. Fuang Qin glanced at the book titles, Golden Bell Shield, Vajra Seal, Arhut's True Body. He roared angrily at him, you phony fortune teller, who compensates people with fake books. He turned back and shouted at him, stop talking nonsense. Grab your stuff and run, or it'll get confiscated. Before he knew it, the morning had passed. Fuang Qin wearily opened the door to his room. One unlucky day. He couldn't see the doctor, and even got his foot stepped on by a detestable old man. He took out the human skin scripture, and suddenly saw it flash with a point of light. Is this the light emitted by the first character? He exclaimed in surprise. This talisman has lit up again? He began to speculate. Last night, after several hours of dedicated research, he learned that this was something taken from a dead person. Could it be that this is a dead object turning into a living one? He immediately shook his head to dismiss the thought. Unlucky, unlucky. Then he looked pensively at the book on the table, Arhut's True Body, the one the fortune teller had just shoved into his hand. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard, and Fuang Qin shot to his feet. The first talisman is gone? At the same time, the Arhut's True Body book in his hand shone with a brilliant light. He immediately gasped in amazement. Whoa. The book suddenly jumped to the floor, startling Fuang Qin. It sprang open, its pages flipping wildly on their own, and a flame suddenly erupted, revealing countless astonishing martial arts moves. Fuang Qin's heart raced. This cultivation technique appearing in the light. Could it be a real divine art? The book slowly closed, and the characters on its cover instantly changed to Indestructible Vajra Arhut. He was instantly stunned. Even the title of the book had changed, the characters now gilded. It turns out this scripture is a divine artifact, capable of creating something from nothing, turning the rotten into the miraculous. If I really light up all the talismans, wouldn't I ascend to the heavens? With a mix of shock, joy, and apprehension, he began to try cultivating this enhanced book. Indestructible Vajra Arhut is a technique of utmost hardness and yang energy, forging bones like steel, replacing blood to improve one's constitution, allowing the physical body to transcend mortal shackles and become a true indestructible Vajra body. Unexpectedly, in just half an hour, he easily learned the 306 stances of Indestructible Vajra Arhut, gaining 15 years of someone else's cultivation power. Could it be because the Lu Wei Dihuang pill he took last night was also enhanced, so his constitution became stronger too? He guessed inwardly, then put his palms together, condensing his spiritual energy to continue cultivating. While his adrenaline was still pumping, he repeated the stances 5 times, gaining nearly 50 years of cultivation power. It was truly unbelievable. Spiritual energy surged from his body, containing the power of a great master. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this kind of utmost hard and yang technique can only be cultivated at noon when the fire energy is at its peak. Otherwise, something would go wrong sooner or later. He suddenly grew curious. Was the lit talisman on the scripture related to the pillar of grayish-white energy he saw at the hospital during the day? Soon, the city lights came on. He made up his mind. He should still go to the hospital tonight when there are fewer people to observe. A choppy voice, mixed with the blare of car horns, came through. Fuang, Fuang, roasted peanuts, don't. Little Fuang hung up again. On the other end of the line, Big Boss Dong rambled on. You can earn money and see a celebrity. You in? Lunch is on me, and you'll even get to meet my goddess, Yi Tianqi. Fuang Qin asked coolly. Isn't your goddess the principal who suddenly fell from the sky at your mother's school half a year ago? Big Boss Dong replied. Of course they're both my goddesses, but I knew Yi Tianqi first. Fuang Qin mocked him. Big Boss Dong, you're really thick-skinned, a clear stream in a muddy river. Big Boss Dong changed the subject. Fuang Qin, stop worrying about my face and worry about yourself. Ever since you dropped out of school, Fuang Qin let out a cold snort, then hung up the phone. Then he opened a ride-hailing app. It was time to get down to business. Soon, a yellow car came roaring over. Fuang Qin heard the engines roar from a distance before he even saw the car. In an instant, the car made a sharp drift, leaving an afterimage, and then screeched to a halt in front of him. Fuang Qin's eyes suddenly widened. The car owner looked at him with a strange tone and said, "Oh, it's not a pretty girl again." Then he asked, "Did you order the ride?" Fuang Qin didn't answer, instead focusing on scrutinizing the car. The car owner gradually lost his patience. Are you going to the people's hospital or not? Fuang Qin calmly sat down, continued to observe the car, and then asked, Is your car a Lamborghini? The man grunted in affirmation. Fuang Qin couldn't help but exclaim, So there really are rich people bored enough to drive for a ride-hailing service to pick up girls. After saying that, he stood up awkwardly, scratched his head, and asked again, May I ask which model of Lamborghini this is? A country bumpkin like me only knows the car's logo is a Huracan. He couldn't resist reaching out to touch the side mirror. Are all your parts custom-made from famous brands? The man arrogantly tilted his chin and said, Don't touch it with your hands. If you scratch the paint, you couldn't afford it even if you sold your house. The genuine custom parts cost over 10 million. Suddenly, with a crisp snap, the mirror in Fuang Qin's hand broke off. His eyes went dead, huh? He asked doubtfully, Are the side mirrors of luxury cars like toys? Can they be removed so easily? The man was silent for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, Fuang Qin suddenly bent down. Then he lifted up a wheel, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, So it really is like a toy car. It can be taken apart so easily. Truly a supercar. The technology is top-notch. This one is pretty well made. The rich guy's eyes were about to spit fire as he roared in anger. Is this kid looking for trouble on purpose? Fuang Qin acted as if he didn't hear, running around the car and removing other parts. The man anxiously honked the horn repeatedly, beeping, and roared in anger. Hey, stop, you bastard. The words had barely left his mouth when he saw Fuang Qin remove one of the car doors. His face darkened, veins popping on his forehead as he screamed, You bastard. Fuang Qin suddenly said, Motorcycle just started. Parents raised you for nothing. Drive well. Go home for dinner. Drive poorly. The whole village comes to your house for dinner. A master among the people, a failure in the underworld. Lying in the Pacific, video lives on in the world. Have you ever failed? He held his phone in front of the guy's face. Hey, you're in the news. The news began with a sensational headline. Employee who stole luxury car dies in accident. This morning's news reports that a repairman from a luxury car 4S shop who stole a customer's multi-million-dollar luxury car that was in for maintenance to go for a joyride in the mountains, unfortunately lost control and crashed into a guardrail on a turn, resulting in both the driver and car falling off a cliff and dying. The car owner is currently suing the 4S shop for compensation through legal procedures. The guy glanced at the news, then secretly narrowed his eyes. He suddenly stepped on the car's body, and in an instant, his entire body transformed into countless streams of red demonic energy swirling in the air. The demonic energy gradually condensed, forming a withered face. So you knew from the very beginning. You were putting on a one-man show from the start, acting out a play to toy with me. He roared in anger, flames erupting and engulfing his entire body, causing his flesh to gradually wither and harden. Prepare to die. The guy roared, swinging his hands forward fiercely, wanting to grab something. Then he suddenly stopped, asking himself in utter confusion, Where's my steering wheel? Fuang Qin dangled the steering wheel in his hand, asking with a smirk, Looking for this? The guy was startled. He thought through gritted teeth, What the hell? When did this kid remove the steering wheel? Fuang Qin suddenly held the steering wheel forward and said nonchalantly, Want it? Get out of the car and get it. The guy glared at him, but made no other move. Fuang Qin immediately understood, just as I thought. It seems my judgment was correct. You can't leave the car that devoured your life. You too have become one. He explained seriously, This is just like people who die at sea, who can only move by relying on a ghost ship. A drowned person can only become a water ghost, and one who haunts an apartment can only cause trouble within that apartment, unable to run elsewhere to kill people. And you're a car-bound evil spirit. After speaking, he didn't forget to praise himself. This young master is truly a genius. The guy abruptly turned around, staring at him. Who the hell are you? Are you also a person with special abilities? An awakened? He smirked coldly. Take a guess. Fong Chin felt lucky. Good thing him, directly dismantled the car from the start. Otherwise, he would have really been at a disadvantage. But now he was just a bag of experience points. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He. The guy was startled when he heard his sly laughter. He suddenly sat up straight, started the engine, and tried to flee. The wheels spun furiously against the ground but remained in place. It was then that he suddenly remembered something. Damn it, one of the wheels has been removed. Just then, the ground suddenly exploded, causing the car to lose control and skid, hurtling straight toward the building opposite. The guy screamed in panic. Shit. Boom. A huge explosion. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating the entire area. The car tumbled and crashed along the ground. When it came to a stop, its body was covered in cracks. Crackling sounds echoed, and white smoke billowed. The guy, still in shock, trembled like a leaf. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he vaguely saw a powerful figure in the distance, charging straight toward him. He immediately panicked. What do I do now? Should I play dead? Before he could think much, Fong Zheng had already leaped forward with a long wooden stick, swinging it down at him. Almost at the same time, a dense demonic aura flared up like fire, enveloping the entire car. Several streams of demonic aura shot out, wrapping around Fong Zheng and the stick. He quickly exclaimed, "This is bad." He immediately jumped back, but couldn't dodge it completely. A spark of fire had latched on his arm. Fong Zheng quickly used his other hand to pat out the flame. So you're not an awakened? Just a kid who's a bit smarter than the average person. The guy, as if regaining his confidence, immediately straightened his back and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. It's true I can't leave the evil spirit chariot, but so what? I'm a superhuman. I'm an awakened. Even if I don't make a move, this flame will burn you to death in a few seconds. Ha ha ha. He puffed out his chest and jutted his chin provocatively. Weren't you acting all tough just now? Come on, come over here and hit me. Just as he finished speaking, Fong Zheng happened to put out the flame. The guy immediately shut his mouth, damn it. His legs went soft and buckled slightly as he managed to ask, "If I said I was just kidding just now, would you believe me?" Fong Zheng grinned widely. "Didn't you just tell me to hit you? I'll grant your wish." He clenched his fist, and electricity immediately flashed, erupting in all directions. With a world-shaking explosion, the car was thrown into the air. Fong Zheng used the move he had just learned, unleashing a flurry of punches as fast as a whirlwind. The guy, beaten to despair, looked at the sky. It's over. If I could cry right now, I'd definitely be crying a river. Fong Zheng grew more ferocious with each blow. A moment later, all the lightning suddenly converged in his hand. Fong Zheng swung his arm, and punches rained down like a storm. In an instant, the driver's seat shattered with a pop. The guy was thrown out, letting out a blood-curdling scream. At that very moment, his body suddenly disintegrated and vanished without a trace. Suddenly, countless streams of grayish-white energy escaped from the car, surging toward Fong Zheng. His body suddenly lit up. The streams of energy were completely absorbed. Fong Zheng exclaimed in astonishment. This scene was exactly like what he had seen in the hospital. The pillar of grayish-white energy. Fong Zheng reached behind his back and took out the scripture. As soon as he opened it, he saw the first character on it light up. As expected, the scripture would absorb this grayish-white energy and then light up the talisman. Fong Zheng frowned, speculating that the source of this grayish-white energy pillar was the superhuman, or more accurately, the demon that he had just beaten to death. He tucked the scripture back behind him. The exact origin of this grayish-white energy pillar must be clarified as soon as possible. But before that, he had to leave this place quickly. He absolutely could not let anyone else discover this secret, because the fate of the evil spirit chariot just now had served as a warning to him. Laying low and growing stronger was the true path. He shouldn't be reckless. To avoid being discovered, Fang Zheng didn't mind taking a long detour to get to the hospital. He hoped this place wouldn't disappoint him. The stars in the sky gradually faded. Fang Zheng quietly leaned on the window frame, looking down at the scene below. He had stood watch all night for nothing. He was deeply disappointed. It seemed the appearance of the grayish-white energy pillar at the hospital last time was indeed just a coincidence, not a daily occurrence. Maybe I should go home and cultivate first. I shouldn't waste any more time here. The next day, at Fang Zheng's house, he let out a sigh, having wasted a whole night for nothing. Then he pulled himself together and took out the scripture. Fortunately, by destroying the evil spirit charioteer, the scripture had lit up one talisman, giving him another chance to enhance. Fang Zheng calmly calculated. Right now, I only have brute strength. Only knowing basic punches and kicks, this won't do. Therefore, the goal of this enhancement is to improve my combat skills. He immediately took out a book and shouted, "Vajramadra, enhance!" As soon as he shouted, the book emitted a faint light. The light gradually formed into a lotus flower, lifting the book into the air and beginning to enhance it. The Vajramadra originates from the Buddhist Vajra Sutra. It is a divine tool for subduing demons and devils, distinguishing good from evil, and is also one of the hand seals of esoteric Buddhism. Before long, the Vajramadra was successfully enhanced. A book titled Demon Subduing Vajramadra fell to the ground. The demon subduing Vajramadra is a hand seal for subduing demons, and also a cultivation method of esoteric Buddhism, used to cultivate the 3 yang fires within the body. When a yang fire is as vigorous as a divine furnace, burning the vigorous qi and blood, the yang energy naturally becomes overwhelming and impure entities cannot approach. Fang Zheng looked down at the 2 books and muttered, "With these 2 manuals for offense and defense, I should be able to handle any strange things I encounter in the future." With his cultivation matters settled, he began to think about other issues. Why did the content of the manuals enhanced by the scripture coincide to some extent with the supernatural stories that have been appearing frequently recently? It's becoming more and more like a revival of fox spirits, ghosts, and monsters. Even the origin of the grayish-white energy pillar that the scripture devoured is so startling. It seems this world has become very strange. Fang Zheng looked out the window at the perfectly normal scene and said, "The world is no longer peaceful." So, was the cousin of the evil spirit chariot a superhuman or a demon? The night passed peacefully. The next day, Fang Zheng had cultivated the demon-subduing Vajramadra all night without feeling tired at all. What was more surprising was that as dawn broke, he reached a state of spiritual union, feeling a powerful life force. His first cultivation session in the early morning was much more potent than the arduous training of the previous night. As soon as he stopped to rest, his stomach rumbled. Holding out for a whole night, he was indeed starving. Fang Zheng decided to go out and find something to fill his stomach. Previously, when cultivating the indestructible Vajra Arhat, he had been so hungry he felt like he would explode. This time was a little better, but he was still unbearably hungry. Which restaurant should I grace with my presence? The door was suddenly opened, and a gentle voice called him, "Brother Fang Zheng." He looked up and saw it was the girl from next door. The girl stood behind the door, blinking at him, and asked, "Are you going downstairs to buy breakfast?" Fang Zheng smiled. "Do you need me to get a portion for you?" The girl nodded eagerly. "Yes, thank you, Brother Fang Zheng." After speaking, she even winked. Suddenly, another short-haired girl also poked her head out, cooing, "Brother Fang Zheng, I want some too." Fang Zheng immediately rubbed his arms, which were covered in goosebumps. "Speak normally, don't be like that." I wasn't even scared facing the evil spirit charioteer, but women, they're truly terrifying creatures. He turned and said, "I'm heading out." The 2 girls called out from behind, "You have to bring it back, don't forget." Fang Zheng glanced at them and immediately froze. The 2 girls were only wrapped in bath towels, exposed on top and bottom, yet they stood at the door talking and laughing without a care, causing his heart to stir. So early in the morning, did they have to be this hot? I never expected the girl next door to be a nude sleeper. A girl's voice drifted over faintly. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Fang Zheng's cheeks flushed, and he concluded with one sentence. Truly a femme fatale. Outside, the sun was scorching, and people were gathered around, chattering. Their eyes all focused on a man in a suit, sitting on the sidewalk with his face in his hands. Fang Zheng also looked at him in surprise. Huh? What's with this guy? What's he doing sitting by the road in broad daylight? Fang Zheng's stomach rumbled again, making him not want to think about it anymore. Forget it. I don't have time to meddle in other people's business. Getting a full meal is what matters. A moment later, in a spacious buffet restaurant, a grim voice rang out. Xiao He, come over here for a second. Xiao He walked over nervously and asked, Manager, you called for me? The manager grunted, then ordered in a low voice. Xiao He, you don't have to do anything else today. Just keep an eye on the person at table 16 for me. If he dares to hide even a single chicken bone or waste any food, report to me immediately and watch how I find him in a bankruptcy. Xiao He scratched his head awkwardly and said, Manager, the customer at table 16, forget hiding a chicken bone. He can't even hide a tiny bit of bone. That guy eats more ferociously than a dinosaur, stuffing a whole chicken, bones and all, into his stomach. He even eats steamed crabs with the shell on. His teeth are so good, they make my own teeth ache. I've been watching him ever since he came in. Fang Zheng, having eaten and drunk his fill, burped and walked out of the restaurant. Xiao Yi watched his retreating back and said hesitantly, Manager, do you think our restaurant is being haunted by a hungry ghost? The manager cursed angrily. Hungry ghost my ass. Have you ever seen a ghost dressed like that? Wearing glasses and a baseball cap to a buffet. Does he think he's a big star or some handsome guy? Hearing this, Fang Zheng pulled his hat down lower. As the saying goes, one should only eat until they are 80% full. The manager, feeling the pinch, instructed, Xiao He, remember this guy's face for me. If he ever comes back, kick him out immediately. Xiao He scratched his head and advised, Manager, we'll lose a customer that way. Once he was far away from the buffet restaurant, Fang Zheng dared to take off his glasses. Every time after cultivating, he was ravenously hungry and had to eat for 6 or 7 hours. It was too time-consuming, too torturous, and he was about to be blacklisted by all the nearby buffet restaurants, which was why he didn't dare let people recognize him. In the evening, Fang Zheng wandered around aimlessly, his mood a little down. Although I ate a bit much just now, it wasn't so bad that they had to close the door and kick me out, right? Suddenly, he saw a person huddled by the roadside and stopped in surprise. Huh? The breakfast I bought for him on the way is gone. He must have eaten it, but this guy is still sitting here. The man hugged his arms tightly and shivered nonstop. Fang Zheng subconsciously glanced at him a few more times. Looking closely, he seemed to have been scared witless, his soul having left his body. It's strange, but it's not convenient to go and ask. The residential complex's security guard also poked his head out to look. This young man is still sitting there. Was he cheated on, went bankrupt, got cancer, or had his heart broken? He pondered and guessed. Fang Zheng suddenly asked Captain Liu, what's the deal with that brother sitting outside? He sighed, don't even mention it. He won't listen to advice, won't leave when we try to shoo him away. It's so cold. If something really happens, we'll have a hard time avoiding responsibility. Fang Zheng skillfully steered the conversation. Was he scared out of his wits by something? For example, loan sharks or offending some gangsters, so he doesn't dare go home. Suddenly, a phone rang. The man was silent for a moment before answering. Hello? It's unknown what the other person said, but his face suddenly turned pale. Immediately after, he rushed over, grabbed Fang Zheng's shoulders, and said frantically, Please, save my mother. She's here. She's here. This time, she went straight to my house. She's at my house. She's with my mother. His eyes were vacant, and he screamed in a hoarse voice. There's a ghost. The dead have come back to life. A dead girl is in my house. Everyone's mind instantly went blank. The ancient legend of the talker suddenly came to mind. Tell a ghost story at midnight. Someone is listening, and the ghost is listening too. The tires screeched on the road. Fang Zheng, sitting on a motorcycle, said, Captain Liu, I'm borrowing 2 of your vehicles for a bit. He and I are going to the police station to file a report. Captain Liu replied, Okay. Fang Zheng thought, this is the perfect time to verify whether the source of the grayish-white energy pillar is related to ghosts. With that thought, he urged the other man, Get on. What are you spacing out for? Don't you want to go save someone? He thought with a frown, I don't want to rush to my death for nothing. There are some things that need to be kept away from prying eyes, and I have to ask about them clearly myself. Fuang Qin suddenly turned his head and said, Hold me. The man replied shyly, Okay. Fuang Qin reminded him, Hold my waist tightly. He obediently tightened his arms, even pressing his face against Fuang Qin's back. Fuang Qin smiled gently and asked, Holding me this tightly, do you feel a little safer? Have you calmed down? He nodded and hummed another mm. The two security guards witnessed this strange scene. One found it strange and said, "I understand the thoughts of young people less and less these days." The other, who seemed more experienced, replied, "I often see young people like this in movies. It's called something like romance drama." The motorcycle engine roared. Fuang Qin sped off like he was flying. As they passed the police station, the man hurriedly shouted, "We're at the police station." Fuang Qin casually replied with an but had no intention of stopping. He asked him doubtfully, "This is the way to my house." Fuang Qin glanced at him. "That's right. Time is of the essence. Let's hurry to your house to save the person. The address you gave me earlier is correct, isn't it?" The other man asked in astonishment, "You believe me? You also believe there are ghosts in this world?" Fuang Qin replied, "If there really are ghosts in this world, then I just killed one a few days ago." The man was stunned upon hearing this. "Killed a ghost?" He asked, "Do you know about the chain reaction accident on the Thongjiang Bridge in True City?" Fuang Qin replied softly, "I heard more than 50 people died, and it had to be shut down urgently after just 2 days of trial operation." The man corrected Fuang Qin, "No, not more than 50 people. It's risen to 109. People die on the Thongjiang Bridge every single day. It's a gate of demons connecting to the underworld." Fuang Qin suddenly slammed on the brakes, then tilted his head to look at him and questioned in a loud voice, "People die every day? Just how many secrets have they hidden from the public? Who exactly are you? What unspeakable thing has happened to you?" The man stammered, This. Fuang Qin shouted impatiently, "Speak." Only then did he begin to tell his story. "My name is Tun Nok Thursday. My parents are small business owners. From childhood to adulthood, I was never sure of girls around me, but I wasn't interested in them. They were naive, boring, and had bad tempers. In high school, I liked 20-year-old women, and in college, I liked 30-year-old women. I liked their reasonableness, gentleness, and intelligence. After graduating and returning to True City, I found I couldn't control my preference for mature women, seeking out older and older girlfriends, starting with middle-aged women in their 40s. But my parents started to worry about my marriage prospects and arranged blind dates for me. But in my eyes, those young girls couldn't compare to middle-aged women at all. When Tech came, my family arranged another blind date for me with a girl named Jai Jai. But on the day I stepped into that girl's house, I was stunned. At this point, his voice suddenly became agitated. Jai Jai's mother was someone I had dated. Her name was Trinmai. She was a typical housewife whose husband was often away on business trips. She and I had dated many times. We were very compatible, and every time was unforgettable. It was as if a herd of camels was stampeding through Fuang Qin's mind. He never expected him to be this kind of person. Tun Nok Thursday said with a complicated expression, "Seeing the daughter while sleeping with her mother, I felt incredibly guilty towards my future father-in-law. At that time, my mind was a tangled mess. I didn't know what to do. As a result, the next day, which was the Lantern Festival, Trin Mai's bloated body, swollen from the water, was lying on the autopsy table. Trin Mai, after eating sweet rice balls in her hometown with her parents, drove across the Thongjiang Bridge, fell into the water, and died. I was the forensic pathologist who personally performed her autopsy. I personally dissected the woman who was once so enchanting in my arms." Fuang Qin asked again, "You personally dissected her?" He broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that thank goodness it was an autopsy, not dismemberment. Fuang Qin continued to ask, "You said so much, so what exactly is the specific situation with the Thongjiang Bridge?" Tun Nok Thursday's face darkened as he replied, "I'm just an ordinary forensic pathologist. I can't access the core secrets of the Thongjiang Bridge." Fuang Qin thought for a moment. It seemed he still had to go to Tun Nok Thursday's house first and resolve that lingering romance between a human and a ghost. Fuang Qin couldn't help but sigh, all romantic debts. Tun Nok Thursday looked at him earnestly. "Please, you must help me. I don't want my family to be in danger," he said, full of fear, because she was clearly dead, but she came back to life. Tun Nok Thursday still clearly remembered that night. The door was suddenly knocked on. Knock, knock. He had just gotten home not long ago. The room was pitch black, and this sudden noise startled him. Who could be this late? He hesitated and looked through the peephole. Suddenly, a wide open, I was pressed against it. Blood and tears slowly trickled down its cheek, staining the entire door red, making one's hair stand on end. Terrified, Tun Nok Thursday fell to the floor and screamed, "Who are you? Who on earth is playing tricks and pretending to be a ghost?" After that, he called building management, who sent a security guard to check, but they didn't find anyone suspicious. Checking the peephole on the door also showed nothing unusual. But after the guard left, he returned to his room and heard knocking on the door again. Tun Nok Thursday rushed out and yanked the door open, roaring at the outside. "Damn it, are you going to stop or not?" The pitch-black hallway was empty, with only a few wisps of black air swirling about. Suddenly, something was swaying on the door. He glanced over unconsciously. Then his face instantly lost all color. The thing that looked like a swaying noose slowly turned around, revealing an eye staring intently at him. At that very moment, a colleague from his unit called Tun Nok Thursday. His mentor, who had guided him into the profession, Luong Qian from the same department, was dead. Furthermore, when the body was discovered in the public restroom of the unit's dormitory, the death was gruesome. Only 2 bloody sockets remained on his face, his eyes having been gouged out by the killer. The eye above Tun Nok Thursday's head was still swaying, and his whole body was numb. He suddenly let out a scream, then turned and fled in a panic. His finger repeatedly jabbed the elevator button. Hurry up, hurry up. The elevator stopped, making him overjoyed. It's here. The elevator doors slowly opened. Suddenly, a few strands of black hair appeared, clinging to the edge of the doors. They gradually spread to both sides, forcefully pushing the doors wide open. When the disheveled woman in the elevator appeared, a chill ran down Tun Nok Thursday's spine. Trin Mai, he choked out. "Did you come to kill me? Did you kill my mentor too?" The corners of Trin Mai's stiff mouth twitched slightly, pulling into a bizarre smile. They finally arrived at Tun Nok Thursday's house. He said, "My apartment is upstairs." Fuang Chin calmly replied, "Wait, call and confirm if your aunt is safe now." Fuang Chin reached out to knock on the door when suddenly a cold, numbing sensation shot through him, startling him. So cold, it hurt like an electric shock. He and Tun Nok Thursday stared at the door, a faint chill swirling around their feet. Fuang Chin suddenly sniffed the air, then looked straight towards the end of the hallway and asked, "Do you smell damp earth and the stench of dead fish here?" Tun Nok Thursday answered nervously, Is something wrong?" Seeing his trembling state, Fuang Chin said perfunctorily, "Nothing. Never mind if you can't smell it." He suddenly thought, am I just asking for trouble by doing this? In short, I can't be reckless. I don't want to use my own life as a shield. Terrified, Tun Nok Thursday pounded on the door, shouting, "Mom, are you okay? Mom, open the door." Just as he finished shouting, Fuang Chin suddenly saw a few strands of black hair emerge, wrapping tightly around the edge of the door and pulling it open. He asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you don't smell anything unusual?" A figure appeared at the door. He held his breath, staring intently. A sentence suddenly popped into his head. In life, what one fears most is the sudden silence in the air and the sudden concern from a friend. If your friend isn't about to borrow money, then you're about to be cheated on. An old woman walked out, smiling gently as she asked, "Thursday, you're back?" "Mom." Tun Nok Thursday said urgently, "Mom, come with me, quickly." Fuang Chin unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's Mother Tun. Just as he relaxed, he suddenly saw a gloomy woman peek her head out from behind the door. He immediately guessed that this person was Trin Mai. The smell of damp earth and the stench of dead fish he had smelled earlier must have been coming from her. He could now confirm that he was the only one who could smell it. He suddenly found it hard to breathe. Oh, this smell is so strong. Looking again at Trin Mai, who was standing silently beside Mother Tun holding a knife, he suddenly had a feeling that if Trin Mai had wanted to harm Mother Tun, she would have done so long ago. Mother Tun looked at him and asked, "You must be the colleague Nok Thursday mentioned on the phone, right?" The young man looks quite refined and gentle. Fuang Chin forced a laugh. Hee. Refined and gentle. Is that how you describe me? What is this situation? He glanced doubtfully at Tun Nok Thursday, only to see him shaking his head frantically. He had to figure it out himself. The blind date was arranged by Mother Tun, which meant she and Trin Mai knew each other. And it was possible that Tun Nok Thursday had hidden the news of Trin Mai's death. Therefore, even if the resurrected Trin Mai appeared here, in Mother Tun's eyes, she was still a living person. Mother Tun turned and said, "Come on, come in and have a glass of water." Just now, Jai's mother and I were discussing what to make a treat you to. Seeing that he had fooled his mother, Tun Nok Thursday breathed a sigh of relief. Then his face turned pale again as he secretly glanced at Fuang Chin. Mother Tun brought over hot water. "Here you go, young man." Fuang Chin hurriedly took it. "Thank you, Annie." Mother Tun said enthusiastically, hearing you two were coming. Jai's mother said her specialty is fish soup, and she wanted to make a feast for you. Fuang Chin, you're in for a treat today. Mai silently turned and went into the kitchen. Fuang Qin blurted out in astonishment. A dead person is making fish soup for us to eat? The sound of chopping vegetables stopped. Mai stiffly turned her head, her eyes staring at them. Fuang Qin and Tun Nok Thursday were dumbfounded, their faces grim, extremely worried. Mother Tun, sitting opposite them, spoke up. Nok Thursday, I'm telling you, you're not young anymore. For a man, after 27, even a dog won't want you. I already see Jai as my daughter-in-law. Tell me, how are things going between you and Jai? Sitting beside them and hearing these words, Fuang Qin couldn't help but break out in a helpless cold sweat, forcing a smile as he thought to himself, there's a dead person in the house, and that dead person is busy in the kitchen. Yet you two are discussing this? Truly, not even a ghost can stop the urge to gossip. Just then, a gaunt hand suddenly reached out from nowhere, placing a plate of fish on the table. In an instant, a wandering ghost had materialized, its body thin, its face gloomy. This made Fuang Qin think in astonishment. The food is really rich. The dining table was filled with the aroma of fish, mixed with the strong stench of dead fish emanating from Mai, and he felt something catch in his throat. The more Fuang Qin thought about it, the more he sweated, screaming inwardly, "Damn it, I'm going to puke." Mai sat beside them, her head bowed, exuding a dark, murderous aura, and moaned, "Eat." Hearing this, Fuang Qin was dazed, stunned, and lost in thought. Before coming, he had imagined countless dangers he might face, but he never expected it to be a dead person's meal. Now, to eat or not to eat had become a problem. The elderly often say that unless the deceased is an ancestor or a direct elder, outsiders are not blessed to enjoy a dead person's meal. Otherwise, it will shorten their lifespan and harm their spiritual virtue. It turns out this woman wants to deal with us this way. By the time Fuang Qin realized the problem, it was too late. Mai sat at the dining table, threatening relentlessly, eat or not. The more Fuang Qin stared at Mai, the deeper he sank into thought. A direct confrontation in this confined space would make it impossible to avoid harming the Tun mother and son. Just then, Fuang Qin suddenly noticed a hint of something unusual. So he casually approached Mai, leaned leisurely beside her, and said with a smile, Sit. Since it's Annie Mai's specialty, we must carefully savor her cooking. We can't let Annie Mai's kindness towards us go to waste." Fuang Qin silently assessed in his mind. The closer he got, the colder her body felt, like approaching a freezer. As the thought flashed through his mind, Fuang Qin began to eat voraciously, grabbing food nonstop, which astonished even Tun Nok Thursday. Tun Nok Thursday, filled with terror, broke into a cold sweat and thought to himself, is Fuang Qin possessed by an evil spirit? Possessed by a hungry ghost? It's over. He can't be relied on anymore. Just then, Mai's eyes suddenly widened as she stared intently at Tun Nok Thursday, her gaze incredibly terrifying. This made Tun Nok Thursday shudder involuntarily, lamenting in his heart, "Oh, it seems this dead person's meal is unavoidable. For my mother's sake, I'll risk it all." Just like that, even Tun Nok Thursday finally gave in, picked up his chopsticks, and started to take some food. As he was about to pick up a fish to eat, another pair of chopsticks suddenly snatched it away, accompanied by a voice that said, "Don't touch it. This crucian carp is my favorite." The one who snatched the food was none other than Fuang Qin. He heartily stuffed the entire fish into his mouth. This left Tun Nok Thursday stunned for a long moment. Watching Fuang Qin devour everything on the table like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Tun Nok Thursday couldn't help but remark, "This guy isn't a hungry ghost, he's a truly gluttonous beast. Who on earth eats fish along with the bones? Isn't he afraid of choking to death on a fish bone?" Plate after plate of food was wiped clean, and the food in the 8 large bowls was also cleared in an instant. After finishing his meal, Fuang Qin scratched his head and said with an embarrassed smile, "Annie Mai, your cooking is truly top-notch. I accidentally ate everything, so no one else got a bite. How about you make another portion, Annie Mai? I promise I'll eat slowly this time." Hearing this, Mai was utterly astonished and hurriedly widened her eyes to stare at him. Tun Nok Thursday, still not understanding the situation, thought with a bewildered expression, "I've come to my senses, my mother, and I still want to live. Big brother, can we please stop causing trouble? Others can't even avoid a dead person's meal, but you're something else," actively asking for another round. Heeding Fuang Qin's words, Mai hurriedly and frantically went into the kitchen to cook. Mai stood up, Mai went to the kitchen. Trimai had just sat down, and Trimai went back to the kitchen. Trimai had been sitting for less than 5 minutes, and Trimai immediately and relentlessly went back to the kitchen. The reason was very simple. In an instant, Fuang Chin had shoveled a pile of food into his mouth. A moment later, Trinmai came out trembling. Seeing Trinmai shaking uncontrollably, Fuang Chin remained very composed and calmly asked, "Oh my, Annie Mai, why is your face so pale? Look at you. You're even staggering when you walk. You look so weak. Are you too tired? Is it serious?" As he spoke, Trinmai's trembling never stopped. Looking at Trinmai's trembling state, even Tun Nok Thursday felt helpless, thinking dejectedly, to be able to eat like that. A dead person forced to be a chef 10 times busier than normal, cooking until her hands are twitching and her face is pale. Just looking at her is exhausting. The situation was taking a bizarre turn. What was supposed to be a terrifying ordeal had suddenly turned into a food critique session. As Tun Nok Thursday thought, he broke into a cold sweat watching Fuang Chin calmly eating in front of him. A moment later, he spoke up. "Mom, you once choked on a fish bone, so you stopped liking fish. Our family normally rarely buys fish, so why is there so much fish in the house today? Crucian carp, snakehead, common carp, grass carp, pomfret, tilapia, all sorts of freshwater fish." Tun's mother also asked doubtfully, "That's right, where did all this fish come from?" The clock ticked. Time was running out. Just then, Trinmai suddenly knelt on the ground, the bowls and plates shattering as they fell. Seeing Trinmai in this state, Fuang Chin hurriedly went forward and asked, "Annie Mai, what's wrong with you? Why are you kneeling on the ground? Annie Mai, are you all right? Annie Mai, your face is so pale. Annie Mai, let me help you up." He slowly approached Trinmai, his tone still full of concern. "Annie Mai, you're too tired. You should get some rest." As soon as the words left his mouth, a brilliant surge of power suddenly erupted from Fuang Chin's palm, leaving Trinmai astonished. Trinmai opened her hazy eyes wide and shouted. However, before she could finish, a punch from Fuang Chin struck her squarely, and a huge black spot immediately appeared on her body. This made her scream in pain and despair. Immediately after, a pile of fish with moss gushed out of Trinmai's mouth, making a gurgling sound. Next, Trinmai's entire body emitted a strange, dazzling light, then vanished into thin air. The system immediately displayed a notification, gray-white pillar of Qi +1. Seeing the gray-white pillar of Qi floating before his eyes, Fuang Chin finally understood the issue. As expected, the source of the gray-white pillars of Qi was these ghosts. Trinmai frantically vomiting a pile of fish horrified Fuang Chin immensely. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Wait a minute, Trinmai drowned when the car fell from Thongjiang Bridge. So this fish..." A fishy smell rushed straight to his brain. At this thought, Fuang Chin's face darkened. He immediately covered his mouth with his hand, but was still lost in thought. All that fresh, delicious fish meat came from that place. The more Fuang Chin thought, the faster he acted. He rushed into the bathroom, leaned over the toilet, and retched continuously. Although what he had eaten had long been completely digested by the solar divine fire in his body, he still couldn't suppress the feeling of nausea. He would rather have started over and fought a battle with this female ghost, even if it meant heads would roll and blood would splatter 3 feet, than be left with a psychological scar for the rest of his life. At Trinmai's apartment complex, Fuang Chin sat quietly on his yellow motorcycle, lost in deep, cold thought. Tun Nok Thursday had been worried about Trinmai's family and insisted on dragging him over to check. There was no smell of damp earth or fish here, so it seemed Trinmai had never been here, and her family was also safe. After a hard night's work, it could be considered doing a good deed all the way through. Thinking of this, Fuang Chin took something out. He stared at it, smiling with satisfaction. Luckily, there was Tun Nok Thursday's 60,000 yuan bank card, which could be considered a thank you fee, a reluctant comfort for his traumatized soul. Haha, I made a nice profit. He thought to himself, in just 4 short days, I've encountered 2 supernatural cases in a row. If an ordinary person encountered such a terrifying thing, how could they possibly escape with their life? To become stronger, I must collect more gray-white pillars of smoke. To collect gray-white pillars of smoke, I must go to places with supernatural cases. Speaking of which, Fuang Chin immediately took out his phone to search. First, I need to check online if there have been any other recent murder cases. A piece of information appeared on his phone. Risking my life for a candid shot, I've been waiting at True City People's Hospital for several days. Today, I saw a Taoist priest in robes entering the hospital again. Could it be that an exorcism is really happening in the hospital? Fuang Qin was immediately astonished, utterly shocked, and bewildered. The city's People's Hospital again. After some effort, Fuang Qin finally arrived at that hospital. He immediately stopped his motorcycle, putting the kickstand down on the road. Just then, a strange sound suddenly came from within the hospital, catching Fuang Qin's attention. The next second, a gray-white pillar of qi from somewhere was drawn towards Fuang Qin, who, not yet understanding what was happening, cried out in confusion. Hey, hey, hey. System notification. Gray-white pillar of qi +1. Sensing this, a radiant smile spread across Fuang Qin's lips, joyful and excited, as he thought to himself, ha ha ha, fantastic, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead fish. Adding the pillar of qi collected last night, I've successfully accumulated 2 points at once. Fuang Qin, in high spirits and full of calculation, slowly advanced towards the hospital. It seems this place is indeed a good spot to grind for experience. I have a feeling that more gray-white pillars of qi will definitely appear here today. The next morning, the sun was high in the sky. At the city's People's Hospital, Fuang Qin had indeed waited here all night, but it seemed things didn't go as expected. A whole night passed without any gray-white pillars of qi appearing. As expected, such good things don't happen often, but at least it proved one thing. The source of the gray-white pillars of qi is ghosts. While deep in thought, Fuang Qin suddenly noticed several guards standing not far from him, as well as security personnel standing guard here. Their posture was solemn and unyielding, not like ordinary guards, but more like trained soldiers. The more he thought, the more curious and suspicious he became. What was all this related to? What secret was ultimately hidden inside the People's Hospital? Just then, Fuang Qin's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had realized something. Perhaps in True City, there was a special agency dedicated to handling supernatural cases. For example, a spiritual bureau, a special case investigation bureau, like the Black Blade or the Purity Bureau. While Fuang Qin was lost in his own thoughts, his phone suddenly rang incessantly. The person on the other end shouted, "Someone died again." As soon as he heard the voice, Fuang Qin immediately recognized it as Tun Nok Thursday. Tun Nok Thursday, on the other end of the line, recounted in a panicked, urgent tone. Just now, among the forensic examiners in our department who participated in the autopsy of the Thongjong Bridge victims, another 4 people died. Team leader Trin suffocated in his own bathtub. Old Lamb's body was severed in 2. Sister Vong just died on the autopsy table, her internal organs missing. Chu Qiandong died, right in the kindergarten, while picking up his daughter. The more he listened, the more Fuang Qin couldn't believe his ears. His face filled with shock and bewilderment. Holy crap, this case isn't over yet. Trinmai was just the beginning. He immediately spoke up. Why harm them and not us? We were the ones who worked tirelessly to investigate the cause of their deaths, find the culprit, and seek justice for them. Why did they kill so many innocent people? With so many forensic examiners dying in succession, what did your superiors say? Tun Nok Thursday quickly replied. A team of soldiers came to the hospital just now and took away the bodies of the Thongjong Bridge victims. Tun Nok Thursday was also extremely worried and scared about this matter, his whole body trembling as he spoke. The soldiers had just left when another group of people arrived. They didn't look like soldiers at all. As soon as they arrived, they started questioning us about the recent situation, asking if anything strange had happened. I told them what we agreed on before, not mentioning you, nor the matter with Trinmai. Fuang Qin finally understood the issue. It was just as he thought. He thought to himself, just as I guessed, the higher-ups have long been aware of the situation. There have always been special agencies like the Spiritual Bureau, the Special Investigation Bureau, Bureau 749, Unit 91, Department 507. Fuang Qin then reminded Tun Nok Thursday on the other end of the line. Now that a special organization has its eyes on you, you don't need to worry about your safety. To avoid exposing me, try not to contact me from now on unless something important happens. After speaking, Fuang Qin immediately sped away on his motorcycle, a fighting spirit rising in his heart. I must quickly prepare to deal with future incidents. At night, in the brightly lit city, In a room of a skyscraper, a card was taken out on which were the 3 words Golden Bell Shield. Fuang Qin, holding the Golden Bell Shield, said confidently, "There's no time to delay. Let's begin." Immediately, the Golden Bell Shield began to be refined, strengthened into the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield. Fuang Qin also closed his eyes, slowly feeling the cultivation. This was a protective technique of ultimate yang and hardness, hence the name Great Sun. From the beginning of cultivation to the highest realm, the Golden Bell Shield body is like a great sun hanging in the sky. A moment later, it was finally complete. A powerful, dazzling stream of energy continuously radiated from Fang Zhang's entire body. He confidently exclaimed, "Just like that, I've finally completely mastered the cultivation method, the attack method, and the protection method. From now on, in this bizarre, ever-changing world, I can be considered to have barely obtained the most basic power of self-preservation." Fang Zheng recalled his past memories, lost in thought. At least when I face Zheng Mai with her knife again, or when fighting others, if the opponent has a weapon, I'll have some courage to face them head on. At least we won't end up hurting each other anymore. Thinking of this, he suddenly took out the human skin scripture. Speaking of weapons, the remaining enhancement opportunity this time should be saved for a weapon. I just don't know if a weapon can be enhanced, but it probably can. Fang Zheng took his phone out of his pocket, thinking as he typed, "I'm lacking a weapon right now. If I had a weapon, at least last night when I faced Zheng Mai, I wouldn't have been so wary facing her sharp blade empty-handed, being put on the defensive from the very start." On his phone was a chat with someone nicknamed Cultivating to Spare Parents' Lives. "Urban life doesn't weaken kidneys." Fang Zheng asked, "Excuse me, seniors in the group, can you recommend any evil exorcising weapons for me? The requirement is that it can slay ghosts and suppress evil." Cultivating to Spare Parents' Lives. "Urban life doesn't weaken kidneys," replied. "Demon Refining Pot, Easter Emperor Bell, Sun Shooting Bow, Heaven Splitting Axe, Panga Banner, Chaos Bell, Primordial Hammer, Heaven Overturning Seal, Golden Dragon Shears, Yin Yang Mirror, Demon Revealing Mirror, Head Nailing 7 Arrows Book, Blood God Saber, Demon Slaying Sword, Diamond Bangle, Ziying Sword, Qing Sua Sword, Hemming Sword, Li Hua Sword, Sheniying Sword. Upon reading this message, Fang Zheng couldn't hide his shock and surprise, muttering doubtfully to himself, "Are they really that terrifying?" So he immediately replied, "Excuse me, are there any more common types?" Meaning, the kind you can find everywhere, easily obtainable. Gangster Ha, too scared of his wife to talk much, replied, "A syringe." This answer left Fang Zheng utterly confused, and he replied with a series of question marks. Gangster Ha, too scared of his wife to talk much, explained, "When you encounter a female demon, there's nothing one shot can't solve. If there is, then 2 shots. Wife changed the Wi-Fi password again. Password is 58,436 also chimed in. This isn't the bus to kindergarten, driver. Let me off." The more Fang Zheng read, the more helpless and confused he felt. Cultivating to Spare Parents' Lives. Urban life doesn't weaken kidneys sent a series of messages. If you want something that can exorcise evil and is also readily available everywhere, I advise you to find a butcher's knife with heavy killing karma. These knives have an extremely heavy killing aura, stained with the resentful energy of thousands of living beings. They are definitely great ominous weapons. Cultivating to Spare Parents' Lives. Urban life doesn't weaken kidneys. If you can get a knife, you can go to some old market. A knife that has cut through hundreds of lives has the best evil exorcising effect. Fang Zheng found this extremely reasonable, grinning as he said, "Why didn't I think of that?" Truly worthy of being the senior administrator. He silently planned his next step. Humans are the spirit of all creation. An executioner's beheading blade, having cut off human heads, is definitely far more powerful than a butcher's knife. But swords and blades are controlled items, so aiming for an executioner's blade is too unrealistic. Therefore, my target is a butcher's knife. The night market was bustling with people. "Old Wong, I'm here to discuss a $100 million business deal with you." "Stop bluffing. Fang Zheng, hurry up and give me a hand. I'm swamped." All right, everyone gathered around happily. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Fang Zheng showed off his masterful vegetable chopping skills, making the onlookers even more delighted, feeling an unprecedented excitement. "Old Wong, since when did you hire such an amazing new chef?" They watched Fang Zheng's performance intently, their mouths agape in admiration. "This knife work is truly top-notch." Fang Zheng even performed a wok-tossing demonstration, astonishing everyone. Whoosh! This incredible arm strength, core strength, and stamina were enough to make any man drool with envy. And Fang Zheng's actions made the crowd even more excited. "Boss, another serving." At 2 in the morning, Fang Zheng and Old Wang sat opposite each other, chatting. "Fang Zheng, you've been a great help today." Fang Zheng replied politely, "We've been old neighbors for so many years. Why be so formal with me?" "It was nothing." "Old Wang, do you know any butchers or anyone from slaughterhouse?" Upon hearing this, Old Wang asked curiously, "Oh, is this your $100 million business deal?" Fang Zheng was suddenly startled. It turned out he was looking at a muscular man working not far away. The man was intently washing something. Fang Zheng spoke up curiously, "Old Wang, this employee of yours is..." Watching the man ceaselessly washing money in a basin of water, Fang Zheng was confused. He even added strong detergent. The more he watched, the more alarmed he became, breaking out in a cold sweat as he wondered, "Hey, could this be the legendary money laundering?" Old Wang, beside him, finally spoke up. "A strange thing has been happening these past 2 days, making everyone uneasy. Someone received some money and ended up bleeding while counting it." Fang Zheng exclaimed in astonishment at this crazy story. Then he immediately asked, "Bleeding from counting money? Isn't it supposed to be counting money until your hand cramps?" Old Wang sighed. "For the past 2 days, all the shops have been talking about a creepy, strange incident. Someone was counting money, and their hands were inexplicably covered in fresh blood. But there were clearly no wounds on their hands, and the money was also very clean." The more Old Wang spoke, the more helpless and dejected he seemed. "Sai, what bad luck? The old folks call this blood money. It must be from a restless dead person with an uncleared grievance." After hearing the story, Fang Zheng was lost in thought again. Another supernatural case. This would be the 3rd supernatural case I've encountered in 5 days. At such a frequency, if an ordinary person like Old Wang encountered it, besides being worried and uneasy, passively accepting it, they would have almost no ability to resist. Old Wang suddenly stared at him and continued to ask doubtfully, "Fang Zheng, do you believe that thing really exists in this world? You've seen it. The whole market is in a panic because of the blood money. I better not receive that stuff in my lifetime. Just thinking about it gives me chills." After talking for a while, Old Wang decided to drop the subject and move on to another matter. "Anyway, let's not talk about this headache anymore. I still have 3 kids to raise. I can't leave this diner for the rest of my life. You said earlier you were looking for me for something. What was it?" 6 in the morning at the wholesale agricultural market. Fang Zheng walked through the market, his mind filled with thoughts. Old Wang is well connected. He told me to come here and find a butcher named Zhang Kaiwu. He held a piece of paper with the address, said to himself, and then smiled. "The address is nearby." Old Wang said before that this butcher Zhang's family has been in the pig butchering business for generations, and he's still single in his 30s. Just then, Fang Zheng suddenly saw someone. Butcher Zhang? He doesn't quite look the part. Looking at the person chopping meat in the distance, Fang Zheng silently sized him up. His movements are very skilled, definitely a seasoned professional. This muscular physique doesn't look like a butcher, more like a fitness trainer. Thinking this, Fang Zheng immediately approached Zhang Kaiwu and called out to him. However, before he could finish his sentence, a little girl suddenly appeared and cut in. "Mister, can I buy first, please? My mom is sick. She said eating meat can nourish the body, and my mom's illness will get better soon. Tong Tong wants mommy to get well soon. Tong Tong doesn't want mommy to be in pain. I'm begging you, mister." Upon seeing this child, Fang Zheng was extremely surprised. Why is such a young child at the market all by herself? The little girl said timidly in a small voice, I'm sorry, mister. You can go first." Mommy said, "Good children don't cut in line and don't bother others." Seeing the little girl like this, Fang Zheng could only sigh helplessly, thinking to himself, "This child keeps apologizing to me. She's so sensible. It makes a grown man like me feel a sting in my nose." So he immediately turned to Zhang Kaiwu and said, "Boss, give me a cut of the best tenderloin." Zhang Kaiwu replied cheerfully, coming right up. As Fang Zheng placed the meat in the little girl's hands, he gently patted her head and reminded her, "Tong Tong is such a good girl, so sensible at such a young age, and you even know how to take care of your mom. What a filial child. Good children should be rewarded with a little red flour. Consider this piece of meat a reward from me to you, Tong Tong." The little girl held out the money towards him, smiling as she replied, "Thank you, Mr. Tong Tong is giving you the money." Fang Zheng smiled gently and replied, "It's a free gift for Tong Tong. I hope Tong Tong's mother recovers soon." Hearing this, the little girl became timid again and explained, Mommy says Tong Tong is a good girl, and good girls must be kind, listen to their mothers, and not steal things from others. Tong Tong has money. The more Fang Zheng listened, the more fond of her he became, patting her head continuously as he said, Okay, Tong Tong is using her money to buy pork for me. Adorable Tong Tong, remember, you must always listen to your mother and always be kind. Okay, good girl. After chatting for a while, the little girl finally took the meat and left, waving goodbye continuously. Goodbye, mister, goodbye. Just like that, the child skipped home happily. Fang Zheng's gaze remained on the little girl, and he smiled to himself, saying, Does she really not need me to walk her home? Just then, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. It was the coin in his hand. Fang Zheng's hand was covered in blood, which made him mutter in confusion, There's blood on this coin. Fang Zheng hurriedly turned back and said to Butcher Zhang, Boss, I'll be back later. As he ran quickly, he thought to himself, There's a problem. Old Wang said before that it's blood money from the dead, grievance money, and some also say it's an obsession that cannot be let go. I have to go check it out. At this moment, Tong Tong was standing by the road, waiting for the red light. She hurriedly started to cross the street. Suddenly her face fell, startled by something. It was a large truck speeding towards Tong Tong. Luckily, it managed to stop in time. The driver quickly stuck his head out and yelled angrily, Are you trying to get killed? Don't you have eyes when you walk? Frightened, Tong Tong quickly turned away, crying nonstop. Sob, sob, sob. I was wrong. Seeing the little girl like this, the driver couldn't bring himself to scold her anymore and could only sigh helplessly, for goodness sake. After crossing the road, Tong Tong still stood timidly in place, waiting for the red light. Then she carefully crossed the street. The car's headlights were still shining, making Tong Tong a little dazed. The car stopped, waiting for her to cross. Once on the other side, Tong Tong politely and obediently bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, uncle. Then she happily turned and left. The little girl didn't know that Fang Zheng had been following her for some time. He observed Tong Tong's series of actions just now and couldn't help but assess inwardly. She's much stronger than I imagined. A while later, Tong Tong finally arrived at her apartment complex. Under the blood-red light, Tong Tong gently called out to the old woman standing in front of her, Grandma. The old woman gently patted her head, praising her nonstop. Tong Tong is such a good girl, such a sensible child. Then Tong Tong returned to her home. As she gently opened the door, Fang Zheng was still following closely behind. Strange streams of red aura suddenly emanated from the house, startling Fang Zheng. He then slowly approached the house, from which a terrifying aura continued to pour out. Fang Zheng mustered his courage and peeked inside, even though he was drenched in sweat. The moment he saw the scene inside, Fang Zheng's eyes widened, his face filled with shock and astonishment. Fang Zheng said to himself, This is... Just as he was staring intently inside, long, sharp claws suddenly appeared behind him, approaching Fang Zheng. A withered hand grabbed him. Only then did Fang Zheng realize the problem, his face turning pale as he thought in terror. I'm screwed. There's something behind me. However, strangely, things were not as he thought. The hand that touched Fang Zheng belonged to an ordinary person, accompanied by a voice that said, Officer Chun, take this person back to the station first. Leave the situation here to us professionals to handle. Hurry and send backup. There's a family of 4 in distress here. It was a group of police officers who had arrived to handle the crime scene. The captain was giving a series of instructions to his team members. There are more victims upstairs. We need backup urgently. A team member quickly complied, replying, Roger. The more Fang Zheng looked at the scene unfolding before him, the more confused and bewildered he became. When did I fall for a ghost's illusion, getting trapped in a ghost wall without even realizing it? Was it the moment I stepped into this building? Looking at the people in black beside him, Fang Zheng couldn't help but be curious. Professionals? Could they be from the Special Investigation Bureau? As he was thinking, Fang Zheng suddenly seemed to discover something. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Hey! A pillar of grayish-white chi suddenly appeared from the person in black, leaving Fang Zheng utterly astonished. The next second, his treasure gained another pillar of grayish-white chi. Not just one, but another pillar of grayish-white chi collected from someone else also entered Fang Zheng's treasure. That person came down from upstairs, smoking a cigarette as he said, Nothing found downstairs. and nothing upstairs either. Looks like it's on this floor. Obtaining the grayish-white chi so easily, Fong Zheng smiled happily, thinking to himself, I never thought this day would come that obtaining grayish-white chi could be this simple. In under 3 minutes, I've collected 3 layers of grayish-white chi. Just then, a voice suddenly called out from somewhere. Officer, it's here, it's right here. An old woman with white hair pointed at the door that Dong Dong had opened earlier, saying urgently, Yesterday, I followed that poor little girl. She went right into this room. Before that, also on this floor, I ran into those strange people. They were like invisible people passing right through me. Officer, it was truly terrifying. Hearing the old woman's words, Fong Zheng, standing nearby, could only sigh helplessly. He thought with a somber expression, Actually, I realized from the very beginning that the little girl was already dead. What I saw was a spirit. What I just saw were all the last beautiful memories before the little girl died. The more Fong Zheng thought about it, the angrier he became, muttering indignantly to himself. This time, I'm really angry and a little unwilling to accept it. What did this innocent and kind child go through in the final moments of her life? Those bodies that were just carried out. When ordinary people face these supernatural cases, they have no way to deal with them. Their lives are as worthless as weeds. Early in the morning, the sun was already high in the sky. A police officer reminded Fong Zheng, And you, sir, please come with us to the station to cooperate with the investigation. Suddenly his steps halted for a long time. Among the curious crowd watching the case was Butcher Zhang. As soon as he saw Butcher Zhang, Fong Zheng immediately recognized him, exclaiming in confusion, Butcher Zhang? Why is he here? Butcher Zhang seemed to be staring intently at him, which confused him even more. He kept staring at that apartment building, his expression as if he had figured something out. What on earth is going on? Police station, interrogation room. The sound of a woman's footsteps entered the room. As soon as he saw the girl, Fong Zheng asked in surprise, It's you? Why is it you? I didn't expect to see you here again. The person he was talking about was none other than the female police officer Wei Yuran, who lived next to Fong Zheng, a beautiful, gentle, and quiet girl. Wei Yuran looked at Fong Zheng and asked softly, Is it strange to see me at my workplace? Fong Zheng was taken aback and could only force a smile and reply, right. Before he could finish, Wei Yuran interrupted, Don't be nervous. This is just a normal procedure. Please confirm which piece of meat you bought so we can register it and take it as evidence. Upon hearing this, Fong Zheng's face fell, and he said in alarm, What? Afterward, the two of them walked out while talking. Officer Wei, that little girl, what happened to her? Wei Yuran replied, The case is under investigation. It's not convenient to disclose details. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. She suddenly called his name, Fong Zheng. Wei Yuran asked doubtfully, Do you like to read novels like Strange Tales from a Chinese studio? Fong Zheng forced a smile and replied, They're all right, why? Wei Yuran looked at Fong Zheng's slightly strange expression and replied coolly, I've recently been investigating a serial disappearance case. These missing people all have one thing in common. Through some technical methods of checking their phone histories, it shows that before they disappeared, they had all read this type of novel. Could I trouble you for a moment? Help me compile a list of novels of this type. Perhaps I can find some clues from it. Fong Zheng smiled gently and replied, That's not a problem. It's police-civilian cooperation. But I don't have Officer Wei's WeChat. How can I send the list to you? Wei Yuran asked coolly, I'll add you on WeChat. What's your phone number? Fong Zheng forced a smile, took out his phone, and replied, Okay. The scene shows Fong Zheng pointing his phone at Wei Yuran, saying, Here it is. Early in the morning, the sky was clear blue, white clouds drifted by, the air was fresh. The announcer announced the arrival at the agricultural wholesale market. Passengers getting off, please take your luggage and exit through the rear door. At the agricultural wholesale market, Fong Zheng was sweating profusely, as if he had seen something unexpected. It was none other than Zhang Kaiwu and a little boy walking over to buy meat. Zhang Kaiwu looked at the boy and asked softly, Little one, buying meat? The boy didn't say a word, directly taking off his shirt. Then he pointed to the circles drawn on his stomach and said loudly, Mister, my mom said she only wants the pork from these spots. At this point, the boy suddenly pulled down his pants as well, saying innocently, Mister, my dad said, take all the scrap meat from here too. This action from the boy shocked Fong Zheng so much that he spat. Zhang Kaiwu looked for a moment, then said in an extremely calm tone, This pig is a sow. Your dad won't be able to handle it. With that, Zhang Kaiwu handed a bag of meat to the boy. As soon as the boy left, Fong Zheng approached to strike up a conversation. That kid acts like a little old man. Hearing him, the boy just gave him a disdainful glance and cursed. Pervert. Hearing the boy's words, Fong Zheng's face turned pale with anger, and he couldn't help but think to himself, damn it, today I got mocked by a grade schooler. This is absolutely intolerable. Thinking this, he put on a gentle smile for the boy. Kid, get bitten by a bat and you become Batman. Bitten by a spider and you become Spider-Man. Struck by lightning and you become Thor. Irradiated by gamma rays and you become the Hulk. Eat a dorayaki and you become Dorayaki Superman. Eat a devil fruit and you become the Terminator. Fong Zheng smiled and asked, so what do you become if you eat pork? After hearing this, the boy's eyes lit up like stars, and he answered, Peppa Pig. Fong Zheng gently patted the boy's head, praising, what a smart and clever boy. The boy giggled, but the boy didn't know that Fong Zheng's act of patting his head at that moment was no different from patting a pig's head. After talking for a bit, the boy turned and left, skipping as he went, happily singing. La la la, watching the boys retreating back, Fong Zheng's face darkened, and he muttered helplessly, a grade schooler doesn't learn anything good, but learns how to have a sharp tongue. Come on, let's hurt each other. After the conversation, Fong Zheng returned to his business, speaking to Zhang Kaiwu. Mr. I. But before he could finish, Zhang Kaiwu slammed his knife on the table, cutting him off decisively. Old Wang already told me about your situation. If you really want to slay demons and exorcise evil, this ghost head blade is the most suitable for you. Fong Zheng gripped the ghost head blade tightly in his hand, examining it for a moment, and couldn't help but remark, the moment the blade is unsheathed, with my cultivated physique, I can clearly feel the surrounding air temperature begin to drop, becoming a bit gloomy and cold. At this moment, his gaze also suddenly became unusually solemn. Zhang Kaiwu explained, yes, this is indeed a ghost head blade. In this market, it has chopped off 73 heads, all belonging to the most heinous villains. But over time, after being damaged a few times, less than half of the blade remains, so it can only be considered a worn-out, second-rate antique. A strange black aura emanated from the ghost head blade. Zhang Kaiwu said, I'll give you a special price, 60,000 yuan will do. Fong Zheng didn't seem to care much about this, directly asking a completely different question. Mister, do you know Sun Yushu? Otherwise, how would you know that I happen to have a bank card with exactly 60,000 yuan on me? Hearing him, Zhang Kaiwu seemed unable to react, his face still full of bewilderment and confusion. Evening, in the apartment, Fong Zheng was diligently cultivating. After a while, he finally finished refining it, gripped the blade in his hand, and shouted, Ghost head blade, enhance. An intense aura immediately erupted from within the ghost head blade. This left Fong Zheng extremely puzzled, causing him to drop the ghost head blade to the ground. Why did the demonic qi suddenly flare up like this? The aura of the ghost head blade spread more and more intensely, black qi continuously pouring out, scaring Fong Zheng so much that he plopped onto the cold floor and shouted, This is, from that aura, a red demon with sharp fangs and claws condensed, looking very terrifying. The moment Fong Zheng saw it, he immediately recognized it, a headless Een soul. Iron chains suddenly appeared from nowhere, tightly wrapping around the ghost head blade. Seeing this, Fong Zheng was stunned into a daze. The headless demon was also bound tightly by the iron chains, unable to move, which shocked Fong Zheng more than ever. He thought to himself, the headless Een soul has been bound by the iron chains within the ghost head blade. He still couldn't take his eyes off the scene before him. No, this isn't an Een soul, but rather the result of the ghost head blade's excessively heavy killing karma, condensed from the resentful spirits of those who died under its edge. At this moment, the iron chains seemed to be tearing the demon to pieces, causing blood to flow like a river. Not just one, but many other headless demons appeared from nowhere, surrounding Fong Zheng, causing him to panic. 1, 2, 3. Fong Zheng was dazed, muttering. A total of 9 types of resentful qi have appeared. Just then, all the headless demons suddenly vanished, leaving only mysterious streams of black qi. All the aura gathered in front of Fong Zheng. The more Fong Zheng looked, the more bewildered he became, breaking out in a cold sweat. Holding the burning ghost headblade, Fong Zheng couldn't help but think to himself. The ghost flame also happened to burn for exactly 9 seconds. But according to Zhang Kaiwu, this ghost head blade has chopped off 73 heads. It seems the level of damage to this blade is indeed very serious, greatly affecting the enhancement's effectiveness. But at least I have a weapon in hand. However, having only a blade without a blade manual is too much of a waste. I must find a new blade manual as soon as possible. But an unexpected turn of events upended all of Fang Zhang's original plans, because he had hit a cultivation bottleneck. During his recent cultivation, no matter which technique he practiced, his realm could not be raised. Fang Zheng thought for a long time and finally came to a conclusion: insufficient qi and blood. The qi and blood supplied by his body could no longer meet the demands of cultivation. He had to rely on external objects. At a pharmacy that was still lit, a very urgent voice called from outside. Old Yang, do you have any blood-enriching tonics? The person who arrived was none other than Fang Zheng, who was standing anxiously at the door asking. However, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something strange. The person minding the shop was a girl. Fang Zheng was puzzled. Xiao Shui? This very bookish-looking girl, Xiao Shui, was the daughter of the pharmacy owner. Fang Zheng slowly approached her and asked softly, Xiao Shui, where's your dad? Do you have any effective blood-nourishing and enriching tonics? Upon hearing this question, Xiao Shui's expression changed. She coolly pushed up her glasses and then replied, blood-nourishing? Seeing this, Fang Zheng somehow felt a little worried, his face pale as he thought to himself, wait, something's not right. This seems to be an invisible confrontation between Xiao Shui and Fang Zheng. Xiao Shui put on a knowledgeable air and asked coldly, Jiao, dear antler glue, blood-enriching pills, Wuji Biphone Wan, Tai-Dai Lu oral liquid, Kixwikang oral liquid, Meiyuan hemoglobin, Motherwort, which one do you want? A series of decisive actions left Fang Zheng stunned on the spot. Stunned, he thought to himself, a big man running to a pharmacy in the middle of the night to buy a Jiao, dear antler glue, and Motherwort, then asking a 10th grade girl which medicine is more effective. Isn't that embarrassing? A man's pride hit Fang Zheng hard. This move alone made Fang Zheng feel so much pain he could have coughed up blood. A sputtering sound was heard. The final winner was Xiao Shui. The more Fang Zheng thought about it, the darker his face became. He helplessly put a hand to his forehead and sighed. What did I do wrong? Oh God. I suddenly feel so ashamed. A yellow medicine box appeared. Main functions: enriches blood and nourishes qi, regulates menstruation and relieves pain. For deficiency of both qi and blood, physical weakness, and aching back and knees. As soon as he read this line, Fang Zheng immediately pointed at the box and said decisively, what menstruation regulation? It shouldn't be used by those with excessive menstrual flow. I'm a man. I don't have this function. In contrast to his anger, Xiao Shui just sneered. The city's #1 sarcastic pharmacy was now online. Xiao Shui pushed up her glasses with a look that said she had discovered the truth, then said coldly, then you can try a woman's best friend, Motherwort. The more Fang Zheng listened, the more confused he became. He slammed the box on the table in frustration and said, irregular menstruation, menstrual pain, difficult childbirth, postpartum bleeding, diuretic for swelling, uterine contractions, treats gynecological diseases. What woman's best friend? Everything a man doesn't have, this medicine has. Motherwort, I never thought you'd be such an indecent medicine. Xiao Shui just tossed another box over and said, then try this Jiao cake. Xiao Shui added with a sly smile, its effects will surely satisfy you. Fang Zheng held the box and retorted aggressively, don't look at me like that. Who said I have to use it myself just because I'm buying it? Can't I buy it for my girlfriend? Xiao Shui became even more contemptuous, baring her sharp teeth, her expression sinister and terrifying as she asked with a smile. So, is this why you came to buy Lu Wei Di Huang Wan last time? The girl's appearance made Fang Zheng even more panicked. Then he recalled a past memory. At that time, he had come to the shop and stammered. Fang Zheng unconsciously thought to himself, I've been having night sweats in my dreams lately. Could it be that my kidneys are really deficient? I need to buy some medicine. In the memory, the person who sold the Lu Wei Di Huang Wan to Fang Zheng was none other than Xiao Shui. The girl had just given a cold, disdainful laugh. Back in the present, after recalling the memory, Fang Zheng pretended to be rich, slammed money down, and explained forcefully, I was having night sweats in my dreams. It's due to physical weakness, not kidney deficiency. Besides, you were the one who gave me the Lu Wei Di Huang Wan last time. Just like that, he bought the medicine and went home in endless anger and frustration. I'm so pissed off. In contrast to his state, Xiao Shui behind him couldn't stop laughing with amusement. This made Fang Zheng feel utterly helpless, thinking to himself, this is why I never liked dealing with the pharmacy owner's daughter. Whatever, as long as this great tonic can enhance my cultivation, it's fine. Back home, looking at the medicine box he just bought on the table, he mumbled, among the countless blood-enriching medicines, the only one suitable for men is the Ejiao blood-enriching pill. Searching online, he found that the first man said to have eaten a jiao was Chao Ji. How astonishing. The more Fang Zheng spoke, the more doubtful he became, hesitating to eat the jiao, still unable to overcome the psychological barrier of a man. Whatever, let them laugh if they want. For the great cause of cultivation, to break through the bottleneck, I'll just close my eyes and go for it. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Zheng immediately began to enhance it. In an instant, a strange, dazzling light suddenly erupted from the medicine box. Holding the bowl of medicine, Fang Zheng's face darkened as he said helplessly, to achieve great things, one must have great ambition. Suffer first, enjoy later, and success will surely follow. Just like that, he resentfully drank the entire bowl of medicine. Nourish yin and strengthen yang. No coughs or wheezing. Bottoms up with this jiao. A moment later, a change occurred. Fang Zheng's eyes suddenly shone as bright as car headlights. White vapor came from his mouth, and power surged within him. He let out a loud shout. Qi and blood are flowing freely throughout my body. He seemed to have broken through his limits. The cultivation bottleneck has been resolved. Strike while the iron is hot. He used the remaining 2 talismans to enhance the great tonic for cultivation. Vajra indestructible Arhat, 9 marrow, cleansings completed, great perfection. His power was revealed accordingly. Demon subduing Vajra seal, late stage, successfully reached great perfection. Great sun golden bell shield, entered the 10th level, late stage. After cultivating for a while, Fang Zheng's entire body radiated a dazzling light. He slowly stood up, filled with a sense of satisfaction. Fang Zheng smiled and thought to himself, this is the great completion of a divine skill. It's time to come out of seclusion. Fang Zheng couldn't help but mumble. What level has my current strength reached? Although I've encountered 3 paranormal cases, aside from the evil spirit of the rickshaw puller and the dead man's meal, I wasn't the main damage dealer in the whole process, but relied on tricks to deceive ghosts. The more Fang Zheng thought about it, the more miserable he felt, his tears falling non-stop. Then the most terrifying thing was I'm back to 0. However, he was still very optimistic about this. Anyway, how to accumulate more columns of gray-white qi, start saving again from scratch, and become richer, that's my most important task right now. That Paranormal Investigation Bureau is my best target for getting rich. As Fang Zheng thought this, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Fang Zheng began. Hello, Sun Yushu. I have something to ask you. Time passed, minute by minute, second by second. After talking to the person on the other end for a while, Fang Zheng didn't achieve his goal. Is that so? You don't know either? He pondered. He had originally intended to get some information about the Paranormal Investigation Bureau through Sun Yushu, especially the address of their base or headquarters in the city. But unexpectedly, the management discipline of that group was as strict as the military's, not revealing a single word about their organization or internal information. On Sun Yushu's end, Sun Yushu suddenly remembered something. That's right, I just remembered a small detail. I deliberately asked around to find this out. I don't know if it will be of any help to Brother Fang. Fang Zheng quickly asked, what detail? Sun Yushu sat on the side of the road and slowly recounted. Yesterday, I vaguely heard them say they were planning to forcibly deal with the Tongjiang Bridge. Fang Zheng was surprised and mumbled. Tongjiang Bridge? Fang Zheng searched for information on his phone while mumbling, let's see if there's any news online. After reading the information, Fang Zheng was puzzled. Damming the river, dredging the riverbed? He fell into his own deductions. And they're even damming the river. Such a big move. It seems this time, this group of cold-faced people in sunglasses is determined to completely resolve the matter of the Tongjiang Bridge. The more Fang Zheng thought, the more curious he became. What on earth is this Tongjiang Bridge that it requires so much manpower and resources to be forcibly dealt with? Does forcibly dealing with it mean they want to demolish this bridge? Or are they planning to declare war directly and deal with the thing inside the Tongjiang Bridge? His phone suddenly vibrated continuously, accompanied by a message. Grandpa, your grandson is calling you. A voice immediately came from the other end. Is that Fang Zheng? The voice seemed to be trembling, scared, and quiet. Fang Zheng, it's me, Chin Tong Tong. Are you free? Can you come pick me and Lin Jiabao up? Lin Jiabao, and I don't dare to go home right now. Lin Jiabao, who was next to her, also chimed in. Fang Zheng, it's me, Lin Jiabao. I'm begging you. Tong Tong and I are too scared to go out right now. Upon hearing these two voices, Fang Zheng immediately realized the problem, feeling surprised and puzzled. It's the two high school girls from next door. How strange. Just how scared were they? Whatever, it's not an unreasonable request anyway. Thinking this, he immediately said, okay, send me your location. The next second, his phone chimed with a notification. As soon as he saw the address on his phone, Fang Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Near the Tongjiang Bridge, a strange sound was heard. It was a black stray cat meowing in the quiet night. The black cat suddenly turned and ran away. At this moment, Fang Zheng had arrived. He carefully observed his surroundings while pondering. Damn it, the Tongjiang Bridge has had a series of incidents of people falling into the river before, and now there's no one around, causing panic among the people. Now, from morning to night, no one dares to take a car through here, forcing me to look up a bus route. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Do you know the way to Greymouth Mountain? Fang Zheng quickly turned his head to look. It was a ragged man whose face couldn't be seen clearly, approaching him. As soon as he opened his mouth, a strange black aura continuously emanated from it. Do you know the way to Greymouth Mountain? Fang Zheng immediately realized something was wrong. The old man raised his head, revealing his ghostly aura. He didn't even have eyes, and his face was emaciated to the point of being deformed. The question continued to echo. Do you know the way to Greymouth Mountain? Fang Zheng was stunned speechless. Just then, another person suddenly appeared out of nowhere, his voice ringing out. The dead touch the ground, the living take the corpse. Old dogs dig graves, eating the food of the living. Een person asking for directions. Do you know what it means to encounter one of them? Seeing someone, Fang Zheng turned his head to look. He was stunned for a long moment. The person who appeared was a very young man, who said with a calm face, borrowing some yang energy. Upon hearing the young man's words, Fang Zheng was terrified and shouted in fear. Een person asking for directions. Damn it! He ran in fear straight towards the young man. Fang Zheng was so scared that he even stumbled as he ran. Fang Zheng broke out in a cold sweat, turned to look at the old man who had asked for directions, and cried out helplessly. So scary. Seeing his state, the young man turned to look and reassured him. Don't worry, a person has 3 flames. As long as you don't take the initiative to answer his question, and don't take the initiative to blow out your own 3 flames, these ghostly things can't do anything to you. The more Fang Zheng listened, the more terrified he became. He was stunned and shouted, begging, Ghost, Master, save me. That master gently reassured Fang Zheng. All right, since we've met, it must be fate. I'll do my best to help you. Fang Zheng was overjoyed. That's great. The other person pointed in another direction. But I have to say first, I'm not 100% sure. I'll go back to my shop to get some ghost exterminating artifacts first. Only then can I deal with this kind of ghost. Fang Zheng ran while asking doubtfully, Master, what if I'm not careful and a ghost follows me? How do I subdue the ghost and exorcise the evil? The other person replied, the underworld. Fang Zheng wondered, why mention those 2 words? Behind him, slowly, Master, I don't know if you've heard this saying. What is it that when a man's thing gets hard, he doesn't have to worry anymore? The other person unconsciously turned his head, only to see something ready to split him in 2. He was astonished. No. How could you see through my disguise? The demon-subduing Vajra seal surrounded Fang Zheng. The other person gradually dissipated, and energy filled the air. Fang Zheng stood there silently, raising his hand to eliminate it. Suddenly, a stream of black smoke attacked him. He realized there was another ghost behind him, the old man. He unleashed the evil Ghost Lin Wei. Fang Zheng quickly blocked the attack, using the golden bell shield to defend. The old ghost's sharp claws struck the shield on Fang Zheng's back. While observing the situation, Fang Zheng pondered. The golden bell shield's protective membrane has 10 layers, yet 6 layers were shattered in an instant. He shouted loudly, If I don't die, then you definitely will. The ghost panicked, and Fang Zheng swung his sword, slashing straight at him. The old ghost roared hatefully, Damn you! He condensed power in his hand, unleashing the Vajra, demon-subduing seal. The 2 streams of power collided. A dazzling golden light flashed. Suddenly, the old ghost lunged forward and grabbed Fang Zheng by the throat. Pouting arrogantly, You're still too green. Fang Zheng just chuckled softly. A flame erupted all over the old ghost's body, catching him off guard as he screamed in agony. Before dying, he added one last sentence. You actually have a divine sun fire protecting you. Fang Zheng had easily finished off the old ghost. Looking at the dissipating pile of ashes, he mused, so this is the so-called divine sunfire. Thanks for that. As the old ghost vanished, Fang Zheng muttered in frustration. So that's what this is. After dealing with it, another strange sensation startled him. Looking toward the shop across the street, it had returned to normal. It really was a ghost wall. Fang Zheng thought as he walked. A person can't fall in the same place twice. Since the last time I encountered a ghost wall, I've become much more cautious. When I noticed the distance from the bus stop to the end of the opposite street was wrong, I realized I was being deceived by a ghost again. He turned his head back and noticed something unusual. The corpse was sliced into two pieces. Fang Zheng looked at the bizarre scene before him, unable to help but be astonished. This thing isn't like a normal ghost, the upper and lower body, yet they can form a twin-killing ghost. Just now, 6 of my 10 layers of the Golden Bell shield were shattered by the old ghost. This thing's resentment is too strong, even more vicious than a vengeful ghost. Luckily, I didn't lose my head and foolishly confront 2 ghosts at once. That would have been suicide. In the future, if I encounter a bisected corpse again, I must be extremely careful. Living in this strange and treacherous world, one can never be too cautious. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. It actually counted as 2 ghosts. What an unexpected joy. A pillar of gray-white chi enveloped Fang Zheng, and he exclaimed happily, this feeling of getting a bargain is great. It wasn't a waste to risk my life just now. But he also told himself, don't get too complacent, calm down. Now is not the time to reveal my identity. I shouldn't stay here long. Besides, my 2 little sisters are waiting for me at the Tongjiang Outdoor Amusement Park. The sound of police voices rang out. Don't push, don't push. Everyone please line up in an orderly fashion. They were desperately urging people to be careful and not to panic to avoid a stampede. Fang Zheng observed the situation, thinking to himself, why are there so many police cars and ambulances? Seeing him, several voices shouted, Fang Zheng, we're over here. A girl ran over and threw herself into his arms. I've waited for you. So long my flowers have wilted, brother Fang Zheng. He unconsciously cursed inwardly. These breasts are too. What happened here? Are you two okay? The girl said shyly. Brother Fang Zheng then trembled. Shin Dong Dong clutched her clothes tightly. Originally, Lin Jiabao and I came to the amusement park for the weekend. But then we went on the haunted house adventure ride. 3 people had their throats pierced by sharp fishhooks and were hung up like slaughtered animals with fresh blood dripping down. At that time, Lin Jiabao was just as shocked. The props these days are made so realistically. Seeing Chun Dong Dong was scared, Lin Jiabao comforted her. Don't be afraid. These are just props. Chun Dong Dong stammered. Oh, really? In their group, a guy with a shiny bald head slicked it back, trying to look cool. Little sister, if you're really scared, you can hide in my arms. Lin Jiabao said contemptuously, wow, even a beanpole like you is so confident these days? He replied, I'm thick-skinned and beefy. I can handle both of you. Then he turned to look at them, trying to appear reliable. Come on, little sister, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm strong. I can hold up the sky. No matter how big the problem, I can solve it. Lin Jiabao pulled Chen Dongdong along. Let's go over and see. Chen Dongdong didn't want to go, but the bald guy looked at the corpse and continued to act tough. Whoa, this is made even more real than real. So scary. It's fake. Then the corpse pleaded, help me. He was startled again and screamed, all his earlier courage gone. It's real. And mommy, it's not a prop. It's a dead person. The people inside also ran out at the same time. Someone shouted, someone's dead. Others kept crying for help. Help. Fang Zheng looked around. With such a dense, ghostly aura, I'm afraid this isn't just a simple murder case. An announcement came over the loudspeaker. Dear visitors, we regret to inform you that due to an unforeseen incident, all rides in the amusement park will be temporarily suspended immediately. Please proceed to the exits in an orderly manner. We sincerely thank you for your cooperation. Fang Zheng looked towards a group of people nearby. These people were still walking inside. They were striding confidently. He looked at this juicy piece of meat and smiled happily. Another pillar of gray-white chi harvested. It seems this really is a supernatural case. He recalled the distinct aura of the scar-faced man and the short-haired girl. Just like the man in sunglasses he met last time, it seems the 4 of them are all from a special department of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The short-haired girl in the group glanced at Fang Zheng, but he had already turned back to talk to Qindong Dong, avoiding the girl's scrutinizing gaze. We should get going too. It's fine now. Qindong Dong said softly, Brother Fang Zheng, thank you for coming to save us. Lin Jiabao also chimed in. That's right, Brother Fang Zheng. How about we treat you to hot pot? Fang Zheng scratched his head shyly. We're all neighbors. No need to be so formal. Let's go, you treat, I'll pay. Then he turned to look at that group of people again. The short-haired girl's gaze gave Fang Zheng goosebumps. Her strength was definitely far superior to his. Fang Zheng thought to himself, perhaps even that scar-faced man is very strong. What on earth has happened to this world? What is the background of these people from the special department? How many more things are there that I don't know? A clear female voice rang out. Brother Fang Zheng, after hot pot, I still want to. Qindong Dong immediately cut her off. Lin Jiabao, don't say such indecent things in public. Lin Jiabao deliberately teased Qindong Dong. Qindong Dong, why is your mind so full of dirty thoughts? I'm gonna want to go home together. An announcement came over the speaker. We have arrived at Tongjiang Bridge Station. Passengers boarding, please use the front door. Passengers alighting, please use the back door. Fang Zheng was amazed. This is truly round-the-clock, non-stop work progress. He marveled inwardly. The progress is so fast. The river damming project is almost completely finished. On the way back, Fang Zheng remained lost in thought. Sun Yushu had mentioned a plan to forcibly deal with the Tongjiang Bridge. I'm afraid there aren't many days left. The high-hanging moon blended with Fang Zheng's thoughts. It seems the government wants to pull out the weeds by the roots regarding the Tongjiang Bridge matter to completely eliminate future troubles. The next day, Fang Zheng picked up the phone. A voice came from the other end. Hello. Hi. May I ask if this is Mr. Fang? Then continued, I'm from Tong Something? Sorry, it's my first time making a delivery. I'm a courier from Tong Something Express. Fang Zheng took the items down from the shelf. Last time it was 3 secret manuals, and unexpectedly they were all Buddhist-type manuals. Isn't this cursing me to be single for life? He thought to himself that he had to live for himself. He hadn't had enough of this life full of beautiful women, delicious food, games, and movies. Becoming a monk was out of the question. So this time, he had specifically gone on Taobao to buy many different types of secret manuals. My darlings, I've come to dote on you. An hour later, after reading through the pile of books in the box, Fang Zheng sighed repeatedly. Human skin scripture, are you starting to mess with me too? I can't believe the first enhancement attempt failed. Looking at the pile of books on the ground, when he tried to enhance this one, the human skin scripture didn't react at all. They all failed. Fang Zheng propped up his chin again, organizing what he knew. Could it be that Taoist and Buddhist scriptures and high-level Taoist magic are superior to martial arts manuals from the wuxia world? Or do I have to wait until I've collected more pillars of gray-white qi before I can enhance them? Fang Zheng choked up. In the end, isn't it all? Because I'm poor. Because I'm poor. Because I'm poor. Having money is the only truth. Fang Zheng returned to reality, a look of disgust on his face. If I'm poor, how am I supposed to get rich? Looking at the 2 unread books. Although the rest were all fake manuals, among them were the Muscle/Tendon Changing and Marrow Washing Sutra and the 9-Yang Divine Art, both top-tier techniques from the Jin Yong universe, and both were choice editions. The former is a cultivation method, known as one of the 3 great divine arts. The latter is a supreme yang, true qi, incredibly useful from start to finish, specializing in countering cold attribute techniques and yang toxins, the nemesis of ghosts. He became gloomy again, but this way, I'll only have 1 talisman left. Fang Zheng comforted himself, but before him were 4 secret manuals, and if he lined them up, it was like 4 cultivation methods waiting for his favor. Who should I choose? His expression suddenly became incredibly tragic. Not practicing the Ghost Head Saber manual would be a waste of the enhancement, like buying a pair of white shoes and then having to spend more money on a pair of white pants, a real pain in the balls. Fang Zheng picked up a book. I have to find a way to master it as soon as possible. I need to hunt more pillars of gray-white qi. The best course of action is to first try to master the Saber manual and increase my combat power. Fang Zheng decided to cultivate the marrow washing and body cleansing of the Muscle/Tendon Changing and Marrow Washing Sutra and the True Qi internal energy of the 9-Yang Divine Art. The Saber manual of the Burning with Saber technique happened to be 3 development paths that didn't overlap, didn't affect each other, but supported and complemented one another. Fang Zheng sat down, his hands clasped together. All the knowledge appeared, rushing towards him. He enhanced the various techniques one by one. He focused all his energy. He had a curse in his heart that he didn't know if he should say, "What the hell is the first level and the upper part?" But looking again, he felt something was wrong. The muscle/tendon changing and marrow washing sutra has a total of 9 levels. The 9-yang divine art has a total of 12 levels. The burning with saber technique is divided into upper, middle, and lower parts. Fang Zheng was stunned. To enhance the entire manuals, God knows what year or month that would be. This time, it was a complete relapse of anemia. The more he thought about it, the more his balls ached, as if he had been squeezed completely dry. Fang Zheng focused his mind again. Fang Zheng swore to himself. This time, he had even specially chosen many manuals from different sects on Taobao. And the result? The final 3 manuals selected all had some Buddhist lineage. He began to ponder his identity again. Could it be that I'm a Buddhist-type person, fated with Buddha? Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from Tongjiang Bridge. Everything was collapsing. The waves churned violently. The water was blocked on the other side of the river. Platoons of soldiers quickly assembled. They were fully equipped with abundant supplies. A stern captain's voice came over a loudspeaker. All squads, attention, immediately seal off all entrances and exits around Tongjiang Bridge. Prohibit all outside vehicles from entering. They were standing next to a large cannon. Surveillance measures are complete. The on-site disposal unit is in position. The light condensed for a moment, and the captain gave the signal to start digging. The soldiers received the order. The on-site commander of the special operation, Captain Shun, stood with his arms crossed, watching his comrades carry out the mission. One of the 2 body parts must be buried in this section of the river. A person stood silently in a vast space. Before 10 o'clock tonight, the body must be dug up. A soldier reported, "Captain Shun, we just got news from Captain inside. They're the same as us." He continued, "They also discovered a stone architectural complex on the opposite bank." Captain Shun reassures, "Li Xiang, remind everyone to be careful. I have a bad feeling. Perhaps the origin of these 2 body parts is not as simple as we thought." He narrows his eyes meaningfully. Perhaps beneath this riverbed, there are 2 ancient tombs built by people of the past, one at each end, with each tomb burying one part of the corpse. These stone chambers were very likely left behind by the tomb builders of that time after they departed. Li Xiang asks again, "Captain Shun, you mean these might not be ordinary body parts?" A corpse cut into 2 pieces appears. Ancient feudal superstitions held that a person executed by being cut in half at the waist would linger, unable to draw their last breath. And their resentment after death would be the heaviest, making them the most likely to turn into a reanimated corpse. To prevent this transformation, the ancients would usually not bury the 2 parts of the body together. A gloomy atmosphere descends. They would choose places with a river or a stream flowing through, burying them at opposite ends, using the ceaseless, rushing water to symbolize endless proliferation, severing the resentment, suppressing the corpse, and preventing post-mortem transformation. As long as the conditions are right, it will proliferate. Although there are times of prosperity and decline, the life force of all things in the universe is endless. He doesn't deny his previous thought, but adds, but if the deceased's resentment in life was heavier, it would be harder to sever. The more illustrious their status and position, the more extraordinary their fortune in life. He gives an example, such as a general, a prince, or a nobleman who died by being cut at the waist. A teammate beside him exclaims in shock, "What?" This practice continued afterward. Most places with rivers and streams flowing through are considered auspicious feng shui lands and have long been filled with bones and tombs. That's why the ancients were very reluctant to build bridges over rivers and streams, fearing it would connect the resentment of the 2 body parts. This led to the so-called living pillars, using the resentment of people buried alive to counter the resentment of the 2 body parts, a futile method of fighting fire with fire. Following Captain Shin's line of thought, he agrees to continue the investigation. But right now, we must both contain this strange body of water and deal with the tomb structure. All signs indicate that what's buried beneath this riverbed is not just 2 opposing body parts. This will be a startling discovery. The Tongjiang Bridge is the very link connecting them, which caused the series of fatal bridgefall cases before. Someone reports from below, "Captain Shun, we've dug up a bluestone corridor under the riverbed that may lead directly to the stone architectural complex." He immediately calls everyone. Let's go take a look. They acknowledge the order. Yes, sir. Roger. Li Xiang steps forward to report, Captain Shun, Captain N's team, like us, has found a stone path. Captain N went down to the riverbed 10 minutes before us. Captain Shun suddenly turns, asks Captain N for me. Have they made any new progress? Have they found either of the body parts? The other person quickly replies, Roger. They arrive at a dried-up area. Captain Shin shouts, search. Everyone acknowledges the order. Observing the surroundings carefully, this stone architectural complex under the riverbed is mostly in ruins. Captain Shin suddenly thinks those two stone chambers are still almost perfectly preserved. Looking at the chamber opposite, the shape of this stone room is a bit strange. It has no windows, only a single door, a door made of bronze. Captain Shun orders Li Xiang, you take a few men to handle the other stone chamber. See if you find anything. I'll continue searching this one in front of me. Li Xiang acknowledges the order. Captain Shun begins to reconsider, carefully weighing every detail. A bronze door. The ancients often used bronze to make sacrificial vessels, and at the same time, they carved other events from daily life on a bronze ware. So this bronze door in front of me, could it be? Captain Shin suddenly realizes. It is as I thought. He reaches out to stroke the door. The drawings on it have been severely damaged, and only some of the recorded content can be intermittently made out. Analyzing the two sections carefully, the fine lines on the abdomen could represent fresh blood. Looking closely, it's as if this person had just been cut in half at the waist, not yet dead, still bleeding. Captain Shun continues to deduce. Then that person was cruelly stuffed into two coffins, the lids nailed shut, suffocating to death while still alive inside the coffins. Captain Shun rests his chin on his hand. This is being cut at the waist plus being buried alive. Whether it's being cut at the waist or buried alive, both are extremely cruel punishments. Captain Shin can't help but feel a sense of pity. Who on earth was this man? What powerful figure did he offend to have to suffer two such cruel punishments? With this kind of punishment, one doesn't need to think to know how immense his resentment must have been before death. Understanding the story, Captain Shun tells the soldier beside him to hand him the walkie-talkie. He shouts into the walkie-talkie, prepare to open the door. Captain Shin smirks. Olden, on this stone chamber, I've discovered some interesting clues. Have you found anything on your end? The other end replies, you've also discovered the carvings on the bronze door, haven't you? The two understand each other. It seems you've made a discovery too. The other person adds more information. I'll give you another clue. Observe the orientation of these stone chambers carefully. Did you notice? These stone chambers don't sit north and face south, but all of them sit east and face west. Captain Shun listens to every word from the other person. There's a folk saying, a main door facing south, descendants won't be poor. A main door facing west, endless weeping and wailing. The meaning is that a west-facing main door gets extremely poor light, sees no sunlight all day, and the room is cold and damp with extremely heavy cold energy. A crying child is often thought to be an infant who can see things ordinary people cannot. Crying incessantly is because they see something terrifying that frightens them. A main door facing west, endless weeping and wailing. This is precisely the meaning. After hearing the story, Captain Shun suddenly turned around. This stone architectural complex under the riverbed might not have been for the tomb builders of that time to live in. It very likely had another purpose. But then he hears the other person suddenly say, hey, old friend, you would never guess. I've made a major discovery on my end. Captain Shun wants to hear what the discovery is, but the other end is already hung up abruptly. The dial tone buzzes, with no one answering. The soldiers nearby hear the commotion and start chattering restlessly. Captain Shun frowns, staring at the walkie-talkie for a long time, but is met with only the dial tone. He angrily shouts, everyone quiet. The ringing continues, growing more urgent. They panic. What is it? Only one word comes from the other end. Run. Captain Shun trembles. Olden. His face darkens, and he shouts, everyone, thinking to himself, if even Old N's abilities can't handle it, then Captain Shun calls for everyone to leave the riverbed. Get to the bank, quickly. A soldier comes to Captain Shun's side. Captain Shun, Li Xiang, and the others still haven't come out. There's been no movement since they entered the stone chamber. He's shocked. What? The soldier doesn't know how to explain. It's like Li Xiang vanished after going inside. Not a single sound. Captain Shun asks urgently, are you sure they haven't come out yet? He quickly gives an order. The majority of you retreat first. A few of you stay behind and come down with me to check. Black smoke rises from nowhere, enveloping the passage. Strange. Since when was there this fog under the riverbed? Captain Shun is confused. Fog? What fog? Strange sounds echo. They slowly drift into view. A pair of blood-red eyes appears. The scene shifts to Zhu City, Shanghuayuan Buffet Restaurant. A customer in the restaurant says contemptuously, "That guy at table 3 really eats a lot. Is he a reincarnated hungry ghost?" Don't even mention it. Little Zhang in the back kitchen, who just came for his first day as an intern, was scared out of his wits. The chefs nearby listen in horror as they talk. A plate of grilled ribs just came out, and it was gone in a minute. The kitchen assistant, Little Zhang, has been grilling ribs since this afternoon. So tired he can't even lift his arms. The phone rings. Fang Zheng picks up the phone. The voice on the other end makes his eyes widen. "Brother Fang Zheng, I just heard that the forced handling of the Tongjiang Bridge is scheduled for tonight." Sun Yushu whispers on the phone, "I just overheard it. They said the Supernatural Investigation Bureau has already sent emergency reinforcements to the Tongjiang Bridge." It seems the first forced handling attempt failed. Everyone who went down to the riverbed has vanished without a trace, neither seen alive nor found dead. Fang Zheng speaks his thoughts while eating. It seems the Tongjiang Bridge has become a truly dangerous place. Even the professional staff of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau can't solve it. Sun Yushu advises Fang Zheng, "So you absolutely must not go there. It's too dangerous for you to go alone." It suddenly gets noisy on Sun Yushu's end. He hangs up immediately. "I can't talk anymore. The situation on my end has gotten more urgent. You absolutely must not go." Fang Zheng thinks, this time it's a bit tricky. To go or not to go? He is torn internally. Going is too dangerous, but not going would be a waste of a good opportunity. Danger and opportunity coexist. He calmly analyzes. Right now, for me, using a large amount of the gray-white chi pillar to light up the talisman is the most important thing. So Fang Zheng scratches his head and walks out of the restaurant. I'll just observe from the outside and not go in. It probably won't be dangerous, right? The scene shifts to the vicinity of Tongjiang Bridge. The dead of night is silent. A white-haired girl pedals her bicycle, thinking to herself, "Mr. Wong paid another 20,000 for tutoring today. I have to create a new weight loss plan for him." She stops her bike. A gust of wind blows across the back of her neck. She startles, a chill down my spine. She looks behind her in terror. Who blew on my neck? There's clearly no one on the road. She breathes a sigh of relief again. I'm really just scaring myself. She cycles through a deserted alley. Seeing a little boy, the girl thinks to herself, "It's so late. Why is there a little boy playing with a ball on the street?" She approaches and asks, "Little boy, it's so dark. Why are you still playing alone on the street? Where's your mom? Where's your family? Are you lost?" Hearing this, the boy immediately hugs his ball and runs away. The boy runs deep into the alley. The girl is puzzled. Then she remarks, "What a strange child." The girl continues to cycle. "Oh well, he probably lives nearby." There are only a few streetlights on the road, not a soul in sight. As she rides on, she sees the same boy again. She asks a few more questions. "It's so dark. Why are you still playing alone on the street? Are you lost?" Seeing the boy run into the alley, the girl is shocked again. What on earth is going on? The girl speeds up, thinking, "Forget it, I should hurry home." The girl is terrified when she sees the boy again. Something's wrong. Watching the boy disappear in a puff of black smoke, there's definitely something wrong. The girl hurriedly speeds up. "I have to get out of here as soon as possible." The girl pants heavily, gasping for breath, then turns her head to look. There's no one. She breathes a sigh of relief. "It's not following me. That's great." But suddenly a soft voice whispers in her ear, "Big sister." A gust of wind blows across the girl's neck. "Let's play ball together." The girl screams in terror. The streetlights flicker. Fang Zheng passes by this road and feels something is strange. Something's not right around here. He brakes his bike, sniffs the air, and observes. There's a smell of damp earth mixed with the stench of dead fish. Fang Zheng picks up the fallen bicycle and hangs up the bag. Turning around, a little boy is playing with a ball. Fang Zheng's face turns serious as he steps forward. He looks down at the boy, then sees a corpse lying right there. The sound of the ball bouncing against the wall continues. Thump, thump, thump. It stops. The boy hides behind Fang Zheng. "Stay and play ball with me." It's about to reach out and touch Fang Zheng. He raises his foot and stomps the ball flat. He counters forcefully, "Play with your own damn head." Fang Zheng turns and slashes. The ghost screams in pain. Fang Zheng shows his power. "Don't run. Come back and play." Fang Zheng charges forward. Vajra demon subduing seal. It was an extreme pain. A stream of power illuminated the entire area, forming a halo that strengthened Fang Zheng. Plus one gray-white pillar of qi. Fang Zheng turned his head. The smell of a dead fish on you can't be hidden. Are you afraid? I wouldn't know you're a ghost. Fang Zheng said with pity. Although you were also a victim of the Tongjiang Bridge collapse, your mistake was harming innocent people. Fang Zheng turned back to look at the girl's body. Look at this good deed of yours. Your methods are too cruel. He felt a sense of compassion. Maybe I should help her by calling the police? Otherwise, it'll be like dumping a body on the street. Suddenly, someone ran over. Fang Zheng sensed something was wrong. This is bad. Someone's coming. I have to leave quickly, or else even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash me clean later. With astonishing speed, the person leaped from one side to the other in just a few seconds. Fang Zheng's eyes widened. The flash? Fang Zheng was stunned. Damn it, they got here so fast. Fang Zheng held his phone. I'm screwed. In this situation, even 1,000 mouths couldn't explain this clearly. What Fang Zheng feared most was the sudden silence. But what you fear most is what comes for you. The person had already seen him. A red car sped through the alley. A man got out of the car. Luo Tian, do you know what it means to obey orders? What it means to cooperate as a team? The other person complained, I'm the captain of this squad. The sound of heavy footsteps. They looked at Fang Zheng and the body beside him, all of them stunned into silence. The air once again became frighteningly quiet. Fang Zheng was in a very awkward position. There was a body at his feet, and he was the only one in the alley. This was simply impossible to explain. He sighed, took a few steps back, and warily eyed the people around him. What now? If I run, I'll become a murderer and be wanted nationwide? No way, that's too unjust. The girl in their group spoke up. The compass shows a demonic energy reaction located here. The demonic energy level is Tengu level 1. They asked again, what? Tengu level 1? The girl analyzed softly. There's a slight demonic energy reaction on the victim's body on the ground. We were a step too late. She was harmed before we arrived. It was a death by a demonic creature. Fang Zheng's eyes lit up. I'm saved. Fang Zheng saw the girl as an angel. Thank you for proving my innocence, my lady angel. Luo Tian waved his hand. Buddy, were you also recruited? Are you a newcomer who awakened your bloodline physique during the blood moon a few days ago? Buddy, which training camp class are you in? Maybe we're classmates from different classes. Fang Zheng thought to himself, bloodline physique? Could it be what I understand as a person with special abilities? Luo Tian looked at Fang Zheng. Buddy, you're really amazing, he said with admiration, acting alone, yet you managed to eliminate a Tengu level 1 demonic creature all by yourself. But Fang Zheng was still dazed. Recruited? Training camp? It's like searching for unsupervised ability users and gathering them all for military-style management. Fang Zheng slowly analyzed it carefully. Does Tengu refer to the rank of a ghost? Luo Tian looked at Fang Zheng. This unfathomably deep appearance is just like the lone wanderers of ancient times. Luo Tian praised him inwardly. As expected, the personalities of masters are all very cold. Fang Zheng remained motionless, terrified inside. Then again, what would happen if I told the truth, that I'm not one of them? Fang Zheng was secretly afraid. Would I be ganged up on and handed over to the state? Luo Tian's people carried the body and placed it in the car trunk. Be careful, put the body in the trunk. Report to the instructor, then give the deceased a proper burial. After finishing, Luo Tian even suggested Fang Zheng go with them. Buddy, if your team members can't make it for now, if you don't mind, why not come back to Tongjiang Bridge with us? Those instructors are all black-faced kings of hell. The assembly time is very tight. If you're late, they can definitely think of 100 ways to torture you. Although it was a misunderstanding, Fang Zheng still agreed to go with them, looking very interested. Oh, okay. Fang Zheng secretly looked for an excuse. Maybe I'll just go with them and see. There's safety in numbers, and it's safer than being alone anyway. It's just that I absolutely cannot let them discover my secret. The car sped onto a bridge. Just as they got out of the car, they saw an injured person on a stretcher being carried away by 2 medics. Make way, make way. Ahead was a noisy crowd, and there were also emergency military tents. Fang Zheng silently assessed the situation. I didn't expect so many people. Are they all awakened ability users? Looking at this busy rescue situation, something big really did happen at Tongjiang Bridge. This is not good. There are more people here than I thought. It's too easy to get exposed. I have to find a chance to slip away. Gray-white streams of qi floated in the air. He was just about to turn away when he discovered them, plus 2 gray-white pillars of qi. Fang Zheng immediately broke into a joyful smile. Reaping without sowing Is this my lucky day? Picking up 2 gray-white pillars of chi? Calm down, don't get too complacent and give myself away. Fang Zheng clutched his head, suppressing the extreme joy in his heart to maintain a calm exterior. He told himself, right now, I'm a husky mixed in with a pack of wolves. I absolutely cannot attract the wolves' attention. Just then, a man with bulging muscles walked past. Fang Zheng immediately recognized him as a master. Under the other person's scrutinizing gaze, he held his breath until the person had walked far away, leaving only pillars of white smoke, before he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Luckily nothing unusual was detected. That scared this husky to death. Fang Zheng chuckled and turned away. Scripture, you'd better behave. The other party is a powerful expert. Don't be so blatant about snatching things from under their nose. The girl in the yellow dress commented, that person's gaze just now was too terrifying. With just one look, I felt like all the blood in my body froze in the air. The one with glasses remarked, the aura on him is like our instructor's. I think he and our instructor are on the same level, probably at least the 4th or 5th level of Shinzong. Luo Tian, on the other hand, said nonchalantly, right now I'm just glad that after awakening I didn't get the urge to rob a bank or commit a crime. Fang Zheng secretly gathered information from their conversation. 4th, 5th level of Shinzong. It seems Shenzong is the ranking for the awakened. This is completely different from the ranking system for demonic creatures. Then again, what level am I considered? As a person in camouflage was carried past on a stretcher, another gray-white pillar of chi appeared. +1. Fang Zheng was so happy he paced back and forth. Another pillar. Could this be the legendary Golden Experience Farm? Someone up ahead shouted loudly, all newcomers, gather with your instructors immediately. His eyes widened. Gather? There's this too? If I do a roll call, won't I be exposed? The sound of roll call echoed continuously. Zhang San, here. Li Si, here. Bai Chaola, here. The nosy Luo Tian at his side asked, buddy, have you found your instructor yet? We found ours, so it looks like we'll have to part ways here for now. Just as Fang Zheng was racking his brain for an answer, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. The instructor stopped the roll call and announced through a megaphone, is there anyone who can take down a Tengu level 1 demonic creature? It must be someone who can single-handedly kill a Tengu level 1. I need people to go down to the riverbed to assist with the rescue. Just register here, and you'll immediately be rewarded with 100,000 yuan and 12 hours of cultivation in the Blessed Land. I'm warning you all, don't try to pull any tricks on me, trying to fish in troubled waters. Once discovered, your abilities will be crippled, and you'll be permanently expelled from the training camp. Alright, anyone who meets this condition, gather here now. In 3 minutes, you'll go down to the riverbed with me immediately. The moment Luo Tian thought of the 12 hours in the Blessed Land, his eyes shone like stars. Fang Zheng, beside him, was bewildered, silently wondering, Blessed Land? It seems to hold a great attraction for these awakened people. Luo Tian urged him from the side. Buddy, what are you waiting for? This is a chance for 12 hours of cultivation in the Blessed Land. 1 hour in the Blessed Land can be equivalent to 1 to 3 days of cultivation outside. Right now, everyone is still at the same starting line, with only a few days of cultivation time. If you can seize this opportunity, the gap between you and the others will only grow larger later on. You'll gain more resources and enter a virtuous cycle. Buddy, hurry up and register. Fang Zheng sighed to himself. I really am a husky lost in a pack of wolves. What if I go and get exposed? Amidst the crowd's murmurs, someone raised his hand to volunteer. It's the genius among the newcomers, Xue Xiuqing. He was already at the 2nd level of Shinzong, right after awakening. With the combat power of the 2nd level of Shinzong, dealing with a 1st level Tengu is more than enough. Another blonde-haired boy volunteered, and the crowd buzzed again. Another genius. It's Zhao Buiyuan. He was also at the 2nd level of Shenzong, right after awakening. When they saw a girl step forward, the crowd erupted. My God, it's Lu Qing. I heard that not only did she have a strength of the 2nd level of Shinzong right after awakening, but when she awakened, she also encountered a strange case and single-handedly eliminated a ghost. Oh, no matter the profession, there will always be people who shine brightly. The halo of a genius. Oh, just as the instructor said, it takes us a month of cultivation to even qualify for promotion to the 2nd level of Shinzong. It's such a hopeless feeling. The instructor asked through the megaphone, anyone else? After 3 minutes, seeing no one else volunteer, the instructor announced, "If there's no one else, then good." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a noise from afar. "Buddy, you can clearly kill a first-level Tengu by yourself, so why aren't you going? Don't you regret missing such a good opportunity?" Luo Tian deliberately spoke loudly. Everyone immediately turned their burning gazes in this direction. "What? There's someone that amazing among us?" Fang Zheng was speechless. How can a husky bark so loudly? He was so angry his eyes turned red. "I'm telling you, buddy, you're being way too enthusiastic. It seems there's no escaping this." Fang Zheng had no choice but to reluctantly raise his hand to volunteer. There's also me." The instructor walked over and asked, "How many have you killed?" Fang Zheng thought about the not-so-small number he had killed, but he didn't want to be the one to stick his neck out. He scratched his head and replied, "One." He didn't forget to emphasize, "Just one, and it was a small ghost that didn't even reach my waist." The instructor was silent for a moment, then looked at his watch. There was no more time. The situation at Tongjiang Bridge was very urgent, so he decided to take Fang Zheng along. They arrived at a large bridge spanning the river. "I thought this mission would be dangerous and dramatic. Who knew the actual mission was for us to stay here and be responsible for receiving the rescued injured? Such a simple mission gets a 100,000 yuan reward and 12 hours of cultivation in the Blessed Land. You came all this way to be a male nurse for people, and you're this happy about it? Isn't this the sorrow of us geniuses?" Fang Zheng frowned. The closer they got to the riverbed, the thicker this fog became. Zhao Buin leaned against a rock and said, "These people's cultivation aptitude is not as good as ours. They just started cultivating 15 years earlier than us." After the blood moon appeared, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth began to recover, and its concentration increases daily. According to the instructor, an ordinary awakened person only needs 7 to 8 months to catch up to the instructor's cultivation speed, while geniuses like us only need 2 to 3 months to catch up. Fang Zheng was silent. Spiritual qi recovery? Could it be that the strange cases and the awakening of special abilities all started because of the spiritual qi recovery? Shui Xiuqing smiled. "That's right. 2 or 3 months is enough to catch up." Fang Zheng was still lost in his own thoughts. It seems the awakened cultivate spiritual qi, a completely different path for the cultivation method I practice. I am not an awakened person, nor do I have the bloodline power of an awakened person. The cultivation method I practice also doesn't rely on spiritual qi. This scripture is getting more and more bizarre. Shui Tuqing asked Lu Qing, "What is your future goal?" Lu Qing replied, "Before the second blood moon appears, I want to cultivate to the perfection of the 9th realm of the divine treasury. Then when the blood moon appears, I will see through the subtle heavenly secrets and break through to become a night-roaming emissary. If I can't cultivate to the perfection of the 9th realm of the divine treasury before the second blood moon appears, then I can only wait for it to appear a third time to have a chance to break through to night-roaming emissary." This information astonished Fang Zheng. The blood moon would appear a second and third time, and it seemed it wouldn't stop there. It appeared that the spiritual energy recovery brought by the blood moon had started more than 10 years ago, which was why the Supernatural Investigation Bureau had so many experts. It wasn't until the blood moon appeared a few days ago that they began to act, which was why he had encountered so many experts and powerful figures. That's why he initially had the illusion that awakened individuals with special abilities were all formidable from the very beginning. A loud explosion echoed from a distance, startling all 4 of them. Shui Tuqing shouted loudly, "What's going on? What on earth happened? Where did the explosion come from?" The ground beneath their feet shook violently. Fang Zheng was horrified. "My God, this tremor, it can't be. The explosion just now, could it be?" Seeing the torrent of water pouring down from above, he guessed, the upstream dam burst? Shui Tuqing turned and fled. "I don't want to die here." The ground shook violently. It's the river water flowing backward. Lu Qing and Zhao Buiyuan were alarmed, hesitating whether to leave or not. Fang Zheng noticed something. "Wait, what is that?" Something flashed at the bottom of the river. Whoosh! A column of white smoke rose up. He rejoiced inwardly. Gray-white gas, and then immediately absorbed all the gray-white gas. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless columns of gray-white gas appeared. Fang Zheng was ecstatic. There's more? Plus 1 column of gray-white gas. Plus 1 column of gray-white gas. Whoosh, whoosh. Plus 1 column of gray-white gas. Plus 1 column of gray-white gas. This harvest was a huge surprise for Fang Zheng. Damn it, just this one harvest has far surpassed his previous record of 4 runes. A few black shadows appeared in the distance. The 3 of them immediately became vigilant. Something is heading towards us. Finally, they saw clearly. It's the few who went to the bottom of the river. They're out. The instructor anxiously announced. The dam was blown up by that crazed corpse king. The river water will soon flood this area. The instructor quickly noticed that a new recruit was missing. Someone shouted, "Run, run. The river water is coming like a flash flood. Retreat." Everyone supported each other and ran to a safe place. During the retreat, Fang Zheng finally understood the specific situation. During the excavation, everyone discovered an ancient coffin and pride opened the lid. The corpse king at the bottom of the river had met the conditions and was gradually cultivating into a hanba. Their people excavated the tomb, pride opened the coffin, and intended to destroy the corpse. But instead, it created an opportunity for the corpse king to escape this confining river. Now, a group of experts is hunting the corpse king. The 2 halves of the corpse at the bottom of the river were surrounded and about to be eliminated. The corpse king suddenly went berserk. Its lower half desperately charged the encirclement, sacrificing a pawn to save the chariot, so fierce that it abandoned its lower half. The upper half took this opportunity to escape the encirclement, allowing the most powerful half of the corpse king to escape. A large amount of river water rushed in, rumble, 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 rumble. The torrent of water surged from distance. The people above were terrified when they saw this scene. The people at the bottom of the river were probably someone with sharp eyes pointed and shouted, "Look, someone is coming out from the bottom of the river. It's them, they're out, quick, go help them." Just as the river water arrived, everyone reached a safe position. All were panting heavily. Everyone exclaimed, "It wasn't easy to survive." That was terrifying. Fang Zheng stood in a corner panting. This group from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, to be able to escape from that corpse king, they're truly formidable. It looks like I'm about to be exposed. I'll definitely be beaten to a pulp. While no one is paying attention, I'd better slip away. No sooner said than done. He slipped away at lightning speed, arriving at the bottom of his apartment building. He was overjoyed. "I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. This time I've really struck it rich. I need to get home quickly and see exactly how many runes I got." As soon as he reached the corridor, Fang Zheng was startled. The first month is frosty. The second is warm. The third is suddenly warm and suddenly cold. Like waking from a dream unprepared, my throat is as dry as swallowing hot coals. Lin Jiabao, please speak like a human. Lin Jiabao lay on the bed eating snacks and acting spoiled. Tong Tong, I think I caught a bit of a cold while sleeping yesterday. Now my throat is inflamed and I have no strength. Can you help me pour a glass of warm water? I'll drink it to get better quickly. Chen Tong Tong angrily crossed her arms and scolded. Lin Jiabao, you were just lying in your blanket hugging your laptop watching a movie while secretly eating 2 of my potato chips and half a box of tiramisu. You think I believe you? Fang Zheng helplessly overheard this conversation, shaking his head. These 2 female students weren't sleeping in the middle of the night, spirited as cats, and started bickering again. It seems they've recovered from the psychological trauma of the last incident. Young people nowadays are really full of spirit. Ding! The elevator chimed, the doors opened, and a pair of long, slender legs stepped out. It was a girl in a police uniform. Officer Wei's expression was a bit weary. Fang Zheng said with concern, "I see you come home very late every time, no matter how busy you are with work. You must take care of your health." Wei Yuran said nothing and just nodded coolly. He sympathized inwardly. Working overtime so late, being a police officer is really tough. Just as he reached out to open his door, he heard her say, "Oh right, the novel list from last time. Thank you." Fang Zheng smiled. Police and citizens cooperating is a duty that citizens like us should fulfill. Officer Wei, you're being too polite. The 2 of them exchanged a few more pleasantries at their doors. Then I won't disturb Officer Wei's rest. You should also get some rest early. In Fang Zheng's room, A piece of paper was placed on the table, with strange characters written on it. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, a full 10 runes. Fang Zheng was so happy he was about to cry. I've struck it rich. I finally understand what it means to get rich overnight. This time, it was really not a loss, and it wasn't in vain to risk my life for a trip to Tongjiang Bridge. But then again, there were over 30 people at the scene in the end. So why did I only get 5 runes? Could it be that those gray-white gases like resentment, death energy, and yin energy actually have a certain time limit and don't stick around for a lifetime? Well, whatever, I should organize my enhancement methods first. First, the blood-nourishing decoction. This must be enhanced. Then, master the last 2 levels of the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield. The first level of the Muscle Tendon, Changing and Marrow Washing Scripture, and the first level of the 9 Yang Divine Art. The Muscle Tendon, Changing and Marrow Washing Scripture enhances the physique, while the utmost Yang True Qi of the 9 Yang Divine Art counters cold properties. These techniques are the nemesis of evil spirits and ghosts, and also the power I need right now. The third step is to find a martial arts manual that specializes in breaking the ghost-built wall illusion. A ghost-built wall is the phenomenon of getting lost in a circle at night or in a desolate place, being led around in circles, losing one sense of direction, and getting lost. Fang Zheng carefully took notes. By then, he would have also gathered the 3 skills of essence, Qi, and spirit. The fourth step, check the already enhanced manuals to see if they can be enhanced a second time. Finally finished writing. He looked up at the ceiling. Calculating it this way, 10 runes are not enough. What getting rich overnight? It's just an illusion. I'm still dirt poor. Looking at the bowl of medicine enhanced by the rune, he picked it up and drank it all in one go. Glug glug. After finishing the bowl, this bowl nourishes yin and strengthens yang. No more coughing. Whoosh whoosh, a golden, fire-like power spread out. Fang Zheng sat cross-legged, sensing the new energy. Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, 12th level of perfection. Fang Zheng's eyes lit up. After mastering it, the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield was divided into 2 forms, the Golden Bell form and the Protective Membrane form. The Golden Bell form, an invisible golden bell enveloped his body. The Golden Bell is the complete form, providing comprehensive protection with almost no gaps. But this Golden Bell state consumes too much energy and requires sufficient blood qi to maintain. This stream of power quickly accumulated enough blood qi and switched to another form. The Protective Membrane form, a stream of golden, fire-like energy enveloped him. The protective force of this membrane form is only 70% of the Golden Bell form, and weak points like the eyes, nose, and mouth are vulnerable to attack. But it consumes less energy and can be maintained for longer. Pop! The stream of energy enveloping him shattered. Fang Zheng raised his hand to feel it. Next, let's see how the 9 Yang Divine Art is. The 9 Yang Divine Art is an utmost Yang internal energy manual, so it is only suitable for cultivation during the day. Only during the day can one cultivate utmost Yang, true Qi. Fang Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest. It hurts so much. The 9 Yang Divine Art is really hard to practice, failing repeatedly. It seems I have to proceed to the next step. Check the already enhanced manuals to see if they can be enhanced a second time. An idea flashed in Fang Zheng's mind. Wait a minute, I suddenly have a bold idea. I wonder if I copy these authentic enhanced manuals again and then enhance them a second time. Would that work? This idea is worth a try. Before long, the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield was copied. Next was the exciting enhancement process. The handwritten copy of the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, Enhance. His left hand held a small book, his right hand held the scripture. Following a loud shout, whoosh, a stream of golden light transferred from the scripture to the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield book. The golden energy on the scripture gradually faded. When all the pages emitted golden energy, the enhancement was successful. Great Sun Golden Bell Shield 2. Looking at the re-enhanced treasure in his hand, Fang Zheng was overjoyed. He didn't expect it could actually be successfully enhanced. But unexpectedly, what was originally 12 minor realms had now become 24 minor realms. By this calculation, Maybe the third enhancement will be 36 minor realms, and the fourth enhancement will be 48 minor realms. In the end, wouldn't it reach hundreds of minor realms? Several hundred minor realms? Oh, are you kidding me? For the next 4 days, I will focus on secluded cultivation, practicing the first level of the muscle tendon, changing and marrow washing scripture to perfection. The Great Sun Golden Bell Shield 2 to the 16th level, and the first level of innate internal chi to perfection. Then I will call Sun Yushu. 4 days later, Fang Zheng sat on a chair, making a call. The person on the other end kept asking him, "Brother Fang, I just heard them say the river flooding a few days ago was because 2 halves of a corpse were buried at the bottom of the river and the dam was blown up by the escaping Corpse King. Are you okay, Brother Fang? The day the dam broke was the day I told you they were going to forcibly deal with the Tongjiang Bridge." He replied, "You're worrying too much. I'm fine." The other person said again, "That's good. It's very strict on my side. I can't talk to you for long." Then he took the initiative to hang up first. Fang Zheng thought, strange things are happening in the world, but on the surface, it still looks very peaceful. How long do the parties involved in this case intend to hide it? After all, you can't wrap fire in paper or have special arrangements already been made. He stood on the balcony looking at the city scene, then took out his phone to look. Speaking of which, I haven't been on the forums of the great masters for a few days to understand the situation in the outside world. News appeared on his phone. With pictures as proof, a surveillance camera at a museum in Africa captured a mummy coming back to life. Is someone playing a trick, or do gods and ghosts really exist in the world? Post 1 hour ago, 648 comments. An ancient Greek temple was suddenly sealed off by the military. All tourist activities were banned, leading to a large number of stranded tourists and causing a large-scale wave of protests. Posted 1 hour ago, 1 comment. Fang Zheng was astonished. A mummy coming back to life? Beep. He clicked to see the details, but it reported an error. 404 not found. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, the great god 404 has appeared again. Then he clicked on another related news story. An ancient Greek temple was suddenly sealed off by the military and all tourism activities were banned, leading to a large number of stranded tourists and sparking large-scale protests. All tourism activities were banned, leading to a large number of stranded tourists. Things were getting more and more troublesome. Then, when he saw a piece of news, he was stunned. Governments of various countries had sent official notices to major travel agencies to bring their expatriates home, banning all tourism activities. There was a photo below. He clicked on it and saw relevant personnel secretly arranging the work of repatriating citizens. Fang Zheng discovered that the staff repatriating the expatriates were from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, repatriating expatriates, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, the ancient Greek temple, a strict ban on all domestic tourism activities. What on earth had happened? This is why it's so hard to be an ordinary person. With no intelligence sources in hand, one can only crane their neck and wait, hoping to learn some news. But no matter what happened, improving his strength was the most urgent matter. Only with absolute strength could he cope with future unforeseen events. Looking at the Taobao and messaging apps, there were 4 unread messages on his phone. He opened the messaging app. There was a message from the Wolin Alliance leader from 2 weeks ago, a pending message. Then he frantically tapped the keys. Beep, 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 beep. Accept, send. The content of the message Fang Zheng sent was, Wolin Alliance leader, have you heard anything about the spiritual martial arts manual you said you'd help me find last time? It's been the 4th day, and I still haven't received a reply from the Alliance leader. An instant reply came. Dear friend, we are still maintaining the express delivery system. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I've been asking friends for the past few days and had a hard time finding a spiritual martial arts manual for you. Do you really want this spiritual martial arts manual? After all, this manual is related to the brain, the most fragile part of the human body. Ordinary people really don't dare to practice this stuff. Fang Zheng replied, it's fine. The last time I bought 12 manuals from the Wolin Alliance leader, the results after cultivation were very satisfying. So I came back to the Wolin Alliance leader to buy books. The other party replied with some suspicion. You're not an online scammer, are you? Let me say this first. This spiritual martial arts manual is very special. If any consequences arise after practicing it, my shop will not be held responsible. He affirmed, don't worry. I just need you to ship it quickly. The other party immediately replied, shipping today, it can arrive at the coast tomorrow. Fang Zheng held his phone, overjoyed. Today's news. The Tongjiang Bridge has resumed operation. Fang Zheng was astonished. The Tongjiang Bridge is safe already? Has it been cleaned up? I have to go take a look. Maybe there's still some grayish-white chi. Afterwards, the taxi sped down the road. Fang Zheng observed the outside through the car window. Even people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau were seen, so it seems it's really safe. Moreover, the entire Tongjiang Bridge was very quiet, as if the dam break or bridge blockade had never happened. Is this the result of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's intervention? Speaking of which, even Zhu City has had a series of strange events, and even a corpse king has appeared. So in those remote, secluded mountain areas far from the city, who knows what has happened? Recalling the shocking news from deep in the mountains, a strange bride's corpse lying in someone else's coffin, Fang Zheng grew more worried. Oh right, on the night of the blood moon, I saw a post from a netizen about a strange case of a dead bride in the mountains, lying in someone else's coffin. He said to the driver, "Sir, just find a place to stop. I want to take a walk and relax a bit." All right, Fang Zheng walked on the road, hesitating. Danger and opportunity always go hand in hand. Since there's an opportunity, should I go into the mountains to check it out? Buzz, buzz. The phone in his pocket vibrated. It was Tycoon Dong calling. He answered the phone, and just as the other party said, "Fong Fong, about that extra roll I mentioned last time, Fang Zheng immediately hung up. The other party called again. Buzz, buzz. He answered, only managing to shout, "Good heavens, don't hang up," before he was decisively cut off. Calling again, Tycoon Dong had wised up and got straight to the point. "I'll send a location directly to you on WeChat. It's a bit far, at a reservoir in the mountains." Fang Zheng's eyes widened in the mountains. Then he looked at the location on his phone, deep in thought. A few days ago, he had promised Tycoon Dong he would go to the film set with him to meet his goddess, an actress named Yi Tianqi. It really is a desolate mountain range. It would probably take from morning till night to get there by car. Tycoon Dong reminded him, "The film crew hasn't fully arrived yet. It'll be a few more days. You can use this chance to prepare a bit. Just come over when the time comes." A young man with a buzz cut introduced himself. "My surname is He. My grandfather is He 7. My father is He 8. So naturally, I'm called He 9. You must find my family a bit strange. Once when I went back to my hometown to worship our ancestors, I happened to find half a book on the art of feng shui. Because the cover was torn off by someone, I don't know what the book is called. At that time, I found it novel and curious, so I opened it for a look, but it was just a casual, curious flip through. But because of that one moment of curiosity, in the following year, trouble came looking for me one after another, and I narrowly escaped death several times. Head-lowering sorcery, goose sorcery, magical tattoos, I've encountered all these things this past year. The first thing I encountered was the Southeast Asian magical tattoo, which was also the most dangerous time. I was almost killed twice by a female university student. Taming evil masters, the cause was a female university student. I don't remember her name clearly. This girl and a few of her friends came back from a trip to Southeast Asia with many new tattoos. The tattoos were on their chests, visible in the summer if they wore a slightly low-cut top. Young people nowadays all like to be unique, so getting a tattoo is no big deal. Moreover, according to some local folk beliefs, which are somewhat credible, it said that tattoos can... Wei Yuran stared intently at her phone. In the quiet room, there were only rows of desks, chairs, and bookshelves. The wall clock showed 7:10 in the evening. Outside the library, the sky was already dark. Click, she placed her phone on the table. The phone screen was displaying the rest of the story. Tattoos can ward off evil and cure diseases, dispel bad luck, and bring good fortune. But it was precisely because everyone initially thought the girl's tattoo was normal, nothing to worry about, that the subsequent scary events occurred. Wei Yuran remained silent, with only the rustling friction between paper and pen. Scratch, scratch, scratch. On the paper were her post-reading notes. April 5th, Bait, Day 6. Read Feng Shui Coffin from 1907 to 2050. Everything normal. April 6th, Bait, Day 7. Location, Old Library Number 3, Zishio District. Read Taming Evil Masters from 1832 to 2050. Everything normal. Wei Yuran was puzzled. Still no activity after so many days? Could I have guessed wrong? The leaves outside rustled. Outside the residential complex where Fang Zheng lived, the night sky was clear and cloudless, with twinkling stars. The sound of footsteps stopped. Fang Zheng thought to himself, speaking of which, I haven't seen Boss Yang for a few days. Suddenly, a stream of grayish-white chi appeared, leaving him full of questions, his eyes wide open. He saw a man and a woman standing ahead, talking and laughing happily. Fong Zhang's eyes shone like stars, secretly eavesdropping. Boss Yang, I never expected Boss Yang to be this kind of person. The person being talked about sneezed, raised his hand to wipe his nose, puzzled. Strange, I'm delivering cold medicine to a patient. How come I feel like I'm the one with a cold? His gaze shifted to the door, and he saw a familiar face. It was Fong Zhang. He gave a strange smile. Haha, Boss Yang, did you go to Qing University today? Boss Yang was surprised. How did you know? He pointed to the red tea box on the table. This unopened box of tea told me. The best time to pick good tea is during the Qingming Festival, which is also when new tea hits the market. And this Xiantai Tea Mountain is at Qing University. Boss Yang gave a thumbs up in praise. His smile became even more sly. Luckily, I'm close enough to benefit. I've been searching everywhere for people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It's true what they say. You can search high and low for something without success, only to find it when you least expect it. Did you just come back from exorcising demons? Wait, how should I ask him? This is so awesome. Excuse me, where is your headquarters located in Ju City? Why do you have a side job as a pharmacist saving all living beings? No, I have to be subtle. A girl's voice rang out. Brother Fong Zhang, are you here to buy motherwort again? Cutting off all his fantasies. Boss Yang scolded his daughter. What nonsense are you talking? Why would a boy buy motherwort? Xiao Shui retorted. Brother Fong Zhang has a girlfriend. He's buying it for his girlfriend. Boss Yang's gossipy heart ignited. Really? How long have you been together? Where is your girlfriend? What does she do? What are you treating us neighbors to a wedding banquet? Fong Zhang was terrified. The story about him pretending to have a girlfriend would probably be known by the entire residential complex by tomorrow. He snapped at the little girl. Adults are talking. Children shouldn't interrupt. Xiao Shui squinted and smiled, looking like a kitten that had figured everything out. Fong Zhang thought to himself, the grayish-white chi is gone. It seems the pharmacy is just Boss Yang's private residence. This has nothing to do with a branch stronghold of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Boss Yang picked up the tea box and said, congratulations to our neighbor Fong Zhang for getting off the market. This box of tea is my gift to you. No, that's not necessary. Xiao Xuan next to him suggested, Dad, give brother Fong Zhang a box of Lu Wei Di Huang Wan. This sentence almost made Fong Zhang spit blood. Boss Yang felt it made sense and bent down to search. That's right, young people don't like to drink tea. Fong Zhang, this box of Lu Wei Di Huang Wan. By the time he looked up again, Fong Zhang was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Fong Zhang had vanished in an instant. This father and daughter pair are really not human. Gotta run. At the gate of the residential complex where Fong Zhang lived, a car had just pulled up. The person in the car called out loudly to Fong Zhang. Fong Zhang looked over, secretly surprised. It's Officer Wei. She sat in the car, smiling. Fong Zhang sized her up. This was the first time he had seen Officer Wei in casual clothes. He didn't expect that in this outfit, she would exude such an elegant aura. Fong Zhang was staring until his face turned red. Wei Yuran spoke up. I think I heard Boss Yang mention Lu Wei Di Huang Wan just now. A full moon hung high outside a large building. In the office, one person was still working. Du Feifei's eyes were glued to the screen, her fingers tapping away on the keyboard. The surrounding silence sent a chill down her spine. She glanced out the window, then told herself not to overthink things. So timid, I knew I shouldn't have applied for the night shift. But for some reason, she kept feeling as if someone in the hallway was staring at her with a sharp gaze. Really, the more she thought, the more scared she got. She let out a scream, then abruptly stood up, slamming her hands on the desk. She clenched her fists, reminding herself, Du Feifei, stop scaring yourself. Knock, knock, knock. The sound from outside grew more urgent, making her ask in fear, Who's out there? Then she went out to confirm for herself. Is it the security guard on patrol? Is anyone in the hallway? The deep hallway returned to its silence. Du Feifei's face was full of confusion. The sound is gone. Who was it? The clock showed 10:55, 5 minutes until the end of her shift. She sat back at her desk, trembling, holding her head and comforting herself. It's okay. The sound, knock, 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 came again from the hallway, carrying a gloomy atmosphere. Du Feifei was startled, her eyes glued to the open entrance to the hallway. It's back again. The sound was getting closer. Who on earth is it? The hallway outside became quiet again. She widened her eyes, staring at the spot in fear. Why did it stop again? She shouted loudly. This joke isn't funny at all. If you keep trying to scare me like this, I'll get angry and call the police. The clock showed 11 o'clock. Du Feifei suddenly stood up and cursed. This is outrageous. This time, when the knock, knock, knock sound echoed from the hallway, she angrily rushed out and shouted, "Have you had enough fun? Who on earth is playing tricks?" She was immediately terrified because the hallway was empty without a single soul in sight. Looking up, there was only a long, quiet corridor. Du Feifei looked around, confirmed that there was really no one there, then turned back worriedly, telling herself, "Go home. I have to pack up and go home. I don't want to stay here for another second." The sound suddenly rang out again, making her jump in fright. Her eyes widened, and she slowly looked in the direction of the sound. Knock, 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 then screamed in terror. 7 o'clock the next morning at the bus station. Next stop, Chung University. Passengers boarding the bus, please move to the back. T from Xiantai Mountain, passing through Chung University. Haha, Boss Yang really showed me a golden opportunity. Fang Zheng sat on the bus seat, his eyes still glued to his phone. Today I'll go to Chung University to scout it out. As long as I can find the location of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, my career of getting rich will finally have a chance. Fang Zheng smugly read a piece of news on a gossip forum. The master has struck again, snapping a photo of an old Taoist priest being taken to Zhu City People's Hospital this morning. Based on this, I've decided to risk it and sneak into the hospital to investigate. A Taoist priest in the morning. This time, the hospital's conditions might help me make a fortune. It seems I have to change buses and go to the City People's Hospital first. Arriving at Zhu City People's Hospital Station. Passengers getting off, please check your belongings carefully. Thank you, goodbye. Just as he stepped out of the bus, Fang Zheng collected a stream of grayish-white qi. Plus 1 column of grayish-white qi. It's real. My predictions are truly godlike, he exclaimed. This people's hospital is indeed a fertile land, giving me a surprise as soon as I arrived. Then again, why do I feel like I'm reclaiming land and farming? First, I was dirt poor with no land. Then I started exploring outside, eliminating pests and weeds, and then reclaimed fertile lands. Now the 2 reclaimed plots have started to yield a stable output. The first plot is this people's hospital. Currently, it can produce grayish-white qi, but this is a fertile land. Who knows if it can produce even more? It's worth investing in. The other plot is the Four Seasons Hall Pharmacy. This plot seems more ordinary, and for the short term, it can only produce a little grayish-white qi. Moreover, on that plot, there's an arrogant little fox who always wants to attack me, the farm owner. Fang Zheng punched his palm. I've decided, to increase production, I must go and reclaim even more land. The third plot is very likely around Chung University. That place is not just land, but a mine of immense value. Maybe it can produce 5, 10 streams of grayish-white qi. Beyond imagination, he stood in the middle of the main road, raised his hand to the sky, and shouted, "I want to become a land reclamation expert." Passers-by gave him the kind of look you give a patient who escaped from a mental hospital, then all steered clear of him. Fang Zheng hailed a taxi, and as he opened the car door, he wondered, I wonder if that guy who said he'd risk sneaking into the hospital to investigate has successfully snuck in yet? Zhu City's Chung University, an incredibly vast campus. Fang Zheng was panting from exhaustion. How is it this big? How am I supposed to find anything? If it's a tea shop, every shop at the foot of the mountain sells tea. I don't know where to start. Forget it. I'll just rent a bike and search slowly, he said as he scanned a code to rent a bike, pedaling while grumbling. Being environmentally friendly and reducing my carbon footprint is just because I'm poor. The sun was scorching, and Fang Zheng gulped down half a bottle of water. Just as he was feeling dejected, such bad luck. I've been searching all morning and haven't seen a single person from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The phone in his pocket rang. Fang Zheng answered, and the person on the other end said, "Hello, hi, your package has arrived." Fang Zheng was delighted. The secret manuals I bought last time have arrived. Then he instructed, okay, just leave it at the security office of the residential complex. I'll pick it up later. Okay. A stream of grayish-white qi suddenly appeared. Fang Zheng was surprised. A car sped past, and he stared at the green vehicle. The grayish-white qi came from that car. That means that's a car from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Follow it. With that, Fang Zheng sped up his bicycle to give chase. The car stopped, and Fang Zheng hid from a distance. I should stay a bit further away, lest I get discovered. In front of the University of Electronic Science and Technology, Fang Zheng looked around. Where's the car? Damn it, I lost them. But it must be nearby. It must have turned into some small alley. I don't know, which is why I lost the trail. No rush, this is just the beginning. I just need to remember it's the University of Electronic Science and Technology. And Lu Dong is also a good source of information. His mother is a university professor. If something is really going on at Chang University, she would definitely know something. Time to slip away before I get exposed. I'll go home and study the secret manuals first. Today wasn't a wasted trip. I've got some clues at least. My oil field, one day I will exploit it completely. In a residential complex where Fong Zheng lived, a short conversation was heard. Thanks, Captain Liu. I'll just grab my stuff and go. No problem. Don't be a stranger. Slam. The door was hastily shut. Beep. The 4 martial arts secret manuals I bought online have all arrived. Wind God Kick, Pure Yang Art, Bone Forging Art, Demon 8 Meditation Visualization were placed on the table. Next is the exciting moment of enhancement. Fong Zheng read with interest. Wind God Kick, not bad. Wind God Kick, the martial art of Niefeng from Wind and Cloud, is an extremely fast and incredibly powerful kicking technique. When he read about the Pure Yang art, he frowned slightly. Isn't this just an abridged version of the Pure Yang Infinite art? The Pure Yang Infinite art, the essence of Taoist cultivation arts, passed down by Zhang Sanfo. They removed the internal energy part of the Pure Yang Infinite art and disguised it as the body cultivation technique I wanted. Is this shop owner trying to insult my intelligence? Luckily, the bone forging art is normal. Finally, there was the spiritual martial arts manual stuffed at the bottom of the box. When Fong Zheng read it, he suddenly felt helpless. What kind of spiritual martial art is this? The book was filled with illustrations of monkeys in strange poses. He took a picture of 2 pages and sent them to the seller. The other party sent back a string of question marks, feigning confusion. Fong Zheng immediately questioned him. Wuling Alliance leader, did you get the pictures I sent? Explain this spiritual martial art to me. Are you treating me like a monkey to be toyed with? He angrily typed away. Let's see how you explain this. The seller explained, have you ever heard of the visualization technique? The demon ape in the picture is a Taoist visualization technique. There's an idiom called monkey mind and horse. Well, everyone has a rebellious monkey in their heart, and if you can't control it, it's easy to wreak havoc in the celestial palace. But if you can tame the rebelliousness in your heart through mental visualization, you can make your heart as clear as a bright mirror. Buddy, do you really think monks and Taoist priests just burn incense and meditate all day, eating their fill and then sitting around to digest? Fong Zheng rolled his eyes. I'd be a fool to believe you. Then he replied, do I look like a 3-year-old to you? And what about that abridged Pure Yang Infinite art? How does the Wuling Alliance leader plan to explain that? Buddy, abridged? That sounds so harsh. The Pure Yang Infinite art is divided into 2 parts, external and internal training, one of which is called the Pure Yang art. This shop absolutely does not sell fakes. You can rest assured. I'll test its effectiveness. If it's really a fake, I'll definitely return it. The seller, nicknamed Wuling Alliance leader, sitting on the other side of the computer screen, also grew suspicious. Are online shopping scams this bad nowadays? Luckily, I'm an old hand in the Jianghu. I threw in a meditation visualization manual. Imagining a monkey all day probably won't break his fragile little brain, right? Let's see how you try to speculate and profit then. Then he laughed smugly. Ha ha ha. On this side, Fong Zheng looked at the scripture in his hand. If this Demon 8 visualization is fake, then the scripture on this leather sheet won't react, just like when I failed to enhance the Taoist 5 Thunder incantation and evil breaking incantation a few days ago. Here goes enhance. A golden light appeared, and the talismans lit up. Seeing the book glow, Fong Zheng shouted joyfully. It's reacting. It really does need 2 talismans to enhance. I remember last time, enhancing the innate chi art also required 2 talismans, the origin of all martial arts under heaven. Doesn't that mean the Demon Ape visualization diagram is a cultivation method on the same level as the innate chi art? Could it be that the meditation methods circulating on the market are all real? The secret manual emitted a dazzling golden light. Demon Ape meditation visualization diagram has been enhanced. He flipped through it. Real or fake? I'll see after the enhancement. Inside, a pair of blood-red eyes were hidden behind a layer of clouds. Why am I seeing a pair of eyes? A red light flashed, and Fong Zheng saw a giant ape. He was startled. The pressure is so strong. Could you be? He shut his eyes tightly. As expected of a spiritual martial arts manual that costs 2 talismans to enhance, just one glance left a deep impression on me. A doubt arose in his heart. But why is there only a pair of eyes? Could it be that it's still an incomplete manual? Flipping to the next page, Fong Zheng's face darkened. Are you kidding me? This is a ghost story about a haunted house. When renting a house, the biggest fear is renting a haunted one. The biggest taboos are houses where someone has died, that are gloomy or near a cemetery. It's easy to recognize auspicious houses, plenty of light, abundant yang energy, and bustling with people passing by. But when it comes to unlucky things, they always come in all shapes and sizes, and you can encounter all sorts of strange and rare occurrences. My name is Chun Fong, an unlucky guy. The very first time I rented a house, I ran into bad luck, accidentally renting an inauspicious place. The very first night, I encountered something strange. At this moment, Chun Fong was showering in the bathroom. A wisp of black smoke slipped in, and his whole body suddenly shivered. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? He opened the bathroom door and shouted, "Who's out there?" But there was no one outside. Chun Feng's eyes widened in fear. No one. Then why do I keep feeling like someone is staring at me? His terrified gaze swept everywhere, the water from the shower still pouring down on him. Chun Feng calmed down. It must be because it's my first time renting a place. That's why I'm being paranoid for no reason. After showering, he was still thinking about it. But how could that cold feeling and the sensation of being watched be so real? As he turned his head, Chun Feng's eyes widened in horror. He saw a handprint on the bathroom glass. When did it appear on the bathroom glass? And it was pressed from the outside. His whole body trembled. Moreover, at that height, it's as if someone was watching me from that position just now. This speculation made him back away in fear. Wait, could it be that someone was really here just now? He denied it to himself again. No, impossible. What's there to see on a guy like me? He told himself not to overthink it as he walked towards the bed. Chun Feng lay spread-eagled on the bed, his eyes looking up at the ceiling. I must be too tired and started hallucinating. I should just sleep early. Suddenly, he felt an invisible force pressing down on him. Cold sweat broke out. He bit his lip hard, trying to struggle. What's happening? Why can't my body suddenly move? His limbs were pinned down by an invisible shadow. On the phone screen, the story's content was displayed, haunted house. As soon as I entered the bedroom and lay down on the bed, I immediately experienced sleep paralysis without any warning. Wei Yuran read with concentration. She was still the only one in the old library number 3 in the Shusho district. After finishing, she wrote down her thoughts. Mystery, April 7th. Bait, day 8. Location, old library number 3, Shusho district. Read haunted house. From 1857 to 2050, everything was normal. Only the sound of a pen scratching on paper could be heard. April 8th, 9th day, as bait. Location, old library number 3 in the Shusho district. Read the Wei corpse in coffiner. On her phone screen was the story The Wei corpse in coffiner. In ancient times, there were some professions often considered heretical and demonic. Paper effigy makers, executioners, corpse carriers, corpse stitchers. Speaking of corpse stitchers, many people probably find it very unfamiliar, having never heard of this profession. But there is a modern profession that everyone is surely very familiar with. Morticians, who prepare the deceased for burial, dressing them and placing the remains in a coffin. In ancient times, there were many cruel methods of execution, resulting in numerous incomplete corpses that died tragically. There were also many other reasons for the deceased to have incomplete skeletons. Thus, the profession of corpse stitcher came to be, specializing in sewing up the bodies of the dead, helping them regain the complete form they had in life. There are also rumors that corpse stitchers could not only connect bodies, but also reconnect the fragmented souls of the dead, delivering their spirits and helping them reincarnate. No matter how profound it sounds, a corpse stitcher ultimately makes a living off the dead, a profession that is very easily shunned by others. Because my grandmother was a corpse stitcher, and also because I was an abandoned child lucky enough to be found and raised by her, my childhood was often ostracized by my peers. Therefore, I had more time to spend with my grandmother, watching her stitch each corpse back to wholeness. While she was alive, I personally witnessed her handle 2 special corpses. The first time was when I was 11. A hunter from the village went hunting in the mountains, but returned as a headless corpse. The second time was when I was 14. A man who worked as a laborer in the neighboring village had an accident at a construction site, leaving only half of his body. Both times, she miraculously used paper effigies to replace the missing body parts. After the stitching was complete, the corpses looked no different from when they were alive. Although my grandmother was a corpse stitcher, she did not want me to take up this profession, only hoping that I would live a peaceful life in the future. I never forgot the difficult days she spent raising me, and I swore to repay her for her nurturing kindness. But while I was working a part-time job during the summer break, I heard the news of her death. When I returned to the village and saw her body, I, who had been accustomed to seeing corpses since childhood, could tell with just one look. Some unscrupulous corpse stitcher had committed a major taboo of the trade, stitching two corpses into one. This was no different from channeling two streams of resentment into a single body. Wei Yuran focused on writing again. April 8th, 9th day as bait, location, Old Library number 3 in the Shusho district. Read the Wei corpse in Coffiner from 1911 to 2050. Everything was normal. A sudden noise put her on alert. Her eyes flashed. It finally took the bait. The sound of thump, thump, thump echoed around her. Wei Yuran shouted, "Who's there?" There was a dead silence around her, as if she were the only one there. She asked doubtfully, "Is that the library security guard?" The sound of footsteps continued. Thump, thump. She warily observed her surroundings. There it is again. It seems it hasn't left. Are these the mysterious footsteps recorded in the case file? It seems to be the culprit. Wei Yuran hid her phone behind her back and pressed the send button. She looked around, searching for the source of the sound. Everything was deathly quiet. Wei Yuran thought to herself, "I've sent the message notifying the team that I've encountered the target." Next, that sound rang out again, interrupting her train of thought. She hurriedly ran towards the sound. The footsteps came from that direction. Arriving at the spot, Wei Yuran was stunned. There was nothing in front of her. She grew a little impatient. "I'm afraid I can't take the initiative to attack." At this moment, the public address system announced, "The library is about to close. Will all staff still inside the library please leave promptly?" Wei Yuran searched everywhere, but to no avail. It seems the only way is to pretend to be a victim and patiently wait for the other party to make a move. The sound of thump, thump, thump rang out again. Her gaze became resolute. "Let's see where you plan to strike from. I wonder if this bait plan will affect Fang Zheng and the others." She slowly walked toward the room. The case file didn't mention it affecting neighbors, so it should be fine. She inserted the key into the lock. There was no one inside. She turned on the light and stepped into the living room. There were no signs of a break-in in the house either. Wei Yuran sank into thought. Have I failed? But the chilling sensation hasn't disappeared. Maybe I haven't failed yet. Perhaps there's still some condition that hasn't been met. Could it be, as the case file recorded, that the victim must be in an independent, enclosed space? The door suddenly slammed shut. A hint of panic rose in her heart, and she tried to calm herself. "Stay calm. Don't panic. The serial killer has already targeted me. They definitely won't let go so easily." The sound rang out again. There it is again. She quickly determined that the sound was coming from a bedroom. "I must notify them to come over immediately." She immediately took out her phone to send a message, the sound of typing echoing incessantly. She opened an app, thinking to herself, "If you're in the bedroom, I'll set up a special camera for you to see who you really are." The screen was black. Suddenly the camera became blurry. A paper effigy flipped down from above, looking at her through the camera. Fang Zheng was startled. "What's going on next door? Releasing demonic energy in the middle of the night for fun? But wait, next door is Officer Wei's house. She's in danger." He pounded on the door, but no one opened it, so he kicked it down with one blow. Looking inside, a dark figure was restraining Wei Yuran. It screamed, "You're courting death." Seeing someone arrive, Wei Yuran felt a little relieved. "You guys finally made it, although you're a few minutes late." Fang Zheng's entire body radiated light as he gathered his strength to charge forward. The light made it impossible for Wei Yuran to open her eyes. Wei Yuran wondered, who is he? Fang Zheng rushed towards them, and the thing instantly teleported away. So fast, what kind of ghost is this thing? Is that a paper effigy? It held a knife, preparing to attack. It was clearly just a paper effigy, yet its limb joints could bend and stretch freely, just like a normal person. These demonic things are really getting stranger and stranger. It opened its terrifying mouth. Wei Yuran fell to the ground in pain. Fang Zheng rushed towards the paper effigy with his saber, and it raised its hand to block. Wei Yuran looked weakly at him. Who on earth is this man glowing all over? Fang Zheng began to channel the Nine-Yang divine art, burning with saber technique. He slashed continuously at the paper effigy. The more consecutive the slashes of the burning with saber technique, the more domineering its power. 1 slash, 2 slashes. The paper effigy used its hands to block his blade. 5 slashes, 10 slashes, 15 slashes, 16 slashes. It found an opening and immediately fled, the slash missing and hitting the floor. Fang Zheng became serious. This paper demon could actually block more than a dozen of my slashes. He used his saber to draw a circle of burning fire to create light. Don't think I can't find you just because you're hiding in the dark. The paper effigy hid in a narrow corner, its eyes darting around, silent. He rushed forward to slash it, but it dodged in time. Fang Zheng slashed at its hiding place. Soon, the entire room was filled with fire, the temperature rising higher and higher. Wei Yuran lay on the scorching floor, struggling to hold on. Fang Zheng looked at her. Damn it, I got too carried away with the fight and forgot that Officer Wei can't withstand such high temperatures. I've already tried my best to restrain my power, but being trapped in such a high-temperature space, she'll suffer severe dehydration. He picked Wei Yuran up. I have to get her out first. The paper effigy attacked from behind him. He resolutely carried Wei Yuran outside. Fang Zheng was very surprised. It broke through my 15th level Golden Bell shield in such a short time. This demonic thing is much more advanced than the 2 corpses I've killed before. It looked at him excitedly. Its laughter made Fang Zheng very uncomfortable. What an unpleasant laugh. You just wait. He placed her outside the house. Leaving Officer Wei outside should be fine. Now I can go all out. The paper effigy Von Te Tu Fias Sao. It was completely trapped in the circle of light, the light engulfing the entire room. The paper effigy was startled. Fang Zheng drew his saber, slashing fiercely towards the paper effigy. Burning with saber technique, Nine Yang True Chi. The powerful move made its figure blur. Fang Zheng said smugly, I was held back by Officer Wei just now. This time I can go all out. The paper effigy's lightness skill was completely suppressed by Fang Zheng. He raised his blade, Die. The police rushed in. Curious residents chattered nearby. A noisy scene. Wei Yuran slowly opened her eyes. She sat wearily on the sofa. 2 police officers saw her and said happily, You're finally awake. She held her head, exhausted. This is looking at the wreckage around her. Wei Yuran was shocked. My house. She suddenly remembered. That's right. It seems someone broke into my house earlier. Wei Yuran stood up, affirming, It was him who saved me. But it's a pity the light was too bright at the time. I couldn't see his face clearly. She looked at the sofa, speculating. It seems that while I was unconscious, he placed me on the sofa and even covered me with a blanket. She asked the other police officer, What happened to my house? Why did it end up like this? He replied, When we arrived at your house, we found it had been reduced to a pile of rubble, with only you sleeping on the sofa, and you've been sleeping until now. In addition, our people have detected 2 types of special energy residue in your house. Could it be that last night's bait plan was a success? Why didn't you notify us in time, as previously agreed? She picked up her phone, asking in surprise, The person who came to save me last night wasn't one of your people? The police officer said in alarm, echoing Wei Yuran's words, We didn't receive any news from you last night, so we couldn't send someone to rescue you in time. She suddenly fell silent, looking at her phone screen to check. April 9th, 3:22 a.m., cloudy. I was unconscious for nearly 4 hours. If that's the case, who was the person who saved me? She opened her phone. The inbox was empty, and there were no sent messages either. What's going on? Another police officer walked over. He said worriedly, It's fortunate that nothing untoward happened to Officer Wei this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Officer Wei is both brave and resourceful. If anything were to happen to a good officer like you, it's absolutely not what we want to see. Perhaps when we initially agreed to let you act as bait, I myself didn't think things through and acted rashly. Because of this operation, we will conduct an internal review and rectify our procedures. Although we let the culprit of case number 11 escape this time, thanks to Officer Wei using herself as bait, we have at least proven that Officer Wei's speculation was correct. Now that we have a preliminary grasp of the modus operandi and movement patterns of case number 11, I believe it won't be long before we can handle it. Wei Yuran said decisively, Case number 11 can be closed now. The last time I saw it was when it was killed by a mysterious man. Killed? Impossible. Someone else went missing last night. Wei Yuran was stunned. What? The police officer touched a crack on the wall while recounting the key points of the case. The people who reported the cases all said that before the victims went missing, when they were on the phone with them, everyone heard mysterious footsteps. This completely matches all the clues of case number 11. But last night's disappearance was different from before. Previously, only one person would go missing each night, but last night, it was 2 people. In the morning, at the high-security base of Zhu City, everyone, let's hold an emergency meeting about the case. We will now begin updating the file for case number 11. First, the target is codenamed the Paperman. An image of the Paperman is projected onto the large screen. Second, its characteristic is extreme speed. Third, based on the analysis of the residual energy flow at the battle scene, its rank is estimated to be between a level 4 Tengu and a level 5 Tengu. Fourth, for case number 11, the target is suspected of having the ability to clone itself. It's also possible that all the Papermen are puppets, and there might be someone hiding in the shadows controlling them. Starting today, investigate all shops selling Joss paper and incense. As long as it's a shop related to the funeral industry, we must investigate thoroughly, even if we have to dig 3 feet deep. Regardless of whether he's like Sun Wukong, who can create clones by plucking a strand of hair, or if there's someone behind the scenes playing tricks and controlling them. In short, these things can't just appear out of thin air. There must be some kind of spiritual medium or catalyst. The humiliation of letting the 2 corpse kings from case number 10 escape, I don't want us to repeat that mistake. The people below all obeyed. Understood. Also, in your respective areas, pay attention to a mysterious master who has suddenly appeared. This person is suspected to be a hidden awakened one with an extremely high talent bloodline, but he conceals himself very well and seems to have counter-surveillance abilities, having never appeared on our radar. Especially his godlike speed, it's truly astonishing. If we calculate from the night of the blood moon, when the world's spiritual energy recovered, in just 10 short days, an awakened one with no resources and no cultivation guide could possess the ability to kill a level 4 to level 5 Tengu target. I believe you all understand what that means, right? He possesses immense destructive power, but his alignment is unknown, and we don't know if he is an awakened one with criminal motives. We must find him as soon as possible. Fang Zheng cautiously looked out the window at the few police officers downstairs. He sat down, breathing a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. I was careless for a moment and used a bit too much force, making a mess of Officer Wei's house. It would be no fun at all if she came to my door wanting to negotiate a repair fee of tens of thousands of yuan. He looked at the piece of paper in his hand, thinking to himself, the paper man was clearly burned by my 9-yang true chi, so why was this piece of paper left behind in the end? Why did I only get a wisp of gray-white energy for destroying it? This doesn't fit the boss fight setup in games. Could it be that in the human skin scripture, the paper man from last night was just an insignificant mob? Or is it that whether you kill a small mob or a boss, you only get the same unchanging wisp of gray-white energy? The piece of paper in his hand suddenly moved, struggling to get away. He said in surprise, "Trying to run?" He channeled his 9-yang divine art, gripping the paper tightly. Not so easy. The paper in his hand kept squirming. "What's going on? What are you shaking for? Putting on a show, are you?" At Xiao Gue Tang Pharmacy, Boss Yang was cooking when he suddenly sensed a demonic aura that flared up for a moment. He was distracted for a second, and the food in the pot burned. "Dad, you burned the food again." Fang Zheng held the piece of paper in his hand. Luckily, I reacted in time. But why did it suddenly emit such strange energy fluctuations? An idea suddenly struck him. "If you want to go, then I'll go see what you're looking for." In the evening, at the Tawa Jinyuan residential area in Zhu City. In the dim hallway, a strange sound echoed. Thump, thump, thump. The woman opened the door, trembling. She glanced fearfully down the hallway. "It's gone. It followed me here." The sound continued. The girl tried to comfort herself. "Quick, quick, get inside." The hallway suddenly lit up as if someone was approaching. She tried to stay calm. Calm down, I made it." She clenched her trembling hand. Finally, she managed to open her apartment door. She turned on all the lights in the house and collapsed onto the sofa, breathing a sigh of relief. Suddenly, there was a knock from the bedroom. Knock, knock. The door slowly creaked open a crack, and a pair of terrifying eyes stared at the girl. It was accompanied by a strange smile. A rapid knocking came from the front door. "Hello, food delivery." The girl was completely under control, unable to move, only able to let out muffled groans. Outside the door, Fang Zheng was trying to get into the house. Food delivery didn't work. "Hello, I'm a maintenance technician. The person downstairs said your apartment is leaking water. It's raining downstairs. At this moment, the girl was being dragged into the bedroom. She struggled, reaching her hand towards the door. Fang Zheng broke down the door and rushed in. If you won't cooperate with me, then don't blame me for being impolite. He shouted, let that girl go. The girl was thrown aside, and Fang Zheng repeatedly slashed at the paperman. Was the one I hacked to death last night your father or your grandfather? It flew away in fear. Still trying to run? He chased after it and caught the paperman. You come and go as you please. Have you asked my saber for permission? Fang Zheng angrily threw the paperman out the window. Astonishing destructive power. The surrounding residents chattered among themselves. In the middle of the night, who has the strength to demolish a house like that? A police car stopped downstairs at the residential complex. Seal off the scene. The girl sobbed, covering her face. Sob, sob, sob. That was so scary. The police officer wondered, what on earth is this thing? Not only does it kill people, but it also demolishes houses. Fang Zheng ran off excitedly. I'm a righteous little lay Feng, doing good deeds without seeking recognition. It's definitely not because I'm afraid of paying compensation. Looking at the paperman, he fell into deep thought. On the contrary, this paperman, there are 2 sheets now. Both are pieces taken from their bodies. The only use is that as soon as they appear, this thing will react immediately. But besides that, are there any other uses? Suddenly, Fang Zheng stepped on something on the road. Looking down, it was joss paper. Why is there joss paper on this main road? Lifting his head, joss paper was fluttering all over the street. He looked around in confusion. What the hell is this? Scattering joss paper on the road in the middle of the night? Both sides of the road are lined with banyan trees, completely blocking the light, and the Yin energy is very heavy. Isn't this a man-made place of Yin energy? There was a fire nearby. People are afraid of misfortune, but do you know what incense fears most? That man stood up. He was lighting incense, his voice growing even stranger. Incense fears most burning into 2 short sticks and 1 long one. He glanced at Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng thought in confusion. Why does this person have the face of dead man? Who is he? Feeling the other person looking at him, he avoided his gaze. He carefully placed the joss paper stuck to his shoe back where it was. Not scared, not scared. He clasped his hands, bowing in all 4 directions. Sorry for stepping on your money. A gust of wind blew past, and Fang Zheng smelled something. What's that pungent smell? It's so unpleasant. He slowly approached the man, the scent seeming to emanate from him. Fang Zheng realized with horror. No, this isn't a normal foul smell. It's the stench of a corpse. Fang Zheng vaguely felt that something was wrong. Within the thick stench of a corpse, there was a faint, hidden trace of yang energy. He looked at him suspiciously. A half-living, half-dead person? Or a dead person who has possessed a body? Another voice spoke up. Mr. Fu, you're up to your ghostly tricks scaring people in the middle of the night again. Fang Zheng paid attention to the voice. This voice sounds familiar. He saw a man sitting inside, holding a wine cup. Zhang Kaiwu. Why is he here? Zhang Kaiwu continued to pour wine. Is my green ghost head saber working well for you? Fang Zheng was stunned by Zhang Kaiwu's question. Could it be that the butcher Zhang has figured something out? Fang Zheng thought, how should I answer him most naturally? Mr. Fu walked over. Since you're a friend of Zhang Kaiwu, then come inside and sit. Then he walked straight inside. Fang Zheng was still confused. I'll just smile first. I've heard that men who smile often don't have too bad of luck. Sitting at the table, Fang Zheng said, that green ghost head saber is great to use. The only drawback is that sometimes I can't unleash its full power. Picking up the wine cup on the table, Fang Zheng invited Zhang Kaiwu to drink up first. He drank while pondering. Seeing his casual demeanor, he must have been won over by me. How is it? Is your body warming up? Fang Zheng drained his cup, replying excitedly, of course it's good wine. He looked around the shop. Wait a minute, is this an underworld goods shop? They sell everything, except for paper figures. The shop is very normal. But that person named Mr. Fu, what's his background? What's with the corpse smell on him? Seeing Fang Zheng looking around the shop in a daze, Zhang Kaiwu asked, are you very curious? He nodded shyly. I was just about to ask Zhang Kaiwu, why are you here? He stood up, gesturing to go inside. Go see for yourself. Fang Zheng was a bit confused. We're all men here. Why act so mysterious? Fang Zheng stood up and followed him. Fang Zheng was suspicious, but the more it was like this, the more he felt there was something extraordinary about him. Inside, the light bulb emitted a weak, flickering light, and what met his eyes were several coffins. Fang Zheng was stunned. Who on earth are Zhang Kaiwu and this Mr. Fu? Why are there 3 coffins containing dead people in their shop? Zhang Kai-Wu invited him. There's a very fun place tonight. Want to go see? Mr. Fu, me, and you. The 3 of us will go together. Fang Zheng suddenly fell silent. In Fang Zheng's inner world, he pointed at Zhang Kai-Wu and cursed. Zhang Kai-Wu, you really are no ordinary person. Mr. Fu stood opposite, picked up a color box, and dipped a brush in it. He drew a few strokes on the scratched-up face of the corpse. Mr. Fu looked at him. Come here and close the lid. Fang Zheng stretched out his arms, showing off his strength. Just aim for me. He strained to lift the coffin lids, closing them one by one. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Fang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally done. That was really heavy. Mr. Fu came down holding a strange lamp. Fang Zheng wondered silently, what is that thing in Mr. Fu's hand? It's even emitting a green light. Zhang Kai-Wu asked Mr. Fu, what are you praying for this time? Mr. Fu replied, if one holds righteousness in life, ghosts and gods will not dare to touch. Zhang Kai-Wu smiled and looked at Mr. Fu. It seems today's matter would depend on fate. Fang Zheng watched, but didn't understand. What's this about? Should I try to get in on their rhythm? He said excitedly, in the dog days of summer, with the sun on my head and a candle in my hand. Because it's too dark ahead. I find the content of your conversation very profound, so I wanted to add a few words for fun. Fang Zheng's action left both of them feeling helpless. They went to another house. Looking at the light coming from the lantern hanging in front of the door, the more I look at this green color, the stranger it seems. Zhang Kai-Wu stood beside him and asked, have you ever heard of the underworld crossers from folklore? In some places, they're also called people who go to the netherworld. He explained, the legend of the underworld crosser was most popular in ancient times. It said that the souls of the living could descend to the underworld to inquire about the life and death of the deceased on behalf of their relatives, expressing their longing or regrets. And those who knew the art of crossing the underworld were often female shamans. Fang Zheng couldn't believe it. Could the legend of the underworld crosser be real? Zhang Kai-Wu continued, those are all just superstitions. There's no such thing as an underworld in this world. It was all made up by the ancients. Most underworld crossers turned into evil cults. Today, I'll let you see clearly what a real descent into the underworld is. And the condition to go is to light this soul-guiding lantern. Fang Zheng was shocked. Soul-guiding lantern? This thing isn't rendered from corpse oil, is it? The method of rendering oil from a corpse was something Fang Zheng had recently found online. It involves cutting off a woman's chin, then burning it with white wax to produce the oil. Another voice interjected, if you ever encounter a spirit medium using corpse oil for a soul-guiding lantern, just give them a good slash. If you can't cut them down, come find me. Zhang Kai-Wu said to Fang Zheng, Mr. Fu comes from an orthodox lineage. This soul-guiding lantern uses the resentment of the deceased before their death as a wick. Through this stream of resentment, Mr. Fu can make this trip to the underworld. Do you know how the 3 girls in the coffins died? He asked curiously, how did they die? Zhang Kai-Wu recounted. The first girl died from wearing a pair of contact lenses, saw something she shouldn't have, and was scared to death. The second girl died by her own fingernails, her entire face clawed to shreds. The third girl died because of a wig. Her stomach was filled with black hair, her belly as large as a 10-month pregnancy, and she died in terror. These people all died tragically one after another because they played a spiritual game in the middle of the night, the mirror spirit game, and ended up being targeted by a malevolent mirror spirit. But according to the investigation, there were supposed to be a total of 4 girls playing the mirror spirit game initially. But the 4th girl mysteriously disappeared. To find this girl's whereabouts before she is harmed, Mr. Fu decided to descend into the underworld. Borrowing the resentment of the 3 girls, he will light the soul-guiding lantern to track down that malevolent mirror spirit. The 4th girl's whereabouts are surely being controlled by the mirror spirit. Mr. Fu said solemnly, it's time, let's go. Zhang Kai-Wu told Fang Zheng, place both hands on my shoulders. The 3 of them placed their hands on the shoulders of the person in front of them, forming a line. Fang Zheng couldn't help but be curious. What is this formation? A little hopping vampire conga line? Mr. Fu led the way, holding a key. The 3 of them slowly advanced towards the door with the hanging lantern. The door was being opened. Fang Zheng felt the sound of the door opening was very loud. The air also suddenly turned cold. The energy radiating from the lantern was hair-raising. What on earth was behind the door? The key was inserted into the lock and slowly turned. He was astonished. Why does a wooden door have the grinding sound of a bronze lock? Zhang Kaiwu, walking in front, reminded him. The next scene might be a bit scary. If you can't handle it, close your eyes. Fang Zheng still didn't understand what was happening. What? The door slowly opened. Everything gradually darkened. What's going on? The surrounding environment had changed. Fang Zheng closed his eyes. Demonic ape contemplation. Opening his eyes, he was on a boat. He looked around in astonishment. They reminded him, be quiet, don't make a sound. More and more questions filled Fang Zheng's mind. Where is this? Why are we on a boat? The three of them walked forward together on the boat. The surroundings were filled with a chilling, energy. It was frighteningly quiet. A thick fog enveloped them. He carefully observed his surroundings. Is this the descent into the underworld? It was all thick fog, almost nothing was visible. This feeling was just like walking through a cemetery alone in the middle of the night. A strange sound came from behind. What's that sound? It sounded like flesh being torn and also like bones being chopped, making one's scalp tingle. Something quickly brushed past Fang Zheng. Wait, that seemed to be human hair just now. There are always strange things along the way, but they all passed safely. The fog ahead gradually dissipated. The silhouette of a city seemed to appear. Where on earth is this? Wait, this is a cross-river bridge. Then that silent black and white city ahead, that gloomy and majestic city, is it Zhu City? The boat docked, and the three of them stepped ashore. Looking at the gloomy scene before him, Fang Zheng couldn't help but be confused. What on earth is going on? This city appeared only in shades of gray. I don't know what taboos there are when descending into the underworld. It's best not to ask anything right now. I'll just observe first. A peaceful memory surfaced. Hot, what's wrong? Let me blow on it for you, is it good? Delicious. As long as you made it, it's delicious. Just like that, it vanished. The city was empty, not a soul on the streets, only a few scattered figures. Fang Zheng followed behind the two of them. Along the way, Zhang Kaiwu and Mr. Fu didn't say a single word. The whole city was like an empty shell, devoid of flesh and blood. He looked at Mr. Fu holding the lantern up ahead. Are they here to find the fourth missing girl? The lantern emitted a soft green light, which he didn't find very trustworthy. Relying on this soul-guiding lantern to lead the way, they arrived at the morgue of Zhu City's No. 2 hospital. He wondered, what are we doing at the morgue? There's nothing here but corpses. Mr. Fu found a convenient spot and pressed something. Zhang Kaiwu also pressed something. Suddenly, a drawer popped open and a dark figure appeared. Fang Zheng quickly pulled it back. The sound of the drawer echoed, attracting the attention of the other two. Fang Zheng broke out in a cold sweat. My God, you scared me to death. He pointed at the drawer he had just closed. Over here, over here. Mr. Fu looked at him and nodded, then turned and walked away. He wondered, isn't this trip to the underworld supposed to be about finding the fourth missing girl? A quick glance showed that they had clearly found her, lying in a morgue drawer. So why not save her? He scratched his head and followed. What the hell are they up to? Suddenly, the scene changed. He was shocked to find he had returned and looked at the clock. The time on the wall was 10:57 p.m. His jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. This was the time before we descended into the underworld. How is it still the same time after that whole trip? He realized, could it be that time in the underworld and in reality are not equivalent? Zhang Kaiwu was still on the phone. Yeah, that's right, the morgue hidden in a body drawer. Fang Zheng pressed him. What was all that just now? Why didn't we save that girl? Zhang Kaiwu said lightly, what you experienced, what you saw, was merely the living memories of the three murder girls. Zhang Kaiwu crossed his arms. The underworld, the netherworld, that's all just ancient superstition. The world in the fog you just saw, that Zhu City, it's not a flat space. Furthermore, the soul-guiding lantern relies on the resentment of the dead to see a part of their memories from when they were alive. Not only that, but while in the fog world, did you see a dark figure with long hair? And did you hear strange sounds? He immediately replied, yes. Zhang Kaiwu asked him, review how those three girls died. List them out. One was scared to death. One choked to death on hair inside her body. One clawed herself to death. He asked again, isn't that what you experienced in the fog world? To be more precise, descending into the underworld is actually very easy to explain. It mainly relies on the resentment of the deceased to help us find the location description of that malevolent mirror spirit, like a hunting dog. It's not as vague as in folklore, where descending to the underworld can question life and death, ascend to heaven, and descend to earth, capable of anything. You can think of descending into the underworld as entering a person's spiritual world. The difference is that a psychologist enters the spiritual world of the living, while descending into the underworld is entering the spiritual world of the dead. If you still don't believe it, you can look at the time. It seemed like several hours passed in the underworld, but in reality, only a minute passed in the outside world. The Dream of the Southern Bow is a story where years pass in a dream, but reality is only a few minutes. Fang Zheng rested his chin on his hand, thinking, and asked again, "What are your and Mr. Fu's true identities? Why do you two know so much about these things?" Zhang Kaiwu said no more, turned, and left. "You'll know in the future." His face darkened. "Why do I feel like a kid who just got a beating from his parents, who then said it was for my own good, and that I'd understand when I'm older?" Night fell over Zhu City's number 2 hospital. In front of the outpatient building, a car slowly approached. The car stopped across the middle of the road. 2 people in black got out of the car. "This is the place." The man with green hair, holding a large container, ordered, "Hurry up, don't attract attention." The other 2, each carrying a large container, entered the morgue of Zhu City's number 2 hospital. The green-haired man walked up the steps and glanced at the man guarding the door. "Last time I told you to clear out the people in the basement. Is it clean?" "Don't worry, I've sent everyone downstairs away." Hearing this, the other person stepped into the elevator. Later, no matter what you hear, just pretend you heard nothing. Fang Zheng, who had been standing in a corner room all this time, witnessed everything. He rejoiced inwardly. "Good thing I'm smart and found this morgue in the underworld." As expected, someone really came. His face grew serious. "Time to get to work." In the small alley behind the morgue, Fang Zheng walked while muttering, "This is the closest place to the morgue. I wonder if I'll be able to harvest anything." With that, he looked around. But then again, what the hell is Zhang Kaiwu up to? Suddenly, something flashed past very quickly. A stream of grayish-white energy flew straight into his bag. He rejoiced inwardly. There it is. It wasn't a waste for me to come here and lie in wait. Suddenly he realized, how can it be such a coincidence? Right after the descent into the underworld, experts from some bureau appeared at the number 2 affiliated hospital. Could it be that Mr. Fu and Zhang Kaiwu are really connected to some bureau? Fang Zheng put his hands to his face and exclaimed, "My God, on one hand, I'm carefully avoiding some bureau, and on the other, I'm seeking out people from that bureau to buy a ghost head blade." The mother-in-law always looked down on her daughter-in-law from a common background, hindering the bright future of her son who had just returned from abroad. She made life difficult for her daughter-in-law every day. Only later did she discover that the daughter-in-law came from a prestigious family, a second-generation rich heiress willing to give up her life as a lady. At this point, the wealthy maternal family also came, saying they had accepted the marriage and even offered 100 million in cash as a dowry. This is more dramatic than any mother-in-law drama. But wait, could Zhang Kaiwu have seen something about me? Otherwise, why would he suddenly take me to descend into the underworld? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. He glanced up at the car, thinking, the car from the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. They're back. There are too many cameras around the hospital. It's too dangerous to pass through here. He wanted to leave quickly. The best way is to go to the open area by the University of Electronic Science and Technology. Fang Zheng quickly ran there and began to lie in wait again. A crescent moon hung in the night sky, carrying a cold whisper. The clock at the University of Electronic Science and Technology showed 11:37 p.m. Fang Zheng crossed his arms, standing in a small corner, waiting. I took a shortcut. I can definitely get here before them. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind him. He realized the prey he was looking for had arrived and cheered inwardly. They're here. Not long after, that car sped past him like the wind. He had determined the direction. It was Scholar Street number 3 road. Several residential areas, and the University of Economics, the University of Media and Communications, and the Normal University are all over there. Fang Zheng noticed something unusual. Could the Paranormal Investigation Bureau be hidden in a university? At this thought, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. It just so happens that Lu Dong's mother is a professor at the Normal University. This looks promising. Just 20 minutes later, the lights gradually illuminated the entire alley, and the Paranormal Investigation Bureau's car appeared again. Forget it, I'll head back for today. Thinking this, Fang Zheng quickly returned. Next to the door was a large hole in the wall. Fang Zheng was startled. Damn, is this my masterpiece? He began to feel a little worried. Since that night's incident, he hadn't seen Officer Wei anywhere. She wasn't injured and hospitalized, was she? A knocking sound echoed continuously in the hallway. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, someone called out, "Hello, food delivery." Fang Zheng waited for a moment, thinking, not answering me? He knocked again. "Hello, the god of wealth is at your door." There was no response. Fang Zheng paused, thinking about something. Then he decisively kicked the door, saying loudly, "If you won't cooperate, then I'm done playing." Something caught his eye. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Got you again." The moment the words were spoken, a large dark shadow tried to slip through the door to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Fang Zheng unhesitatingly used the nine-yang true qi and the human Idaoist art. In an instant, the entire room burst into flames. The furniture crashed into each other, shattering into pieces, interspersed with blood-curdling screams. A small stream of energy suddenly emerged from somewhere. Fang Zheng stood there amidst the proud flames, plus one grayish-white qi. He quickly glided through the air, silently calculating. "This is the fourth paper effigy I've destroyed today. A steady asset increase of 1 per day, getting rich through diligence." Suddenly, his steps halted on the street. Fang Zheng glanced to the side. From within his clothes, streams of grayish-white qi were continuously flying out. "What's going on?" They transformed into small purple paper effigies and flew high up. Seeing this, Fang Zheng muttered softly, "Could it be that another paper effigy is causing trouble today?" His eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly shouted, "There it is." Then he immediately rushed out to make some money. It was late at night, and the lights of the Hasa district gradually lit up. Suddenly, something outside carrying huge sparks rushed straight into the Hasa district. The wind blew relentlessly, fanning the flames deeper inside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two guards inside let out blood-curdling screams, fleeing nonstop. Fang Zheng walked along, humming a song. "Working hard to make money every night will make life better. Time to find the next one." Suddenly, he glanced towards a crowd of people. It's the middle of the night. Why is it so lively over there? Seeing a man and a woman about to get into a car, he thought to himself, "These two look so familiar." Immediately after, his eyes widened as he remembered it was them. Not long after, the car started and drove away. The car sped away. Fang Zheng could only call out, "Hey." Then, he immediately ran after the car. "Don't leave so quickly, hey." Then he suddenly stopped, slapped his face, and thought, "Damn it, the 4 paper effigies in my hand aren't reacting. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau beat me to it. But I have a rough idea of what's going on. Last time, when Officer Wei came to me for the novel list, she mentioned she was investigating a case. It seems the missing people all had one thing in common. Before disappearing, they had all read a supernatural novel. After some deduction, everything became clear. All right. This isn't a scheme, but a cooperation between the police and the public. Officer Wei must have personally entered the tiger's den, successfully lured out the paper effigy, and created a favorable condition for the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's operation. Thinking this, he shouted with tears welling in his eyes, "But you guys slaying demons and protecting the righteous path of the human world, I agree 100%. You stole my business, I can accept that. But at least don't be so quiet about it. Let me have a bite before you go." From then on, bad luck came one after another. The second day, he was beaten to it again. Helpless, Fang Zheng could only chase after those cars. On the third day, he was beaten to it again. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head and screaming, does heaven ever spare anyone? The bad luck didn't stop there. Even the investigation at the university had hit a dead end, with no progress whatsoever. Recently, he had been running to the university day and night, missing a lot of cultivation time for nothing in return. The appointment with young Master Dong is approaching. Maybe I should just ask for his help directly, tell him to ask his mother for information. Otherwise, if I keep hanging around here every day and accidentally break something, I'll have to compensate for it. At 7 the next morning, Fang Zheng closed the door. Actions speak louder than thoughts. He picked up his luggage bag to catch a ride, calculating in his mind. To get to the film crew deep in the mountains from True City to that film set in the deep forests and remote mountains, it would take a total of 3 transfers. Hopefully, I can get there within a day. Meanwhile, at the True City Police Department, suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Xiaowen, are you busy? Wei Yuran walked to the door, her expression deeply contemplative. Criminal psychology expert Xiaowen saw her and enthusiastically walked over. Oh, Officer Wei, why were you discharged from the hospital so quickly? Is there an urgent case that requires me to draw a criminal sketch? Wei Yuran sat down on a chair, crossing her legs. Yes, I'll have to trouble you. Xiaowen reached for a colored pencil and said again, Officer Wei just got out of the hospital. The person who could make you risk your life to catch them must be part of another tough case. After hearing this, Wei Yuran just smiled and said nothing. Xiaowen held the tools in his hand and got straight to the point. Officer Wei, please begin your description. Hearing this, she raised her hand to her chin, thinking, male, based on his voice, around 20 to 23 years old, no older than 25. His whole body was enveloped in a layer of light, so I couldn't see his facial features clearly, but I could tell he was quite tall, about 1'77" to 1'80". His build was neither fat nor thin, and he probably has short hair. Just 12 minutes later, the portrait was finished. Xiaowen handed the drawing to her and asked, Officer Wei, take a look. Is this the person? The eyebrows are a bit more refined, the bridge of the nose a bit higher, and the chin isn't that sharp. In a moment, Xiaowen had made the corrections she requested. Looking at the current portrait, Wei Yuran couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. It's him. Fang Zheng's face was clearly depicted in the drawing, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. So was him. Seeing her expression, Xiaowen said, Officer Wei, this is the first time I've ever seen you smile. It seems this man is the one Officer Wei was looking for. Following Fang Zheng's footsteps, the filming location was about 200 kilometers from True City, deep in the mountains. Its full name was Longtuhu Village, Wunwu Township, Baisher County. But things weren't that simple. Fang Zheng had to take a coach bus from True City along the national and provincial roads, arriving at Baisher County 2 hours later. Then he had to transfer to a rural bus there to get to Wunwu Township, and then switch again to a three-wheeler to reach the village next to Longtuhu Village. The remaining 10 to 20 kilometers could only be covered by the Route 11 bus to enter Longtuhu Village. All of this was for one reason: poverty. With no cars, one could see just how desolate Longtuhu Village was. The ride was bumpy, almost flipping the vehicle. Only then did they reach Baisher County. From Baisher County to Wunwu Township, the most agonizing part was the wait. The bus didn't leave on schedule, but waited until it was full. Look, even the driver was so bored he started goofing around. Looks like an old hand. Someone on the bus couldn't wait any longer and complained, Driver, can we go yet? We've been waiting for so long. Hearing this, the driver started the bus with an impatient look, snapping, I know. Just a handful of people, business is getting harder and harder. The girl suddenly blinked her eyes and continued speaking into her phone. The driver is finally willing to drive into the mountains. Next, I'll be live streaming an outdoor tour for everyone. Let's admire the beautiful landscapes of our motherland together. Nearby, 3 discharged soldiers sat bolt upright. Beside them, a man and a woman were constantly whispering to each other. After a bumpy start, the bus ran steadily on the road. As a True City native, Xiao Yuer was enthusiastically recommended to visit Baisher County by many friends. This Baisher County has green mountains and clear waters, a place of outstanding people and natural beauty. The peaks here are all over 1,000 meters high, part of a branch of the Tsangshan Mountains, very suitable for friends who love mountaineering. Fang Zheng, sitting in the back, heard her voice and thought, a female streamer? Suddenly, the sky changed color, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled across the sky. Xiao Yuer couldn't help but scream in fear. Seeing this, Fang Zheng felt a suspicion rise in his heart. This rain is a bit strange. What's going on? Is that thunder? Why is it so loud? Raindrops began to patter on the roof of the bus. Before long, the rain grew heavier, constantly making a pattering sound. In an instant, the downpour turned the world white, enveloping the road ahead. On the mountain range, lightning struck continuously with terrifying force. Xiao Yuer sat in the bus looking out, her face full of worry. What a heavy rain. The driver was in a difficult situation, his face full of anxiety. Rainwater continuously lashed against the windshield in front of him. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The wheels trembled. The road surface seemed to have collapsed. Just then, another loud clap of thunder echoed. The driver gritted his teeth, worried. This rain is demonic. I've never seen a storm this heavy in my life. He suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Everyone, the rain is too heavy. I can't see the road. We can't go on. It's dangerous to continue, and if we stop on the road, we might get rear-ended. This is a mountain road. Getting rear-ended is very dangerous. I plan to find a nearby village to take shelter, and we'll continue to Wonwoo Township when the rain lightens." Hearing this, everyone agreed. "Okay, no problem. Safety first. The road is slippery in the rain. Just drive slowly. Be safe." Before long, Ancient Well Village appeared before them. The bus slowly entered a bend, appearing faintly. Beep beep. The driver suddenly stopped the bus in the middle of the road. The sudden downpour caused some chaos among the people on the bus, and everyone's face was pale, especially with the hunger and cold. The cold wind seeping into this old bus, combined with not having eaten lunch, the spirits of everyone on board were very low. The driver looked at them, muttering under his breath, "Nothing can happen on my bus." Outside, the rain grew heavier, with large raindrops falling incessantly. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The driver thought to himself, "I have to go into the village to check first. Hopefully the villagers are willing to help us." With that thought, the driver quickly got off the bus and ran straight into the village. In the rain, the scene at the village in trance gradually blurred. From within, a few figures slowly emerged, accompanied by voices. Where? Hurry and help." The people on the bus heard the voices and quickly stuck their heads out. "Look quickly, someone's coming out of the village." The driver quickly stepped up to the bus door and shouted, "Everyone, get off the bus quickly. I'm afraid this rain won't stop for another hour and a half. I just went in and talked to the village chief, and he has mobilized the villagers to prepare hot water and food for everyone. Let's all go into the village to warm up first." Not long after, at the ancestral hall of Ancient Well Village, Xiao Yuer raised a cup of water to her lips and took a few gulps. Gulp, gulp. Cradling the cup with both hands, she blew on it continuously. Phew, this is great. I'm finally warm again. "Village chief, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, we really wouldn't know what to do." Hearing this, the village chief replied, "You're too kind. Helping people in need is what we should do. Please don't worry about it." Fang Zheng sat quietly in a corner, listening to everyone talk. "Village chief, you all are too kind. Let me, Xiao Yuer, help you with some publicity. Everyone, let's also chip in some money to thank the villagers." Fang Zheng also reached into his pocket and took out some money, then placed it on the altar. "Whoever finds it can just consider it a small token of my appreciation for them. Waiting for the rain to stop is so boring." "Village chief, does your village have any legends? I heard that villages deep in the mountains all have some legends passed down by their ancestors." Xiao Yuer moved closer to the village chief and suggested, "Since it's raining heavily and there's nothing to do, why don't you tell us a story?" "That's right, we can't go out for now anyway. Village chief, tell us a few village legends to pass the time." Hearing this, the discharged soldiers all became curious. Hearing this, Fang Zheng's eyes widened as he thought. These people just had a few bowls of hot soup, and they can't contain their curiosity already. The village chief seemed a bit hesitant. "Well," someone urged, "please tell us." All right then. There's only one legend in the village related to a heavy rain like today's." Seeing the village chief begin to speak, Xiao Yuer said excitedly, "Awesome." The old man's voice slowly began. "If the sky pours down a rain so heavy, it's as if a hole has been torn. Then at night, a woman will come knocking on the door asking, 'The rain has stopped. Has anyone seen my son?' At this time, everyone must say, 'The rain was probably too heavy. The boy must have gone into the mountains to take shelter. You should go look for him in the mountains.' Remember, you must never say you haven't seen him. Otherwise, the next day, this woman will come knocking again, and something strange will happen." According to an old man in the village, Ancient Well Village did indeed have such a pitiful woman in the past. Her son actually froze to death in a heavy rain, just like today's. As a mother, how could she accept the shock of losing her child? That mother went mad, then disappeared. Afterwards, for some unknown reason, every time a storm passed, she would enter the village and knock on doors, asking the villagers if they had seen her son. After hearing this, Tungu Ni was terrified, trembling as she looked around. "Village chief, is this story true?" She backed away a few steps in fear. "Will someone really come knocking in the middle of the night?" The village chief smiled and said, "This is just a story an old man in the village tells to scare disobedient children. If that woman really existed, she would be at least 180 years old by now, long since in her grave. After hearing this, Tungu-ni thought thankfully, "It's a good thing we're not staying in the village overnight." Suddenly, there was a beeping sound from outside. The village chief looked outside, muttering softly, "It seems another car has arrived." With that, he grabbed an umbrella and prepared to leave. "Everyone get some rest. I'll go check it out." The sound of footsteps in the rain hurried away again. Not long after, when the village chief returned, he brought more than 10 other people with him. At the same time, the village chief brought bad news that left everyone present stunned, as if struck by lightning. Due to the continuous heavy rain, there have been several landslides on the mountain, so the roads up and down the mountain are both blocked. These people are self-driving tourists who were forced to enter the village for help. Everyone, rest assured, I will coordinate with the villagers to have them clear out empty rooms for you to stay for one night. By the time the arrangements were made, it was already evening. The sky gradually darkened, and just then, the rain finally stopped. Ancient Well Village was shrouded in darkness. The atmosphere in every room became particularly gloomy and terrifying. Tungu-ni hugged her blanket tightly, her heart filled with fear. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked the village chief to tell that story during the day. Now I'm scared to death at night. Surely no one will actually come knocking, right? Thinking this, she pulled the blanket over her head, reassuring herself. It's all fake. It's fake. Suddenly, there was the sound of wind blowing outside. Footsteps were heard, then they stopped. A series of chilling sounds echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock. Tungu-ni's gaze turned anxiously towards the door. Who is it coming to find me in the middle of the night? That chilling voice really did sound out. Excuse me, the rain has stopped. Have you seen my son? Tungu-ni looked towards the door, so scared her eyes widened. A huge red figure exuded a strange aura from the doorway. Excuse me, the rain has stopped. Have you seen my son? Early the next morning, a clamor erupted in the village. Fuang Chin was sitting on his bed, finding it a bit noisy. Hearing it, he went to open the door and look outside, thinking to himself, what happened? Why is it so noisy? Seeing everyone gathered together, he wondered, what's going on? A frightened man spoke up. Did you see her? Last night, a girl's eyes were wide as she held her head in terror. It was horrible. What on earth is going on? How could it be such a coincidence that we encountered it? How did everyone answer? The moment I saw her, I immediately remembered the village chief's words and answered directly. The rain was probably too heavy. The boy went into the mountains to take shelter. You should go look for him in the mountains. Is there another way to say it? Can't we just say we didn't see him? That's right. The people who arrived later don't know. Yesterday, the village chief told us a story. Fuang Chin touched his chin, thinking to himself, the woman looking for her son, the ghost story the village chief told yesterday. Did it actually happen in reality? Someone stepped forward and said loudly, if this is a prank, come forward. We won't blame you. Tungu-ni had just run over, asking worriedly, Did anyone open the door to look at that woman? Fuang Chin glanced at her, curious. After just one night, how did she become so haggard? In the middle of the night, not being a local and not used to the place, who would open the door? The village chief is here. Looking at the village chief's face, everyone wondered, why does he look so serious? What's the hidden story here? The village chief asked, who met the woman asking about her missing son yesterday? How did you all end up answering? It turns out it wasn't just the lodging tourists who encountered this, but even the villagers here met that woman. A man stepped forward and said, what do you mean those villagers said they don't know that woman? Everyone, calm down and listen to me. Since the villagers all say they don't know that woman, it's very likely she is one of the tourists. I hope everyone will cooperate. Let's all go to the ancestral hall to investigate this matter clearly. After the village chief persuaded them, and with the cooperation of the driver, this group of people agreed to go to the village's ancestral hall to prove their innocence, and also to quickly find the prankster. In an instant, all the villagers had gathered. The villagers' mood was not very friendly. Even if this was a tourist prank, did the villagers need to be this angry? An old man leaning on a cane walked out, coughing incessantly. He sat down on a chair and said, this old man has brazenly asked the village chief to bring the tourists stranded in the village out for everyone to see. Now everyone can identify them. Look carefully at each face. This old man hopes that no one will tarnish the name of Ancient Well Village, nor wrongly accuse any good person. At this point, the old man's face was full of anger. Heaven is watching what people do. If anyone dares to wrongly accuse a good person, the ancestors in the clan hall are all watching. Hearing this, Everyone responded loudly, "We know." Fuang Qin felt uneasy. This feeling is like people in ancient times being brought to the streets to await judgment. The identification part was very simple. All the women lined up in a row for the villagers to identify. Although the tourists were angry, they still complied. The result was no one matched. Being scrutinized, Fuang Qin thought to himself, "Why are you looking at me? I'm a real man." Suddenly, their eyes turned towards Tu and Guni. The woman from last night looked exactly like her face pale and bloodless. "It's not her. The appearance is too different." The old man walked over to confirm. "Have you finished looking? Are you sure it's not one of the tourists stranded in the village?" Hearing this, the observers all shook their heads in unison. "Yes, it's none of them." The old man then said loudly, "Then don't you all owe them an apology?" Hearing this, their faces became awkward. Under the watch of the centenarian elder, the villagers shamefully apologized to the tourists. "Sorry, we've wronged you all." Seeing their remorse, the tourists quickly waved their hands. "It's all right, it's all right." Everyone's angry mood for being wrongly accused gradually improved. After hearing this, Fuang Qin's expression darkened, and he thought to himself, "So the question is, who exactly was the woman from last night? Could it be the female ghost that has been following us here?" The road outside is blocked by rocks and soil. Outsiders can't enter this mountain village. Who is this woman who keeps appearing? The tourists who got off the bus stood together discussing. A pale-faced girl asked, "Hey, what do you guys think? Could it be that the woman from the ghost story has returned to Ancient Well Village?" "Don't talk nonsense. The woman last night looked about 27, 28 years old. Didn't you hear the village chief? If it were really her, she'd be 180 years old." Fuang Qin's eyes were full of suspicion, and he thought to himself, "Strange, I was cultivating all last night and didn't detect anything unusual. Is that woman a real supernatural event, or is someone deliberately playing tricks?" He thought, frowning deeply. "It's too early to conclude now, unless that woman comes looking for me." Everyone continued to remind each other. In short, don't go out tonight. As evening fell, the sound of a rooster crowing rang out. At some point, a rooster had been hung upside down, and it was crowing nonstop. Fuang Qin walked up to the rooster, watched for a moment, and thought to himself, "Is this an upside-down rooster disco dance?" Entering the house of Uncle Li and Annie Zhou, where Fuang Qin was staying, he asked, "Uncle Li, Annie Zhou, what's going on outside? Why do I see a rooster hanging in front of every house?" Hearing this, Auntie Zhou replied, "The village chief just went door to door to inform us, telling us to hang a rooster in front of our doors." Her hands didn't stop sweeping the floor. A few minutes later, she added, "In the countryside, roosters are divine objects that guard the house and ward off evil." Fuang Qin gradually understood. There is indeed a belief that roosters can ward off evil, causing demons and ghosts to retreat automatically. Since ancient times, people have believed that chickens are auspicious objects that dispel yin and attract yang. When yang appears, the rooster crows. Roosters were considered by the ancients to be the essence of the sun. There is also the belief that the rooster's crow brings the dawn. Sometimes during funerals, before lowering the coffin into the grave, the children will prepare a rooster and throw it into the grave pit. If the rooster flaps its wings and flies out of the pit, it proves that the evil energy in the grave has been dispelled and the coffin can be safely interred. But there is also a belief that chickens are the nemesis of poisonous ants. So throwing a chicken into the grave pit first is to drive away poisonous ants in the pit, so that the deceased will not be bitten by poisonous ants after being placed in the grave. From this, one can see the status of the chicken as a divine object that guards the house and wards off evil in the countryside. Fuang Qin's face suddenly darkened, and he wondered, what do these villagers already know? They're starting to prepare in advance. Or is it just a common superstitious activity to comfort themselves and stabilize morale? He then intended to take the broom from Annie Zhou's hand. "Annie Zhou, let me help you sweep." "No need, it's all right." The moon hung high in the night sky, faintly illuminating the cold mountain range. The wind swept by, carrying strange sounds. The sounds gradually reached the tourist rooms. In the courtyard, the faucet dripped incessantly. A man kept hitting the faucet. He sighed. The water's out again. A little worried, he muttered, "Should I go to the well in the courtyard to get some water to wash up?" This is the livestock farmer Li Peng. Thinking this, he immediately tried to dismiss the thought. But what if I run into that woman? Immediately after, he made up his mind, picked up a bucket, and prepared to leave. Whatever, it's just a prank. What's there to be afraid of? He pushed the door, and it made a creepy, creaking sound. The rooster hanging on the door started crowing nonstop again. Li Peng angrily turned and scolded. So noisy. I'll make you into chicken soup tomorrow. What are you squawking about in the middle of the night? Can a rooster lay an egg at night? Walking to the well, he threw the bucket down, gently drew some water, and pulled it up. He muttered softly, then breathed a sigh of relief. Really making a mountain out of a molehill. I almost scare myself. I told you, what danger is there? Needless tension. Then he threw the bucket down again. I raised 3,000 chickens in my own backyard. I'm considered a wealthy household. How can I be like those villagers, hearing a story and encountering something strange and not even daring to live a normal life at night? A long while later, there was suddenly a splashing sound behind him. He was startled and turned his head, thinking, where is that water sound coming from? Who else is drawing water besides me? The sound of dripping water was incessant. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward, a blood red. I peered through the crack in the window, staring at his face. Li Peng was terrified and shouted loudly, "Who's standing there?" Then he walked aggressively towards it. What blind thief is this? Let me see. Getting closer to the window and seeing the face clearly, he was shocked. It's you, the woman from last night. He thought to himself, she's a bit off today. Yesterday, she was completely dry. Today, she's soaking wet, as if she just came in from the rain. Standing at a distance, he said loudly, "Who on earth are you?" Her face immediately became ferocious. Li Peng didn't hear her answer and shouted, "I already told you, I haven't seen any son of yours." Observing for a moment, what caught his eye was the pattern on her shoulder. A tattoo? He thought, why would a woman have such a strange tattoo? Li Peng was so scared his feet automatically took a few steps back, thinking, this is wrong, this is so wrong. She took a few steps back, and a gust of wind swept towards Li Peng. He was startled, his eyes wide. What's happening? He couldn't make a sound. Suddenly, her whole body flew up, making a strange sound. The rooster outside the door also turned blood red, screaming incessantly. Early the next morning, just as the sun was rising, tragic screams were heard. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Fang Zheng, who was meditating in his room, glanced towards the door. What's happened now? Two people were standing at the door, shouting. 2 villagers went missing last night. He was startled. More people have gone missing? 2 more villagers disappeared last night. The people outside were buzzing with discussion. It's Li Peng and the widow Ma, who lived alone. Early this morning, Mr. Chen passed by Li Peng's house and saw the door was open, but no one was there. Then someone discovered it was the same at widow Ma's house. But there was one difference between Widow Ma's house and Li Peng's house. When Li Peng disappeared, the rooster hanging at his house was still there, but Widow Ma's chicken was nowhere to be found. There wasn't a single chicken feather on the ground, as if someone had untied Widow Ma's chicken and then cleaned up all the traces. It's terrifying. At this point, everyone clutched their heads, groaning and screaming. It must be that woman. The woman who knocked on doors last night, looking for a child. She's the one behind it all. Someone else recounted in horror what had happened before. Widow Ma and Li Peng both opened their doors, saw her face, and replied that they hadn't seen her child. None of this can be a coincidence. That ghost story must have come true. The village chief roared in anger. A living, breathing person can't just vanish for no reason. We'll find them even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. As Fang Zheng was silently organizing the information from the scattered clues provided by the villagers, someone suddenly came up and tapped his shoulder. Hey! The person looked at him nervously and reminded him, "You're also one of the tourists staying here from that bus, right? Follow me." Fang Zheng nodded and followed him. After walking some distance away from the village center, he was surprised to see a dense crowd of people ahead. What's going on? Why are so many people gathered over there? Getting closer, he was shocked to discover they were all the stranded tourists. A young man with straight bangs, his face pale, spoke up resolutely. "We have to leave this village immediately. From the first day we set foot in this village, strange things have been happening everywhere. None of the things that have happened one after another are normal." A girl, trembling all over, stammered, "That's right, this village gives me a feeling like it's too evil." A more practical man with a bowl cut explained helplessly, "But the landslide has blocked the roads in both directions. They're all ruined. We can't leave even if we want to." A soldier stepped forward to reassure them. "It seems no one wants to just wait here to die. No one knows how long it will take to clear the mountain road outside, whether there will be more landslides soon, or if it will endanger the several hundred villagers here." The others began to chatter amongst themselves. "So what should we do? We can't just be stuck here forever. Why don't you help us think of a way?" Someone stood up and said, that's right. Even though you're discharged, you were once soldiers. Your status and professionalism make you more trustworthy. Please lead us out of here." There were 3 people in the group who had served in the army: veteran Zhao Tai, veteran Zhang Jiaming, and veteran Chen Jiong. Zhao Tai hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't refuse. He sighed and said, "All right, actually, I've already been thinking of a way. For the past 2 days, I've been observing this village and found that there are several pieces of agricultural machinery. If we modify them a bit, they could be of great use in clearing the landslide debris. As for digging tools, you can find farm tools everywhere in the countryside. We're not short on those." Seeing that the situation seemed to be taking a turn for the better, everyone's spirits lifted, their faces filled with joy. Right, please continue. Zhang Jiaming explained seriously. Regarding the scale of the landslide, Zhao Tai, Chen Jiong, and I already studied it yesterday. If we rely only on the few of us, there's no way we can clear the road. We can only ask the villagers for help. Later, I'll go find the village chief and see if I can persuade him to mobilize the villagers to save ourselves together and open a path to the outside. But I need Driver Lu's cooperation. He has communicated with the village chief the most, so with him there, the success rate will be higher. The honest driver nodded in agreement. Okay, no problem. Before leaving, Zhang Jiaming didn't forget to add, also, I suggest one more thing. It's best if everyone leaves their contact information, so if anything happens, we can easily help each other. Everyone agreed in unison. Fang Zheng watched the backs of everyone leaving, each to their own task, and couldn't help but feel admiration. Truly worthy of being soldiers who protect the country. Their thinking is thorough, and they take the lead in action. But the matter wasn't that simple. This was almost certainly a supernatural event. He frowned, looking into the distance. I have to go confirm it first. If it's another supernatural matter, ordinary people's methods won't solve it. Later, at Li Peng's house, Fang Zheng had arrived. He carefully observed from the outside. Sure enough, there wasn't a single person nearby. It seemed the villagers already considered this an inauspicious place. He looked around and sighed helplessly. He had intended to come looking for clues, but unexpectedly, the villagers had locked Li Peng's gate. He went around to the back of the house, about to leave. It's daytime now. I probably won't find anything. Suddenly, something startled him. Next to the back window of the house, an extremely terrifying, sinister energy emanated from a puddle in a dip in the ground. The negative energy here is very heavy. Something is strange. He pondered. What's even stranger is, why is there a puddle of stagnant water here? Fang Zheng raised his head and looked around. From here, one could just peek at the situation inside Li Peng's house. He grew suspicious. In other words, someone stood here last night, watching Li Peng's house. Standing before the puddle, he replayed last night's scene in his mind. All of a sudden, a surge of resentful energy billowed up from under his feet, then abruptly wrapped around his legs, pulling his entire body in. Fang Zheng was horrified. What is this? What's happening? I'm sinking into an unknown space. He heard a mournful cry. Mommy, mommy, sob, sob. Mommy, it's the sound of crying. He saw a little boy huddled at the bottom of a well, crying silently for his mother. Fang Zheng was stunned. A child? Suddenly, he felt a splitting headache. My head. He hurriedly channeled his energy. Demon Ape Meditation Visualization. A powerful energy shone brightly, enveloping the entire space. It was as if fire burned in his eyes. The space changed again, and he had successfully returned to the surface. Fang Zheng immediately jumped back warily, moving far away from the puddle. That was dangerous, so bizarre. Luckily, the Demon Ape Meditation Visualization sensed a life-threatening danger just now and automatically protected its master, helping me escape that ordeal. He looked around cautiously. The powerful monsters I've encountered before only appeared at night, because the negative energy is heaviest at night, and they need to rely on it to act. But it's daytime now, and Fang Zheng was still terrified, clutching his chest. What if ghosts can appear during the day? Forget it. I can't think that far ahead right now. He clutched his head and sighed. Hiss, my head hurts so much. It's hot and cold, like it's about to split open. Has my soul been shaken? Fang Zheng thought in silence. Just a puddle of stagnant water. It has such strong, resentful energy. Even the headless female corpse cut in half at the waist that I met at the beginning wasn't this powerful. What on earth did that woman go through? He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a little scared. Luckily, this time I only encountered a bit of residual, resentful energy. If this ghost could appear during the day, that would be truly terrifying. He calculated carefully. I must quickly call the village chief to have someone fill in that puddle. And this whole bamboo forest, it must be completely cut down too. It blocks the sunlight year-round, which has made the negative energy here heavier and heavier. Ordinary people who come near here absolutely cannot withstand that resentful energy. Suddenly, he saw a villager outside. The moment the person saw him, they fearfully scurried into their house. Then they left the door ajar, secretly observing him. Fang Zheng frowned and glanced at the person. Hey, I'm not playing hide and seek. The villager, feeling they'd been discovered, slammed the door shut with a bang without a moment's hesitation. Fang Zheng pondered. It seems the strange events of the past 2 days have instilled fear in the villagers' hearts. Everyone is avoiding anything related to Li Peng and Widow Ma, afraid of being tainted by bad luck. Not thinking about it further, he hurried away. I must quickly find out the truth of the matter. At Annie Chu's house, she was busy hanging a chicken upside down in front of her door, tying its feet with a rope. The chicken struggled, squawking. While busy, she saw a familiar figure and called out happily, "Fang Zheng, you're back." Looking closer, she was both surprised and worried. Why do you suddenly look so pale? I remember you were healthy and rosy-cheeked when you went out. He clutched his head and said perfunctorily, I probably just caught a cold. It's nothing. Fang Zheng quickly composed himself and asked with a smile. By the way, Annie Chu, why is our village called Old Well Village? Is it related to a well in the village? Suddenly, Auntie Chu's expression darkened, and she admitted, there is indeed a very old well in the village. She turned her head away, her expression unclear, but her voice trembled slightly as she recalled. No one remembers when that well came to be. When I was young like you are now, that well was already very old. Perhaps the elders in the village would know more. Fang Zheng frowned and probed. So, Annie Chu, do you know where that old well is? I've been here for 3 days and haven't seen any special well. Annie Chu nodded, her tone calm. Of course you haven't seen it, because that well is inside the ancestral hall, which has been abandoned for several decades. He was stunned, his eyes wide. Inside the ancestral hall? Auntie Chu pondered, rubbing her chin in thought. To prevent children from falling in, when I was little and just old enough to understand things, that old well had already been filled in by the adults in the village. The village adults from back then would be at least 70 or 80 years old now. Quite a few have already passed away. Fang Zheng pressed excitedly. So, Annie Chu, did a child ever fall into that well? Did the child end up dying in the well? Annie Chu's face suddenly darkened. Fang Zheng was delighted, full of anticipation. Annie Chu's expression was very strange. But unexpectedly, Annie Chu just sighed and turned to go straight into the house. It was too long ago. I'm old now. I'm muddle-headed. I don't remember clearly anymore. He immediately deflated, stunned. Fang Zheng could naturally see that Annie Chu was being evasive. It seems there's a problem with that well. He carefully pieced the story together, analyzing the suspicious points. If that woman had already found her child, then why did she go mad later? Moreover, every time after it rains, she returns to the village, going door to door looking for her child. The more he thought, the less he understood. Isn't it very contradictory? Could this story be fake? Or is someone deliberately misleading everyone? But there was one thing Fang Zheng seemed very sure of. It seems the filled-in old well in the ancestral hall is the beginning of everything. Auntie Chu's unusual expression was enough to show that the old well was anything but ordinary. It surely concealed the truth of it all. He immediately headed towards the ancestral hall. I must take advantage of the remaining daylight to go to the Old Well Village's ancestral hall and clarify everything. Later, at the ancestral hall, the main hall was bustling with people coming and going, all making offerings. Fang Zheng glanced over, assessing. Is this a place to worship ancestors for peace? No wonder so many strange things have happened one after another. It's just that with things like this, it's not very convenient for an outsider like me to go inside. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly received a message. Ding! The people in the group had created a group chat. Zhang Jiaming announced. The village chief has mobilized the villagers to clear the road. Everyone, gather at the village entrance quickly. Brother Jiaming, I really didn't misjudge you. How did you persuade the village chief? That's amazing. Fang Zheng marveled at the speed of these people. Had they finally started clearing the road? At the village entrance, Fang Zheng couldn't help but complain bitterly. This Zhang Jiaming, seeing that I looked unwell, took the team to clear the road himself and left me here to rest. But a pair of full mound were pressing tightly against his arm. Help me, I've been entangled all day. He wanted to run, but couldn't escape. I wanted to take advantage of no one being around to make a trip to the ancestral hall. But now I'm completely stuck. Ugh, women are so troublesome. Xiao Yuer clung to him. She whined, hugging his arm tightly and refusing to let go. Brother, it's getting dark. I'm scared. Why isn't everyone back yet? In a flash, it was dusk. The teams that had split up to search for people had also returned. Everyone anxiously asked the village chief, "Did your side find the missing people?" The village chief sighed and instructed, "It's getting dark. Everyone has worked hard all day. Go home and rest early. Don't forget to hang a rooster in front of your door." Fang Zheng pondered. Still haven't found them? The road up the mountain is blocked. You can't get out and you can't get in. Where on earth are those missing people? Night fell. Darkness enveloped the entire space without a single light. In her room, Huang Cece, a tourist staying in the village, was restless. Her heart was uneasy, a bad premonition rising within her. The things that had happened in the village these past 2 days were truly too bizarre. If it weren't for my mother telling me that a girl shouldn't sleep with a man before marriage, I absolutely wouldn't have separated from Wei Cheng. She mustered all the courage she had in her life and slowly walked towards that damn toilet. The more scared she was, the more she needed to use the restroom. Cece reached out and turned on the light. Suddenly, a small sound echoed in the silent space. Drip drop. She jumped, her heart pounding in panic. What was that sound? The sound of dripping water? Where? The dripping sound became more and more urgent, clearer and clearer. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Cece vaguely saw something outside the window behind the curtain and comforted herself. Stop scaring yourself. It's probably just raining outside. She tiptoed gently towards the window, her heart burning with anxiety. No, I have to confirm, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. As soon as she stuck her head out, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew in from outside. Cece's eyes widened, frozen in terror by the horrifying scene before her. Outside, the dripping sound continued unabated. Drip drop. A gloomy, demonic aura flooded into the room from outside. What happened next remains a mystery, but it's certain this girl was more likely dead than alive. Early the next morning, Wei Cheng's terrified screams echoed throughout the village. Cece, Cece, where are you? Lin Weicheng frantically questioned everyone. Did you hide Cece? Please give her back to me. The others hurriedly tried to calm him down. Calm down. Lin Weicheng couldn't calm down. We had already discussed it. We were going to get engaged this August. Fang Zheng walked over thoughtfully and asked, "Your girlfriend is missing?" Zhang Jiaming continued, his expression grave. Not just his girlfriend, a total of more than 10 people went missing last night. This village is too strange. The situation has become extremely urgent. Fang Zheng was shocked. What? Zhang Jiaming stepped forward and proposed, "Village chief, Lin Weicheng and the 3 of us will assist in searching for the missing people. If they're alive, we must find them. If they're dead, we must find their bodies. So many people can't just disappear without a reason." He turned back to arrange the others, except for Fang Zheng and Xiao Yuer, who will stay in the village. "The rest of you, go clear the road." Everyone responded in unison. "Okay." Xiao Yuer happily turned back and called out, "Brother, it's just the 2 of us again. You have to protect Xiao." But she didn't know when the person beside her had vanished without a trace. Xiao Yuer was stunned. Where did he go? The sun gradually rose higher. Fang Zheng, running, let out a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I slipped away fast, otherwise I would have been stuck with that girl again." He stood before the main gate, surprised. It's locked? That's good too. It means there's no one in the ancestral hall, just what I wanted. He looked around, gave a light leap, climbed onto the wall, and jumped inside. If I remember correctly, someone once said, there are paths everywhere in this world. It's just that no one walks them. Fang Zheng landed lightly on the ground in a relaxed mood. We don't take the normal path. We go wherever we want. How could a mere wall stop my steps? He looked around, puzzled. The terrain here is built so flat, but why can't I see the old well? Then he suddenly remembered. Annie Chu mentioned this while it had been filled in. So was it filled to be level, or was it destroyed? Fang Zheng stomped his foot forcefully, suspicious. Or maybe the well has always been here, just deliberately hidden by the layer of dirt under my feet. Suddenly, a message notification sound went off. He glanced at it. Someone sent a message in the group again. It was a cry for help from Lin Weicheng. Even through the phone, one could imagine his terrified expression. "Brother Jiaming, come quickly." While we were clearing the road, we discovered something terrifying. Fang Zheng naturally wouldn't miss it. What did they discover? He immediately ran to the scene, and one look gave him goosebumps. It was a skeleton. Fang Zheng broke out in a cold sweat, rubbing his chin in thought. Why is there a skeleton? I'll go take a look first. The matter of Auntie Chu's concealment and the old well can be put aside for now. Zhang Jiaming stepped forward to examine it. The skeleton looks very old, dead for at least 15 years. Moreover, based on the width of the pelvis, it can be determined that this is a female. As he examined it more closely, he was even more shocked to discover this is behind the skull. There's a large hole drilled the size of a spoon. There are many cracks and fractures on this skeleton. This woman did not die a normal death. Finally, he came to a conclusion. It's very likely that while she was alive, she was killed by a strong external force. Then someone casually found a place on the mountain to bury her. As a result, during the recent landslide, this skeleton was washed out. Zhang Jiaming quickly ordered, "Call the police immediately. This is a murder case." Zhao Tai nodded. "Okay." Fang Zheng clutched his chest, his heart pounding. A murder case. The killer is very likely in Oldwell Village. Now that the female corpse's bones have been accidentally exposed, doesn't that make all of us targets for the killer? Furthermore, with the outbreak of supernatural events, more and more people are going missing. Staying in the village for another minute now puts everyone in another degree of danger. We can't delay any longer. We must quickly find clues and break this deadlock. Fang Zheng quietly jumped over a large rock and left. By the way, where is the rescue team? He thought as he ran like the wind. As long as we can get everyone out of here, experts will come to handle what follows. According to the news in the group, the rescue team needs about 4 or 5 more days to clear the road. But based on the current situation, lasting 3 days would be considered good. While running, Fang Zheng suddenly slammed on the brakes. Damn it, there's a landslide ahead. Not even a small path is left. There's been another new landslide. He sighed, comforting himself. Calm down, calm down. If the rescue team can clear the mountain road in 4 or 5 days, it means the rescue team is about to reach Oldwell Village. Fang Zheng quickly resumed running. I can go meet them first to seek more practical and reliable help. But the more he ran, the more he felt that the situation was not right, his heart uneasy. Why would a stretch of mountain road have a 4th landslide? He gritted his teeth and cursed. Are you kidding me? Does this mountain have a hobby of having landslides? Or has this landslide fallen in love with me? Looking around, he assessed the situation. A man's ambition is to roam the world. How can I be stopped by a small landslide like this? No more talk. Let's continue on the road. Take a shortcut up the mountain and see what on earth has happened. The higher he climbed, the softer and more slippery the ground under his feet became. Fang Zheng climbed until he was panting. He guessed an alarm. This feeling is wrong. It's not just sinking, it's also very slippery, like a ghost wall. At this rate, it's impossible to reach the mountaintop. Wait, infinitely repeating landslides. Never reaching the mountaintop. This is a ghost wall. Fang Zheng immediately deployed his ultimate skill. Demon Ape Meditation Visualization. A golden light flashed in his eyes as he looked into the distance. The surrounding scenery showed no change at all. Even the demon ape meditation visualization is useless. He seemed to think of something and hurriedly slid down the mountain. Then there's only one possibility left. He ran like the wind back to the village. I don't know what the truth behind it is, but the cause is definitely in this mountain. After running back and forth for a while, Fang Zheng was so tired he was out of breath, his face pale. Based on his observations, the scale and scope of this ghost wall were truly terrifying. It had surrounded the entire village and everyone in it. But suddenly, Fang Zheng remembered something and shivered. Wait, if the landslide trapping everyone is a ghost wall, then the ghost wall I encountered at Li Peng's house, what was that? Could it be a ghost wall within a ghost wall? Like a dream within a dream, thinking you've woken up, but you're actually still dreaming, unable to escape on your own. While deep in thought and analysis, there was a sudden noisy chatter. Everyone, listen to me. He turned his head. Zhang Jiaming and the others were back. The progress of clearing the road is still too slow. We have to speed up. It's just that everyone is already very tired. And at night, there's also... Everyone sighed heavily. Sigh, when on earth can we leave this godforsaken place? Fang Zheng began to have doubts. If it's really a ghost wall like a dream within a dream, then these people... He frowned and thought, are they real, or are they a part of the ghost wall? In the end, he hesitantly comforted himself. They can't be fake, right? Before entering the village, everyone had taken a bus together from Van Vo Commune. No matter how large the scope of this ghost wall is, it couldn't possibly encompass the entire Van Vo Commune, could it? But he suddenly remembered something, stopped in his tracks. A look of shock on his face. That's not right. Some people weren't here from the beginning. Then 10 self-driving tourists appeared. Is it these 10 people, or is it the others? Soon, the moon rose, and the night was unusually dark and gloomy. Fang Zheng sat in his room, his spirit highly focused. Now that these mysterious events are so critical, I must quickly restore my spirit to its peak state. Suddenly, he heard Annie Chu's stuttering, trembling voice. "Old man, the chicken outside the door doesn't seem to be making any noise anymore. Could it be?" Uncle Lee spoke up. Let's go check." Andy Chu fearfully tried to stop him. "Old man, don't go, please don't go." Uncle Lee was determined to go. "I'm not going outside, just opening the door to see how the chicken is." "All right, stop nagging." What followed was the creaking sound of the door, then a gloomy, cold air invaded the entire house, even reaching his room. Fang Zheng immediately realized, this is bad. Uncle Lee and Annie Chu are in trouble. He shot up, grabbed his blade, and rushed out. But by the time he reached the door was wide open, the chicken was gone, and the people were nowhere to be seen. He pursed his lips. I was too late. Fang Zheng quickly ran outside. "This speed is too fast. I ran out as soon as I heard the noise. How are they already gone?" Fang Zheng looked up. The rooster was gone. Isn't this exactly the same as the situation when Widow Ma disappeared? Suddenly, there was the sound of a branch breaking in the silence. He shouted warily, "Who's there?" The person immediately fled. Fang Zheng silently tightened his grip on his weapon. There was only one shadow, no sign of Uncle Lee and Annie Chu. The real culprit probably isn't him. Fang Zheng was about to turn back inside. It's never wrong to be a little more careful. Since I couldn't save others, I shouldn't go and get myself killed. Suddenly, a strong, bone-chilling cold wind blew past, carrying a piercing cold. He quickly used his hand to brace the door. Fang Zheng panicked. This cold wind is too strong. This doesn't feel right. Immediately after, a hand was placed on the door. A gloomy figure appeared, completely drenched. The person exuded a terrifying, ghostly aura and spoke coldly. "The rain has stopped. Have you seen my child?" Fang Zheng broke out in a cold sweat, recalling the village chief's words. Remember, absolutely do not say you haven't seen him. You must say, maybe the rain was too heavy. The child found a place to shelter. Tell her to look around. But he was panicking inside. No, what if the village chief is also part of this ghost wall? An unpleasant memory flashed through his mind. It could be like the story of the slit-mouthed woman, where whether you answer beautiful or not beautiful, you die either way. Am I beautiful? You die. Not beautiful? You also die. That person repeated, "Excuse me, the rain has stopped. Have you seen my child?" Fuang Qin replied distractedly. A person can be as humble as dust, but cannot be as twisted as a maggot. She repeated for the third time, "Excuse me, the rain has stopped. Have you seen my child?" Fuang Qin was speechless, thinking in despair. Is it because I'm too cultured, or are you uncultured? Why don't you understand that I'm advising you to be good? He lectured with all his might. A person who can open their heart is a good person. A person who can quickly open their heart is a kind person. A person who forever keeps their heart open and never closes it is an extremely good person. What kind of person are you? Not getting the desired answer, she repeated for the fourth time, "Excuse me, the rain has stopped. Have you seen my child?" Fuang Qin completely deflated, stiffening, feeling extremely aggrieved. It seems my words were useless. I've run into a brainless one. He chatted with her helplessly. "Did you know? We can only see the sun from 8 minutes ago. We can only see the moon from 1.3 seconds ago. And we can only see buildings a mile away. Even if you're only 1 meter away from me, I can only see your back. Everything we see is just the past. And all of this, too, shall pass." She was like a playback machine, repeating for the fifth time, "Excuse me, the rain has stopped. Have you seen my child?" Fuang Qin helplessly held his head and sighed. I was too naive to actually hope to reason with a woman. The only reason that exists in this world is to never expect to use reason to convince a woman. What a life philosophy. If that's the case, then let her see Fuang Qin's rich vocabulary. Life is not about just getting by, but about looking to the future. Everything in the past is but a fleeting cloud of smoke. The future is what's important. In the battle between good and evil, love and hate, when evil and hatred descend, the only weapon you can use is love. I wasted the best years of my life. I lost her. Countless times I've had that dream. Hey, are you still okay? Hey, I heard it's raining today. This sister's tender skin looks so eye-catching because it's all water. Fuang Qin gave a tired smirk, encouraging himself. Keep it up. Just keep talking like this until morning. You can do it. That person repeated for the 43rd time, "Excuse me, The rain has stopped. Have you seen my child? The soaking wet puddle at her feet was spreading. Fuang Qin noticed and quietly backed away. He thought warily, I have to stay away from this puddle. Last time I almost capsized my boat and drowned in a pond because of this thing. But just as his foot touched the door frame, with a loud bang, thunder suddenly cracked and rain poured down. His face was expressionless, his expression dazed. Hey, don't they say taking a step back opens up a vast sea and sky? I fell for it again. Before his eyes was the image of that woman anxiously running everywhere looking for a child. My child, where are you? Where are you? Mommy's here to find you. Finally, she went knocking on every door to ask, Excuse me, the rain has stopped. Have you seen my child? The cold wind howled past. The sound of the wind blowing across the well mouth at Fuang Qin's feet was even more terrifying. He was startled. She's gone. No, I'm seeing this from her perspective. In other words, I am that woman, seeing what she saw. Suddenly, there was a sound behind him. Swish! Immediately after, he was struck hard by a blunt object. He suddenly came to, returning to reality. At that moment, someone had ambushed her from behind. Fuang Qin rubbed his head, struggling to sit up. My head hurts so much. Damn it, I still fell for it. The moment he opened his eyes, the female ghost gave him a surprise. She charged forward, shattering his protective shield, and lunged with her claws raised. He thought in horror. Its black tiger snatches the heart. He lamented, All 24 layers of my diamond shield are broken. Are you a professional hymen breaker? He gritted his teeth and muttered, It's over. I'm really going to ascend to heaven today. Fuang Qin hurriedly flipped over. My mom's calling me home for dinner. See you another day, big sister. How could the female ghost let him go? She swung her sharp claws and lunged at him. But he managed to dodge in time, and those claws landed on his butt. Fuang Qin blushed, pushing her face away in disgust. Let go. I'm not that kind of casual person. Unfortunately, her hand happened to touch the scripture scroll hanging at his waist. The moment it touched, her whole body immediately stiffened in pain, and she quickly pulled her hand back, groaning. The human skin scripture had taken effect, instantly lighting up. The female ghost was hit by the light, her entire body feeling as if it were being burned. She clutched her head and screamed shrilly. Fuang Qin, stunned, shouted after her, Hey, you're just going to run away in shame after touching my butt? Don't run. You have to take responsibility for me. As she fled, her hair flew up, and he accidentally saw a tombstone tattoo on her back. Although he was a little curious, the main business was more important. Fuang Qin raised his weapon, leaped up, and slashed, saying, touching me, and then try to run. That's not right. He channeled his 9-yang, true chi, and burning with saber technique, and wherever the saber struck, thick smoke and dust billowed. Red flames shot out in all directions, boom, sizzle. In just a blink of an eye, the female ghost in front of him had vanished. Fuang Qin looked around in a daze. Where's my stream of gray-white energy? No, she's not dead yet. Did she escape? To be able to shatter my diamond shield in one blow, she's a real professional. He adjusted the scripture scroll at his waist, breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, the scripture has the effect of suppressing ghosts. It thankfully blocked a blow for me just now. After that, the sky gradually brightened. Fuang Qin didn't go back, but immediately ran off. He was calculating a few things. Although the ghosts no longer appeared after midnight, Uncle Lee and Annie Chu were also missing without a trace. This matter had to be resolved quickly. While the ancestral hall is empty, I'm going to dig up the secrets of this old well village. A moment later, at the ancestral hall, seeing the door that was already wide open, he was startled, panicking inwardly. Did someone get here before me? Fuang Qin put away his weapon and stepped inside cautiously. Just as he entered, he saw 3 soldiers standing before a tied-up person lying on the ground. Fuang Qin spoke slowly. Truong Qianmin? Fuang Qin carefully observed the person's figure. Isn't this the person I met last night before the female ghost appeared? Tran Shi Dung stepped forward and said, You probably haven't recovered yet. You still look haggard. But we have good news. Last night we caught someone sneaking around here. Before this, the captain always suspected that someone deliberately took the chicken hanging in front of Widow Ma's house, and was even connected to the people who went missing earlier. Not only that, but we also dug up an earth-shattering secret here. Truong Qianmin took out his phone. I've already notified everyone in the group, telling them to stay away from the villagers and gather at the ancestral hall quickly. He decided to wait for everyone to arrive before acting together. Fuang Qin said in amazement. Captain, you guys stood guard all night? Weren't you afraid of encountering the strange things that have been happening recently? The three of them replied in unison, We don't believe in ghosts. If you're afraid of dying, don't be a soldier. Fuang Qin looked at them seriously and exclaimed, Well said, if you're afraid of dying, don't be a soldier. Trapped in a place full of strange occurrences like this, everyone is afraid of death. Only they brave the danger, selflessly rushing forward to help everyone. There are no such things as peaceful years. It's just that someone is willing to carry the heavy burden for everyone else. He raised his hand in a military salute, after which everyone had arrived. Officer, what's going on? Just as Truong Qianmin was about to briefly explain why he had gathered everyone, the angry shouts of many people echoed from outside. How dare you pick the lock and sneak into the ancestral hall? They rushed over aggressively, shouting, Tie them up, beat these outsiders to death. The entire village, holding hoes and shovels, angrily questioned, What is this? How dare you barge into our ancestral hall? Beat them to death. Beat them to death. The three soldiers hurried out, blocking everyone's way. The anxious and agitated tourists inside complained. Something's happened, hasn't it? I told you we shouldn't have come to their ancestral hall. An ancestral hall is for worshipping ancestors. What we did was desecrate their hall. Truong Qianmin began in a stern voice. Village chief, listen to a story I have to tell first. Once upon a time, there was a small village where the homes didn't worship ancestors, but instead worshipped a mountain god. In the mountain god's temple, there was an old well, which the villagers all said was a passage to the mountain god's bedchamber. Every 5 years, the villagers would bring offerings to the mountain god, praying for favorable rain and wind and a bountiful harvest. To show their reverence, those selfish villagers would all go outside the village to buy a pair of young boys and girls. Until one day, they encountered a mother and child who had come here to escape the chaos of war. Later, superstitions were abolished, and the mountain god's temple was also dismantled. But this group of villagers remained stubborn and unenlightened, secretly building an ancestral hall on the old foundation of the mountain god's temple, wanting to use it to deceive the world and continue their unconscionable deeds in secret. It's just that due to the strict crackdown on the trafficking of women and children, the crazed, demonic villagers began to target the children within the village. But they didn't expect that, for some unknown reason, the deep well dried up overnight, becoming a deserted well. But by this time, 2 poor, innocent children had already been murdered. Afterwards, the well was abandoned, and the villagers sealed the mouth of the well, thereby burying that dark and bloody history forever. As for those 2 poor, innocent children, the boy among them was the son of the villager Li Daishan. Fuang Qin was stunned. Li Daishan, Uncle Li? Could it be the family of the missing Uncle Li and Annie Chu? As for the other girl, she was the daughter of the villager Guo Ligan. Fuang Qin was shocked. He is Guo Ligan. He finally understood. No wonder he wanted to release the villager's rooster. This was for revenge. Guo Ligan, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth in hatred. This mountain village also got its name Old Well Village because of this. I wonder if the village chief has ever heard of this name for the village? The village chief and everyone in the village turned pale with fright. A white-haired old man angrily raised his cane, shouting forcefully, Slander! Who dares to tarnish the reputation of Old Well Village like this? Is there any law and order left? Truong Qianmin frowned and looked at him. During the interrogation of Guo Ligan, he mentioned that during the last sacrificial ceremony, the murderer who killed his daughter was you, Clan Headley. It turned out the white-haired old man was the villager's Clan Headley. Truong Qianmin angrily pointed at him and warned, I've already reported everything that happened in Old Well Village to my superiors. If you need proof, the old well in the ancestral hall is the proof. The clan had acted high and mighty, shouting, I'd like to see who dares to destroy Old Well Village's ancestral hall today. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward. It turned out to be Fuang Qin. He had already determined the location of the sealed well. It was right here. The resentful energy emanating from it was extremely thick. Found it. Suddenly, the space around everyone shattered like transparent glass. Everyone screamed in terror. The tourists hurriedly took out their phones to check, and things were even more frightening. Why are there so many coffins? What on earth is going on? Everyone, look at your phones. The time on the phones is showing the day before yesterday again. The very day we entered the village in the heavy rain. The chat group is gone. The group we created has disappeared. Fang Zheng was silent. The ghost wall is gone. The dream within a dream is also gone. Wait, a dream within a dream within a dream. Suddenly, from the bottom of the well, terrifying long strands of hair slowly crawled out, rustling. Fang Zheng broke out in a cold sweat. A Trin. Everyone screamed in terror. Hair. It's long black hair. The strands of hair were soft when they first came out, but after stretching out, they became stiff. The other's limbs went soft, not knowing what to do. The clear-headed Fang Zheng ran while shouting, "What are you standing there for? Waiting to take a picture and post it on social media? Run. Everyone run. Something is about to crawl out of the well." Just as everyone came to their senses and prepared to flee, those terrifying strands of hair had already spread out, covering the entire courtyard. Run. I don't want to die here. Zhang Jiaming didn't run. He stood at the main door, loudly commanding everyone. Everyone run towards the village gate. We might be able to escape the village from there. But unfortunately, a few people who were running behind were entangled by the hair. In the chaos, everyone could only scream and run. Those strands of hair chased them out of the temple. We're going to die here. It's over. It's over. We're not going to make it. We can't squeeze in. The people who had already gotten on the bus looked at Uncle Lu, who was still trembling, unable to start the vehicle, and shouted anxiously, "What are you waiting for? Drive. Forget about the ones who haven't gotten on. If we don't go now, we'll all die here." After everyone was out, the three soldiers quickly ran towards the car. But suddenly, halfway there, they stopped. Chun Jiong, who was running in front, was stunned and shouted loudly, "Captain, Zhao, that thing is catching up, hurry!" Zhang Jiaming frowned grimly. Based on the current situation, someone had to stay behind to cover the rear, to buy time for the others. The three of them stood majestically at the entrance of the ancestral hall, with no intention of running anymore. Zhang Jiaming said resolutely, "Even though we are discharged soldiers, we are still soldiers for life." The other two agreed, standing seriously beside Zhang Jiaming. "Roger, Captain." They loudly urged Uncle Lu. "Everyone, go quickly. Don't worry about us." Uncle Lu's heart ached, but for the sake of the people on the bus, he could only step on the gas, leaving a final word for the three soldiers. "I'm sorry. You are all heroes." Zhang Jiaming turned his head and spotted the tourist's self-driving car and hurriedly reminded his two comrades to run in another direction. "That's the tourist's self-driving car. Let's drive it up the mountain and lure the thing on the ground away." Zhao Tai reminded in astonishment. "Squad leader, look ahead, these tourists, they..." Zhang Jiaming cut him off, quickly giving an order, "Take all the bodies on the ground and leave Gujing village together. Let the dead rest in peace. Their souls return to their hometowns." The other two responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Uncle Lu and the convoy of people sped away. Halfway there, a figure suddenly flew out of a car. The others were terrified. Someone was thrown from the car. "Oh my God, but outside is a cliff. That person won't survive." The one who jumped out was Fang Zheng. He quickly performed a few basic leaps down to the foot of the mountain. Some things are better done away from prying eyes. As expected, after entering the mountain village, everything that happened after getting out of the car was an illusion from the ghost wall. But because of that, the blood-replenishing medicine I left in my backpack on the bus is still there. Fang Zheng quickly opened it, recovering his energy. Blood-replenishing medicine, enhance. Mind-calming and spirit-soothing medicine, enhance. Xiantian Qigong, circulate. He gripped the saber in his hand, his energy erupted, and he flew back in the opposite direction. Zhang Jiaming, everyone must survive. I'm coming. Fang Zheng activated the demonic ape meditation visualization technique, and a majestic dragon head appeared behind him, roaring. On the other side, the cars driven by the three soldiers were speeding away. "Speed up. It's catching up." The car in the lead was caught. The long hair suddenly whipped out, and the car lost balance and crashed into the guardrail. The other two shouted anxiously, "Zhao." The demonic strands of hair slowly crawled into the car, searching. Chun Jiong anxiously thought of a way. He had to help Zhao by drawing that thing's attention. Chun Jiong fearlessly honked the horn. Chun Jiong's horn blared continuously, wanting to buy more time for his comrade, and not wanting his comrade to sacrifice himself for him. Chun Jiong bravely shouted, come on, come and kill me. I'm waiting here for you to kill me. The strands of hair, as if enraged, flung his car over the guardrail. The car plunged straight down the cliff, the immense impact causing the car to burst into flames. Uncle Lou's bus, which was ahead, was also about to be caught. The terrified passengers cried for help. Save us! Someone save us! No more people can die. At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Jiaming's car was crushed, but those strands of hair still wouldn't let go, crawling in from outside the car. But when they reached Zhang Jiaming, they passed right over him. He panted, bewildered. This hair didn't detect me? Did the corpse shield me, saving my life? On the road, Chun Jiong's car was also speeding along. After dealing with Jiaming, Chun Jiong was the second target to be aimed at. Chun Jiong was fearless, a surge of emotion rising in his heart. Comrades, we are all heroes, worthy of being called soldiers. Chun Jiong shouted resolutely. Come on, keep coming for me, you damn thing. Suddenly, Chun Jiong was startled and slammed on the brakes. A train was passing by. Damn it. There are people up ahead. I can't lead this thing to them. It's catching up. Just then, Fang Zheng arrived. He rushed forward with incredible speed, channeling his 9-yang true qi. Die, all of you. Chun Jiong was still looking around in the car, bewildered. What is this thing? How is it so fast? Outside, Fang Zheng had already used the burning with saber technique to temporarily deal with the dangerous hair. Hair this long should be cut. He jumped onto the car roof, and wherever his blade went, the hair burned. The car was safely protected. Fang Zheng summoned a protective formation around the car. The writhing strands of hair desperately tried to charge forward, but to no avail. He sneered. Long hair, short on knowledge, you still want to surround me? He held the flaming saber and sneered. Do you know where I come from? Then he jumped into the mass of hair without hesitation. But suddenly, things were no longer going smoothly. The mass of hair suddenly became as hard as steel. What's going on? I can't cut it. This hair has become as hard as steel. The hair quickly and stealthily surrounded him from behind, then wrapped around him, forming a tornado-like vortex. Fang Zheng was startled. I'm screwed. He thought quickly, using the burning with saber technique. The hair tornado was immediately set ablaze. Fang Zheng swung his saber wildly. The latest fire-perming technology. Want to try it? The mass of hair was wary, seemingly fleeing in fear. Fang Zheng chased after it with his saber. Don't leave in such a hurry. Not going to sign up for a membership card? You're running already? Not satisfied with this perm? Shouldn't your main body come out to question me? He crouched down to gather strength, then shot like a rocket into the mass of hair. I've waited so long for you to show yourself. How could I let you escape so easily? Fang Zheng thought to himself. This ghost resistance is much weaker than I thought. Could it be because it touched my but last time and was weakened by the human skin scripture? Chun Jiong stuck his head out the window, staring blankly as Fang Zheng chased the hair. Who on earth is he? This level of ferocity, is he really human? He quickly stepped on the gas and started the car. Now is not the time to think about these things. Zhao Tai, Zhang Jiaming, you two better be okay. Wait for me. Fang Zheng chased it all the way back to the village. Strange. Logically, a clever rabbit has 3 burrows. Why did this ghost not only not find a way out, but instead lead me to its only lair? He looked at the writhing hair in the well's mouth, puzzled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I get it. Fang Zheng quickly activated his power and smiled. Big sister, you only want to make a move on me here? He had figured it out. Your remains are at the bottom of that dry well. Your resentment has gathered, and you're also trapped here. So your main body cannot leave this gouging village. Outside the door, a corner of a dress fluttered, and hair stealthily crawled in from outside. Fang Zheng had already sensed it. It's here. He smiled. The more you play tricks, the more relieved I am. It seems the human skin scripture's backlash last time was very severe, wasn't it? 100-year-old ghost still playing these deceptive games. Then he put his palms together and chanted, Vajra, indestructible Arhut. A Bodhisattva's halo appeared. Fang Zheng stomped his foot again, and from the ground, horizontal and vertical lines of fire flashed, then erupted into a fierce blaze, incinerating everything. Fang Zheng said smugly. I'll burn your remains. Let's see you become a ghost with no bones left. Where will your resentful energy come from? From within the well, the strands of hair writhed in pain. Fang Zheng covered his nose. The smell of rotting corpses is too strong. It seems this move worked. A clump of long hair shot out. He immediately noticed it escaped. That clump of hair shot straight toward the coffin. Fang Zheng snorted coldly, swinging his saber and saying, "You're about to die, and you still want to possess a corpse to become a demon?" The powerful saber swept past, shattering several coffins. Boom! Suddenly, the space shattered like glass again. Fang Zheng frowned. Another ghost wall. He suddenly realized, no, this time the nature and scope are not as large as the previous dangerous one. It seems my attack on the remains was correct. It has been severely injured. Then, a cold chill came from behind him, making him tense and alert. But just as the ghost was about to attack him, his entire body was already enveloped by the Golden Bell shield. Fang Zheng reacted quickly and counterattacked. Sorry, this time you're soft and I'm hard. The hair sensed the dangerous aura and retreated at top speed. But Fang Zheng was one step faster, stopping it with a single move. If he wasn't mistaken, the hair was protecting a phantom. A cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and he gave a strange smile. Do I have to attack and kill the phantom? Is it its true body? Strange. Oh well, playtime is over. The ghost head saber ignited. Fang Zheng prepared to strike. I knew you were a ghost long ago. Why would I believe a ghost like you? A world-shaking slash descended. Boom. Still trying to trick me? As long as I destroy your remains in the well, everything will be over. The female ghost rushed out in pain to stop him, but was greeted by several more intimate slashes from Fang Zheng. Don't come over here. I'm not interested in you. It's impossible between us. He angrily decided to hunt it down to the end and clean up this mess. You're too persistent. I already said, I'm determined to only target your remains. The female ghost soul was struck by a slash, and her soul scattered. Be a good girl, and don't stand in the way of a determined man. But it didn't dissipate. One soul split into several weaker, smaller souls. Suddenly, a stream of gray-green energy flew out of the well's mouth. Fang Zheng saw the notification and froze. What's going on? Why did it come with a colorful item this time? Does this mean that as life goes on, you have to wear a little green? He was full of questions, trying to rationalize the situation. Or, is this an elite monster, so it dropped a blue item? Regular monsters probably only drop white items. I'll ignore it for now. Fang Zheng hurriedly dealt with the aftermath. Now is not the time to think about these things. I must quickly destroy the traces of my battle and hide myself. Then it was time to test his acting skills. He pretended to be hanging from a tree, striking a pose like a chick pecking a grain. He panicked and screamed for help. Help! Somebody help me! The rescue team immediately spotted him. There's someone over here. Quick, over here. There's another one here. Fuang Qin was quickly brought up by them. He carefully observed these rescue workers. These people not wearing white coats had special energy fluctuations. It seemed they were all from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It had been less than 20 minutes since I jumped off the bus and contacted the outside world, yet their efficiency was already this terrifying. Luckily, I started acting early, or I would have been exposed. That person slowly brought him to the ambulance to reunite with everyone. Everyone is fine. Everyone is fine. That's great. He looked at the 3 soldiers on the stretchers who were not seriously injured and breathed a sigh of relief. They're still alive, so I can rest assured. Someone in the crowd remembered and sadly mentioned, not everyone, wasn't there one more person thrown onto the middle of the road? Fuang Qin was speechless upon hearing this. Several hours later, at the mental health department, the officer was quietly observing the special hypnosis session before him. The girl's ethereal voice entered the dream. You find that the scenery before you is shaking. Your vision is blurry, as if covered by a layer of fog. Your body also begins to shake, feeling lighter and lighter, like a weightless feather flying higher and higher, higher and higher. As she spoke, she used her mental hypnosis ability. Fuang Qin also let his soul drift with the wind. He imagined himself as a little flying angel. I want to fly higher, even higher. More importantly, the girl's voice was so warm, gentle, and sweet, it was too pleasant. The girl slowly, gradually controlled and probed. You're slowly sinking into the dream. What did you see in your dream? He pouted and hummed. Shook shook, I am Shook who flies a plane. Beta beta, I am Beta who drives a tank. The girl looked bewildered and curious. Officer, who is Shook? Who is Beta? Could they be the mysterious awakened expert the discharged soldier saw at Ancient Well Village last night? Why do they sound like foreigners? The officer replied, no, continue the hypnosis. Ask for other clues. The girl obediently continued her work. You continue on. A gentle breeze brushes past your face. The warm sunlight bathes your whole body. You discover the world before you is becoming vaster and vaster. You step into a kaleidoscopic world of mirrors, your life reflected in each one. Among them is one mirror, reflecting the you of yesterday. Think carefully. In yesterday's mirror, what did you see? Fuang Qin secretly snickered. Don't rush. My imagination can't keep up with your description. I might as well scare you a bit. He pouted, putting on an intoxicated and excited look as he answered. I really want to experience a love where your dad gives me $1 million to leave you. The girl was startled, her cheeks flushed, her face bewildered. She angrily reported, Officer, he's teasing me. Fuang Qin then slowly added another sentence. Yi Tianxi, let's break up. The girl's expression darkened. The corners of her mouth twitched. One could say she was utterly mortified. It turns out I was just being sentimental. To encounter this kind of moron on my first mission, I give up. The officer stepped forward to comfort her. You are role-playing a psychologist, using the identity of a fake psychologist to enter the world of an ordinary person, not really asking you to be a psychologist. Your true identity is a mental ability awakener. Don't get confused. The officer looked at Fuang Qin drooling in his sleep and could only sigh. All right, stop the role play. It's a waste of time. Get to the main task. We still have to deal with the dozen or so other passengers on the bus. Erase his memory of last night, then create a fake one that their bus had an accident yesterday, and he is now in the Wonwu Township Hospital. Just like the previous training sessions you've participated in. The final result can only be a preliminary judgment. He has no special energy fluctuations on him, just an ordinary person. Who couldn't resist your mental hypnosis? The girl obediently replied, yes. After the people left, Fuang Qin peeked with one eye, smirking contemptuously. You guys think I was hypnotized? No. I was just using my imagination to act along with you. In the evening, at the entrance of Longtu Lake Village, Fuang Qin and the others said their goodbyes. I'll part ways from here. Thank you, everyone. You've all worked hard. The other people on the bus didn't remember the terrifying scene from last night, which for them might not necessarily be a bad thing. He thought to himself, my memory wasn't erased, and I wasn't exposed. It must be that the human skin scripture has a concealing ability. No wonder the few times I met people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau before, I was lucky enough to escape their notice. He took out his phone, turned on a flashlight to light the way, and left. After walking a short distance, he encountered another strange scene. A dog was vigorously digging at something. The dog seemed to have gone mad, a growl coming from its throat. Fuang Qin was startled. In the countryside, there are two things you must not do: digging up an ancestral grave and kicking down a widow's door. There are also two great taboos: a black dog crying at a grave and a black dog digging a hole. He was certain of one thing in his heart. A black dog digging a hole implies that if someone in this house hasn't just died, then someone is definitely about to die. That black dog was digging tirelessly. Fuang Qin stood to one side observing, muttering to himself. This is called borrowing yang energy. There's borrowing, but no returning. So he went forward and petted the dog, saying dotingly, Dog bro, be good. At that moment, the dog let out a sky-shattering howl, then collapsed to the ground. Fuang Qin thought to himself, I hope I acted in time and that nothing will happen to that villager's family. A notification sound rang out, +1 grayish-white chi. Fuang Qin was startled. What's going on? Why is there a stream of grayish-white chi? In the pitch-black forest, the space was silent. Fuang Qin then took his phone to call someone, telling him to open the door. The person on the other end exclaimed in surprise, Fuang, you're here? He replied, not yet. Just calling to wake you up to pee. He stroked the dog's head and thought to himself, don't worry, dog bro. I won't take your benefits for free. When the sun rises tomorrow, I will give you a proper burial. Then go check on the abnormal situation of that villager's household, which will also be considered as ending this piece of karma for you. After that, the door slowly opened. The one who opened the door was Lu Dong. As soon as he saw him, Lu Dong said, Fuang, I've finally been waiting for you, kid. Why are you only just arriving? Fuang Qin hurriedly explained, I was in a car accident, got delayed a bit. Lu Dong was startled. What? He frantically grabbed Fuang Qin's shoulders and asked again, you were in a car accident? Let me see. You're not hurt, are you? Fuang Qin said coldly, if you keep this up, I'm going to scream. the hand that was touching Fuang Qin's but froze motionless. Then Lu Dong burst out laughing, teasing Fuang. You understand, as a man, you can be not handsome, but you must be flirty. He suddenly noticed the black dog and said, It's fine that you came, but why be so polite with me? You even specially brought dog meat to my house. Fuang Qin revealed, This is a wild dog that specializes in digging up graves and eating rotten flesh in the burial grounds. Are you sure you want to eat it? Hearing this, Lu Dong trembled. Are you serious? Fuang Qin replied nonchalantly, You'll know once you taste it. Lu Dong stammered in reply, We're brothers, of course I believe you. A moment later, there were several half-drunk beer cans in Lu Dong's room. Lu Dong spoke up, So how about it, Fuang? He was already a bit tipsy and said, I'm very thoughtful, right? I specially rented 2 rooms in a villager's house, one for each of us, to avoid people gossiping. Fuang Qin put his things down and asked curiously, You arrived early. Have any strange or unusual things happened in Longtu Lake Village recently? Lu Dong's reply was as good as no reply. In this mountainous area, there are all kinds of wild game every day, more than we can eat. Does that count as unusual? Fuang Qin thought to himself, Are the livestock and poultry that our ancestors spent thousands of years domesticating not delicious? Why must you eat wild game? A moment later, Lu Dong was already dead drunk, asleep on the sofa. The door to the room behind him was open. Fuang Qin was still wide awake, sitting on the bed and observing. Maybe I should take this chance to study that item. He looked at the strange thing on the paper, wondering, what on earth does this green color represent? ASOSO life. Fuang Qin kept pondering. Or is it like a currency system of copper and gold coins, where one green rune is equal to several ordinary runes? He then pressed his finger on the green character. If that's the case, I wonder if it can be split. Suddenly, the green light on the character went out. Fuang Qin was startled and surprised. At this moment, more than a row of characters lit up. He immediately jumped in fright, horrified. What is this? I don't even need a girlfriend to get mad. I just have to shiver once to turn something green into white. Sweat started to bead on Fuang Qin's face. He thought to himself, if it can be split, it can definitely be merged back, right? Fuang Qin tried his best to merge the characters on the paper, but it was still unsuccessful, leaving Fuang Qin extremely bewildered. Could it be that my posture is wrong? Then he looped his 2 legs over his head, pressed his chest to the bed, raised his 2 thumbs, and shouted, Merge! Still didn't work. Fuang Qin propped up his leg with one hand, held the paper with the other, and shouted, Upgrade! Still didn't work. He then slammed his head on the ground. Fuse! Looking at the paper that was still the same, Fuang Qin disappointedly realized there was no reaction at all. He couldn't take it anymore and shouted, so frustrated he could spit blood. It can clearly be split. Why can't it be merged back? There was a noise outside the bedroom door. Fuang, so you're playing too. Then Lu Dong suddenly screamed, Where are my hands? Fuang, my hands have disappeared. Fuang Qin calmly said, You can still play with your feet. Lu Dong outside immediately shouted with joy, making him cover his ears. I've destroyed the big bridge ahead. It turns out my feet are even more flexible than my hands. Thank you, Fuang. Fuang Qin thought irritably. Although I'll have 12 ordinary reserve runes in a moment, I still have to curse in my heart. I don't know if I should say it out loud. I wonder how many people can understand this feeling. He sighed in frustration. This is fate. I better think about how to enhance my abilities. Fuang Qin put the scripture into his chest, thinking through the battle at Ancient Well Village. I've come to understand one thing. No matter how high your martial prowess is, it's useless if you're mentally controlled. Therefore, strengthening my mental power is the top priority. He sat cross-legged, formed a hand seal, enhanced the demon ape meditation diagram, and thought, as a man, you must be decisive. If you want to do something, you must see it through. Fuang Qin then summoned the runes. Enhancement successful. The first enhancement used 2 runes. This time it used 3. At this rate, won't the next time require 4 runes? He showed a look of joy, turning misfortune into a blessing. I've decided. Fuang Qin held his hand forward and said confidently, Let's begin. I'll use this rune to take a gamble. At this moment, 4 runes in the scripture disappeared. Enhancement successful. He picked up the Demon Ape Meditation Diagram book and said with satisfaction, Not to mention other things, this illustration alone is enough to shake the world. Fuang Qin picked up the medicine bottle and calculated. There are still 5 runes left. Next, I'll enhance the tonic to speed up my training. A while later, as Fuang Qin was meditating on the bed, the alarm clock rang. Sleep my ass, sleep my ass. Fuang Qin pillowed his hands behind his head and said cheerfully, "This feels so good. I'm starting to get addicted. Cultivating all night actually made my mind clearer. What's 7 times a night? You could ask me to cultivate all night and I'd be fine." He then reached out and turned off the alarm clock. Fuang Qin walked out the door, feeling refreshed. Time to bury dog bro. Then go check on the situation of those households. At 2 in the afternoon, I still have to go work with Big Boss Dong. Another energetic day, let's do this. Stepping outside to look at the scene, he thought to himself, there are no dead people, nor is anyone holding a vigil or preparing a body for burial. Fuang Qin looked towards the 4 people on the other side, a healthy and happy family, with no one on the verge of death. He then went to the black dog's grave and bowed. "Brother dog, rest in peace." But what on earth is going on? Some time passed, and it was now 2 in the afternoon. At the film set, Fuang Qin was carrying equipment while still thinking, it's so strange, the black dog digging a hole. It couldn't have acted so bizarrely for no reason. He then recalled an old saying, if someone in a house is about to die, it will attract a black dog to dig a hole. Black dogs can see the soul leaving the body, and once a black dog digs a hole there, the soul of that deceased person cannot be reincarnated, but can only be captured by the black dog. Just then, the director pointed at Fuang Qin and Lu Dong and scolded, "Hurry up, the actors are about to arrive." Lu Dong hurriedly grabbed Fuang Qin's arm and said happily, Fuang, did you hear that? My goddess is about to descend." Fuang Qin said, "Descend? That's a bit of an exaggeration." Lu Dong clasped his hands together, his face flushed, extremely excited. "Deep Tien Kai, my goddess, I'm finally going to meet my goddess." Fuang Qin glanced at him, teasing a bit much. Just then, Deep Tien Kai also appeared. The moment he saw her, Fuang Qin gulped hard. She bent down, revealing a pair of full mounts. Deep Tien Kai's figure was flawless, her long hair fluttering. Lu Dong was ecstatic, shouting, Fuang, my goddess smiled. The goddess just smiled at me." Fuang Qin's heart also skipped a beat, thinking to himself, no, she smiled at me. At that moment, the director pointed at them again and yelled, "You 2 extras, what are you spacing out for? Go get changed. We're about to shoot." Afterwards, the director stood before the actors dressed as soldiers and instructed, "You will be playing a scene where a group of reactionaries kidnaps the female lead. In a moment, we will set off some pyrotechnics. Then you will ride motorcycles over from that side, understand? Everyone get on the bikes and prepare to shoot." The director shouted, "Actors in position, get ready, action." The actors immediately revved their engines and charged forward. At that moment, a loud explosion occurred in the distance. The director angrily questioned the special effects team. "I told you to set the explosion in front of the camera. Who told you to set it off on the mountain?" The effects team hurried out to explain. "Director, it wasn't me who set it off. We're using a small charge. It's even a bit difficult to create an effect." The director cut them off. "Stop the nonsense. Send someone over there to check it out." About 10 minutes later, an actor screeched to a halt in front of the explosion's debris. He saw something, frowning in astonishment. Looking down, he screamed in terror. "It's a skull. This whole mountain is full of skulls." Flashlight beams dotted the mountain. Fuang Qin stood before the police cordon, lost in thought. This morning, after discovering that pit of skulls, 2 more mountains full of skulls were subsequently found. This is very likely a supernatural event. I can't miss this opportunity. With that thought, he jumped over the police cordon and entered the scene. Fuang Qin quickly arrived at the pit full of skulls and became furious at the sight. How inhumane. I'm afraid these are skulls from ancient times, using the yin energy of this place to form such extreme resentment, used for sacrifices to gods or to guard against tomb robbers. At this point, Fuang Qin had reached Dragonhead Lake. The surrounding air was unusually quiet. He suddenly saw something and whipped his head around in shock. Fuang Qin saw a lake amidst a giant cliff, feeling bewildered. 3 mountains converging. Could it be that this entire place is filled with skulls? At this moment, the thick fog in the sky swirled bizarrely. Fuang Qin thought to himself, this is meant to form a vast land of Yin, ultimately turning Dragonhead Lake into a Yin pond. Suddenly, an indistinct black shadow flashed past Fuang Qin. That person walked to the lakeside, bent down doing something unknown, which made him feel suspicious. Why would someone come here in the dead of night? Wait a minute, those clothes. The person stood up straight, wearing a costume identical to his, which shocked Fuang Qin. Such a coincidence? Do we steal clothes from the same place? What a coincidence! What questionable character. On the water, a bamboo boat was rustling. A person wearing a conical hat and a grass raincoat was rowing the boat. The stranger approached the small boat. Fuang Qin hid and watched, also surprised that there was a boat on Dragon Head Lake. He then suspected that the lamp at the bow of the boat might be. Then Fuang Qin wondered again, but who was that person just now? Why did he have a film crew costume? He rubbed his chin and thought, not a crew member. Could he be like me, having infiltrated the film crew beforehand? 10 minutes later, there was a rustling in the bushes, and another person in a film crew costume walked out. Fuang Qin was dumbfounded. We're wearing the same outfit again? That person also approached the small boat, and the ferryman took him away. Seeing this, Fuang Qin ruffled his hair in frustration. My God, can't the wardrobe manager be more careful? Anyone can get their hands on a crew costume. This is heartbreaking. Afterwards, he walked around the forest once, breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, I didn't run into anyone else with the same outfit, or I would have suspected I was being led astray by a ghost. Fuang Qin thought to himself, it's almost dawn. I have to figure this out quickly. He walked to the lakeside, humming, let's all get on the bus. Let's all go out to play. On the water's surface, a dark figure wearing a conical hat slowly appeared. The ferryman had appeared again, which made Fuang Qin incredulous. Heavens, he really came. He looked at the lantern hanging on the boat and thought, it really is a soul-guiding lamp, just like when I caught the mirror spirit. But today, this is the real world. What exactly is hidden in this Dragon Head Lake village? Fuang Qin took a deep breath, and only then did he realize it stinks, this smell. Fuang Qin observed the ferryman before him, utterly bewildered. Is this a real person? A series of questions flooded his mind. Why did the two people before have to take this boat to enter Dragon Head Lake? Because they can't swim? Or is there something terrifying at the bottom of this lake? I can't figure it out at all. At this moment, the ferryman spoke in a gloomy voice. Young man, do you understand the rules of borrowing the Netherworld path? Fuang Qin thought to himself, understand my foot. Could this be a secret code? He looked at the ferryman, guessing, could it be pale yellow long dress with fluffy, flowing hair? Fuang Qin then put his foot on the boat to test the waters. He then wondered, strange, why can't I come up with the next line? Fearing trouble, Fuang Qin pulled his foot back. Can't just try randomly. It'll blow my cover, retreat, and probe. Then he put his foot on the boat again. Or should I just ask directly? Probe. Fuang Qin pulled his foot back again. Not good, retreat. He hesitantly placed his foot on it again. Or should I give it a try? Fuang Qin pulled his foot back again. No. He kept repeating this. Or should I give it a try? Pulled his foot back again. No, retreat, probe. The ferryman's face had darkened by now, and he asked impatiently, are you getting on or not? Fuang Qin placed his foot on the boat, but still hesitated. No, I still can't figure out what the hell the rule is. The ferryman couldn't take it anymore and roared. If you want to get on, get on. If you don't have money, then scram. Only then did Fuang Qin understand. So, I have to pay a fee? Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? He confidently pulled out a bill and said, a small matter, 10 yuan. Fuang Qin acted cool and said coldly, keep the change. I'm not short on cash. The ferryman said through gritted teeth, your money is no good. Borrowing the Netherworld path can only be done with Netherworld money. Fuang Qin's spirits immediately sank. Netherworld money? Joss paper? What? The ferryman suddenly leaned close to him, took a sniff. I smell the fragrance on your body. Fuang Qin quickly held out his hands to stop him. Don't be like that. I'm not that easy. Let me handle it myself. He looked around. Where am I supposed to find Joss paper in the middle of the night? At this moment, Fuang Qin pulled out a 10 yuan note of Joss paper. He was extremely confused. I remember leaving this at home. How did it get on me? Fuang Qin then had a realization. That's right, Joss paper is also called Een Virtue money. Een Virtue. Een Virtue. Is this the Een Virtue I've accumulated? Seeing the Joss paper, the ferryman cheered happily. Yes, that's it. Money is truly something that the more you smell, the more you love. Fuang Qin put on his big shot act again, fanning the bill and saying, ferryman, could you give me a hand? I'm afraid of getting seasick. It's fine if I fall in the water, but if this bill... The ferryman shouted anxiously. Be careful with the money, he warned with an extremely serious expression. It absolutely cannot fall in. This lake is no longer peaceful. Fuang Qin finally got on the boat. He curiously asked the ferryman, is your soul-guiding lamp made of corpse oil? The ferryman then praised him. Hee, this brother has a discerning eye. Fuang Qin snorted and said, Ferryman, someone has said this to me before. The ferryman's eyes widened in shock, only to see Fuang Qin do something, and a flash of fire appeared. He shouted, if you meet someone who uses corpse oil for a soul-guiding lamp, just give him a taste of your blade. Instantly, his conical hat shattered. One slash from Fuang Qin cut him in two. Fuang Qin was greatly surprised. He has no internal organs or flesh and blood. He then used his 9-yang true qi to burn the ferryman. Suddenly, a whirlwind swirled up. Fuang Qin said in annoyance, the enemy isn't dead yet, so stubborn. Immediately after, he used the golden bell shield technique to counter the whirlwind. Fuang Qin assessed, to be able to break my technique, it seems he's only slightly weaker than that paper man. At this point, he had already drawn his saber, saying angrily, you don't hit a person in the face, don't you know that? Old man, you're playing with fire. Fuang Qin then raised his blade, his eyes sharp as he looked at his opponent, shouting, burning with saber technique, unleashing countless slashes, as if he were creating afterimages, his mouth constantly counting. 1 slash, 7 slashes, 14 slashes. The ferryman was chopped into pieces by him. Fuang Qin knelt on one knee and struck a pose. Behind him, the ferryman was no longer recognizable. Only a sizzling sound could be heard. At this moment, a stream of grayish-white qi +1 and a few pieces of yellow paper fell towards Fuang Qin. He looked up at it, guessing this was Joss paper, probably from the 2 people before. Suddenly, Fuang Qin clutched his head, his face pale. Wait a minute, it seems I... Then he reassured himself. That professional demon killer is done for. No. I am a righteous person. I am vanquishing demons and exorcising evil, just earning a little pocket money on the side. Only then did Fuang Qin notice the other boat. He then struck out and smashed the boat to pieces. Fuang Qin turned and thought to himself, my mother taught me since I was young, when you do a good deed, don't leave your name. You can't have people coming to your house to thank you. It's not like I'm afraid they'll come looking to collect a debt. Immediately after, he hurriedly fled the scene. Right after, someone walked to the lakeside. He was furious. Which lunatic did this? Daring to touch a member of the Painted Skin. This person hurried. I must leave this place quickly, lest I bring disaster upon myself. By now, the sky had brightened, and Fuang Qin returned to his lodging. He heard a loud noise from afar, thinking to himself, I shouldn't have returned that prop costume. As soon as I gave it back, I heard an explosion on the mountain. Suddenly, a man with an unclear face rushed past Fuang Qin. This made him feel suspicious. Isn't this the man from the house where the black dog was digging? Why the hurry? Just then, Lu Dong suddenly opened the door and said, So you were here, Fuang Qin. Gotta pee? He put his arm around Fang Zheng's shoulder and urged, Let's go. The director just called, telling everyone to gather at the film crew's location. Right now on the set, a pitiful man is begging the director. The explosion on the mountain induced my wife's labor. She's about to give birth. Only you guys have a car. I'm begging you to take her to the hospital. Old Wang, hurry up and help. Fang Zheng pondered. Could it be that mad dog knew long ago that this person's pregnancy was unstable and she would definitely give birth prematurely? So it came to dig a hole, allowing the baby in the womb to escape a calamity? A person in charge of props angrily cursed. Who the hell is deliberately targeting us? Last night, they even dared to steal our props. The director then said, All right. We've already reported it to the police. Tonight, arrange for a few people to take turns standing guard. Let's hurry up and film. Lu Dong nudged Fang Zheng's arm and asked, Fang, do you think that thief has water in his brain? Stealing equipment is much more valuable than stealing clothes. TSK. That IQ is really... Fang Zheng thought to himself, I already returned it. Time flew by, and they were now at the foot of the mountain. Lu Dong panted and complained, Fang, why is my fate so bitter? Ha! At this moment, the two had just finished filming. Fang Zheng was calmly standing and drinking water, while Lu Dong was completely exhausted. That unlucky skull showed up again. The goddess has been sent away, and I still have to keep playing a supporting role. At this time, Fang Zheng noticed a noisy crowd ahead and wondered, why are so many people gathered there? The men were buzzing with discussion. What is that person doing here? A man with long white hair was standing in front of a resident's house. Someone said, I heard that person is a corpse retriever, and he says he can help us retrieve the bodies from the lake. Fang Zheng was astonished. A corpse retriever. At this moment, the corpse retriever spoke up, 10,000 for one body, no bargaining. Fang Zheng looked at the gloomy energy around him and thought to himself, the corpse chi and death chi are so heavy, but he also has a bit of human yang qi on him. This reminded Fang Zheng of a feeling very similar to the first time he met Uncle Fu. Lu Dong pointed at someone and asked, "What kind of profession is a corpse cosmetologist?" A man in that profession explained, "It's someone who applies makeup to the dead, reattaches the missing parts of the deceased, and performs salvation rites for the deceased. 10,000 for one body, no bargaining." Lu Dong then said contemptuously, "Isn't that just an encoffiner? Why use a different name? You can tell at a glance, these people deliberately came here to scam us out of our money." The others also chimed in with him. That's right. Fang Zheng was annoyed and thought to himself, hey, as a gossiper, you shouldn't be ruining the rhythm like this. Then his eyes widened as he realized something. Wait a minute, corpse cosmetologist, encoffiner, this feels so familiar. Fang Zheng then remembered, that's right, I previously gave Officer Wei a list, and on it was a book called Wei Corpse Encoffining Master. The corpse cosmetologist walked and said, "The Yellow River falls into the Liao River." He walked up to the corpse retriever and asked, "May I ask where you have come from?" The corpse retriever replied contemptuously, "I thought a profession like corpse cosmetologist should have disappeared from this world long ago." Fang Zheng also thought to himself, that's right, if a family has a funeral, they would only look for an encoffiner. Who would look for such an old-fashioned profession? The corpse cosmetologist, not to be outdone, retorted, "Like you corpse retrievers, not only does the flesh on your body stink, but your mouths are just as foul." The corpse retriever immediately became furious. At this moment, an old woman with purple hair rushed forward, crying and saying, "I'm begging you." She knelt on the ground and wailed, repeatedly saying, "I'm begging you." She kept kowtowing, "I'm begging you." The people around recognized her and whispered, "Isn't that Lin Feifeng? What's wrong with her? Don't mention it." Today her youngest son was herding sheep near the Dragon Head Lake area. A sheep unfortunately fell into the lake, and to save the sheep, the boy also jumped in. Afterwards, 2 adults also jumped in to save him, and the result was Feifeng clasped her hands together, earnestly pleading, "Wu, my son, I'm begging you, please help me find my son." The corpse retriever said coldly, 10,000 for one body, no bargaining. Lu Dong pointed at his face and shouted, "Hey, you deliberately came here and said you could retrieve bodies for Dragon Head Lake. Did you already know something was going to happen?" Seeing his friend like this, Fang Zheng was speechless. Can you not bring your gossipy rhythm into this? These are both unorthodox professions. Don't provoke them. The surrounding villagers became agitated, shouting in unison, "He's right. Did you know beforehand? That's right. Are you people so crazy for money? Don't you even have the slightest bit of compassion?" The corpse cosmetologist also spoke up to help. 10,000 isn't expensive. I've seen people ask for 20 or 30,000. He revealed the corpse retriever walks the Yin path. He has the ability to go down into Dragon Head Lake. Fang Zheng's jaw dropped in astonishment. Walks the Yin path. Could be like last night's ferryman, who specializes in walking the Yin path. He's secretly resolved, if that's really the case, then I can't just sit by and do nothing. Feifeng kept pleading, "I just want my son to rest in peace if. The corpse retriever replied, "All right, wait until tonight." He said, "I can only retrieve bodies at night." Everyone around was suspicious. This guy isn't a scammer, is he? If not, he's a madman. Lu Dong continued to interject. Why can't it be done during the day? Why must it be at night? Am I right, Fang Fang? Fang Zheng was about to lose it. He's starting again. The crowd continued to shout. What kind of technique does retrieving bodies require? Are you afraid someone will steal it? Aren't you just trying to be mysterious? Fang Zheng slapped Lu Dong on the shoulder. He quickly grabbed him by the collar and said, all right, we'll go and see tonight and we'll know." He thought to himself, I can't let this kid agitate the villagers anymore. As Lu Dong was being dragged away, he was still shouting, "Everyone come and watch." A while later, it was completely dark. A number of people had gathered by the lake. Fang Zheng looked at the crowd of busybodies and said in frustration, "For heaven's sake, they really came." At this moment, a foot slowly stepped forward. It was the cold corpse retriever standing on a boat. Fang Zheng looked at him doubtfully. It's possible without a soul-guiding lamp? Gradually, the corpse retriever and the small boat drifted away, then disappeared. Half an hour later, the lake's surface was calm, a scene of utter silence. Feifeng collapsed in despair. The corpse cosmetologist then said, "We've run into a scammer." But Fang Zheng had a different thought. The death chi on him isn't fake, but why is there no movement at all? Suddenly, he saw something and was extremely shocked. Wait, that's... The corpse retriever had returned, and on the boat were 3 bodies. Faifeng cried out joyfully, "He's back. My son!" She walked straight into the water, crying loudly, "My child, my dear child." Well, the corpse retriever then said, "Besides retrieving the body, I can also help perform salvation rites for your son." Fang Zheng was immediately astonished. This guy is really something, stealing business even from yesterday's ferryman. Can this be considered a ride-sharing app competing with a traditional taxi? The crowd helped Faifeng home, loudly cursing the corpse retriever. Are you that crazy for money? Who wants salvation rites in the middle of the night? Forget it. Just ignore him. Let's take them home. Lu Dong also turned to Fang Zheng and said, Fang, let's go back too. I feel this place is too gloomy. This Dragonhead Lake just feels very sinister. Fang Zheng looked at him and nodded, thinking to himself, it'd be strange if you weren't cold dressed like that. He was still thinking about that corpse retriever. This person is not simple. He definitely knows something. I have to go find yesterday's outfit, then go find him again. An hour later, Fang Zheng returned to the mountain wearing the film crew's costume. He thought to himself, before I figure out that corpse retriever's identity, I shouldn't reveal myself. I'll just observe first. At this moment, he saw a person dressed in clothes identical to his own walking towards the corpse retriever. There he is. Fang Zheng was extremely puzzled, though. Could this be one of the 2 mysterious people from last night? But I already slashed the ferryman last night. How could he leave Dragonhead Lake? Then another person stepped out, shocking Fang Zheng, another one. He secretly guessed. So it's the 2 people from last night? Fang Zheng was extremely puzzled. Did that corpse retriever bring them back last night? Or is there more than one ferryman on this Dragonhead Lake? At this moment, several more people suddenly appeared, startling him. More people are coming, and more still. Fang Zheng wanted to give up thinking, saying in frustration, this is truly a fated outfit. Hey, Mr. Props Master, are these people your enemies? Right then, those people were on the same boat as the corpse retriever. Fang Zheng's mind was now filled with countless questions. Dragon Corpse Head Lake, the corpse retriever, the mysterious people, the in-coffiner. The ferryman, who can help me sort out this mess? He clutched his head in frustration, trying to find an answer, his brain instantly freezing up as if it were about to emit smoke. He shouted helplessly, how on earth are all these things related? 2 hours later, the corpse retriever had brought those people back. A strange smoke rose from behind them, and thanks to that, Fang Zheng received grayish-white Chi Powder +2. He shouted with joy, Mahaha, I'm truly a genius. He put his hands on his hips, laughing smugly. IT might look like I don't understand anything, but actually I was just waiting for the right moment. A genius. As Fang Zheng crawled back through the bushes, he thought to himself, the grayish-white Chi powder has appeared, which proves that there are ghostly beings deep within this Dragon Corpse Head Lake. I should go. I'll come back tomorrow night to stake it out again. Not long after, Fang Zheng returned home. He looked at the village, guessing in his heart that something bad was probably about to happen here. Fang Zheng smirked smugly. I have to practice martial arts diligently during the day, so I can have a big harvest at night. Suddenly, an angry shout came from somewhere, startling him. Who is it? Who is it? Which bastard broke 7 of my locks? You didn't steal anything. So what's the meaning of just targeting the costumes? Who the hell stole my stuff? Fang Zheng quickly slipped away. Looks like I won't be able to return the costume today. On the film set, Fang Zheng was an actor. In his room, he focused on reading and research. At night, at Dragon Corpse Head Lake, he waited again to collect grayish-white Chi powder. In a flash, 3 days had passed. Fang Zheng sat in front of a pile of books and thought, it's been 3 days. After cultivating, there's still 6 talismans left. He excitedly picked up a book. Now is the time to study this secret manual. At this time, Fang Zheng had arrived at Dragon Corpse Head Lake. He thought to himself, full of energy like a dragon and a tiger during the day, I read through all 6 talismans in one go. He recalled the pages he had read. Muscle/tendon changing and marrow washing classic. 4th level of the muscle/tendon changing and marrow washing classic. Talisman 3, 9 Yang Divine Art. 2nd level of the 9 Yang Divine Art. Talisman 1, burning with saber technique. Middle part of the burning with saber technique. Talisman, enhanced blood replenishing medicine. Talisman 1, Fang Zheng sighed and lamented. 2. Poverty is indeed the original sin. I can only continue working the night shift. he saw those people getting on the corpse retriever's boat again. Fang Zheng was hesitant. Another problem. Should I get on or not? If I don't, I'll stay poor. If I do, it's very dangerous. He reached into his pocket and fumbled for something. Fang Zheng pulled out a hood and put it on, making up his mind. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Even if this boat is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, if I have to get on, I will. With that thought, he walked towards the boat. Fang Zheng stepped onto the boat, thinking, I'll just sit at the stern to avoid too much contact. Then, the corpse retriever rowed the boat, carrying the three of them away. Fang Zheng clasped his hands behind his back, extremely vigilant. If anything seems off, I'll kill them immediately. But I'm wearing a protective mask, so no one should be able to discover me, right? He considered himself a husky mixed in with a pack of wolves. Fang Zheng grinned to himself. With this protective mask on, no one will discover me. Nanny nanny boo boo. He brazenly made a face. They won't find me, awawu. Fuang Qin blew another kiss to his companions. Suddenly, something made him stop, and he turned his gaze to the side. Just then, a figure approached from the shore, arousing Fuang Qin's suspicion. This scent is perfume. Could it be a woman? At this point, enough people had arrived, and they were preparing to depart, which put him at ease. Great, they're starting to collect the boat fee with helm money. It seems we're about to set off. Seeing 4 people on the boat today, I was worried they were all wearing similar clothes, that they were part of the same group. Just then, Fuang Qin noticed another person approaching. He immediately felt uneasy. Damn it, are they trying to fly AG too? If they really know each other, won't I be exposed immediately? The newcomer saw that the boat was full and stopped. Then, that person turned and left. Fuang Qin breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. It seems they don't know each other. But why did this person leave without a word and head to the other side of the lake? Could there be another place to cross the lake? Right after, the corpse salvager began to row the boat away from the shore. These were cut through the water, making a rustling sound. Fuang Qin thought worriedly. Just like the last time I went to the underworld, it's this low, strange sound that disturbs the mind. If this continues, my inner self will no longer be pure. Fuang Qin immediately calmed himself and activated the ape demon meditation visualization. Fuang Qin focused his mind and meditated, which made him feel much more at ease. The past few days of cultivation were indeed not in vain. Those strange sounds all disappeared, leaving only silence. Where the boat passed, a strange demonic aura pervaded, and the Yin energy was heavy. Beneath the lake's surface, there was a strange tentacled monster. Fuang Qin finally understood. Ghostly creatures, so was these things making that strange sound. This boat is so small, it won't be overturned by these creatures, will it? He observed the corpse salvager, thinking to himself, I'm worried to death, yet he's unusually calm. This corpse salvager is indeed a professional unorthodox master. Fuang Qin recounted that water is inherently yin, and those who drown have extremely heavy resentment. The ancients believed that this type of person is most likely to cause trouble after death, often looking for a replacement to die in the water. Therefore, to enter the water and retrieve corpses, there are naturally many taboos. Later, a special group of people gradually appeared in the corpse salvaging circle, living people with the appearance of a corpse. Fuang Qin continued from a young age. They had to eat the flesh of the dead until they grew up, their bodies filled with death energy. They could go to places the living could not, and come into contact with things the living could not. Even ghosts can't see them, because in the eyes of ghosts, they are just another dead person. Fuang Qin continued to ponder. Of course, these are just superstitious folk rumors. The various bacteria and corpse toxins in a dead body can directly destroy a person's immune system. Eating dead flesh would only lead to being poisoned to death. He started to remember something. Wait, perhaps this is just a special constitution. Fuang Qin thought to himself. Just like other awakened ones, this corpse salvager has also awakened a special bloodline constitution. He suddenly realized, perhaps the ancient legends of ghosts and gods are true to some extent, and they're all the awakened ones of today. The boat carrying them continued forward, approaching the opposite shore. As soon as they arrived, everyone dashed towards the shore like lightning, which made Fuang Qin feel confused. What's going on? Why is everyone in such a hurry? Is this a race? Fuang Qin thought to himself, to avoid being exposed, I have to quickly follow them. Fuang Qin also ran after the group. Suddenly, he stopped. There was no one around, which greatly surprised him. These people are too fast. They vanished in the blink of an eye. Is this a cave? Fuang Qin assessed the surrounding scenery, thinking to himself, I'm not about to discover another peach blossom spring, am I? He was suddenly inspired to write an essay. He walked while reminiscing. At the beginning of the 21st century, there was a ghost catcher living in Truck City who followed a stream, forgetting how far he had gone. Fuang Qin's steps suddenly halted. A flash of light appeared before him, leaving him stunned. It was a foul smell carried by the wind, making him cover his nose with his hand. Fuang Qin thought curiously, what a foul smell, and with this green light, it seemed something strange is about to happen again. On the lake's surface, the ferryman was rowing his boat. The old man muttered softly, borrowing the path of Een to cross the river. With money, you can even buy immortality. At this moment, Fuang Qin was seen rushing out, waving Joss paper and saying, money is a small matter. Suddenly, his foot stepped on a piece of paper. Fuang Qin asked curiously, why is there a piece of hell money under my foot? I have so much money, I forgot how many bills I brought. Ferryman, did you see? Did I drop this bill? Or did you? Suddenly, the ferryman shouted in panic, it's mine. The old man hurriedly bent down to pick it up, saying my money. Fuang Qin immediately swung his saber, cutting off the ferryman's head. He executed the burning with saber technique, delivering countless slashes in an instant. At this moment, the ferryman's head rolled off. Fuang Qin shouldered his saber, his aura soaring. Grayish-white chi powder +1. He was overjoyed. That was too easy. It's true that with money, you can even buy immortality. Fuang Qin then chopped the boat in half and quickly turned to flee. Excellent, time to scram. 10 minutes later, Fuang Qin was seen with a dangerous smile. Found another fake ferryman, so it's time to use the hell money. He used the same old trick, waving Joss paper and singing off key. Come on the left, draw a coin with me. That ferryman suffered the same fate as the one before. Fuang Qin continued to sing leisurely. On the right, one slash of the saber and a head falls. After taking care of everything, he turned and left, humming casually. Grayish-white chi powder, I want to take you home. In this misty cave, I want to become your bodyguard. At this moment, grayish-white chi powder +1. Afterwards, Fuang Qin went deeper into the cave. He saw something familiar and thought to himself, it's this familiar green light again, so green it glows. In the distance was another ferryman, which made Fuang Qin overjoyed. Found another grayish-white chi powder dispenser, a fake ferryman. He quickly drew his saber and charged forward. Ferryman, here I come. Suddenly, he saw something and stopped abruptly. In front of Fuang Qin was a person carrying a giant coffin wrapped in iron chains. He was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell is this? A black ebony coffin. It must weigh at least 300 or 400 caddies. The person was running as if flying, which left Fuang Qin utterly bewildered. He's carrying it on his back and can still run that fast. Thinking this, he immediately chased after the mysterious coffin carrier. Sorry, ferryman, I've fallen for someone else. A living person running around with a coffin. There's definitely something wrong. The sound of clomping echoed in the cave, gradually getting closer to Fuang Qin. He hid behind a rock and judged. The opponent's footsteps suddenly changed, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes left, sometimes right. Fuang Qin felt uneasy. Not good. He has clearly discovered me. Fuang Qin hurriedly risked it and rushed out. He looked at where the coffin was placed and was shocked to find. That is, he observed the coffin and saw a human-shaped indentation. Suddenly, from within the coffin, a monstrous figure with ferocious fangs emerged, making Fuang Qin start to regret his decision. Hey, ferryman, if I have a change of heart now, will you still be there waiting for me? As Fuang Qin turned to leave, a demonic hand with sharp claws reached for him. It lunged forward quickly, but was fortunately blocked by the protective chi shield Fuang Qin had created. No matter how big your hand is, I'm a man you can't grasp with just one hand. Fuang Qin saw that his protective chi shield had cracked and thought to himself, it broke through 16 layers of my chi shield. It seems this ghostly creature is a bit stronger than the paper effigy. Fuang Qin immediately clenched his fist and executed the demon-subduing Vajra seal. He used the strength of 2 elephants, punching straight into the monster's body, and shouted, Are all you ghostly creatures masters of applying oil? Why do you like to sneak attack people from behind? My little fist will punch your chest. In an instant, a huge explosion occurred there, sending dirt and rocks flying. The dust and smoke cleared, revealing the monster's pale face. Its chest was severely injured. Fuang Qin taunted in a loud voice. Aren't you a tough guy? Your chest is split open and you can still laugh. He beckoned with his finger, provoking the monster. If you've got the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Get over here. The monster roared in anger, charging fiercely towards Fuang Qin. He immediately got into a fighting stance, scolding. What are you roaring for? Nighttime noise shouldn't exceed 30 decibels. You're too loud. Their fists collided. The power generated from the attack was astonishing. Fuang Qin shouted a technique, demon subduing Vajra seal, creating a fiery vortex aimed straight at the monster. He said loudly, "You're too stubborn. Look, this time you've turned into a roasted chicken foot in a cave." At this moment, Fuang Qin noticed something. Green smoke billowed from the monster's eyes, and its whole body burned fiercely. Seeing this, he sneered, "Are you angry now?" Fuang Qin swung his long saber and said, "You want to take me down with you?" He executed the burning with saber technique, Nine Yang True Chi, and slashed hard at the monster's shoulder, saying, "What are you thinking? It's not like I'm a girl." Suddenly, the monster spoke. "Are you a disciple of the Sakya clan?" It hurriedly raised its hand and said, "Wait." Fuang Qin paid it no mind, saying coldly, "Let me tell you something from the heart. No matter how high your skill, you still fear a kitchen knife." Then he slashed at the monster repeatedly, shouting nonstop, 5 slashes, 10 slashes, 13 slashes. Besides, my saber is a ghost head saber. A moment later, Fuang Qin received another grayish-white chi powder +1. He thought to himself, "Are you a fake fatty? You're clearly so fat, yet you only produced 1 grayish-white chi powder." Fuang Qin looked at the rubble on the ground and asked, "Right, what were you saying just now?" He then crossed his arms and seriously asked this monster, "Speak, you're a corpse carrier, right?" Fuang Qin stood before the thick smoke without moving, thinking to himself, "Did I hit it too hard and scare it away?" He muttered to himself, "There are no other options right now. There's only one path, so I have to keep moving forward." Fuang Qin thought to himself, "On the other hand, this corpse carrier guy, it's another one of those unorthodox professions." He recalled that in ancient times, cruel punishments were common, and prisoners were tortured in all sorts of ways before death, so their resentment lingered after they died, making no one dare to approach those corpses. This gave rise to the profession of corpse carriers, who specialized in dealing with the dead. Fuang Qin continued, "Corpse salvagers, corpse encoffiners, corpse carriers. What secret is hidden in this long seashore lake, that it can attract so many people from unorthodox professions here at the same time?" He walked for a while and suddenly discovered that the fog here had suddenly thinned. He looked up at the cliff face in front of him, feeling puzzled. They actually hollowed out an entire mountain? Fuang Qin stepped into the passage inside the mountain, wondering who on earth and for what reason created such a magnificent structure. He looked at the skulls arranged around and was extremely shocked. These are skulls. Fuang Qin looked at the mountain of skulls before him and thought, the number of skulls here is no less than 10,000. Could it be that someone once massacred an entire city? A series of hurried footsteps approached. Fuang Qin saw the people who were on the boat with him earlier and realized that everyone who entered Long Seashore Lake was here. It seems they found the destination of this trip. The place they arrived at left him utterly astonished. Inside the heart of this mountain, there was actually a palace. At this moment, Fuang Qin, along with the others, pushed open the door and entered. He looked at the giant Buddha statue before him, utterly astonished. Everywhere were crumbling walls and ruined ramparts. Only this Buddha statue and the stone hall remained preserved. This was completely illogical. Fang Zheng looked into the eyes of the Buddha statue and felt a slight chill. Suddenly, the Buddha statue's eyeballs moved downward. Fang Zheng was stunned in astonishment. Did the eyes of this stone Buddha statue just move? Could it be alive? But Fang Zheng forced himself to calm down. No, I must be overthinking it. No matter how handsome I am, I can't be so handsome as to bring a stone statue to life. The Buddha statue remained motionless. Suddenly, Fang Zheng glanced to the side, startled. There seemed to be some movement over there. Just then, he saw those people gathered in one spot, making him curious. Had they discovered something? Someone shouted, "Everyone, come look at this." Everyone looked at the set of clothes on the ground, exclaiming in surprise. A set of clothes had suddenly appeared here, neatly folded and placed on the ground. It was too strange. Fang Zheng immediately switched to a serious mode, thinking to himself, a prop costume? Could it be that someone enjoys running around naked? Suddenly, a person turned to ask him, have you figured something out? Fang Zheng quickly shook his head, thinking, figure out what the hell. If I said you like to run around naked, would you believe me? That person continued to question Fang Zheng. Then why are you staring at these clothes? He was extremely annoyed. Buddy, are you trying to start something? Everyone is clearly looking. Why do you keep asking me? He immediately pretended to understand, spouting a stream of nonsense. When three people walk together, one of them is bound to be my teacher. I am merely learning from all of you. Fang Zheng thought to himself, spouting nonsense is the most effective way to change the subject. That person spoke up again, questioning him. Before you arrived, that person was always with us, but he suddenly vanished without a sound, with only his clothes left neatly on the ground. Fang Zheng calmly continued, could it be that this person has obsessive-compulsive disorder, coupled with terminal stage Virgo cleanliness? Suddenly, 3 more people walked in, surprising him. More people have arrived. Seeing the white chi behind the leader's back caught Fang Zheng's attention. Moreover, it also carried a grayish-white powder chi. He wondered, have they fought with demonic creatures? At this moment, he also received grayish-white powder chi +1. Suddenly, someone came over, pressed on Fang Zheng's shoulder, and asked, what are you all doing? Why are you all standing here in a daze? That person reminded, we are all wooden figures. No talking, no moving. Fang Zheng felt very aggrieved. Why does everyone come and ask me? Hell if I know what I'm doing standing here. At that moment, he pointed at the Buddha statue and shouted, quick, look at that stone statue. Another tree has grown. That tree emitted a strange green light, making Fang Zheng think to himself, such dense spiritual energy. Suddenly, everyone sat down on the ground cross-legged. One person shouted, the spiritual energy of the ancient temple has suddenly become 4 to 5 times denser. Hurry and seize the time to cultivate. Fang Zheng was confused. Spiritual energy. He imitated them and sat down, thinking, could it be that because I'm not an awakened one, I can't feel the spiritual energy? Fang Zheng shut his eyes tightly, muttering to himself, a normal person like me who can't feel anything has to imitate their posture to avoid exposing my identity. His eyes slowly opened. Fang Zheng saw a coffin and thought, the surface of the stone coffin is carved with mysterious runes. It seems to be suppressing something very powerful inside. The thing suppressed by the evil Buddha is probably a righteous character. He was very bored now and curious.so bored. So lonely, I really want to open it and take a look. But if there's some powerful demonic creature inside, then it's all over. But in the end, he still gave up. Forget it. 3 hours later, a person stood up and said, the spiritual energy tide has ended. We can no longer absorb large amounts of spiritual energy. Could it be that he can still absorb it? This is truly a master. Everyone finished absorbing and said, cultivating for 3 hours here is equal to 3 normal days of cultivation. This place is indeed a blessed land. The spiritual energy is much denser than outside. Fang Zheng, however, knew nothing because he had fallen asleep and was snoring. Suddenly, a terrified scream startled him awake. Quick, look up there. Another person has gone missing. At this moment, they surrounded the neatly folded clothes from before. Now, there were 2 sets, shocking everyone. Moreover, the clothes were also neatly folded. Everyone began to suspect, could it be that this stone hall eats people? Fang Zheng woke up and immediately observed the situation. Another person went missing while I was asleep. The prop department clothes are still here. Is this the props manager sneaking in to take revenge? At this time, someone stood up and advised everyone it's almost dawn. Why don't we go back first and come back tomorrow night to look for the missing person? Also, I suggest that this blessed land be kept a secret. If others find out, I'm afraid this place will no longer be a blessed land. After that, everyone left the palace. Fang Zheng still hadn't recovered from a shock. Too bizarre. He kept looking back at the palace. Where there are abnormalities, there are demons. This place is much more dangerous than it appears. Late at night, the small boat glided gently across the water. The sound of squelching footsteps. Suddenly, a voice startled everyone on the boat. Damn it, who killed the ferryman again? Good heavens! Everyone abruptly turned in that direction. Why God? Who could be so wicked? They've hacked all the ferrymen to death again. Damn bastard. How are we supposed to get out now? What kind of grudge is this? Why do they want to drive us to our deaths? Fang Zheng, on the boat, thought to himself, they didn't kill all of them. They clearly left one for you that they didn't have time to kill. One person spoke up and asked, Boatman, you didn't kill those ferrymen, did you? To monopolize the business. The corpse salvager replied, it wasn't me. Two people whispered to each other, I think this person definitely has a grudge against the painted skin Gao family. Otherwise, why only kill the Gao family's ghosts? The Gao family's revenge will come soon. I just hope it doesn't affect this fish pond of ours. Fang Zheng pondered, Butcher Zhang, Mr. Fu, the great mountains to rely on. The painted skin Gao family? I was very careful. I probably won't be discovered, right? But so what if they see me? There are people in front of me. The small boat continued to glide across the water amidst a bizarre green mist. Hurry up, don't let others catch up, be careful. The sound of footsteps swish. Fang Zheng silently glanced back once, then turned and left. Hurry up, don't let others catch up, be careful. Today's harvest is 8 sheets of hell money and 7 talisman pieces. I must hurry back to strengthen my secret manuals and seize the time to cultivate. The book flew up, then landed steadily in his hand. Completed the 6th level of the Muscle Tendon, Changing, and Marrow Washing Sutra. Strengthened the 4th level of the Muscle Tendon, Changing, and Marrow Washing Sutra, 3 talismans. Great Sun Golden Bell, Shield 2. Strengthened to the 3rd level of the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, 2 talismans. 2nd level of the 9 Yang Divine Art. Strengthened the 9 Yang Divine Art to the 3rd level, 1 talisman. After cultivating the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield 2, the protective astral chi increased from 24 layers to 36 layers. A smug smile appeared on Fang Zheng's face. From now on, I won't have to be afraid of ordinary demonic creatures. As he was rejoicing, Lu Dong suddenly pushed the door open and entered, startling him. Fang, there's a very strange person in the village today who calls himself the Nine-Fingered Physiognomist. Lu Dong happily clenched his fists. But more importantly, we should go play in the water. By the clear lake, the grass was lush and green. Downstream from Dragon Head Lake, there is a small lake. A group of soldiers emerged from the water, opening fire. All right, everyone has worked hard. That's a wrap for today's filming. Fang Zheng and the others shivered from the cold. My God, playing in the water, I'm freezing. Weren't we just filming a fight scene in the lake? As he walked in, someone called him, Fang, look, that's the expert the director specially invited, the Nine-Fingered Physiognomist, Master Wang. Damn it, this is the guy? Shouldn't a master be elegant, with an immortal-like bearing? What's the deal with a fat guy like this? Hearing this sound, Fang Zheng was startled. What's with this sound that sent a chill down one's spine? He subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound and saw a crow on a tree branch. A crow? When did it appear? The crow flapped its wings incessantly, cawing with its red eyes, making him look up from below, lost in thought. Its eyes were as cold as a dead person's. This crow conceals a bizarre, cold, and sinister aura. The ancients associated crows with bad omens. Their cause heralded impending disaster. Black dogs dig graves. Crows announce funerals. The corpse salvager stared intently, turned back and told them, I didn't kill those boatmen. The more crows gather, the deeper the black dogs dig. No movement? It seems they don't intend to let me go. He lowered his head and walked in. The words have been spoken. Not everyone is afraid of you painted skin Gao family. He opened his eyes wide in horror. This is 3 hanged corpses. The dead are rowing the boat. He thought to himself, the dead people I salvaged from Dragon Head Lake before, the 3 drowned villagers. Standing in the bizarrely silent air, a sudden movement made him speak out. Crows announce funerals. Black dogs dig graves. The dead hang from the rafters. Are you inviting me here to die? Outside, Fang Zheng was watching Master Wang happily shooting crows with a slingshot. Looks like we're having roasted bird for dinner tonight, but it fell into the lake nearby. Master Wang sighed. How unlucky. There goes my late-night snack. Fang Zheng glanced over, thinking, he also noticed the strangeness of this crow. Master Wang smiled and said to him, Hey brother, I know you. You're the actor who played the villain in the tiger skin costume this afternoon. In short, you play the villain quite well, very distinctive. Fang Zheng just observed the lake surface where the crow had fallen, thinking, strange, the crow died, but no grayish-white powder chi appeared. The sutra doesn't even bother with them. It truly is an era that only values appearances. Suddenly, a person walked over, raised his hand, and shouted, "Master Wong." He ran up to Master Wong and said with a deadpan face, "Master Wong, our film crew has been losing props every day recently, and it's only the prop costumes. No matter what precautions we take, it's useless. It's very abnormal. Could you see your way to helping us watch over the prop costumes?" Master Wong laughed happily, patting his shoulder. "Don't mention it, don't mention it." He said cheerfully, "Then thank you so much, sir. I can finally get a good night's sleep." Fang Zheng walked in the bizarre atmosphere, wearing a prop costume. "Sorry, props master, I need this outfit for my night shift. I'll return it when I'm done." After walking for a while, he suddenly saw the corpse salvager on the boat. "Dado, the corpse salvager is injured? Oh, don't tell me he's become my scapegoat and was targeted for revenge by the painted skin Gao family." Then he jumped onto the boat. "Sorry, brother, I'll pay you double the boat fare today." Wouldn't doing that expose me as the one who killed the ferryman? As soon as that cunning thought flashed through Fang Zheng's mind, he decided not to dig his own grave with money. Suddenly, a girl climbed aboard. Yesterday, everyone said they were afraid of being implicated, yet today, they still came. Greed is truly human nature. Still that familiar scent, this familiar prop costume. "Little sister, you've come again." Suddenly, someone waved and said good evening from behind. "Tonight's wind seems a bit cold, and my stomach feels chilly too." Looking at the figure in the prop costume, but with a beer belly sticking out, Fang Zheng was speechless. This figure, this voice. "Master Wong, you're also in the thieving business." Those two prop teachers are so pitiful. Everyone was on board. Fang Zheng suddenly felt something approaching. Just as their boat emerged from the thick fog, another boat approached from the opposite direction. The painted skin Gao family. The corpse salvager saw this, his face turning pale as he watched the boat glide by. This painted skin Chow family, are they still not giving up? He walked past the corpse salvager, giving him a smile that scared the soul out of him. Master Wong laughed and said, "Smile, brother. Take care." He put his hands on his hips and said proudly, "I heard that boys who smile often don't have bad luck." Everyone was speechless. Upon arriving, everyone disembarked from the boat one by one and went ashore. Fang Zheng subconsciously turned his head to look. The guy from earlier was still smiling. He seemed to be in a good mood. Should I pick a fight with him today? Better not. He has a black dog with him, which proves the person backing him has come prepared. After walking a few more steps, it looked like a fight was about to break out up ahead. This tense atmosphere. It seems the secret that this is a blessed land has been exposed. They were all wearing masks. With so many people, it seems I have to find a way to pick a side, or I'll definitely be at a disadvantage in the chaotic battle later. Fang Zheng cupped his hands and spoke up. Are you all the V Vengeance squad and the Xiaoshi squad?" He confidently stood in the middle, leaving everyone stunned that I'm from the CS team, specializing in support. Whatever the issue is, we can discuss it slowly. Why make the atmosphere so awkward? Someone thought to himself, the one making the atmosphere awkward is you, brother. Two masked people were taken aback, relieved that this guy wasn't one of their own. With a crowd below, Fang Zheng stood with a group of strangers, and the tense situation was instantly defused. Indeed, a three-way standoff is the most stable. Although the three factions each had their own agendas, they ultimately reached a compromise. Seeing that tree, he let out a surprised, "Huh? Did this sapling grow up eating livestock feed? Yesterday, it was just a sprout the size of a fist, and today, it's as thick as a person's arm." Was the strange gaze from the Buddha statue just now looking at me? A chilling sensation ran down his spine. With just a glance, that group of people knelt on the ground, surprising him even more. Why do they all sit down? I can't let them know. I have to hurry up and copy them. Two masked people sat and chatted. The spiritual chi is so dense. Today's spiritual chi is several times better than yesterday's. Fang Zheng looked at the clothes on the ground and couldn't help but ponder. The clothes of the two people who went missing yesterday are still here. Has no one noticed? Everyone had already sat down. He rested his chin on his hand and thought, something's not right. With so many people, someone must have noticed. Is it because their greed for spiritual chi made them lose their minds? Or is it because of it? After finishing their cultivation, everyone stood up. Suddenly, someone spoke. The person behind me has disappeared. Everyone gathered around the set of clothes that person had left behind. How could this be? No one went out just now. The person with the V mask said, "The one who disappeared was a newcomer today." The person in the red mask then stood up and said, "Does anyone else feel that the spiritual chi in this temple is a bit strange. Just now, I felt like my mind was bewitched. My body wouldn't listen to me and started to kneel and cultivate, my mind only thinking about taking all the spiritual chi for myself. Hearing this, another person chimed in. So it wasn't just me who felt that. Everyone else murmured in agreement. That's right, me too. Fang Zheng looked towards it, thinking to himself, so it really is because of it. Where there's abnormality, there must be demons. This stone Buddha statue is definitely strange. Seeing the scene, Fang Zheng's eyes widened. Everyone shouted in unison, "Quick, quick, look! The sapling has grown again. It's even flowered and borne fruit." Fang Zheng thought in horror. Every time someone disappears, this sapling grows a little taller, as if the missing people have become its nutrients. Perhaps this place was never a blessed land at all, but a living hell that devours people whole. Over with the corpse salvager, the man from the painted skin Chow family, still wearing that terrifying smile, said ferrying souls in the underworld. With enough money, you can even buy an immortal. Fierce Tiger, beside him, spoke up. I've recently heard that someone has been impersonating my painted skin Chow family, wearing a tiger head mask and ruining the Chow family's reputation everywhere. Then Fierce Tiger turned to the imposter and snorted, "A cheap mask as ugly as yours is worthy of calling yourself one of the painted skin?" Then he charged forward and knocked the imposter down. So clueless. A few dogs rushed forward, but he dismissed them as noisy, tearing them to shreds with his claws. So damn noisy. This is the price for offending my painted skin Chow family. Back with Fang Zheng, the people below were still buzzing with discussion. Enough talk. Although it's not clear what's in that tree, it's definitely not simple. There are dozens of us here now. I want to ask everyone how we should divide it. One person raised his hand. I have a suggestion. The fruit isn't ripe yet, so let's put aside the matter of dividing it. Our 3 teams will each send 2 people to guard the stone temple. The rest will search the ruins and first clarify this matter of people being eaten. Everyone agreed. Agreed. Fang Zheng observed in silence, then walked out, quickly retreating. This man-eating stone temple. I can't absorb the spiritual chi, so staying here is all harm and no benefit. Someone watched his departing figure and said, that was the last person to sit down, and now he's the first to leave. Another person added, it seems he was the least controlled, and also the one least worried about others stealing the fruit. This is the bearing of a true expert. I am truly ashamed of my own inferiority. As Fang Zheng walked out, he thought to himself, previously, after those people went to Dragon Head Lake, I received grayish-white chi from them one by one. But why didn't I encounter a single ghost when I went to Dragon Head Lake? Suddenly, a flash of light blocked his path. Speak of the devil. Suddenly, a clack sound was heard, and a voice spoke. You're that corpse salvager. He was startled. Who? Fierce Tiger slowly approached. If this matter wasn't related to you. Yesterday, you said that not everyone is afraid of our painted skin Chow family. Fierce Tiger said angrily, today my Chow family will kill you to make an example. Hearing this, the corpse salvager was terrified. On this side, the shadow on the ground was approaching Fang Zheng. He keenly noticed that it's coming from behind again. What on earth is this black shadow? He quickly jumped to dodge. Fang Zheng complained, do you have a foot fetish? Always aiming for my feet. He drew the blade from his back. Whatever, let's go all out. The blade glowed with a fiery light. Fang Zheng slashed at the ground, and scriptures appeared, but the person didn't react. Looks like I missed. Again, Fang Zheng focused his mind, turned around seriously, and slashed repeatedly, the fiery light from the blade hitting the surrounding shadows. The ghost head blade came out, but I can't see anything. Move. I'm just slashing randomly. Grayish-white, chi +1. He suddenly noticed something. Who is it? Master Wong, who was hiding nearby, spoke up. Brother, don't misunderstand. He slowly walked over. We're all teammates from the CS team. I was just passing by. Fang Zheng looked helplessly at Master Wong. So it's this peeled shrimp. He walked over cheerfully, extending a hand to get acquainted. Master Wong introduced himself. My surname is Wong. Muscle bro, you can call me Wong Mingy, or you can call me Fatty Wong. Sounds more friendly. Fang Zheng looked at him in disbelief, thinking, passing by? What a clumsy lie. Did you learn that from old Wong next door? As if I'd believe you. Master Wong said awkwardly, the spiritual chi has only just recovered, yet Muscle Bro has already reached the 4th level of the divine treasury. You must be the heir of some family, right? Fang Zheng was stunned. How do you know I've opened the 4th level of the divine treasury? He was worried. He had tried to lower his voice. There was no way he could tell who I was. He continued with a smile, "Brother, you're so funny. Isn't this common knowledge?" He looked seriously at Master Wang. "Common knowledge?" Master Wang's heart skipped a beat. "Damn, is this newbie for real?" Taking out his fan, Master Wang thought, "Fine, this master will bestow some knowledge upon you and clear up your confusion." He fanned himself as he spoke. In the initial stage of awakening, everyone's starting point isn't that different. So the most intuitive and simple reference method is the external projection of energy. Master Wang said, for an elemental system awakened, if the external energy projection is 2 meters and can be maintained for more than 10 seconds, they have reached the first level of the divine treasury. Reaching 4 meters is the second level of the divine treasury, then the third level, and so on. The final is opening the 9th level of the divine treasury. That's why I'm sure that you, Muscle Bro, have reached the 4th level of the divine treasury. In other words, when you use your blade technique, each blade chi is about 8 meters high. Fang Zheng frantically covered his crotch. "Are you a cat staring at my pants? I don't have blade chi, and it's not 8 meters long." Returning to his serious demeanor, "I'm non-awakened, so these things don't really concern me. What I care about most is," Fang Zheng asked, "are there any martial artists in this world whose strength can match that of an awakened?" Master Wang was momentarily at a loss for words. Master Wang thought for a moment and replied, "Brother, you're joking again. The awakened are like immortals who can ascend to the heavens and descend to the earth, spewing fire and thunder, moving mountains and filling seas, chasing stars and catching the moon. How can ordinary people compare to us?" He laughed smugly. "Right now, we're only in the first wave of spiritual chi recovery. If we're lucky enough to encounter a great change and welcome the second, third wave of spiritual chi recovery, each wave will be a leap like a carp turning into a dragon. Myths like Kwafu chasing the sun and Ho shooting the sun might all become reality." Looking at Master Wang's dazed expression, "Were you invited here to be the comic relief? Your brain is short-circuiting and you still want to become a spirit? Chasing the sun, shooting the sun. Do you have a thing for the sun?" Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the surroundings, and many tragic screams echoed from a distance to "ah, ah, ah, ah." Fang Zheng immediately ran towards the source of the explosion. The explosion and screams both came from the ancient temple. Arriving at the entrance of the ancient temple, grayish-white chi was floating everywhere. Grayish-white chi +6. Fang Zheng was shocked. Why is there so much grayish-white chi? Inside were corpses lying in disarray. These were the people who had stayed behind to guard the divine temple. The dead belonged to all 3 teams. Did someone attack indiscriminately? Hearing a noise, Fang Zheng listened to the sounds of fighting. He stepped inside and looked through the window. Oh, the stone coffin has been opened. People were fighting inside. Fierce Tiger charged from behind to attack Fang Zheng. He nimbly jumped up, and 2 paper effigies appeared in front of Fierce Tiger. Painted skin transformation. He angrily raised both hands. "A cheap human skin mask as ugly as yours dares to show off in front of me." He slammed his fist on the floor. "You're courting death." The move exploded, and the 2 paper effigies vanished. The bamboo tube on Fang Zheng's back absorbed continuously. Grayish-white chi +1. Grayish-white chi +1. The masked people were discussing. "What did you say?" "Luckily, I came back late. As soon as I got outside the temple, I saw that brute threatening others to open the coffin. As a result, the few people who opened the coffin all got hit by the trap inside." The person in the red mask asked doubtfully, "Then why are those 2 fighting?" A person from another team explained, as soon as the coffin was opened, that brute was sneak attacked by the guy in the prop costume before he could even get the things inside. Master Wang fanned himself as he walked over. "What brute? You don't even recognize Fierce Tiger of the painted skin, Chow family?" Hearing Fierce Tiger's great name, everyone became a little wary. Fierce Tiger, the Chow family? No wonder he was scolding the other guy earlier for impersonating the Chow family and creating those human skin boatmen. So the real deal came knocking. Fang Zheng looked at Wang Mingyi and asked doubtfully, "Who is Fierce Tiger?" He sighed helplessly. "Muscle Bro, you're a walking 100,000 whys." Speaking of Fierce Tiger, everyone should know that the spiritual energy revival began appearing in various places 10 to 20 years ago, and the painted skin Gao family was one of the earliest forces to rise. But the place of spiritual energy revival that the Gao family occupied was just a dry well on a barren mountain, with a very small opening and limited resources. Therefore, the Gao family decided to select a few young disciples with the best aptitude to specially cultivate new blood. The young disciples chosen back then men are the current top echelon of the Gao family. The Gao family's Fierce Tiger was one of the young disciples selected at that time. Perhaps Fierce Tiger isn't a rare, monstrous genius, but he was already at the 9th level of the Shenzong realm upon awakening. But someone like him, who has accumulated a vast amount of resources, would be at least at the 6th level of the Shenzong realm if he lived to this day. His entire body is covered in the blood of those he has killed. Fierce Tiger turned around, a ferocious expression on his face. Thanks for your hard work, helping my Gao family develop this blessed land for free. Everyone was too scared to move. He leaped onto the giant Buddha statue in the temple, saw that everything was empty, and looked at the tree next to it. It has borne fruit already? Interesting, he declared. From now on, this Dragonhead Lake blessed land will now bear the Gao surname. The people below were furious. He was clearly alone, yet so arrogant. The rest were a bit scared. What else could they do? If you dare to touch him, you'll become an enemy of the entire painted skin Gao family. You can only swallow the bitter pill unless you think you've lived too long. A voice came from outside. Wait. The corpse salvager, covered in blood, staggered in. This is a place of spiritual energy revival that everyone found together. How can you monopolize it? Fang Zheng was stunned. The corpse salvager. Seeing him enter, Fierce Tiger said with interest, "Oh, you can still move? Looks like it was me." He jumped down and said, "I was too lenient." He rushed forward and grabbed the corpse salvager by the neck. "I don't care what relationship you have with the one who impersonated my Gao family. Just because yesterday when that imposter came to kill you, you dared to say that not everyone fears my painted skin Gao family. I will let you die." Fang Zheng was shocked so fast. He grabbed the corpse salvager's head, lifting him up. "I want you all to know, whoever my painted skin Gao family wants dead must die. Even if King Yama himself came, he couldn't save them." He squeezed the corpse salvager's head, saying, "This is the consequence of offending my painted skin Gao family." Fang Zheng quickly grabbed the corpse salvager and moved away, but he was already completely unconscious. Fang Zheng sighed. Still not in time. He had already made his move. "I probably don't need to pay for repairs for the damage here, right?" Fang Zheng looked up at Fierce Tiger. "Sorry, this is a matter of life and death. I can't let others take the blame for me." Fang Zheng's action made Fierce Tiger even more agitated. "It seems I was still too lenient, to the point of giving you all the delusion that I, Fierce Tiger." He charged madly towards Fang Zheng. "Wouldn't dare to kill all of you." He grabbed Fang Zheng. "Die." Fang Zheng promptly drew his saber to block. He shouted, "Then you should challenge everyone here alone. Don't vent all your anger on me." Fang Zheng was secretly shocked. What domineering energy. The web of my hand feels like it's about to split. Is this a powerful, awakened one with 10 to 20 years of accumulation? Fang Zheng erupted with power to resist his attack. Golden Bell Shield. Fierce Tiger was stunned. What is this ability? I've never seen an awakened one with this ability. Aside from that 100-year-old female ghost, this Fierce Tiger far surpasses any opponent I've ever met. An ordinary body definitely couldn't withstand a single blow from him. The shield was broken. Fierce Tiger laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, you can't hold on anymore." Fang Zheng retreated a little. "This guy's a master of fist techniques. I can't clash head-on with him anymore." He threw a punch, but missed. Fang Zheng continuously dodged his attacks. Missed. He cheerfully provoked, "You've got gray hair." Veins bulged on Fierce Tiger's forehead in anger. "What is this ability again?" He suddenly sped up strangely, dodging all my punches. Fierce Tiger shouted, "Trash," charging towards Fang Zheng. "Do you dare to fight me head-on?" He nimbly dodged, making him lunge into empty space. His anger was all part of Fang Zheng's plan. "Great, I've angered him. His movements have started to become chaotic. Now is the time." Seizing the opening, switching from defense to offense, Fang Zheng made his move. "It's my turn. My saber is about to starve to death." Burning with saber technique. Fang Zheng slashed at Fierce Tiger repeatedly. 1 strike, 5 strikes, 20 strikes. He could only use his hands to block Fang Zheng's saber, whose technique was getting faster and more domineering. Fang Zheng provoked. "Weren't you so arrogant just now? Starting to lose your ground? Shrinking back now? It's not over yet." Fierce Tiger was about to collapse. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Do you know the consequences of attacking the Painted Skin Gao family?" But he didn't listen to him at all. 40 consecutive strikes, 81 strikes. The guy collapsed to the ground. How could this be Suddenly his body turned into something spinning. Grayish-white, Chi +1. Fang Zheng was shocked. What is that thing flying in the air? Human skin. This isn't a real person. Just a piece of human skin. Is this hard to deal with? Master Wong rushed over. Muscle bro, you killed a human skin of fierce tiger. You've caused a huge disaster. Fang Zheng replied wearily. I know even without you telling me. He suddenly remembered something. Wait. He waved to the remaining teammates. Hey, we're an elite CS team. Shouldn't we face difficulties together? They waved their hands in fear. Who's on the same team as you? You lunatic! You dare to kill someone from the Painted Skin Gao family. The Painted Skin Gao family will surely eat you alive. He turned to the team next to them. Everyone was silent. Fang Zheng quickly said, How about you guys? Before he could finish, everyone dodged away. Fang Zheng laughed loudly. Ha, that's fine too. He thought to himself, as long as no one follows me. Then if I were the prop team's clothes, no one will recognize me. I might just escape this calamity. Master Wong patted his shoulder. Muscle bro, this is not a place to linger. He pointed at the corpse salvager lying there. Let's quickly take that corpse salvager for treatment. He'll turn into a dried corpse at this rate. Fang Zheng was curious. Bro, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being implicated by me? Master Wong sat beside the corpse salvager. He said confidently, Why should I be afraid? I'm wearing a prop costume. How could the Painted Skin Gao family recognize me? Fang Zheng marveled. This line of thought is just as brilliant as mine. On Dragon Head Lake, the three of them were on a boat. Master Wong rowed the boat forward. He sighed, Phew, I'm exhausted. This lake is bottomless. Rowing is so tiring. Luckily, we brought this corpse salvager. Otherwise, I don't know if we could have left this lake safely. The unconscious corpse salvager slapped his butt. Smack! Master Wong's hair stood on end as he said, Speak up. What's your purpose in following me all this way? It was Fang Zheng using the corpse salvager's hand to make the gesture. Don't tell me you were just passing by. Master Wong gave a bitter smile. I'll talk, but don't threaten me with his hand like that. It's creepy as hell. He recounted the story. You also know about the explosion on the mountainside. I just wanted to find a decent ally with some strength, so I wouldn't be taken out without a fight. Of course, the most important reason was still to see if there were any good opportunities to pick up some benefits along the way. But then I changed my mind. The three of them had reached the shore. Fang Zheng was carrying the corpse salvager. He let out a suspicious, He quickly explained, because I suddenly thought of a problem. This place caused such a huge commotion, if it really is a blessed land. Fang Zheng said impatiently, Stop stammering. Spit it out. Master Wong said, We only met a few archaeologists studying skulls on the mountaintop, and no members of the Special Operations Department entered this Dragon Head Lake. Fang Zheng was surprised. Special Operations Department? Fang Zheng realized this must be the Paranormal Investigation Bureau he was looking for. Master Wong continued, Either this place isn't a blessed land, which is why the Special Operations Department didn't come to investigate, because they know we won't be able to snatch anything, and in the end, this place will still fall into their hands. Fang Zheng retorted, That's not right. According to what you said, if the Special Operations Department could know this isn't a blessed land, it proves they've already been in to check. Master Wong advised, Muscle bro, are you from ancient times? The times have changed. If they had encountered a boatman who uses corpse oil for soul-guiding lamps, they would have killed the boatman right from the start. He replied, Hospitals are too quiet. Morgues have too many bodies. It's not like ancient times anymore, where one had to rely on killing people to cultivate evil and heretical paths. He thought to himself, in other words, I didn't need to kill that boatman at all. Everything that happened after was my own doing. Fang Zheng angrily recalled that person. Butcher Zhang, you're the ancient one. In Dragon Head Lake Village, a house was filled with corpses, a man said excitedly, an awakened one. A person lay on an operating table. He looked on with a greedy gaze. Truly the most perfect material. He cut open the person's abdomen. Today is the last day after today. Next to him was a wooden puppet. On the puppet's face were countless screaming mouths. Creak, creak. Black chi was being absorbed. On the tree, whispers echoed. By Xianming Luo, by Xian Banming Luo Shou Shi. By Xianming Luo, by Xian Banming Luo Shou Shi. By Xianming Luo, by Xianming Luo, by Xianming Luo. They left the corpse salvager outside the nearest hospital, which was in Wenwu Township, a half-day's drive away, so they could only leave him at the door of the village's herbalist house. The two said their goodbyes and left. This is all we can do. The rest is up to the corpse salvager himself. Fang Zheng took off the CS soldier costume, sat in the training room. I have to seize the time to cultivate, in case the painted skin Gao family comes looking for me. I don't want to end up like that corpse salvager. Lu Dong hurriedly pushed the door open. Fang Zheng, bad news. The mountain at Dragonhead Lake collapsed overnight, and the whole mountain is full of human skulls. And in the largest pit of skulls, the ruins of an ancient city have appeared. The two immediately ran off to see what was going on. Arriving at Dragonhead Lake Mountain, deep inside were scattered skulls under the trees. The surrounding villagers were chattering. A police officer shouted, "Please make way, please make way. Villagers, please go home. We will handle this matter." In the crowd, 2 men and a woman used their credentials to enter the scene. Fang Zheng recognized the man in the suit leading them. It's him. It seems these people are all members of the Special Operations Department. The one with the hooked moon insect pupil who had directed the new psychologist at the countryside hospital. Seeing people investigating by the river, that was the boatman's boat from a few days ago. It seems those people must have all escaped. At dawn, the bone-chilling cold from when they first came to Dragonhead Lake was gone. Could it be that all the ghostly creatures in Dragonhead Lake have disappeared? I'm afraid the people from the Special Operations Department are here to verify the situation. Lu Dong patted the pensive Fang Zheng's shoulder. "Let's go, Fang Zheng. We have a scene to shoot this afternoon." At the film set, villagers came together with gifts to express their gratitude. Thank you so much. Thanks to borrowing your car, we had a safe delivery for both mother and child. These local products are a token of our family's appreciation. Please accept them." The director said shyly, "You're too kind, ma'am." Fang Zheng stood outside, secretly pleased. "Great. It seems killing that black dog last time was still effective." Lu Dong walked over and said, "I just heard from the assistant director. We'll be shooting here for 2 or 3 more days at most. Everyone feels this place is getting more and more unusual. The film crew is afraid we might step into a pit of skulls with our next step." He looked over at the person sitting leisurely on the other side. "Speaking of which, who on earth is that Michelin tire man?" In the dead of night, a clattering sound echoed in the darkness. The little skeleton was happily carrying a pile of bones home. Fang Zheng watched from a distance as it climbed over the wall. Click-clack. He looked at the little one with a gentle gaze. What a strange thing. He just didn't expect it to be a small skeleton, so small and short, with a slender frame. It seemed she must have been a 5 or 6-year-old girl when she was alive. The little skeleton struggled to pull water from the well, scrubbing and sweeping, diligently cleaning up. He observed it, realizing it was using its labor to exchange for bones. What good child. Fang Zheng was puzzled, but what did it need bones for? Could it be to gnaw on them for calcium supplements? The little skeleton was happily gnawing on a bone. Crunch, crunch. Fang Zheng was astonished. "Ah, it's really gnawing on them. All right, kid, I admit I don't quite understand the world of little ghosts." Suddenly, a fierce dog approached the little one. Woof, 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 woof. The little girl was both scared and clutched the few bones tightly. Fang Zheng was surprised. Is this little ghost that calcium deficient? She'd rather be beaten to death than let go of a few bones. That dog became more and more ferocious. Woof, 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 woof. The little girl felt wronged and aggrieved, her eyes welling up with tears, about to cry. She picked up a bone and threw at the dog. Whiff, 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 whiff. The dog still stared at the little girl menacingly. The little skeleton trembled with fear. Woof. Fang Zheng was helpless. Sighed this silly girl. It was obvious that to this dog, she looked more delicious. With a look of great reluctance, the little girl pushed all her bones towards the dog. It didn't even look at the bones and lunged aggressively at the little girl. Woof, woof. Only then did Fang Zheng panic, immediately kicking a nearby stone at it. If he didn't act, this little ghost was about to be bitten to death by that mad dog. I was once known as the Sky-Winged Youth, with the ultimate technique of the wing-spread dog kick. He was furious. This little thing is the prey I've targeted. How dare you stinking dog touch it? Did you get my permission? The stone flew right into the dog's face. It was so scared it tucked its tail and ran. Woof, 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 woof. He walked over, saying, "This little thing, if only it had a bit of fighting power, it could have been a fine addition to my human skin collection. But it's just a 5-vertebrate child." The little girl looked at Fang Zheng with teary eyes. Standing before her, If you can't even fight a mad dog, then you're truly the weakest ghost I've ever seen in history, making me lose all interest in slaying ghosts." The little skeleton burped in astonishment. She looked at him, then turned and ran away. He called after her, "Hey, be careful." The little skeleton accidentally ran headfirst into the door. Fang Zheng was speechless. Due to her weak body, the little skeleton collapsed on the ground, mumbling incoherently. Fang Zheng asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The little girl covered herself with a large lid, trembling all over. Fang Zheng was a little touched. This little thing actually knows how to camouflage. So foolishly cute, I can't bring myself to do it. He picked the little girl up. The little skeleton struggled in fear. Fang Zheng thought, "Forget it. I'll just take this little thing back first, lest she gets targeted by a mad dog again." Arriving at Fang Zheng's residence, Fang Zheng looked helplessly at the little skeleton playing dead on the bed. He picked up a bone to entice her. Smells so good. This is a fresh spine. As soon as the little girl heard this, she came back to life, looking at him with teary eyes. Fang Zheng continued to tease a certain little ghost. "If you keep playing dead, you won't get any." The little girl sat up, trying to reach for the bone. "You gluttonous little ghost. You'd rather be bitten to death by a dog than let go of your bones. You finally couldn't resist, huh?" The little skeleton happily gnawed on the bone, making crunching sounds. Fang Zheng sat beside her, unable to resist poking her cheek. Fang Zheng asked insistently, "Can you talk? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you know Chinese? Besides being a glutton, do you have any special skills?" After finishing the bone, the little girl fell down and played dead again. Fang Zheng was startled. Again. He burst out laughing. "Right? Now that you're full, you have the energy to play dead again." The little girl sat up, staring intently at Fang Zheng. He wondered, "What is it?" Fang Zheng speculated. This little skeleton appeared at a critical moment. It's definitely not simple. Moreover, it has consciousness. Perhaps it knows many tragic secrets of the past. For example, the truth behind the incident at the film set this time. He used both hands to lift the skeleton's small face, saying cheerfully, "All right, it's decided. I'll take you with me and be your godfather. Since I'm raising you, you first have to learn some simple Chinese to communicate. Come on, say daddy." 2 days later, the director's voice echoed in the car. "The filming has wrapped up successfully. Thank you for everyone's hard work and dedication over the past few days." A small red car sped down the street. Lu Dong said while driving, Fang, that girl Xin Yaowei from the film crew just now, why did you reject her? If you don't want her, you could have given her to me." But Fang Zheng wasn't paying attention at all. His mind was now full of the ancient city ruins and the painted skin. Although the matter at Longtu Lake was still unclear, now that the film crew had wrapped up, he didn't need to worry about the rest. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. Fang Zheng answered, and a hearty voice came from the other end. "It's almost noon." Fang Zheng immediately recognized it was Butcher Zhang. He replied, "I'll arrive in Jueching around 1 or 2 in the morning." Butcher Zhang said, "Uncle Fu and I have to go out for something urgent. The paper offering shop can't be left unattended for a day. Are you free to come over and help him watch it for a bit? Personally, I don't think you should miss this opportunity. You can make Uncle Fu owe you a favor, and you'll find out later just how big this favor is." At Fang Zheng's apartment complex, Fang Zheng opened the door and entered, smiling as he said, "I'm home." The little skeleton immediately crawled out of the bag, her eyes shining. Then she hopped onto the floor. Fang Zheng introduced, "This is the kitchen. All the delicious food is in the fridge." Hearing this, the little skeleton was so excited she couldn't take her eyes off the fridge. Fang Zheng then led her to the bathroom. "This is the toilet, but I guess you don't need to use it, right?" He looked at the little girl, treating the toilet like a toy, and laughed helplessly. Finally, Fang Zheng led the little skeleton into the bedroom. He smiled and said, "Do you like it? This is a bedroom that belongs only to you." The little skeleton seemed to like it very much, jumping up and down on the bed nonstop. Seeing her laughing endlessly, he said dotingly, yes, this is our home." Then Fang Zheng took a pink dress out of the wardrobe. "Come on, try on the new clothes Daddy bought for you." The little skeleton slipped her bony hands into the pink dress, making her look much more adorable, just like a real little girl. Fang Zheng smiled and commented, "You look quite like a little princess." The little skeleton, being praised, shyly lowered her head. The next day, Fang Zheng stepped out of the house, thinking to himself that he had promised Butcher Zhang to help at the shop, so he had to go. Butcher Zhang and Uncle Fu are people in the system. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to learn some secrets about the spiritual energy revival. But just as he stepped out the door, the little girl's bony hand grabbed him. Seeing the little skeleton's teary eyes, Fang Zheng asked gently, "What's wrong?" He squatted down and patted the little skeleton's head. "Be good and listen. Stay at home. I can't take you out during the day." Walking on the street, Fang Zheng found it strange. This little thing was the only ghost he had ever seen that could be active during the day. Check the inventory, no go to the second floor. Fang Zheng walked down the street, deep in thought, hoping he hadn't forgotten any of the things Uncle Fu had told him before leaving. That being said, he had passed by in a hurry last night and didn't notice. It turns out there's a bookstore next to the paper offering shop. As that door opened, a thick wave of death energy emanated from it. Fang Zheng looked at the shop door in astonishment. Oh, is it about to open for business? A bookstore that opens at night? Is he selling ghost books? Just then, a man with shoulder-length hair walked out. The moment he saw him, Fang Zheng could feel the overwhelming death energy. Suddenly, he turned his head and stared intently at Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng cautiously stepped back, his other hand already reaching behind him to grip his weapon. Uncle Fu at least had a faint trace of yang energy, but the man before him was filled with death energy from head to toe. He was clearly a corpse. Fang Zheng didn't move, waiting for the man to walk up to him. He looked up and asked, "Are you the new temporary employee hired by Uncle Fu?" Hearing this, Fang Zheng was immediately startled, a little bewildered. Fang Zheng suddenly thought of Uncle Fu. That's right, Uncle Fu. His shop is right next to Uncle Fu's. Why haven't Uncle Fu and Butcher Zhang taken any action? The man saw Fang Zheng spacing out and asked, "Did Uncle Fu not tell you about my identity?" Fang Zheng already had a very clear conclusion in his heart. He must also be someone in the system. He smiled again and introduced himself. "You can call me Zhuo Qianhu. What should I call you, brother?" Zhuo Qianhu. Hearing this name, Fang Zheng was a little surprised. Then Fang Zheng grabbed his hand and also introduced himself. "Your untalented younger brother, Fang Zheng Yi." The two of them were like brothers who hadn't seen each other in a long time, constantly calling out to each other, "Brother Zhuo, Brother Yi, Brother Zhuo." After shaking hands, it seemed one could even hear a song. "On the road of life, beautiful dreams are as long as the road of life, Brother Yi." Fang Zheng quickly pulled his hand back, thinking to himself, "Oh, so cold, his hand is like a block of ice. He's a dead man for sure." Fang Zheng smiled and started the conversation. "It's like this, Brother Zhuo, you opened a bookstore on this old street. Are you making any money?" Hearing this, Zhuo Qianhu's face immediately darkened. "Who said I opened a bookstore?" Fang Zheng pointed at the sign, confused. "I saw that your shop sign says it's a bookstore." Zhuo Qianhu said, "Oh," then replied, "Ah, you mean that's the old owner's sign. It doesn't make money anyway, so I was too lazy to change it." Then he walked into the shop, slowly saying, "I actually sell traditional handicrafts, no matter what you want carved." As he spoke, Zhuo Qianhu turned around, a strange smile on his face. "I can carve it for you to be as vivid as life itself." Fang Zheng was stunned, screaming in his heart. On this old street, there isn't a single normal person. Under the flickering candlelight, Zhuo Qianhu sat carving a piece of wood, muttering, "Compared to the quiet Uncle Fu, this young man is much more interesting." Zhuo Qianhu smiled, the piece of wood in his hand gradually turning into the shape of Fang Zheng. After a night, Fang Zheng sat on the bus, feeling a constant sense of unease. He thought to himself, is this the anxiety of a new diaper dad? He took out his phone to look, leaving the little one at home alone. His heart felt itchy. I should still go home and take the little girl to the shop. Just then, two news items appeared on his phone. A mid-air plane crash, a strange disappearance of an ocean-going cargo ship, a Ouija board horror event. Fang Zheng was secretly horrified. In the air, on the sea, have these strange things now gone up to the sky and down to the sea? His gaze darkened as he recalled a few things. There were also things like the Ouija board mentioned in the invitation. At City A's number 3 high school, a high school student played the spiritual game Bloody Mary, and as a result, an entire student dormitory died tragically in one night. In City B, it was suspected that a Ouija board game went wrong, and an entire street was quickly sealed off by the military. And there was the matter of the 4 girls who encountered the evil mirror spirit while playing a spiritual game last time. These evil spirits from spiritual games can now operate in the outside world. And this is only the first wave of spiritual energy revival. The ghosts that come later will only be more and more terrifying, bizarre, and malevolent. It seems that ghosts are not as simple as the concept suggests. If not handled carefully, I'm afraid an unimaginable disaster will occur. The more Fang Zheng thought about it, the more serious he felt the problem was. Fang Zheng sat on the bus and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the demons and ghosts I've met before, none of them played spiritual games. Just then, a white object flew in through the bus window. Fang Zheng immediately recognized it. Grayish-white chi powder +1. He thought to himself, every little bit helps. It wasn't a waste for me to take a detour and ride the bus past the city's public hospital. Then Fang Zheng opened the door and entered his home. As soon as he entered, he saw the little skeleton holding slippers at the door. She held up the 2 slippers, as if welcoming Fang Zheng home. Fang Zheng exclaimed in surprise. Oh. He squatted down. He patted the little girl's head in praise. Good girl, you already know to come welcome Dad home. Were you lonely by yourself? Were you scared? The little skeleton said nothing, but its face was practically blooming with joy. Seeing this, Fang Zheng said gently, if you learn how to tie your own shoelaces today, I'll take you with me tonight. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up again. As dusk fell, Fang Zheng sat by the window and said, I've finally finished cultivating the 2nd level of the 9 Yang Divine Art and the 3rd level of the Muscle Tendon Changing and Marrow Washing Classic. As my cultivation realm increases, the amount of blood-enriching medicine I consume is also gradually increasing. I'm afraid the number of deposited talismans won't be enough. Just then, a small, shoed foot was presented before him, with a neat little bow tied on it. Fang Zheng was immediately delighted. Not a bad tie. You're so clever. Let's get ready to go. Night fell. In front of the joss paper shop, Fang Zheng led the little skeleton by the hand, thinking to himself that he would take the little one to see Zui Qianhu later and test his reaction. If he could accept the little one's existence, then his colleagues, Uncle Fu and Butcher Zhang, could probably accept her too. This way, the little one would have some sort of identity in Ju City and wouldn't be mistaken for a wandering ghost and cut down one day. Fang Zheng thought to himself. He didn't notice that Zui Qianhu had appeared behind him at some point. Zui Qianhu's deep voice rang out, startling Fang Zheng. Brother Fang Zheng, is this your daughter? His gaze grew colder and colder. Oh, Brother Fang Zheng has already started a family. Your daughter is indeed a cute and peculiar skeleton. Well-behaved and sensible. Fang Zheng hugged the trembling little skeleton tightly and said, it's the middle of the night. If you're a dead man, don't go around scaring people. Look, you've scared her. Then Fang Zheng coughed twice. A cute and peculiar skeleton? It seems he has seen through the little one's true identity. Ahem. Fang Zheng turned around and grandly introduced. Actually, her name is Nie Xiaoqian. Zui Qianhu immediately bent down, looking at the little skeleton with a strange, eerie expression and said, Xiaoqian, don't be afraid. Uncle here likes little ghosts like you the most. Just then, a car pulled over on the side of the road. Fang Zheng turned his head and immediately recognized the aura as belonging to someone from the Special Operations Department. A chubby, blonde-haired boy got out of the car. Fang Zheng wondered in surprise. Who is that chubby kid? Why is his face full of energy at such a young age? A man who looked like a bodyguard stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, is Uncle Fu here? Ever since the last evil mirror spirit incident, we've encountered another extremely strange matter that also requires Uncle Fu's handling. We hope we can leave the boy at the Joss paper shop to ensure his safety. As he spoke, he pointed to the boy, whose face was pale and who was trembling non-stop. Fang Zheng speculated, evil mirror spirit, an extremely strange matter. Could these 2 men be from the Special Operations Department? Moreover, they've encountered a particularly difficult incident and have no choice but to seek help from Uncle Fu. As expected, Uncle Fu and Butcher Zhang are also part of the system. Thinking of this, Fang Zheng put his hand in his pocket. Please wait a moment. But when he dialed the number, a robotic female voice came from the receiver. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Fang Zheng thought doubtfully. Didn't they say to contact them if anything happened? Why can't I get through? Fang Zheng hung up and called again, but still heard the familiar phrase. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. He wondered in confusion. Strange. Why are both Uncle Fu's and Butcher Zhang's phones unreachable? Seeing this, Zui Qianhu said, It's fine. Just let the child stay at Uncle Fu's shop for the night, and let them take him away during the day. That's the only way. Hearing this, the bodyguards were immediately overjoyed. That's great. Under the candlelight, Fang Zheng opened a ledger and then asked them, leave the boy's file. The file recorded the boy's name as Shunwenla. The boy immediately nodded. Yes, yes. Shunwenla seemed very scared, stammering, They said, here's a place where you won't have nightmares. It's very safe. Fang Zheng thought in surprise. No nightmares? What does that mean? Just then, Fang Zheng turned to another page. He blurted out, wait, this is the record from Shun Wenla's parents. In the record book, starting from about 10 days ago, whenever Wenla goes to sleep, we dream of a scarecrow. When Lele isn't home, we don't dream of that scarecrow. The kind of scarecrow you stick in a field to scare away birds. The first time we dreamed of the scarecrow, it was just a still figure standing very far away. But the next day, we dreamed of that scarecrow again. This time, the scarecrow was different from before. It seemed to have gotten a little closer to us. The third day, the fourth day, every day the scarecrow got a little closer to us. It's like every day the scarecrow was taking one step forward. It was then that my husband and I realized we were having the same nightmare every day. This continued until the fifth day, when that scarecrow appeared again, its blood-soaked head right in front of our eyes. The writing on the page became more and more sparse. We ran for our lives, but we couldn't escape the world in the nightmare. It wasn't until dawn that the scarecrow disappeared, and we finally escaped that nightmare. Gasp, gasp. Fang Zheng carefully reviewed it again. The rest of the file was records from Shun Wenla's neighbors. They had also encountered a situation similar to the boy's parents. This boy has become a pathogen, spreading nightmares. What on earth did he do? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Found it. Fang Zheng pointed to a spot on the page. According to the file's records, out of curiosity about Western spiritual divination, Shun Wenla made his own deck of cards based on a post online. At first, everything was normal until he drew a scarecrow card. Fang Zheng knew that card had been sealed and stored in a warehouse using specialized equipment. A special substance was also extracted from the card. Fang Zheng continued to speculate. Cat blood. In the West, it's believed that black cats are the embodiment of witches. Black cats and witches have always had a close, ambiguous relationship. There's also a rumor that if you encounter a black cat on a Friday night, it's a sign that person will have bad luck. Fang Zheng added. But according to the file, in his detailed account of making the deck, Shun Wenla never mentioned cat blood, this special catalyst. On the other side, Shun Wenla had already fallen asleep at some point. Fang Zheng silently looked at the record book. He didn't believe this was a coincidence. Ziskitlit. But seeing him fast asleep, he didn't say anything more. Suddenly, a few photos fell out from a book. Fang Zheng looked over in surprise, wondering, what's this? But when he saw them clearly, he couldn't help but exclaim, ah, because the photos were all of dead people, each one having died a tragic death. Fang Zheng was secretly horrified. Dead people, covered in injuries, their faces contorted in pain, as if they were tortured to death by the claws of a wild beast while alive. No, that's not right. This scene looks more like. He suddenly recalled what Shun Wenla's parents wrote in the book. Someone couldn't escape the nightmare world and was caught by the scarecrow. Fang Zheng got up from his chair and picked up his phone to look. Just when he was secretly glad he hadn't run into any spiritual game players, he ran right into one. If the file is correct, as long as this kid is asleep, anyone sleeping nearby will be in danger. Outside the Joss paper shop, inside Zhuo Qianhu's shop, Fang Zheng went to find Zhuo Qianhu and asked, that's the gist of Shun Wenla's situation. Brother Zhuo, do you have any brilliant ideas? Zhuo Qianhu, still focused on carving a piece of wood, said coldly, since you already have a way in mind, why not seek the answer in your heart through the perspective of the dead? Hearing this, Fang Zheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The perspective of the dead? Is he referring to the neighbors around Shun Wenla's house who died tragically? That makes sense. The living have the spiritual world of the living, and the dead have the spiritual world of the dead. It might be possible to find the answer through spirit channeling. But Fang Zheng scratched his head and smiled bitterly. I'm just a temporary employee. How could Uncle Fu have taught me spirit channeling? Zhuo Qianhu looked up and asked, then do you know why that child was brought to Uncle Fu's Joss paper shop? Fang Zheng answered cautiously. The Special Operations Department can only deal with tangible ghosts. As for these kinds of strange, mysterious, and bizarre incidents, can they solve them? He thought to himself, I can also probe his relationship with the Special Operations Department. Zhuo Qianhu smirked. You're very smart. Then he feigned harmlessness and replied, don't worry. The Joss paper shop is safer at night than during the day. Fang Zheng was startled. Did he see through my intentions? But by saying that, he was also implicitly admitting his connection to the Special Operations Department. At dawn, watching Shun Wenla get into the car, Fang Zheng thought to himself, forget it. If even the Special Operations Department can't solve it, it. I don't need to stick my neck out. I don't want to end up getting myself into trouble instead of collecting the grayish-white chi. I'll just wait for Uncle Fu to come back and handle it. Anyway, with the Special Operations Department people during the day, and them bringing Shun Wenle to the Joss paper shop on time at night, nothing should go wrong, right? Fang Zheng thought as he walked out of the shop, not noticing Zhuo Qianhu watching him with a meaningful smile. It wasn't until he got home that Fang Zheng looked down in surprise, only to see the little skeleton with a pen on its head, resting its chin in its hands and staring at him intently. Fang Zheng put his hands on his hips and asked, the assignment to copy the 12 Chinese characters 100 times. Are you done yet? Hearing this, the little girl hurriedly picked up her pen and continued writing. Seeing the little skeleton's expression, Fang Zheng smiled with satisfaction. This little one can finally, more or less, understand what I'm saying. 2 days and 1 night later, Fang Zheng sat cross-legged in cultivation. He let out a breath. He had finally cultivated the 4th level of the muscle tendon changing and marrow washing classic, and his demon ape contemplation diagram had also become more proficient. Then his eyes filled with doubt again. But why didn't Shun Wenle come last night? Could something have happened? At this moment, the little skeleton was still diligently copying its assignment. She thought listlessly, why was homework ever invented? Just then, another car sped over. Then, a coffin carried by 4 people appeared. The 4 people were even dancing to a remix of funeral music. Fang Zheng broke out in a cold sweat. For the Special Operations Department to hire such a professional team, this was truly more ominous than auspicious. A blond man in a suit stepped forward to shake Fang Zheng's hand. You must be Fang Zheng? I'm Captain Fei, in charge of the Shun Wenle Strange incident. About Shun Wenle, that child unfortunately passed away late yesterday afternoon. His expression was extremely grave. Hearing this, Fang Zheng's eyes widened in shock. How is that possible? Can ghosts be active during the day? The bodyguard recalled. Yesterday at school during the day, the boy was perfectly normal, but as the sun's last ray set, he suddenly died right in front of everyone. The forensic report shows no external injuries and no obvious signs of organ failure. The cause of death was brain death. But the most troublesome part is the Scarecrow Nightmare incident isn't over. Last night, another one of Shun Wenle's neighbors died in their sleep. The bodyguard said quietly, based on our past experience, the beginning and end of a strange incident must have a starting condition or a switch. A strange incident won't begin or end for no reason. He paused for a moment, then continued. You have to follow the rules of the game. Just like the condition for a water ghost to appear is someone getting close to the riverbank or swimming in the water. And the final condition is the water ghost finding a replacement, or like a haunted house. The condition for it to appear is entering the haunted house, provoking it with curses or creating resentment. And the condition for it to end is killing all the intruders who entered the haunted house. But now, a game full of loopholes had appeared. Fang Zheng's gaze gradually deepened as he fell into contemplation. He had originally thought that Shun Wenle was the pathogen and the source of the nightmare, causing those around him to fall into the nightmare world. Unless another nightmare-spreading pathogen had appeared. Just then, under the dim light, the man in the black suit placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, his voice calm. You are very smart, truly worthy of being the successor to the Night Watcher that Uncle Fu has chosen. Fang Zheng was stunned to hear this, a flash of astonishment in his eyes, and he thought to himself, the successor to the Night Watcher? The flickering candlelight reflected an image in his mind, a mysterious man handling a corpse. Fang Zheng thought at that moment, does the Night Watcher refer to people like Uncle Fu, who specialize in handling mysterious, strange, and abnormal events? Captain Fei immediately admitted it and told him, that's right, we've discovered another pathogen carrier, Shun Wenle's classmate, Han Bang. It was he and Shun Wenle who made that spiritual divination deck together. Hearing this, he was very confused and about to refute. But the captain, with a weary face, said, we were a step too late. Han Bang has gone missing. Captain Fei said in a low voice, his gloomy eyes recalling what had happened, then said to Zheng, with every passing night, more people will be drawn into the nightmare. We must race against time, find Han Bang quickly, and put an end to this. He used all his sincerity bowing to plead. Therefore, I must trouble you. Fang Zheng was also in a very difficult position and tactfully refused. I'm sorry, I really can't help you. I don't know how to perform an underworld inquiry. I can't contact Uncle Fu for the time being, and I'm certainly not any successor to the Night Watcher. Just then, the subordinates carrying the coffin called out loudly, asking him, Captain Fei, what should we do now? What is going on? At that moment, Captain Fei was racking his brain for a solution. Then, he turned his gaze towards Fang Zheng and asked, Then can I temporarily leave Xinwenle's body at the Joss paper shop? As it stands now, leaving the child's body at the Joss paper shop is probably safer than leaving it with us. Hearing this, he happily agreed. This is not a problem. With his consent, the captain quickly ordered his subordinates to act. That's great. Carry the coffin in. The group of men quickly responded in unison. Yes, sir. In a flash, the group carried the coffin into the Joss paper shop. Fang Zheng leaned against the door and asked Captain Fei, Captain Fei, could I have her contact information? If I can get in touch with Uncle Fu later, I'll inform you immediately. Hearing him say this, he immediately turned and agreed. Of course, no problem at all. A moment later, the subordinates had completed their task and reported, Captain Fei, we're done over here. Hearing this, the captain smiled happily and said, thank you for your hard work. At this moment, the subordinates noticed the little girl still frantically doing her homework. They exclaimed in great surprise, Huh? Still doing homework this late? That's right, it's tough being a kid these days. Captain Fei prepared to leave, smiling as he said to Fang Zheng, I'll be troubling you from now on. Fang Zheng. Suddenly, Fang Zheng ran out and called him back. Wait. He put on a bright smile and explained, Captain Fei, you know how electronics can sometimes be unreliable. For example, no signal or losing a phone. Where is your headquarters? In case I can't reach Captain Fei, I can also go there to find you directly. Hearing him, the captain stood motionless without any reaction. After a long moment, he turned back, his expression incredibly frightening, and said, the old campus of the Normal University in the University District. Immediately after, Fang Zheng waved goodbye to them. He thought to himself, anyway, with that person next to the Joss paper shop, telling him the location probably isn't a problem. Captain Fei's 2 cars rolled silently down the empty street. Seeing they were far away, Fang Zheng jumped for joy, shouting, what a great bargain. I've been searching for the Special Action Division's address for ages without success, and now I've gotten it without any effort. His daughter, sitting inside, found her father's actions strange. Thinking to herself, Dad has suddenly become so weird. As if sensing his daughter's scrutinizing gaze, he turned his bloodshot eyes on her, gritting his teeth and roaring. Have you finished today's homework yet? Hearing this, the little girl was terrified and hurriedly picked up her pen, writing furiously. Sobi, the next evening. He shoved his hands into his pockets, trudging home with a dejected look, thinking, sigh, another day wasted. I made a trip to the Normal University, but still couldn't find the Special Action Division's base. Not even a wisp of grayish-white chi. Suddenly, a tremor like an earthquake made him dizzy, and the little girl, seeing her books messed up, burst into tears and fear. Sobi. Fang Zheng immediately ran to check, but didn't forget to turn back and instruct his daughter. Don't run around. Keep doing your homework. I'm going out to see what's happening. He was extremely worried, guessing the situation as he ran. At this critical moment, for such a huge explosion to suddenly occur, it was hard to believe it was just a coincidence. The fire raged, its light illuminating the sky, and thick black smoke billowed, enveloping everything. By the time he arrived, the flames had already spread to the trees. He was extremely anxious, frantically asking Brotherswa, Brotherswa, this fire is no small matter. I hope there are no casualties. Seeing Fang Zheng's anxiety, Brotherswa calmly replied, I don't know what flammable substance caused such a huge explosion and produced such high flames. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. He answered and asked loudly, Butcher Zhang, is that you? Did you call me a few days ago? After confirming it was the person he was looking for, his expression relaxed, and he said, You finally called back, let me tell you. Then he recounted the entire incident he had encountered. That's what happened. The person on the other end listened and replied, Wait a few minutes, I'll go find Uncle Fu. A series of sounds came from the other end of the line. Russell, This sound made him curious. This sound is Butcher Zhang walking on a pile of rubble or gravel. Soon after, the person on the other end picked up the phone and continued. Butcher Zhang just told me what you've encountered these past few days. I have a general idea of the situation now. Suspicion had already arisen in Fang Zhang's heart, and he thought, strange, why do both Uncle Fu's and Butcher Zhang's voices sound so tired? Did they run into some difficult problem? Then, the person on the other end asked him, do you want to learn Invisitation? Hearing this, Fang Zheng was stunned and asked in a high voice, Invisitation? The person on the other end ignored his attitude and continued to ramble on. If you want to learn Invisitation, there are 9 wooden chests on the 2nd floor. You open the first chest closest to the door, then take out the soul guiding lamp. It's the same soul guiding lamp you saw last time. Fang Zheng thought with dissatisfaction. Wait a minute, I don't think I've agreed to be a night watcher yet. Thinking this, he forced a smile and said, Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu. The other party paid no mind, interrupting him. If for this Invisitation you intend to deliver the dead and stand watch for the living, you can go to the shop owner next door to get a wooden statue, then go to the gem shop opposite to get a jade tablet. Below, I will tell you about the specific process and method of Invisitation. Half an hour later, the golden smoke grew thicker. He pressed the end call button. Fang Zheng frowned, putting a hand to his forehead, a look of helplessness on his face. Uncle Fu only passed on the method of Invisitation without forcing him, saying it was also fine to wait for him to return and handle it himself. Invisitation could get him into trouble, but if he didn't do it, more people would die. Suddenly, a line of cars drove up, stopping in front of the 2 of them. A streak of white shot out from each car. Grayish-white, Qi +5. They all shot towards Fang Zheng. He looked at the streams of Qi in astonishment, thinking, if one wisp of grayish-white Qi represents 1 ghost, then what kind of place could possibly gather 5 ghosts at once? Zhang Buiyuan asked politely, excuse me for bothering you so late. I just finished a mission and was passing by, so I thought I'd stop in and ask if Uncle Fu is back yet. He shook his head dejectedly, and the other party understood. I see. Zhang Buiyuan sighed. Someone else was harmed today, also killed in a dream. Now, new victims are being dragged into the nightmare world every day. Fang Zheng stood on a high rock, countless monsters below wanting to climb up and attack him. The number of people is constantly increasing every day, and the longer it drags on, the number of deaths each day will skyrocket like a snowball. We can't delay any longer. He frowned, lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, and then said, I'm just an ordinary citizen, like Fang Zhengyi, a bit like a greedy merchant and not very proper. But in the end, he became a righteous hero. Fang Zheng used reason to persuade Zhou Qianhu, and also to persuade himself. Brother Zhou, tell me, conscience can neither be seen nor touched, but why does it exist every minute of every second? Conscience is no joke. Who can free another from the self-reproach of conscience? Conscience is the god of every ordinary person. From Menander. Then he made up his mind, turned around, and shouted, Let's go, brothers. Uncle Fu told me to find you to get a wooden statue. Zhou Qianhu smiled with satisfaction. It seems Uncle Fu was not mistaken about you. The 2 of them went to the Haitian bookstore together. Zhou Qianhu pointed forward. Whether it is a blessing or a curse is for you to choose. Then he reached his hand toward the blind spot on the left. The wooden statue you need is over here. He looked at the statues covered in red cloth and curiously asked Brother Zhou, These statues are all covered in red cloth. How am I supposed to choose? Zhou Qianhu replied mysteriously, When you choose them, it is also when they choose you. His mouth fell open, and he lamented inwardly. Is this forced metaphysics in action? Fang Zheng had no choice but to close his eyes and choose blindly. He grabbed the piece of red cloth closest to him. Whatever, this is it. Behind the cloth was a model of a soldier in armor, wearing a cloak, holding a drawn sword in front of him. He thought in confusion, what is this? This statue is like a living person. Looking at this statue gives one a sense of overwhelming murderous intent. He grabbed the statue's leg and turned to ask Zhou Qianhu, Brother Zhou, the prototype of this wooden statue is... He introduced in a deep voice, breaching cities like mountains, killing people like water. The god of slaughter by Qi. Zhua Qianhu laughed loudly and praised him. Truly worthy of being Brother Fang Zheng Yi. It seems a new god of slaughter is about to rise in the demon-slaying team. Fang Zheng patted his shoulder in embarrassment. Brother Zhua, I'm afraid if I boast too much, I'll be beaten to death by a ghost. He scratched his head and curiously asked Brother Zhua, Uncle Fu told me to go to the gem shop opposite to get a jade tablet, but why don't I see any gem shop opposite? He gave a strange smile and replied, Oh, you mean Yin Qixia? He's across the intersection, not opposite the Joss paper shop. Hearing this name, he collapsed with his mouth agape. Yin Qixia again? Can you be a little more original? Are monks Shi Feng, swordsman Fu Ho, and Lao Lao going to show up in a few days? The two of them walked slowly together through the quiet night street until they saw a small shop emitting a dazzling light, and only then did he stop. He stared blankly at the orange-yellow light coming from within the shop. The yang fire is too strong. Just stepping into this shop feels like sticking yourself to a furnace. Zhua Qianhu, surprisingly, seemed to have a thin shield in front of him, blocking the yang fire. He looked at him curiously. What's going on? The blazing yang fire, which should be the bane of ghosts and Yin Qi, was actually avoiding Zhua Qianhu. The person sitting in the inner room of the shop also made his jaw drop in surprise. He looked joyfully at the old man, meticulously carving a memorial tablet. I've finally met a normal, living person on this old street. Not someone full of death chi like Uncle Fu, and certainly not like a dead person like Brother Zhua. Zhua Qianhu walked to the table where he sat and softly introduced, This is Yin Qixia, the person Uncle Fu told you to find. He smiled and guided him. Just state your request to him directly. Fang Zheng got goosebumps from fear and remained silent. This smile from Zhua Qianhu clearly meant he was trying to stir up trouble. The old man didn't wait for him to speak and asked while carving a spirit tablet, What did you choose at the wood carving shop? As soon as he heard him say it was the god of slaughter, by Qi, the old man's hands suddenly stopped. With a thud, he slammed the newly carved spirit tablet onto the table. Yin Qixia crossed his arms, looking at him thoughtfully. Fang Zheng thought smugly. His expression tells me that I'm very cool. Yin Qixia casually rearranged the spirit tablets on the table with a clatter. When he was done, he gestured with his hand. Pick one. He rubbed his chin, thinking hesitantly, making me choose again? Could this be the luck of the underworld visit, a blessing or a curse? He decisively pointed at a spirit tablet that had a faint green glow. You're the one. He showed the tablet to Yin Qixia. Does the relief carving on this jade tablet have any meaning? He explained the tablet's meaning. Evil ghost enters hell. Yin Qixia added a reminder. This isn't the best tablet, but it's good enough for the underworld visit. Your luck isn't bad. Remember, if you don't fear ghosts and gods, even hell can be leveled. The more determined your heart is, the stronger this jade tablet's power will be. After finishing his business, Fang Zheng stealthily opened the door to go home. Little Yang was playing on her phone and looked extremely guilty when she saw him return. Bala Bala energy, Lhasa Lhasa, little magic fairy full body transformation. The little girl, sweating nervously, stammered and pretended to be studying. A song of geese, next craned toward the sky, pretending to be focused. Seeing him go upstairs, the little girl breathed a sigh of relief and slumped onto the table, panting. He sighed, glanced at her, and thought to himself, sigh this kid. A few days later, on a moonless and starless night, Fang Zheng brought little Yang before Yin Qixia. Brother Zhua, I'll have to trouble you to look after the little one for me. The little girl, with tears in her eyes, timidly hid behind her father. Fang Zheng felt secretly lucky that during the underworld visit, when he couldn't be disturbed at all, he had these two to act as his guardians. Zhua Qianhu gently patted the little girl's head. I'm here. Don't worry. He turned to close the door, not forgetting to thank them. I'll leave everything to you all then. Little Yang sniffled and waved goodbye to her dad. He looked at the candle on the lotus stand and dripped a drop of blood from his middle fingertip onto it. Uncle Fu had said that to light this soul-guiding lantern, one must use the blood of the deceased. The candle, needing no oil, burst into flame on its own. He placed the candle inside a lantern and carried it. The wind howled, sounding incredibly eerie. The lantern emitted a green light, heavy with Yin energy. He realized this was one of the steps Uncle Fu had mentioned. This was using resentful energy as bait to light the soul-guiding lantern. He hung the lantern above the door. He looked up and saw the black Qi gathering, surging toward the lantern. The underworld visit is not simple, but it is also very simple. Because the Joss paper shop itself is a ritual altar. It's about to begin, he thought, both nervous and excited. The first time visiting the underworld alone. After finishing his preparations, he grasped the doorknob and gently turned it. A strong, cold gust of wind blew fiercely at him, forcing him to shield his forehead with both hands. Whoosh, whoosh. The Een energy was cold and heavy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. This experience turned out to be not as scary as he had imagined. This world has no underworld, and the underworld visit isn't as terrifying as in folk legends. He slowly walked toward the source of the strongest green light, just as the living have the spiritual world of the living. The dead also have the spiritual world of the dead. Behind the wall was dense black chi. The so-called underworld visit is to enter the spiritual world of the dead. Before Fang Zheng was endless darkness and a lone wooden boat. A gloomy, misty world, a masterless boat adrift. He thought joyfully, it's a success. This is the underworld visit, delivering salvation to the dead, keeping watch for the living. He stepped onto the boat and carefully walked to the bow. Actually, the underworld visit and borrowing the path of the dead at Longtu Lake are very similar. The green water turned into waves lapping against the side of the boat. It's just that at Longtu Lake, one relies on the death chi of the corpse retriever to hide the breath of the living. Whereas this time, I'm relying on the jade tablet for protection. He gaped in realization. Wait a minute, could it be that Longtu Lake is a reconstruction, simulating the spiritual world of the dead scene during an underworld visit? Fang Zheng suddenly felt that the world of the living and the world of the dead were so close. The path of the underworld visit, the spiritual world of the dead, is recreated in the world of the living through terrain, feng shui, and other mystical methods. He shook his head hard, casting aside the stray thoughts. Banish distracting thoughts. Now is not the time to think about these things. I'm still in the world of the dead right now. The boat carried him to a bridge that crossed a river. Just like last time, it's this river-crossing bridge again, as if it were the Naiha Bridge connecting the realms of life and death. All the strange things started from here. The boat passed under the bridge, arriving at the city of the underworld. The relationship between the world of the underworld visit and the real world is much closer and stranger than I thought. At this moment, Fang Zheng, carrying a gloomy green lantern, stood before the gates of number 6 middle school. His expression was somewhat pensive as he thought to himself, could Han Bing be hiding in the middle school? Without hesitation, Fang Zheng carried the lantern and started to head deeper inside. As he walked, he thought, the soul guiding lantern's guidance won't be wrong, because it relies on Shun Wenlao's resentful energy through the spiritual world of the dead to guide me to Han Bing's hiding place. His mind was racing with thoughts, but his steps did not falter. Just follow the soul-guiding lantern. Logically speaking, number 6 middle school has become a key target of the Special Action Division. So if Han Bing was in the school, how could no one have discovered him? After walking for a while, he suddenly found himself before a large, slightly ajar door. A voice drifted out from within. You're still the resourceful one, Han Bing, snatching a female student's snacks to lure the stray cat that just gave birth, completing the final step. We should be able to make that deck of cards you mentioned, Shun Wenluo. Hearing these words, he was a little stunned. The scene behind the door was of 2 people sitting together, with a faint light shining down from the ceiling. Many thoughts emerged. One of the great taboos of the underworld visit is for the living to startle the dead. The paranormal information just kept pouring out. The living and the dead are like the 2 sides of yin and yang. I can't startle them, or the world of the dead will discover my existence and reject me. Shun Wenluo sat there, watching Han Bing lift a dumbbell in his hand. At their feet, something like blood was spreading across the floor. Han Bing, holding the blood-stained dumbbell, said in an incredibly cold and terrifying tone, with this much blood, it should be enough. Fang Zheng stood there, witnessing everything they had just done and said, and thought with a frown, this is completely different from my first underworld visit. That time, when I was looking for the 4th girl, I didn't encounter the other 3 female victims at all. The 2 of them finally left. While Fang Zheng hid in a corner, glancing at them. But this time, I not only met Han Bing, but also Shun Wenluo, who was already dead. This spirit channeling divination is a special kind of mystical event. The backs of those two figures receded into the distance, looking incredibly cold. As expected, it's not like before. The stench of blood is too strong. The bloodstains they left behind reeked too much. Fang Zheng had to cover his nose with his hand. He could smell the stench of blood, but he couldn't see the bloodstains. Maintaining this state, he walked along the corridor. The bloodstains of those two were still left on the floor. He thought, is this just Shun Wenluo's memory? Since he has left, has the memory related to the traces here also disappeared along with him? At this moment, he turned his head, his face and eyes somewhat hardened. Damn it, because I don't want to startle the dead. Suddenly, he dashed toward a dark direction, lit only by the soul-guiding lantern. I didn't see Han Bing's face, nor could I find his final location. I can only continue the hunt. Afterward, he also arrived before a mysterious-looking room. Fang Zheng stood motionless. Room 607. Isn't this Shun Wenluo's home? Without waiting long, he pushed the door open with his hand and poked his head inside. The security door opened with a single pull. As expected, in the world of the dead, rules from the world of the living don't apply. After observing, Fang Zheng quickly stepped into the room. Shun Wenluo's parents didn't appear. But that's to be expected. This place is a ghost city after all. At this moment, Shun Wenluo was sitting in a small room, making a phone call. Han Bing, the divination reading, says the best time is from 8 to 10 in the evening. Let's start trying it out. Hearing this, Fang Zheng also peeked through the crack in the door, his gaze cold. Calling Han Bing, this is a bit troublesome. Han Bing and Shun Wenluo have separated. Shun Wenluo was playing a game while talking loudly, completely unaware that someone was watching him. Scarecrow looks like a person but isn't a person but looks like one. The dead fly about, hanging and swaying on the reeds. What the hell is this? I don't understand it at all. Why did I have to draw such a bad card? So boring, I'm going to bed. As for Fang Zheng, he was still standing at the door, listening to Shun Wenluo's extremely troublesome words from inside. While standing, Fang Zheng's body suddenly felt a little tired, his vision blurring. He started to have hallucinations, trying hard to keep his eyes open. How strange. Why am I suddenly so sleepy at a time like this? Finally, he could no longer resist, started to close his eyes, and gradually fell, but his mind was still struggling. No, I can't sleep. But in the end, he still sank into a hallucinatory sleep, as if falling from a high cliff. Just like that, he was in free fall until he landed in a lush green rice paddy. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, alarmed. He stood up and saw something like a scarecrow in front of him, standing in the middle of a dark field. Could this be the nightmare world? But when he looked closely, he saw an incredibly horrifying scene. Shun Wenluo, why is he tied up like a scarecrow like this? Suddenly, many people with extremely bizarre faces appear before him, and Shun Wenluo seemed to have transformed into a demon. A terrified scream rang out. Ah! Seeing this scene, Fang Zheng stood motionless, his eyes wide with horror. Shun Wenluo. It turns out he is the scarecrow that hunts down those who are pulled into the nightmare world. Shun Wenluo now looked toward him with a terrifying face. As for the others, they ran while screaming, Don't come over here. Then, that demonic face turned completely toward him, breaking into a cunning smile. Seeing this, he felt like he was starting to break down. This is bad. It's targeting me. As expected, that monster charged straight at him, making horrifying sounds. But Fang Zheng remained stunned on the spot, telling himself, I have to wake up quickly. But that thing just kept charging at him, raising its sharp hands, baring its teeth in a grin. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his pupils contracting, somewhat startled. At this moment, he was standing in the room from before. This spirit channeling divination game is very unusual. I clearly didn't startle the dead. So why was I targeted? He raised the glowing jade tablet in front of his chest to look at it, thinking to himself, I even fell asleep during the underworld visit. Luckily, the jade tablet protected me. Otherwise, I would have sunk deep into the nightmare, unable to escape. Fang Zheng once again looked through the crack in the door with a sharp gaze. Is it because of Shun Wenluo? As the pathogen spreading the nightmare, did he pull me into the dreamscape? A voice came from the room. Where is he? Where did Shun Wenluo go? That voice startled Fang Zheng a little, but he quickly regained his composure. Turning his head to look, thinking something has come in, his entire face was filled with doubt and the coldness of a grave situation. Could it be that even in the world of the underworld visit, the evil scarecrow spirit can also detect my existence? At this moment, there was a sound behind him, making him instinctively think, "It's gotten behind me again." He immediately turned toward the sound, and the door slammed shut with a bang. This spirit channeling divination game is very unusual. He wasn't too panicked, holding a very exquisite-looking statue. I have to leave Shen Wenluo's house first. My mission is to find Han Bing. There's no need to risk a confrontation with an evil spirit. On the base of that statue was a line of engraved words, respectfully gifted by the author. At this moment, holding the statue and the soul-guiding lamp, he prepared to head for the room's exit. As he walked, he thought in frustration, "Damn it, when exactly did I become a target? The sports equipment room? Or when Shen Wenluo fell asleep? Or maybe, suddenly, the door swung open, startling him a little. From the doorway, Shen Wenluo appeared again, still with that same terrifying face from before, his mouth ceaselessly making sounds. Killing like water. That ultimate move shot toward Shen Wenluo like a flash of lightning. The surrounding space began to grow blurry. Everything seemed to be distorted. A moment later, a hole much larger than the previous doorway appeared in front of Fang Zheng. He stood there, stunned. A one-hit kill. Is this its power? Fang Zheng stared straight ahead, unable to believe his eyes, thinking to himself, "No wonder Uncle Fu told me to find the wooden statue and also told me to find the jade tablet. At the critical moment, my life was saved by these two treasures." It turns out Uncle Fu had seen through the whole situation long ago. Recalling what just happened, he wondered, but why is there no grayish-white gas? Could it be the thing that was just struck wasn't a real evil spirit? He stared at the green lamp still glowing in his hand. The soul-guiding lamp is still leading my way. As expected, it's not over yet. Not long after, a series of very frightening sounds echoed from a distance. 1, 2, 3, we're all scarecrows. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. Hearing this, Fang Zheng also looked towards the source of the sound. In the darkness of the road, there was a figure, unclear if it was human or not. He shone his light on it and saw a person standing with their back to him, still muttering that phrase. 1, 2, 3, we're all scarecrows. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. After observing carefully, he discovered something. Every time it finished counting, it would take 3 steps towards him. Is this reenacting the scene of the scarecrow pursuit from the nightmare world? Seeing this, he also opened his mouth and shouted towards the person in front. "Little friend, come over here a bit. Come a little closer. Let Big Brother see your face clearly." He said this as he walked towards the person, and that person's feet began to walk towards him. "I especially like chubby little boys like you. Little friend, don't be shy." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure turned around, revealing a terrifying face, blood-red eyes, and many stitches on its face. The figure said, "Come here, closer. I've caught you. It's your turn to be the scarecrow." Fang Zheng was also quite outrageous. He looked at the figure, thinking with contempt, "Damn, that's ridiculously ugly." Pushing aside his contempt, he quickly made a move, shouting loudly, "No, I've caught you. Han Bing." Purple light bloomed like the Milky Way. After Fang Zheng made his move, he realized something was wrong. It disappeared? Another one-hit kill? The thought had just flashed through his mind when the ugly creature was already standing behind Fang Zheng, saying, "I've caught you. It's your turn to be the scarecrow." Upon hearing that voice, Fang Zheng's eyes widened, his expression showing a bit of fear. "I'm done for. I can't move." Myriad bones piled up like mountains. That is the evil ghost enters hell. Fang Zheng immediately controlled it to attack the enemy before him. Gulp. The evil ghost jade tablet is passively protecting its master. Not only that, he smiled smugly. It's not over yet. Then he let out a loud shout, and at the same time, the evil ghost power was amplified. Kill. Dealing with this fat kid requires a proper lesson. Gradually, the purple smoke dissipated and a card floated within it. Fang Zheng thought to himself, it's finally dealt with. This scene plundering was much more dangerous and terrifying than the last one. He then retrieved the card, but made a surprising discovery. Could this be? Fang Zheng guessed. Is this the spirit channeling divination card that Shen Wenluo and Han Bing made together? Human-like, yet not human. Not human, yet human-like. The dead fly about, hanging from swaying reeds, is the cause of all things. If it appears, the matter should be resolved. Suddenly, as if something was hypnotizing him, so sleepy, my eyelids are as heavy as lead. Then, unable to resist, he unconsciously dropped the card to the ground. However, he quickly regained his vigilance. Something's not right. This card is problematic. Fang Zheng immediately summoned Demon Ape Meditation Visualization. He mocked himself. What a joke. How could I fall in the same place twice? Suddenly, dense black tentacles poured out from the card. Roar! It transformed into a giant hand, squeezing Fang Zheng tightly. He cursed in frustration. Damn it, did I have to be proven wrong so quickly? The tightening arm suddenly loosened. It was the evil ghost from hell that had appeared earlier to stop it, and he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This Jade Tablet's passive protection skill has its pros and cons. If I'm not on the brink of life and death, it won't appear. He took the opportunity to shout loudly, giving the order, kill. Fang Zheng thought to himself, the active skill of the god-slaying wooden statue is still easier to use than a talisman. This time, it should be completely resolved. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. My arms, this feeling is... He immediately looked down at his two arms, which had grown long fur, just like the demon ape in the Demon Ape Meditation Visualization. Could it be that the martial spirit from the underworld journey can be virtualized for use in the present? There is also a strange blue light reflecting before his eyes. He pondered, grayish-white powder carrying a blue light. Since killing the 100-year-old female ghost last time, this is the second time I've seen grayish-white powder carrying a blue light. Suddenly, the stream of light flew away, and Fang Zheng frantically chased after it. Wait, where am I supposed to go? At the Special Action Department base, a green-haired female secretary came to report. Captain Fei, a short while ago, the Scarecrow substitute card in the Spirit Channeling Divination deck suddenly self-combusted. From the card's ashes, no more spiritual energy reaction can be detected. The illusory evil spirit has also disappeared or been eliminated. Captain Fei asked sternly, "What is the situation with the other cards?" The female secretary replied, "The other cards are not damaged, nor do they have any spiritual energy reaction. It's likely that someone played the divination game, which summoned the evil spirit to this world." Suddenly, Captain Fei received a text message. The sender was the temporary employee of the Joss paper shop. Han Bang has been found right at the Tan Xiao 2 scrap collection station. Seeing this, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The case of the evil spirit from the Spirit Channeling Divination deck killing people can now be closed. Han Bang has been found. I will personally lead the team to make the arrest. After that, Captain Fei replied to the message with thanks. Back to Fang Zheng's side. He was sitting happily in a corner. Ha ha ha. So the grayish-white powder with the blue light flew to the real world to find scriptures. But calling it grayish-white powder doesn't seem fitting anymore. He looked at the ancient paper pages. If it's related to ghosts and souls, let's call it Soul Chi. A moment later, the door on Yin Qixua's side suddenly opened. Fang Zheng stepped out and greeted them. "Brothers, oh brother Yin, fortunately, I did not fail the mission." The little skeleton girl immediately rushed happily into his arms. He also hugged the little girl tightly. Then he gently comforted her. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Next, he calmly recounted the whole story to everyone. What I experienced during the underworld journey was roughly like that. However, Fang Zheng still had some doubts. But a question suddenly arose in my mind. These spirit channeling games have been passed down for a long time. If they have such a strong evil nature, then surely someone must have eliminated these evil spirits in the past. But why do these evil spirits still exist today? He speculated. This even makes me suspect. Could it be that these evil spirits are immortal? Zhua Qinhu spoke up. Perhaps the evil spirit was never really killed today at all. There's an old saying that ghosts are born from the mind. The real demon is born from the fear in people's hearts. Even if ghosts don't simply appear in reality like that, he affirmed, but this evil spirit has certainly been eliminated more than once. But each time it was killed, it was only an avatar. No one has ever found the evil spirit's true body. As long as fear exists, the evil spirit's avatars will be everywhere. Hearing this, Fang Zheng seemed to have understood a truth. Everywhere, immortal and indestructible. This is fundamentally incomprehensible. In the future, when spiritual energy revives, will humanity still have hope? In the Joss paper shop, the The little skeleton girl was giggling while watching a beautiful iPad. "I'll be back." Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind the little girl. The sound sent a chill down her spine. Fang Zheng appeared, snatched the little girl's iPad, and said in a stern voice, "Confiscated. It's almost dawn. Get ready to go home." He silently blamed himself. "Sigh, it seems I haven't been strict enough. How did this little kid get so addicted to cartoons? She should be focusing on her studies." Night enveloped the entire city. At Zheng Lamlin's residential area in Tuet City, wisps of black gas emanated from the office. The sound of footsteps echoed from an unknown source. Tap, tap, tap on the floor. Zheng Lanlan pulled the blanket over her head, her whole body trembling. "It's appearing again. It's appearing again. There are footsteps every night." But the tapping sound continued unabated. Lanlan opened her eyes in extreme fear. "Mom, Dad, is it you?" After one tap, there was a sudden click of a door opening. The little girl's eyes widened in horror. The footsteps stopped in front of her bedroom door. Lanlan fearfully threw off the blanket and sat up, shouting, "Mom, Dad, is that you? Is that you?" Little Zheng is so scared, really scared. "Please answer me. Are you standing outside the door?" Suddenly, the knocking on the door became more violent. Bang, 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 bang. Lanlan shrank into a corner, crying in fear. The footsteps started again. The next day, Fang Zheng's voice rang out. "Little one, stay close to me. If you get lost, I'm not looking for you." He and a little skeleton girl stopped in front of a stinky tofu chicken shop. He thought to himself, on the bus, this little kid kept staring in this direction. A ghost has become a fan of stinky tofu? However, the little skeleton girl was now clutching the iPad as if her life depended on it. Fang Zheng felt helpless. Is this what they call an internet-addicted youth? Luckily, I don't have to worry about her getting nearsighted. I heard that getting a pair of glasses now costs over 1,000 yuan. He couldn't help but sigh. Being a parent really isn't easy. Then he turned back and asked, "Have you thought about what to eat?" The little girl excitedly pointed at an item, but Fang Zheng refused. "A hamburger. That's not allowed. You can't eat that." Next, the little girl switched to another item. "Then what about this?" But he disagreed again. "That's ice cream. You can't eat that either." The little girl sadly pointed to another item, but he was still adamant. "You can't eat egg tarts either." Helpless, the little girl circled items on the menu, and he just kept naggingly refusing. "That's cola, that's corn. Those are chicken nuggets." After a while, Fang Zheng summarized, "You can't eat any of these things." The little skeleton girl immediately slumped to the ground, aggrieved, on the verge of bursting into tears. His heart softened, and he comforted her. "All right, don't sit on the ground." Then he said generously, "We'll eat fried chicken wings, fried chicken drumsticks, fried so crispy even the bones are a light bite and they shatter. We'll buy 5, no, 10 for you. You'll definitely love them. They smell so good, even the bones are fragrant." The more the little girl listened, the brighter her eyes became. By nightfall, the sound of the little girl eating heartily echoed in the darkness. She chewed and chewed, then stretched out in bliss. Suddenly, Zhuo Qianhu's voice was heard. Fang Zheng replied, while looking at his phone, "Brother Zhuo." He came knocking on the door again. Tianhu asked, "What are you looking at so intently?" He answered honestly, "The front page news about the big fire last night. The explosion in Ju City last night caused a massive fire. The preliminary cause of the accident was determined to be a business owner's failure to comply with regulations. It said it was due to the business owner's irresponsibility, leading to a gas cylinder explosion. Furthermore, they violated regulations by piling flammable materials in the fire escape route, which caused an uncontrollable blaze." The more he read, the more shocking the information became. This business, a shop selling paper wreaths and effigies, could it be related to the paper effigy demon from before? The fire last night nearly burned half the sky, but it didn't seem like a residential fire. But Zhuo Tianhu said without any surprise, so it was the wreath shop that burned down. Nowadays, some business owners disregard the lives of others for personal gain. Their deaths are no pity. Hearing this, Fang Zheng couldn't help but wonder if there was a hidden meaning in Zhuo Tianhu's words. Suddenly, a series of sharp breaking sounds echoed from the street. Screech, screech, screech. Just from the sound, he turned his head and recognized it. Was that Captain Fei's breaking sound? Could it be that something has happened again? Inside the Joss paper shop, flanked by bodyguards holding a case of money, Captain Fei walked in front and said as he entered, "Every time Master Fu assists with a case, we send a reward. Since he hasn't returned, please accept this new reward of 100,000 new Taiwan dollars on Master Fu's behalf, little brother." However, Fang Zheng showed a disdainful look, thinking to himself, is the Special Operations Division showing off? Who carries cash around these days? There's definitely something fishy going on. At this moment, Zhou Tianhu spoke up. Just take the money. This is what you deserve. Master Fu won't object. I'll be leaving first. Fang Zheng didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it. Since Brother Zhou has said so, there's no need for me to make things difficult for Captain Fei's wallet. After handing over the money, Captain Fei also took his leave. I still have a mission, so I'll be going first. Fang Zheng replied, goodbye. After walking a short distance, he turned his head and saw Fang Zheng hugging the case of money with an excited expression. I've lost weight recently. It's the perfect time to gain a pound or two back. A moment later, Fang Zheng calmed down and thought it over. It seems my guess was correct. Captain Fei personally bringing 100,000 in cash to my door was probably to verify who exactly is performing the soul walking. Now that he knows it was me, I'm afraid he'll be coming to me for help again soon. He told himself, in the future, I can no longer use the excuse of not knowing how to soul walk to refuse. I can only prepare for the next soul walking. Suddenly, a message notification chimed. The last spiritual martial arts cultivation session was quite effective. He replied, I want to order another spiritual martial arts manual from the Martial Arts Alliance leader. The other party sneered, brother, did you get paid to write a good review? After that, Fang Zheng sat down again to plan his next move. Using another 5 talismans, he finally enhanced the Demon Ape meditation visualization into the immovable, true self, world-shaking Demon Ape visualization manual. At this point, he was in a bit of a predicament. But the blue glowing talismans still couldn't enhance manuals like the Tao Te Ching or the Five Thunders incantation. Next, he wondered, can I only dismantle it? In an instant, a brilliant golden light radiated from a book's pages, dismantled into Ordinary Talisman +1, Ordinary Talisman +1, Ordinary Talisman +1, Ordinary Talisman +1. But Fang Zheng quickly roared in frustration. Damn it, it's not proactive about anything else, but it's so proactive when it comes to dismantling. He scratched his head in frustration, his eyes rolling back. Where's my knife? Where's my 40-meter-long broadsword? Even the little skeleton girl, watching from the side, showed a helpless expression. Early the next morning, Fang Zheng thought as he rode his bike. The spiritual martial arts manual is done. The little skeleton kid has been taken home. Next, I have to go verify last night's speculation. The suburbs, a construction site under development. 2 hours later, he arrived at yesterday's scene. He looked around and said, at first, I was afraid of being exposed. So before going to Longtu village, I killed all the paper effigies and buried a pile of them here. Afterward, Fang Zheng picked up a piece of charred paper from ground. The paper effigies have all turned to ash. Last night's fire was indeed related to the paper effigies. In the evening, in a residential area, Zheng Lanlin's voice was heard. Second uncle, third uncle, mom and dad are asleep. A middle-aged man replied. The guest next door has been handled. They had a tough night on watch. A chubby man gently comforted her. With such a big thing happening at home, why didn't you contact your uncles sooner? You must have suffered these past few days. Another uncle also said, Lan, don't worry. If your parents really do anything unusual, your uncles will take them to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Lan replied politely, I'm sorry to trouble you. Second uncle and third uncle. We're all family. What trouble is it? Go get some rest. Sleep well. Even if the sky falls, your second uncle and I will be here to hold it up. At 12 o'clock that night, the sound of footsteps, thud, thud, echoed on the floor again. Lan was once again plunged into extreme fear. Who's walking outside? But suddenly, there was a voice outside. Zheng Jiantong, Yun, it's us. Second uncle whispered sharply. What kind of devilish tricks are you two playing in the middle of the night? Are you really sleepwalking? Hearing this, the other person immediately denied it. Second brother, this isn't right. Our family has never had a hereditary sleepwalking illness. However, second uncle immediately ordered, don't worry about that. First, restrain them in case they run into the kitchen and something unexpected happens. Even so, it couldn't extinguish the fear in her heart. A moment later, she comforted herself and sat up. Thank goodness, second uncle and third uncle are here, Phew. The whole room fell silent again. Lanlin's whole body trembled uncontrollably. Something's not right. Why is there no sound outside anymore? Then, with her last shred of hope, she shouted, Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, are you still there? The footsteps continued to echo steadily, thud, 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 and she asked helplessly, if you're still there, please answer me, can you? But very quickly, Lon Lon realized it was the sound of 4 people's footsteps. She was on the verge of going mad, her whole body trembling, drenched in sweat. In her mind, only the thud echoed. She wanted to scream, but it was as if someone was strangling her, and she couldn't make a sound. The next day, a delivery person's voice was heard. "Hello, is this Mr. Fong? There's a package for you downstairs." In the rental house where Fong Zheng lived. Fong Zheng replied, "Okay, I'll be right down to get it." He was sitting in his room, deep in thought. A spiritual martial art with immense power and formidable attack strength was finally in his hands. Then he chanted Undying Seal Technique Enhance. Talismans -2. The book radiated a brilliant golden light. The book read, Undying Seal Technique, First Layer. He continued to experience it, simultaneously enhancing Wind God kicks. It consumes 2 talismans at once. At this point, Fong Zheng began to understand. Could it be distinguishing between low-level and mid-level martial arts? Low-level martial arts, even when practiced to perfection, are still within the realm of ordinary people. Very few can fight 100 men alone. As for mid-level martial arts, they easily involve spiritual martial arts, and one person could fight against an entire elite army. Fong Zheng fell into deep thought. The Undying Seal technique has 9 layers in total. Layers 1 to 3 allow one to cultivate illusions and expand abilities. Layers 4 to 6 allow one to probe enemies from a distance. Layers 7 to 9 allow one to convert life energy and death energy, turning death into life and life into death. In an instant, his eyes lit up as if he had realized a business truth. What more can I say? The Undying Seal technique is incredible. 3 days later, the Joss paper shop was also very quiet. Several cars sped through the night, stopping in front of Fong Zheng's house. Fong Zheng came out to greet them. "Captain Fei, this street racing formation of yours is quite grand. What happened?" Captain Fei lowered his head and didn't answer. He thought to himself, Captain Fei's expression is still very grave. It seems he's really encountered a difficult problem. A moment later, Captain Fei calmly stated a shocking fact. "In these cars are 5 coffins. Captain Fei asked softly, "Can we move the 5 coffins from the cars in the shop first?" Fong Zheng agreed. Yes. He couldn't help but be shocked. Are there so many victims? What kind of incident was it this time? Captain Fei handed Fong Zheng a file, saying, "This is the deceased file." He looked at the file, seeming a bit surprised. Fong Zheng wondered to himself, I've been back in Ju City for less than 10 days, and this girl named Zheng Lanlan died before I returned. So why is Captain Fei only coming to me about this now? He recalled the others who had died, calculating the other 4 deceased were Zheng Lanlan's parents, Zheng Jiantong and Zhang Yun, and her 2 uncles, Zhang Xinrui and Zhang Xinyo. The time of death for Zheng Lanlan's parents was about 5 days ago. The time of death for Zhang Xinrui and Zhang Xinyo was 3 days ago. Suddenly, Fong Zheng realized something was wrong. There was a problem here. All 5 people died at Zheng Lanlan's house. So why are the times of death so far apart? Captain Fei heard his speculation and praised him. You're very sharp. Yes, that's the problem. According to the testimony of Zhang Xinrui's wife, she recalled that 3 nights ago, someone had contacted Zhang Xinrui. Coincidentally, Zhang Xinyo was also at their house that night. The person who called was Zheng Lanlan. After hearing this, Fong Zheng fell into deep thought. A person who has been dead for several days can still call her relatives? Captain Fei continued to add information. The Zhang brothers appeared at Zheng Lanlan's house because Zheng Lanlan had asked them for help. He stated, furthermore, during the investigation, we discovered that Zheng Lanlan had contacted the outside world more than once. She even helped her parents apply for leave from work. But according to the autopsy results, her parents were already dead during that period. So Tianhu and Yin Qixao walked over at this moment, just in time to hear Fong Zheng say, a person who has clearly been dead for a long time, yet doesn't know they're dead, trying to live in the world of the living. So Tianhu softly covered his mouth and retorted, it wasn't me. Captain Fei then revealed his own speculation. This is the 3rd spiritual case we've encountered in the past few days. I suspect there's a person or a ghostly entity always hiding in the shadows, killing people. He began to ask Fang Zheng, "Therefore, I hope you can help us find the truth, to investigate whether it is really Zheng Lanlan or if someone is impersonating Zheng Lanlan." Fang Zheng watched their convoy leave, and a voice was heard, "Seeing them come here. It seems you need our help." Zhuo Tinhu said softly, "Go on. We will stand guard for you outside. Rest assured and leave that little kid in my care." Fang Zheng was not polite either. "Then I'll have to trouble you too." The door to Master Fu's shop was now closed. Fang Zheng dripped his blood onto the candle, thinking, Zheng Lamlin's body is severely decomposed. A person like me can't rely on her body to soul walk. He left, holding the soul-guiding lamp. He thought, although the bodies of the Zhang brothers are the most intact, their time of death is too short to grasp any important clues. Fang Zheng made up his mind. Whether it's from the integrity of the body or the time of death, Zheng Lamlin's parents are the most suitable choice. Fang Zheng crossed the bridge, thinking the living have the spiritual world of the living, and the dead have the spiritual world of the dead. Soul walking is entering the spiritual world of the dead, to see the deceased memories from when they were alive, to guide the dead, and to protect the living. The lantern now emitted a vibrating aura. Fang Zheng moved forward, thinking, is this the home of the victim Zheng Lanlan and her parents? Strange noises came from within the room. Fang Zheng gently pushed the door open and looked inside. These footsteps, something's not right. This place is very dangerous. It's best to just open one door and observe the situation inside. Only then did he discover with shock that inside were two dead people, walking back and forth with calm expressions. Fang Zheng couldn't help but think. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, what are they doing walking in circles in the living room? Could it be sleepwalking? Suddenly, he remembered that's not right. According to this couple's timeline, there should be another body in the room, Zheng Lanlan. Fang Zheng looked at the two people before him and thought to himself, unable to distinguish directions, always walking in circles in the same spot, a ghost wall. Could it be that the cause of death for Zheng Lamlin's parents was being trapped by a ghost wall, unable to get out? He realized with astonishment that the Zhang brothers were the same. They all died because they were living with someone who didn't know they were dead and were thus killed by a ghost wall. Fang Zheng angrily calculated, damn it, I want to go confirm Zheng Lanlin's situation, but her parents are in the living room. If I startle them and cause some unforeseen incident, it will be troublesome. At this moment, he could only close his eyes to calm himself. I can't be curious. I can't do anything unnecessary. I can't disturb the spiritual world of the dead. When learning soul walking, Master Fu had repeatedly warned him about this. However, when he heard a voice coming from inside, he could hardly believe it. Mom, Dad, are you out there? Zheng Lanlan walked out and asked, are you two walking around in the living room? Fang Zheng squinted and looked in, thinking to himself, is she the first victim, Zheng Lanlan? Zheng Lanlin's voice continued, Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you? Please stop. You're scaring me. At an organization's headquarters, Captain Fei saw the phone ring and couldn't help but exclaim, this operation is really fast. As soon as he picked up the phone, he heard Fang Zheng ask, have you found out the cause of Zheng Lamlin's death? He had completely risked his life when he reported to Captain Fei. A long time has passed since Zheng Lamlin's death. The body is severely decomposed. There's no way to perform soul walking on her. Fang Zheng thought to himself, although only a few minutes have passed in the real world, I have been in this netherworld without food or sleep for nearly 10 days, from the time Zheng Lamlin's parents died until her two uncles died. After listening, Captain Fei sighed softly. You've worked hard. Fang Zheng suddenly interrupted him. Not so fast, Captain Fei. I have performed soul walking on Zheng Lamlin's parents and also discovered an important clue. He then recounted what he had seen. Zheng Lamlin's parents and her two uncles all showed signs of a ghost wall before they died. Despite this, Fang Zheng still said in a firm tone, but I'm certain the killer is not Zheng Lanlan. At that time, there must have been an extremely evil, ghostly object hidden in the shadows in Zheng Lanlin's house, harming people. He calmly recounted his experience, because the soul-guiding lamp ultimately led me to another house. At this moment, Fang Zheng used his phone to send a message to Captain Fei. I'm sending you the address. He immediately agreed. All right, this is a very important clue. Captain Fei received Fang Zheng's message, gathered everyone, and announced, let's go, we're moving out. All the subordinates replied in unison, understood. On the other end, Fang Zheng was exhausted, sighing to himself, I can't go on, I have to rest for a bit. The scene shifts to Zhu City. In a room filled with photos of a couple, a voice rang out. Manhwa, did you like the candlelight dinner tonight? A strangely dressed girl looked at her hand and said softly, "Look, is my tattoo beautiful?" On her hand was a shape like a butterfly. The girl's voice echoed, "I've tattooed your name on my arm. It means to hold your hand and grow old with you." The girl hugged the photo on the table and exclaimed, "Nothing can tear us apart." Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Knock, knock. Hearing it, the girl became a little angry and asked loudly, "Who is it?" The person knocking said politely, "Hello, I'm from downstairs. Your apartment is leaking water. It soaked my entire ceiling." On the door were written the two words Mingdian. A few hours later, a truck drove up. 3 streams of qi flew over and entered the vehicle. Fang Zheng's eyes flew open in surprise as 3 streams of qi had entered his body. Soul qi plus 3. Captain Fei led a group of people over and announced, "This is the person you need." They set down a stone coffin. Inside was the girl from before. Someone introduced, "The deceased is named Li Tian, 25 years old, with a fiancé named Zhu Mingyuan." Someone else asked doubtfully, "Captain Fei, you didn't just go crash a wedding and ruin the ceremony, did you?" The green-haired girl behind Captain Fei heard this and couldn't help but chuckle, a suppressed laugh. Captain Fei immediately turned around and shot her a death glare. He quickly returned to the main topic. "When I followed the address you gave and led my people to her house, we found her performing a ghost marriage with a portrait of her fiancé. It turns out their wedding was supposed to be today, but the groom had passed away unexpectedly 3 days ago." Captain Fei looked at Li Tian and thought to himself, "Unfortunately, we were still a step too late. When I led my people to her house, she had already been dead for over an hour." He then held up Li Tian's hand and asked Fang Zheng, "Can you see what's different about this tattoo compared to a normal one?" When he saw the tattoo clearly, he was very surprised. Fang Zheng quickly took her cold, stiff hand and blurted out, "This is," he thought to himself, "it's very cold, an unusual energy fluctuation of resentful qi, just like the aura of the previous ghostly objects. But how can a ghostly object turn into a tattoo and be tattooed onto a person?" Captain Fei spoke from behind Fang Zheng, asking, "Have you heard of Southeast Asian magic tattoos, or the Yin tattooist from domestic folklore?" Captain Fei then explained, "Feudal folk superstitions believe that by using special techniques to tattoo a Yin soul onto a person, one can prevent illness, ward off evil, change one's luck, and seek wealth. It's similar to the practice of raising Kumanthong, which is common in Southeast Asia. But magic tattooists, Yin tattooists, are even more sinister than raising Kumanthong, because they directly tattoo the Yin soul into a person's flesh." He stated seriously, "Magic tattoos are very common in the Southeast Asian region, but Yin tattooists have become rare in our country, because domestic folklore considers the practice of Yin tattooists to be too damaging to one's Yin virtue, going against the laws of heaven. Sealing a Yin soul within a person's body not only causes the soul to lose its chance for reincarnation, but the living host will also be affected by the Yin soul. Therefore, in ancient times, it was considered one of the most sinister professions." Fang Zheng seemed to have understood something. Captain Fei's meaning is that someone has awakened a special profession and is committing crimes in this city. He looked at Li Tian before him and thought to himself, "Could it be that the charmed tattooist is this dead bride right in front of me? That's why, during the soul walking, the resentful qi of the dead led me to her house." Suddenly, Fang Zheng realized something was wrong. If she is the killer, why was she also murdered? Captain Fei also spoke up at this moment. "The killer is not her. She, like Zheng Lanlan, is a victim in this spiritual case, because she also didn't know she was dead and was still living in the world of ordinary people." Fang Zheng couldn't help but recall the scene and said, "The soul guiding lamp uses the resentful qi of the dead as its compass. During the soul walking, it led me to her house." Captain Fei raised his hand and exclaimed, "It's the tattoo on her hand." After Zheng Lanlan died, the Yin soul sealed in her body was retrieved by the charmed tattooist, who then used a tattoo to seal it into Li Tian's body. This is what caused the soul-guiding lamp to lead you to her house, because we discovered a ghostly object at her home. Hearing this, an image appeared in Fang Zheng's mind as he listened in shock to Captain Fei's continuation. "When we followed this clue to that tattoo parlor, We discovered 2 more souls being nurtured in the shop. Fang Zheng now understood, horrified. All the victims were cursed with Southeast Asian magic tattoos. Someone is using living people as sacrifices to nurture evil spirits. Fang Zheng looked at Captain Fei and asked in confusion, "Since the culprit has been found, the case should be closed. Why did you still have to bring the bride's body here?" Only then did he speak. "The tattooist, fearing punishment, committed suicide. We can't interrogate him, see if there are other victims, so we hope you can help investigate through soul walking." He then replied, "Understood. Captain Fei and everyone, please wait outside the shop for a moment." 10 minutes passed. In this soul-walking session, besides seeing a few fragments of the bride's memories before her death, Fang Zheng didn't discover anything else unusual. He even performed soul-walking on the Zhang brothers, but also got no results. This time, Captain Fei was finally relieved and had the special operations team take back the coffin that had been sent to Ming Dian earlier. After seeing everyone off, Fang Zheng looked over at the little skeleton who was engrossed in writing. Fang Zheng was speechless, thinking to himself, "This little one, the iPad next to you is still playing cartoons. Your acting is quite convincing." So he decisively picked up the iPad, held it high, and said, "Let's go. I'll take you out for a late-night snack as a reward." The little one, caught red-handed, was extremely flustered. At this moment, Fang Zheng instructed Zhuo Tianhu, "Brother Zhuo, please watch the shop for me for a bit. We'll be right back." He cleared his throat softly. Before Zhuo Tianhu could finish speaking, Fang Zheng cut in, "Don't worry, I'll definitely bring back a late-night snack for you." He hurriedly retorted, "That's not what I meant." The streets at night were still brightly lit. The other person was running very fast, still on the phone. "Zhao Yang, that Western European demon ritual we played last time has come true. I can feel it. There's someone behind me, following me from my house all the way to the street," he said with a haggard expression. "He just keeps following me. He won't stop following me." The person on the other end of the line said in confusion, "Stop joking. We stopped halfway through the game. How could we have summoned any demon?" The red-haired man said in a panic, "No, I have to hide. I can't let him find me. I have to find a safe place." Suddenly, he threw his phone to the ground, making the person on the other end extremely worried. "Hello, Fei, say something. Why did you suddenly go silent? What on earth happened on your end? Hello." On Fang Zheng's side, he was walking with the little one and saying, 2 times 3 is 6. 3 times 3 is 9. All right, have you memorized the 9 by 9 multiplication table yet? The little skeleton was still looking dazed. Seeing this, Fang Zheng sighed softly. "Looks like I'll have to assign homework for you to remember it all. When we get back, you have to do 20 problems from the 9 by 9 multiplication table." Hearing this, the little one thought in fear. More homework. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd screamed and scattered. Someone jumped from a building. "Call an ambulance quickly." It was the red-haired man from before. He had fallen and was covered in wounds, blood streaming down his face. Witnessing this scene, Fang Zheng immediately covered the little one's eyes and sighed. "Just obediently memorize the multiplication table." His gaze darkened. "It seems I have work to do again." Over the next week, Fang Zheng devoted himself to cultivating his martial arts, making great progress in all of them. Muscle tendon and marrow washing scripture, 7th level. 9-Yan divine art, 5th level. Great Sun golden bell shield and undying seal art, 3rd level. Fang Zheng crossed his arms at this moment, thinking to himself, "Looking at the news these past few days, it seems Captain Fei will be showing up at my door soon." Just then, a car happened to drive up, and Fang Zheng stood very calmly in the middle of the road. The person in the car opened the door and got out. Captain Fei saw Fang Zheng and was extremely surprised. "You knew I was coming?" He replied nonchalantly. "You could say that. How does Captain Fei want my help?" He handed him a file and said, "Look over the case file first. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to help with soul walking again." Fang Zheng looked at the case file and thought, Sun Wenfei, male, 26 years old. Zhao Liang, male, 28 years old. Li Kersin, female, 24 years old. These 3 all died from jumping off a building. He was very surprised. Cause of death: playing a demon ritual game from Western Europe. So, is it a European evil spirit this time? Fang Zheng recalled the rules of the game and muttered to himself. A total of 7 people participated in the demon ritual game. We must close this spiritual case before the 4th victim appears. Captain Fei then spoke up to apologize. "We have another mission to handle today. We can't stay here and wait for the results." Fang Zheng calmly turned around to comfort him. "It's all right. I'll call Captain Fei back after I'm done. When you leave, please have a word with the owner of the bookstore next door. He'll know what to do." The scene changes to another place. At this moment, Fong Zheng has taken the lantern to begin the spirit walk. He stood on a boat, holding the lantern straight out in front of him. Fong Zheng thought to himself in boredom. Every time I do a spirit walk, I have to take a boat through the fog. Does this count as me being a brother who braves the wind and rides the waves? Following the guidance of the soul-guiding lantern for 2 hours, Fong Zheng arrived at the place where Sun Wenfei jumped. He looked at the scene before him, utterly astonished. Strange, not only is it not replaying Sun Wenfei's memories before death, but even the body that jumped from the building is gone. Only then did Fong Zheng notice. Could it be on the rooftop of this building? After reaching the rooftop, the place disappointed him. Still no one here? Fong Zheng slowly walked towards the edge of the rooftop, thinking to himself, the road below is still empty. What exactly is the problem? Suddenly, he saw something glancing over in astonishment. Fong Zheng looked at the man before him and couldn't help but think. Sun Wenfei. The man before him made Fong Zheng think in astonishment. Sun Wenfei. He was extremely alarmed. When did he appear? What do I do now? Have I alerted the dead? Sun Wenfei seemed to be on a phone call. A voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, hello, A-Fei, say something. Why did you suddenly stop talking? What on earth happened on your end? Hello, that evil ritual game last time, we were just messing around. Only then did Fong Zheng realize with a start. He's on a phone? The person on the other end of the line continued. We stopped halfway through. We didn't even finish the ritual. How could it have summoned any ghosts? Fong Zheng couldn't help but ponder. The God-slaying statue and the Demon King card haven't reacted yet, which means I'm temporarily safe. A voice rang out, startling Fong Zheng. Do you believe there are ghosts in this world? He quietly reached his hand into his pocket, calculating in his mind. Although the voice on the phone was still the same person, the tone had become incredibly strange. As he took out the statue, the voice continued. Because you're afraid of ghosts and don't dare to live alone, you chose to get a roommate. But you hid your family's history of hereditary disease from your other housemates. The person seemed to be telling a story. Today, you got home from work very late at 11:05 p.m., dragging your tired body back to your residence. Your housemates are Lex and Nobel. At 11:05 p.m., you arrived at the rental house, and after opening the door, you found that the light was broken today. It wouldn't turn on no matter how many times you pressed the switch. You were terrified, and just then you saw someone in the bathroom bending over to mop the floor. Someone opened the bathroom door. Nobel, you called out. Nobel told you Jelu wasn't home. Nobel said Jelu went back to his hometown. So you returned to your room, relieved. An image of a little girl peeking her head out from behind a door appeared, just as she was about to close the door. You saw the little girl from across the hall, secretly pulling her door open just a crack, staring straight at you with a terrified look. At the same time, as you were about to ask, that little girl slammed the door shut in a panic. The voice continued narrating. The next day, when you got off work, the little girl from across the hall again secretly looked at you with a frightened expression through the crack in her door. On the 23rd day, when you got off work, the little girl from across the hall again secretly looked at you with a frightened expression through the crack in her door. An image of a person named Nobel appeared. You noticed that Nobel's behavior had been a bit strange recently. A person who was usually very distant had recently been proactively bringing meat home for 20 consecutive days now. 20 days, and Jelu still hasn't returned. The voice continued the story about the little girl. On the 31st day, you discovered that the little girl from across the hall had been stabbed to death. On the 32nd day, you discovered a one was missing. On the 33rd day, you felt something was wrong and opened Jelu's door. There was no one in the room, but you rummaged through the trash can in Jelu's room and found a few scraps of paper. There were pieces of paper that said, Mason, be careful, a one, run. Fong Zheng listened in shock as the person spoke. Is it to escape the abyss or to be forever trapped in the abyss? You only have 60 seconds to reconstruct the truth of the case. The ghost story game officially begins. A countdown timer sounded. 60, 59, 58. Fong Zheng pondered. Is this a reenactment of the memory of death? Time was running out. 36, 35, 34. He looked down, thinking to himself, is it to escape the abyss or to be forever trapped in the abyss? Does that refer to life and death? The countdown finally came to an end. 3, 2, 1, 0. You failed to save him. Hearing that sentence, Fong Zheng realized with a shock. You, the voice on the phone, used the second-person pronoun. This isn't Sun Wenfei's memory. He quickly raised the statue, turned around, and thought, but a memory deliberately released by the evil spirit. From the moment Sun Wenfei appeared, I was already discovered by the evil spirit. Sun Wenfei on the other side had already stepped 1 foot out. Fang Zheng watched in shock as he just fell like that. He thought in confusion. Sun Wenfei's body. Fang Zheng was a little angry now. I've already taken out the statue, and this is what you show me? What kind of trick is this evil spirit playing? If it already discovered me, why didn't it attack me? He looked at the lantern in his hand and was once again astonished. How can this be? I clearly used Sun Wenfei's body to start the spirit walk. His pre-death memory has already ended, yet the soul-guiding lantern still isn't reacting. The time shifts to 3 hours later. Fang Zheng followed the guidance of the soul-guiding lantern to Yushi Road, Yajai Street. He calculated to himself, the second victim's jumping spot. Is it going to play Zhao Liang's pre-death memory this time? He looked at the nearby high-rise buildings, thinking resolutely. Trying to trick me? You want me to watch, but I refuse to go up and see. Let's see what other tricks you can pull. Suddenly, Fang Zheng realized someone was talking. Li Kersin run. Zhao Liang stood in the alley and shouted, "It's coming, it's coming. A Fei is dead. It's targeting me now." At this moment, a voice replied, "Zhao Liang, what nonsense are you talking about? What's coming? Why are you suddenly telling me to run?" Witnessing this scene, Fang Zheng understood. The voice on Sun Wenfei's phone earlier was Zhao Liang's. Suddenly, he scratched his head in confusion. You weren't even up there in the first place. Suddenly, a hand reached out and landed on Fang Zheng's shoulder. He looked in shock at Zhao Liang behind him. He said in a fierce tone, "The ghost story game is about to begin again." At this moment, Fang Zheng thought, "My eyelids are suddenly heavy." Then, he collapsed to the ground, and the lantern in his hand went out with him. The scene suddenly changes to a person drinking and asking, "Brother, do you think this is retribution?" Fang Zheng, opposite him, woke up with a start. That man continued his story. "I cheated on my wife while she was pregnant. Even when she said she recently felt someone fiddling with the door lock, I didn't pay it any mind. Coming home very late every day." He recalled, "Last night, my wife and I had a huge fight. I was afraid it would affect the baby, so I had to step out for a while. Actually, I regretted it long ago. That mistress kept urging me to divorce my wife, but I never agreed." The man, thinking of his pride, said, "After I went out, I bought a bouquet of flowers, planning to take it back and apologize to my wife. At the same time, I also called my lover, making it clear that we were breaking up from now on. As I was about to get home, I sent my wife an apology text, but after waiting a long time, I didn't get a reply, and she didn't answer my calls. I was extremely worried, thinking something had happened to her. After parking the car, I rushed upstairs. But just then, my wife replied to my text, saying she had fallen asleep earlier and didn't see the message. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. But I suddenly realized I had forgotten the flowers in the car, so I went back to the car to get them. As I walked out of the apartment building, I texted my wife, telling her not to catch a cold before bed, to be careful not to affect the baby, and that I'd be home right away. This time my wife replied very quickly, "You won't divorce me. I know how much you love me. Hurry home, honey." He then reached out his hand and laughed loudly. As soon as I walked out of the first floor of the apartment building, I saw her waiting for me outside. At this moment, Fang Zheng seemed to have realized something, utterly astonished. A red circle appeared around him. A voice rang out. The ghost story game officially begins. Is it to escape the abyss or to stay here forever? You only have 60 seconds to reconstruct the truth of this case. Fang Zheng quickly began to examine the situation. Time continued to tick by. 60, 59, 58, 31, 30, 29. The image of the wife lying in a pool of blood, already breathless, appeared. But Fang Zheng said calmly, "You think by showing me this scene, I'll believe his wife committed suicide by jumping?" At this moment, he spoke cheerfully. "Sorry, I just happened to have seen this story recently. His wife didn't commit suicide by jumping. Time was still ticking. 25, 24, 23. Fang Zheng looked towards the person on the upper floor and said softly, "The real killer murdered this drunkard's wife." He shouted loudly, "It's her, the other woman." The mistress then shot him a sharp glare. Fang Zheng then explained the incident in detail. He wouldn't agree to divorce his wife, so she became hateful out of jealousy and secretly copied his house key. He explained the reason for the wife's fear. The sound at the door lock that his wife heard was because she didn't know which key was for the main door, so she had to try them one by one. Then Fang Zheng spoke about the wife's demise. Last night, she never replied to his texts and didn't answer the phone because she had actually already been murdered by then. The most direct evidence is the content of the the text she replied with later, which mentioned the divorce. He voiced his speculation. If he didn't want to divorce his wife, why would he even bring up the topic of divorce with her? No man would be stupid enough to bring up his own affair. Therefore, the person who replied to the text was not his wife. Fang Zheng looked towards the mistress and shouted, "But you!" He explained her actions in detail. Last night, he made it clear to you that he wanted to break up, which made you lose all reason and continue to sneak into his house. And this time you found the right key. The mistress, unable to contain her anger, entered the house and murdered his wife, then threw the body downstairs, faking a suicide scene. The timer was still counting down. 4, 3. The red circle surrounding him then shattered. Fang Zheng watched Zhao Liang running away and thought. Zhao Liang didn't jump to his death as in reality, but left instead. It seems I've won this ghost story game. Suddenly, a woman walked this way. Fang Zheng quickly turned to look and asked, "Who is it? Stop." They ran together to an intersection. Fang Zheng quickly blocked the middle of the road and couldn't help but think, let's see where you can run now. However, he suddenly realized, Li Kursin, the evil spirit, still doesn't want to appear in person. In front of Fang Zheng was the image of Li Kursin anxiously making a phone call. "Wang Shuhua, we can't escape, we can't escape. We're all going to die." Fang Zheng heard the name and pondered. Wang Shuhua, is this the fourth victim? Suddenly, Li Kursin walked past him. She revealed a horrifying set of teeth, gently caressing Fang Zheng's face, and said, "The final round of the ghost story game begins." The scene changes to another place, an image of a person sitting in a room. A voice rang out. You have a baby brother who is a few months old, an older brother who is about to take his college entrance exams, and a 7-year-old younger sister. The image shifts to a newborn baby wailing and a mother holding the sleeping baby. The storyteller continued. The younger brother was always crying and fussing, disturbing the older brother while he was studying, so he hated his little brother immensely. The story happened early one morning before 6 o'clock. The parents had to go out for some business and left you to take care of your younger brother. An hour later, while you were taking care of your younger brother, you rushed out to deliver an umbrella. 5 minutes later, after delivering the umbrella, you remembered that you had forgotten to close the door, so you hurried back home. But when you got home, you found the door tightly shut, so you started to wonder if you had misremembered. After opening the door, you discovered that your baby brother, only a few months old, was dead. The little boy lay lifelessly on the bed. Li Kursin spread her arms and said, "The ghost story game officially begins. Do you want to escape the abyss or stay here forever? You have only 60 seconds to reconstruct the truth of the case." The countdown began. 60, 59, 58. Immediately after, Fang Zheng spoke up with the answer. The one who killed the baby wasn't the older brother, nor was it a thief, but the younger sister. He imagined the scene of delivering the umbrella and said, returning home alone after delivering the umbrella, it clearly wasn't for the parents. The time of the delivery was around 7 o'clock, and it only took 5 minutes. It could only have been going downstairs to give the umbrella to the older brother who was preparing for school. The detail about the closed door made him think. Only the younger brother and younger sister were left in the house. The door that was supposedly forgotten and left open was now tightly shut. Either a thief had entered or the younger sister had woken up and closed it. Fang Zheng said firmly, if a thief had entered the house, they obviously wouldn't harm a baby of a few months. Therefore, it was the younger sister, awakened by the crying, who killed the younger brother. In an instant, the black aura quickly dissipated. Fang Zheng thought to himself at this moment. Li Kursin, the final victim before him, had disappeared. The soul-guiding lantern began to react again. In other words, this time it was that evil spirit's turn. An hour later, Fang Zheng was now carrying the lantern and continuing forward. He raised the lantern and gave a silent command. Soul-guiding lantern, take me back to the place where Sun Wenfei jumped. Suddenly, the sound of several whooshes of wind echoed from nowhere, startling Fang Zheng. The scene before him made him ponder. That thing was devouring Sun Wenfei. No, not a person. It might be that evil spirit. The evil spirit was tearing the flesh from Sun Wenfei's body, its mouth emitting several hissing sounds. Seeing this, Fang Zheng realized with astonishment. That's resentful energy. This evil spirit can, by re-killing those who jumped, devour their resentful energy to strengthen itself. At this moment, he quickly took out the statue in his hand, thinking to himself, "It's a good thing I stopped Zhao Liang and Li Curson for dying again. Now, I must stop it from continuing to devour Sun Wenfei's resentful energy. I absolutely cannot let it complete its transformation." The evil spirit suddenly turned its head, bearing the face of Sun Wenfei, which horrified Fang Zheng. It was still Sun Wenfei. One Sun Wenfei was gnawing on another Sun Wenfei. A sudden explosion rang out. The statue in his hand shot out a stream of energy, firing towards the evil spirit ahead. He stared in shock as Sun Wenfei fell before him, thinking to himself. Its whole body was dark and blackened. Does this represent Sun Wenfei's evil side? The blackened Sun Wenfei has disappeared. Could it have dodged the god-slaying sword chi? Suddenly, the evil spirit appeared behind him. Fang Zheng also discovered with a start. The jade pendant is glowing. Not good, it's behind me. In an instant, the statue in his hand unleashed the demon trample's purgatory technique, attacking the evil spirit. The creature now struggled to block the attack. Fang Zheng continued, speaking loudly. "Let's see where you can run this time," he shouted. A powerful stream of chi immediately shot towards the evil spirit. Seeing the evil spirit lose its entire upper body but still not fall, Fang Zheng was extremely shocked. It's still not dead after that? The evil spirit's upper half was now clinging to Fang Zheng's back, clawing with its hands, its mouth emitting many hissing sounds. Despite this, Fang Zheng quickly realized and turned around. "Still want to attack me? Sorry, I was already prepared." Immovable true self, world-disrupting demonic ape contemplation. A layer of energy appeared on Fang Zheng's hands. He spoke. "That vicious gaze you kept staring at me with earlier already revealed your intention to attack me." Fang Zheng threw a series of punches at the evil spirit. Undying seal technique, chi sensing illusion art. He spoke. The so-called chi sensing illusion art is simply using chi sense to create countless fake attacks, making it impossible for the opponent to accurately judge the direction of the attack, thus confusing their mind. At this moment, he threw a powerful uppercut, striking up from under the evil spirit's chin. Fang Zheng quickly cursed inwardly. "Tisk, it's really tough. Using my current martial spirit to deal with an evil spirit is indeed still too much of a stretch." The evil spirit immediately leaped up. At this moment, Fang Zheng raised the statue in his hand, using its suction force to pull the evil spirit in. Backhand grab specializes in dealing with all kinds of sneak attacks. The image of the evil spirit quickly vanished. However, it quickly clung to his back again. Fang Zheng suddenly turned his head and said, "Do you know why I turned my back to you?" The chi spirit in his statue suddenly swung its axe into the air. The axe, in the stance of Demon Trample's purgatory, chopped down forcefully. He spoke, "Because when you sneak attack me from behind, the one who is truly in danger is you." The axe quickly chopped into the evil spirit's head. It turned into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Fang Zheng remarked, "As expected, by destroying the evil spirit of the seance game, one can obtain special soul energy." Uncle Fu's shop door opened at this moment. The little kid ran out happily from inside to greet Fang Zheng. Zhuo Qianhu and Yin Qixia also walked out from inside at this time.